The central character of today's story is named Lam Mak. He exists in a world where demons roam everywhere. Humanity, in order to survive, had to devise a path of resistance. That solution was the research and creation of techniques to control demons. Those who can sign contracts with demons are collectively called demon tamers. Anyone who signs with 2 demons is only considered ordinary, while signing with 3 is already enough to be called a genius. Mak, however, is different. He can sign contracts with an unlimited number of demons. Therefore, he went big and directly signed 1 million demons just for the thrill of it. He even married the demon queen as his wife. Just hearing it already sounds exaggerated. Without further rambling, we begin the story. The novel is fully completed, wishing everyone an enjoyable read. The opening scene takes place inside an ordinary classroom. In the class, some students whisper anxiously about the upcoming ghost domain examination. It is said that last time 3 students were strangled to death by hanging ghosts. The mere thought sends chills down the spine. The teacher spoke to reassure them. As long as they follow what they have learned, most ghosts can be handled. Meanwhile, Men was sleeping soundly, as if none of it concerned him. Suddenly, he sprang up and shouted loudly, as if waking from a dream after a long gaming binge. The whole class was speechless. The ghost domain exam was approaching, and he was still carefree playing games. Could it be that he was truly fearless of ghosts? Men froze in confusion. He had just cleared the first game of his life. How did he end up here in the blink of an eye? Immediately afterward, the memories of this body flooded in like a torrent. This is a world where ghost energy has revived. Vengeful spirits rampage and form waves of invasions against cities. Living space of humanity has been forced smaller and smaller. They can only hold out inside the last remaining strongholds. Thus the profession of demon tamer was born. Humans sign contracts with demons to summon them and fight. The goal is to resist those uncontrollable demons who treat slaughter as entertainment. Therefore, high schools and universities alike all focus on training the next generation of demon tamers. Only then did Men realize it was not theft of identity. He had truly transmigrated. So frightened that sweat poured down his body, he only wanted to play another round of a game to calm himself. Seeing Men going too far, the teacher shouted angrily and asked a theory question. If encountering a burned ghost, how should it be handled? At that moment, the system appeared, congratulating the host on transmigrating, introducing a breach point mechanism that increases the demon contract limit infinitely and can even bind the opponent's emotions. After reading it, Men was utterly shocked, because in memory, everyone at the age of 5 had their contract limit fixed, and it could not change. Each point allowed signing 1 demon. If the limit is 0, then no demon can be contracted, just an ordinary person. A limit of 2 is average, while 3 or more is already rare and considered genius. The system allows unlimited increase, meaning he can contract hundreds of millions of demons. Men slowly stood up and answered, "Teacher, if that ghost is already burned, then just give it more fire so it gets used to the heat." The silly answer made the entire class burst into laughter. Truly a genius of nonsense talk. I told you already, the guy sitting next to me has the talent of a hidden dragon. Today it finally revealed itself. The teacher grew angry and asked again, "Then if encountering a ghost that died by electricity, how should it be handled?" Men replied calmly, "Capture it and use it as a power bank." The teacher mocked him. With such creative thinking, he will surely carry the future of new energy. Then asked about the red-dressed female ghost. If it is a female ghost, then we must first see how beautiful she is. Thinking of that, Men smiled perversely, his mind filled with improper thoughts. Even ghosts would not be spared. Lam Mak, go stand outside as punishment, the teacher shouted angrily, and immediately picked up his sandals and walked out. The system notified that the teacher's psychological defense had been breached. Emotional control binding succeeded. The novice reward was granted, including the skill-provoked contract, which can forcibly contract a demon when the opponent reaches 99% agitation. At the same time, adding 2 contract slots. Men was overjoyed, because from a limit of 0, he now had a heaven-defying foundation. Teacher announced this is an important test. Passing Area A enters the top 1 university, Area B top 2, Area C top 3, Area D only enters college level. But she also warned not to be too greedy. Choosing beyond one's ability means complete failure with no way back. Lam Mak was advised to choose level D because both talent and theory were poor. He obediently answered yes. The test time arrived. Students used fingerprints to activate the screen on their desks to choose the ghost domain. The horror hospital is level A. The wild forest is level B. The blood road is level C. The nightmare train is level D. The classmate beside Lam Mak suggested choosing level D. For safety, weak ghosts are easier to contract. But he coldly told him, "If you like it, then go yourself. Stop pretending. With your talent, being able to enter college is already lucky." Ignoring the advice, Men immediately chose Area A. The system confirmed in a level examination. The teleportation device activated. The whole class was shocked. Had Lam Mak truly gone mad? Teacher also sighed. With the lowest academic ability and talent entering level A meant only death. But Lam Mac only smiled confidently. The teleportation passage completed and the transfer began. Right before the stunned eyes of the entire class, Lam Mac disappeared in the light. The scene shifted to the level, a hospital area. Several other students also chose level A and were teleported here. Men observed the surroundings and analyzed the situation like a strategist. The entire province uses the same test. It seems these 5 people chose the same ghost domain as me. Suddenly, a strange little boy appeared and welcomed everyone to the horror hospital. His presence startled everyone. The girl beside them even hurriedly leaned close to the man next to her. Paper Boy introduced himself and said everyone need not be nervous because he is the examiner of this test. He added that this place is Thuonglan City, and the building in front was once the largest people's hospital in the city. Hearing this, the students turned pale. Thuonglan is the city that was taken over by ghosts where all residents die. Even several elite demon tamer squads were wiped out. Why would this place be chosen as the exam site? Paper Man reassured them that the hospital has been sealed by the Safety Bureau with a formation. Ghosts outside cannot enter. The mission is very simple. Survive here for 1 day and sign a contract with any demon to pass. Safety comes first. Each person receives a teleportation talisman. If facing fatal danger, tear the talisman to return to school. In addition, whoever performs best in contracting or eliminating evil spirits will win MVP with the reward of a ghost sight stone worth 100,000. Does anyone else have questions? The cat does. After saying that, the examiner announced that the test officially begins. The large doors of the hospital immediately swung wide open. The atmosphere instantly became tense to the point of suffocation. In complete contrast, men leisurely walked forward. As he walked, he muttered, wondering whether he might meet a beautiful nurse. The group behind quickly followed, determined not to let this useless guy snatch an grade ghost first. Someone even promised to protect Lalai. At the very moment the door fully opened, blood was splattered everywhere. A horrifying sight slammed into their eyes. Everyone cautiously entered, slowly walking along the long corridor. Suddenly, men saw something ahead. His face turned pale and he quickly stepped back. Lam Mac, what is it? Is there a ghost? Men suddenly screamed in panic. There are ghosts, more than 5 billion of them. This is bad, they are rushing over. Everyone run quickly. The whole group instantly screamed and ran for their lives. In just a short moment, they had already dashed out of the hospital gate. Has that Lam Mac guy come out yet? He must have been torn apart by ghosts. That will teach him to brag. Suddenly they saw men standing on the 2nd floor, laughing loudly with pride. The examiner said the hospital has fewer than 20 ghosts. I made up 5 billion, and you all still believed it. Lam Mac, you deliberately scared us into running, so you could enjoy the benefit alone, right? The system notified that 100 agitation points were obtained. Men sneered. You are just timid like rats, who is enjoying anything alone. The guy with glasses spoke arrogantly. Do you know who Lalai is? A genius awakened with 3 contract slots, dozens of times stronger than you. You dared to scare us. How could good ghosts ever be your turn? Hearing that, men only felt irritated. The girl beside them also chimed in. Resources should be concentrated on people with value. Men did not bother arguing and casually said, do whatever you want before turning away. It seems during this time, he can farm quite a lot of agitation points from these lovely students. Not long after Lam Mac arrived at the ophthalmology department, the system reported that inside the room there is half of a mid-level vengeful ghost. Hearing the words vengeful ghost, he secretly rejoiced and prepared to step in and deal with it. Right then, the troublemakers blocked his path and shouted that this is not a place for trash like him. They waved him away, telling men to get lost so they could show their abilities. Men shrugged and gave up the spot. If you want to go first, then please go ahead. Before entering, one of them deliberately spat a mouthful of phlegm toward Lam Mac. As soon as they stepped in, the girl felt something strange. She looked up at the ceiling and saw something clinging above. What kind of ghost is that? The whole group immediately panicked, their bodies stiff and unable to move. On the ceiling, a ghost was casting a skill that caused them to fall into an illusion. Men silently thanked his own good fortune. Luckily, he let those 3 idiots go in first. Otherwise, the one hit would have been him. He wondered whether those 3 might die outright. Suddenly, he saw the girl trembling as she staggered outside. As soon as she took 1 step out, she immediately vomited blood everywhere. What happened? Have you already encountered something? On the ceiling fan hangs a blood-red eye. That ghost creates illusions. If I had not bitten my tongue, I would not have escaped. And quickly analyzed that pain strong enough can break the illusion. The other 2 were so frightened that they nearly wet themselves. Their mouths complained that this is sleep paralysis and blamed everything on men. People sought death yourselves. What does that have to do with me? HMPH, luckily we went in first. If someone as poor in study as you entered, you would already be lying dead. I am not stupid enough to fall into illusions. No one foolishly acts as the first path opener. Curiosity always comes with a price. The whole group fell silent. At the same time, the system reported receiving another 30 agitation points. After finishing their complaints, the group finally left this place. After they left, Lam Mac immediately stepped into the ophthalmology room, looking at the reactions of those three earlier. As long as one does not directly face that eye, they will not fall into illusion. So that was the key. Lam Mac quickly found the switch and turned on the ceiling fan. The ghost clinging to the fan blade immediately spun around wildly, became dizzy, and screamed chaotically as if about to vomit. You brat, quickly turn off the fan. I cannot endure it anymore. Turn it off now. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for receiving 20 agitation points. The effect is clear, and the target has become agitated. The ghost spun several more circles and vomited a rainbow. The system reported that the blood-eyed ghost reached 88% agitation. Just a little more and forced contract would be possible. Unbelievable, I actually made a ghost vomit. Mr. Ghost, how about we make a deal? I turn off the fan and you become my contracted ghost. Dare threaten me. If you refuse to sign, then keep spinning. But the agitation stopped at 88%, forcing Lam Mac to think of another way. Seeing that he was about to perish, the ghost finally gave in. Fine, we will sign. Just turn off the fan first. Can we sign now? If not, I will turn it back on. The wind has dried my eyes completely, and it hurts terribly. Let me get the bottle of eye drops from that cabinet first. After I use them, I will sign. Lam Mac was not foolish. He immediately grabbed the bottle of 502 glue and smiled brightly, saying, no problem. Hurry up, put in the eye drops, and then sign immediately. The ghost trembled as it took the bottle and raised it toward its eye. It laughed wickedly, thinking, once I recover, I will deal with you. Reality was not as expected. Its eyes instantly stuck shut. Damn it, why can I not open my eyes? Cannot open them. Maybe the eye drops are expired. The ghost was furious and wanted to tear Lam Mac apart. The system also reported another 50 agitation points. Blood-eyed ghost reached 99% agitation. It asked whether to forcibly sign the contract. Lam Mac immediately confirmed. Miss Blood-eyed Ghost, do you agree to entrust your entire life to Lam Mac? I am male, and I do not agree. Miss Blood-Eye has agreed. Contract registration completed. The ghost was stunned. Wait, when did I agree? Contract completed. Fusion in progress. The ghost was pulled into the fusion process, completely merged into Lam Mac's eye. Lam Mac ran to look in a mirror and felt that he had become even more handsome. It felt like Kakashi. Moreover, this strange eye looked extremely cool. So this is what happens when contracting a remnant ghost. Ding dong, complete ghosts can be summoned for battle, while remnant ghosts fuse with the body, increasing attributes, but cannot separate. Lam Mac immediately understood. So that is how it is. The level ghost angrily cursed him. He, from now on you live with me. Let me see your attributes. Blood-eyed ghost, remnant ghost, mid-level vengeful ghost, ghost energy 100 can be upgraded, loyalty 3%. Below the safety level will lose control. Skill not yet activated. Brother, your loyalty is really low. I was forced to sign. Why would I be loyal? I want freedom. Ding dong, the system reported loyalty dropped to 1%. 200 agitation points can exchange for a ghost skill. Lam Mac thought activating a skill would surely increase loyalty. Confirm exchange. Skill Blood Prison Illusion Eye Technique LV1 activated. Looking directly into the blood eye will fall into a prison illusion and continuously lose blood. Consumes 50 spiritual energy. Cooled on 60 seconds. Already unlocked a skill so quickly, not bad. I underestimated you. Loyalty increased to 10%. His eyesight was slightly nearsighted before. After merging with the blood eye, his vision became far clearer. This time he truly profited greatly. In another direction, the group following Lalai was in extreme trouble. Several executioner ghosts appeared around them and relentlessly pursued. There were only 3, but their strength far exceeded the 3 students, leaving them completely panicked. The group ran away. The dyed-hair guy suggested using the teleportation talisman to return. The guy with glasses came up with a vicious idea: lure the ghosts toward Lam Mac. The dyed-hair guy felt chills hearing it. Unexpectedly, Lalai also agreed, and even said Lam Mac dying would count as contributing to humanity. As they were running up the stairs, they met Lam Mac leisurely walking down. Seeing them panicking, he mocked them, saying, "Are dogs chasing you?" One of them answered and simply dashed past Lam Mac. The guy with glasses laughed proudly, saying Lam Mac should just die. The dyed-hair guy pretended to be kind and reminded him to use the teleportation talisman. Lam Mac looked confused and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Before he could understand, the executioner ghosts appeared behind him, and a few more figures lurked as well. Lam Mac was not afraid at all. He considered it a chance to test his new skill. The 3 people ran some distance, then stopped. Seeing Lam Mac not running but standing still, they thought he had gone stupid. Just then, the executioner ghosts leaped into the air. Lam Mac opened the blood eye and stared coldly at them. Blood prison eye technique activated. A dark red aura surged from the ghost eye. In an instant, the aura bound the executioner ghosts, and they fell to the ground like ripe fruit. From somewhere, Lam Mac pulled out a chainsaw. Lam Mac calmly walked forward with a confident expression, preparing to deal with the remaining ghosts. Buzz buzz, the chainsaw sound echoed harshly through the corridor. After cutting down one, he quickly calculated the control time, still had 25 seconds left, more than enough to finish all the executioner ghosts. The three people watching from afar were shocked. His eye was clearly blood red, meaning he had contracted the remnant ghost from the ophthalmology department, something rare among demon tamers. And that ghost was an extremely powerful mid-level vengeful ghost. How could it fall into the hands of the worst student? Suddenly, the system reported receiving 40 breach points. Even Lam Mac was confused about where it came from. Turning his head, he noticed the three people secretly peeking from the staircase. He immediately guessed those points came from their jealousy and sarcastically thanked them for luring the executioner ghosts for him. He dug several ghost beads from the ghost corpses and laughed, saying 5 primary ghost beads with beautiful colors. But if I discover you playing dirty, I will definitely not let you go. After saying that, Lam Mac opened the blood eye and glared threateningly. 3 students who had not contracted ghosts turned pale with fear. Their hair stood on end, and another 40 breach points fell into Lam Mac's hands. He secretly smiled with satisfaction. Just like that, Lam Mac strolled around the hospital as if it were his home. Little ghosts fled upon seeing him. He even proudly asked the eye ghost whether that mega kill earlier was cool. The eye ghost, clinging to his shoulder, curled its lips and replied that my skill is indeed strong. Otherwise, an ordinary remnant ghost would hardly handle those 5 hungry ghosts. Lam Mac pointed at his forehead and said even a strong ghost still needs a brave master. How would ordinary people dare stare directly at those 5? Hearing that, the eye ghost complained that he was too narcissistic. Opening the blood eye to observe along the corridor, the little ghosts had already fled, leaving only countless skeletons scattered everywhere. Suddenly, Lam Mac noticed that on the wrist of one skeleton, there was a shining gold watch. He picked it up and laughed, saying, "You are dead and cannot spend it anyway. I will use it for you." An idea of getting rich flashed through his mind. Lam Mac saw the finance office ahead and thought there must be plenty of money. Opening the finance office door, dust flew everywhere, making him cough repeatedly. After fumbling around for a while, Lam Mac finally found the hospital safe and was extremely delighted. Then he spent more time struggling to open the lock. After opening it, disappointment flooded him because inside there were only 2 coins. It seems the safety bureau had already taken all the money. Shift to outside. The examiners watching Lam Mac's actions were sweating, unsure whether this kid came to take the exam or collect money. In all these years, they had never seen anyone like this. Returning to Lam Mac, he had already gathered a bag of gold coins, and the system reported that in the operating room ahead, there is a high-level vengeful ghost. 4 words high-level vengeful ghost sparked Lam Mac's curiosity, and he slightly peeked into the operating room. Inside the room was a red-dressed female ghost with a seductive figure. On her thigh rested a gyukin. The eye ghost whispered an extremely detailed analysis of her measurements. Lam Mac blushed hearing it and felt heated, praising the analysis as accurate. This ghost truly had an angel face and devil body. The eye ghost laughed happily, saying they share the same taste. System suddenly reported the blood-eyed ghost loyalty increased to 15%. Lam Mac nearly choked because he realized the 2 lustful fellows had recognized each other. At that moment, the female ghost seemed to sense something. Her head slowly tilted toward the doorway. Lam Mac was startled and stepped back, whispering, "This ghost looks gentle, yet she is truly very strong." The eye ghost explained that the gyukin is engraved with runic talismans and is very likely a life-stealing melody. Lam Mac planned to strike first with the blood eye, but the eye ghost shook its head, saying she is blind and completely counters eye techniques. Hearing that, Lam Mac observed carefully again. Sure enough, the female ghost is blind. Her eyes have remained closed the entire time. The blood eye cannot be used, but a high-level vengeful ghost cannot be ignored. Lam Mac decided to provoke her to forcibly sign a contract. As soon as he decided, he took a white coat and put it on, pretending to be a doctor. Although the eye ghost did not understand it, still tried to dissuade him, saying that provoking her with his current strength would only lead to death. Lam Mac grabbed an IV set and syringe and replied that with such a big ghost, how could you not be tempted? With a click, Lam Mac pushed the door open and stepped inside. The female ghost also heard the movement. She immediately became alert. At the same time, her hand brushed across the strings, producing a melody filled with demonic power. Lam Mac cried out in pain, dropped to his knees, shouting loudly that he is a doctor here to perform surgery. Hearing that the female ghost suspiciously asked if it is true. Seeing it work, Lam Mac raised his hand, saying, "Just smell the scent on this coat, and you will know." Female ghost lightly inhaled. The disinfectant scent on the coat made her believe him. Her attitude immediately softened, and she said she had waited for the doctor for a long time and asked whether the surgery could begin now. Lam Mac slapped the operating table beside him and cheerfully told her to lie down and prepare for surgery. The female ghost obediently lay down. Lam Mac took out a large syringe and asked if she is ready. The female ghost lay straight and said she is ready. Facing her at close distance, Lam Mac realized her figure is truly striking, making it hard for him to look away. For a moment he felt guilty because she seemed unaware that she had already died. But that thought quickly vanished, because if he did not do this, the one who would die would be him. Lam Mac decisively thrust the syringe downward. It struck the female ghost's wrist, making her flinch in pain. Does it hurt? Not at all. The female ghost forced a smile, pretending she could endure it. Lam Mac sneered and said, "That is good, then I missed and must try again." He deliberately poked wrong 3 or 4 times in a row. He even shook the needle repeatedly, making the female ghost tremble, with a face shifting between pale and green. Lam Mac only claimed that her blood vessels were misaligned and hard to locate. Just like that, Lam Mac kept stabbing the female ghost's arm with the needle without mercy. He stabbed more than a dozen times in a row, making anyone watching feel the pain. When she could not endure it any longer, the female ghost grabbed Lam Mac's hand to stop him. Her eyes were filled with tears as she cried angrily, asking if he is wrong mama to torment people like that. The system sounded, reporting 40 agitation points gained. The agitation of the great vengeful ghost reached 50%. Only 49% more is needed to record the contract. Lam Mac scratched his head awkwardly, saying next time he will definitely hit the right spot. This entire scene was witnessed by a man and woman watching from afar. The two stared with mouths open at Lam Mac, tormenting the female ghost. They never expected he would dare perform surgery on a ghost without fear. The long-haired girl wiped sweat, remembering what the teacher once taught, that when facing ghosts, the greatest taboo is fear. Staring directly can increase survival chances and even subdue the ghost. Seeing how Lam Mac acted, she could not believe he is the same person who once ranked last in the class. The young man beside her also abandoned his prejudice and carefully observed, even pulling the girl closer to learn how to contract ghosts. Besides them, another figure was secretly observing. It is the hungry ghost examiner. He smiled and nodded in evaluation. Compared to most students, Lam Mac's mentality is indeed outstanding. Even so, after fumbling for a long time, the needle still had not been inserted in the right place. Female ghost impatiently pushed his hand away, demanding Lam Mac proceed directly with the surgery. Hearing that, Lam Mac asked whether she wanted a gender change or breast augmentation. Being teased angered the female ghost, and she explained she only wanted to reduce her chest to move more easily. Lam Mac clicked his tongue, saying that is cheap, and asked how much to cut, both hands already ready holding a chainsaw. The female ghost answered, "Cut half." Lam Mac asked again whether to cut the left or the right. Driven crazy by the questioning, the female ghost slapped Lam Mac in the face, scolding whether he has a disease. During surgery, both sides must be cut evenly. The more she was angered, the more amused Lam Mac became. Waved the chainsaw and asked again, then should it be cut from above or below? Should it be cut from the front or the back? I think cutting from the front does not seem good. Veins bulged across the female ghost's forehead, and the system reported agitation rising to 70%. Seizing the momentum, Lam Mac leaned closer and continued asking all kinds of nonsense, whether she wants fewer scars or more scars. Without anesthesia, even minor pain will become extreme pain, and it will definitely hurt a lot. Agitation jumped from 70 to 80%, yet Lam Mac still did not stop. He even asked whether to remove everything for convenience or try liposuction surgery with a membership discount. Hearing that the female ghost could no longer endure it, and opened her blind eyes, revealing blazing red ghost pupils, she shouted for him to shut up as the Gyukin sound erupted, binding and attacking Lam Mac. The system reported agitation reached 99%, and the contract can be forcibly signed. Lam Mac still joked, telling the lady not to be angry because he has not finished speaking. Of course, at this moment, the female ghost only wanted to kill Lam Mac. Lam Mac replied with a cold smile, that he is afraid she will be disappointed. At that moment, the system voice asked whether the big-chested female ghost agrees to become Lamb Mac's contracted ghost and swear to protect and stay by his side for life. The female ghost angrily roared that he is dreaming in broad daylight. Her slender fingers continued gliding across the strings, preparing to launch a new attack. But the system had already forcibly signed the contract, and the progress surged step by step to 10, then 20%. In just an instant, the contract was completed. The female ghost cried in shock, saying wait, she had not agreed yet. Immediately afterward, her figure was drawn straight into Lamb Mac's wrist, transforming into a blazing red tattoo on his arm. Lamb Mac commented that unlike fusing with a remnant ghost, signing a contract with a complete ghost creates a pattern, and when summoning it only requires a light touch. He muttered that he already has 2 contracted ghosts, and with the additional contract limit, there is still 1 slot left. The female ghost manifested behind Lamb Mac, angrily shouting that he is a fraud and demanding to be released. Lamb Mac curled his lips and replied that once inside my body, there is no need to run around anymore. No need to feel sad about your chest. I will help you solve it. The female ghost could only curse while the eye ghost watched happily and said this brat is truly shameless. Lamb Mac began checking the attribute panel of the big-chested female ghost. She is a high-level vengeful ghost. Ghost energy 200, lacking 200 to upgrade, current loyalty 20%, skill not yet activated. Loyalty reaching 20% surprised Lamb Mac. Perhaps leaving the gloomy hospital also made her somewhat satisfied. Currently, Lamb Mac has 300 points. Activating or upgrading skills for vengeful ghosts, fierce spirits, or evil spirits all require 200 points. This means the blood-eyed ghost and the big-chested ghost can only activate 1 skill each for now. After thinking for a moment, Lamb Mac decided to activate the skill of the big-chested ghost. The obtained skill is death-seizing demonic melody, using zither music to disrupt the mind, causing wide-area stun. When enemy health falls below 5%, it can execute. Consumes 50 spiritual energy, cooled on 180 seconds. Stun duration depends on rank. Lamb Mac's eyes lit up. He did not expect the first skill to be a wide-area stun-killing move. Thinking again, the blood prison illusion can imprison opponents, but still allows them to think and resist with willpower. But stun is different. It disrupts the mind and turns targets into living targets, even with an execution ability, truly a divine skill. Now control abilities are sufficient. What Lamb Mac lacks is a contract ghost with explosive damage. He clapped his hands, deciding the next target will be a high-damage assassin ghost or a powerful melee warrior. At this moment, a broadcast announcement sounded reminding all students there is 1 hour left until midnight. Living conditions will depend on contract numbers. Students with 1 or more contracts may stay in ICU rooms. Students with only 1 contract stay in normal wards. Those without contracts have no place to stay. Special reminder for the hospital 5th floor, residents' rights can be traded. At night, fierce spirits appear, making those without shelter extremely dangerous. 30 minutes the wards will open. Everyone is required to choose quickly. After hearing the announcement, Lamb Mac smiled and left with his 2 contract ghosts, continuing to hunt the final ghost to serve as the main damage dealer. Returning to Lalai's group, the 3 now stood before the ICU ward door, sighing in admiration. The ICU room is indeed much cleaner, the floor neat without stains, while the normal ward behind them was full of blood and mucus splattered everywhere. Separating them was a thin barrier, clearly showing that the 3 were not qualified to contract 2 vengeful ghosts, so they could only stand outside. Lalai clicked her tongue regretfully, saying she only contracted 1 ghost, so she could only stay in the normal ward. The glasses-wearing youth pointed into the distance, saying having shelter is already lucky. Look at that long-haired girl. She failed to contract a ghost and is crying miserably now. Compared to her, we are far luckier. People pointed at by the students were the pair who had followed Lamb Mac earlier, and at that moment Lamb Mac also approached this area. Seeing Lamb Mac appear, the glasses-wearing youth proudly pointed at him, saying they had also contracted ghosts now, and complete ghosts, not remnant ghosts. So Lamb Mac no longer has the right to be arrogant. He could even blow him up in an instant. Hearing the threat, Lamb Mac raised his chin and laughed loudly, saying that short-legged guy might not even catch him, let alone do anything. Lalai's group remained displeased, believing Lamb Mac only got lucky contracting that crippled eye ghost. Lalai also mocked disgustedly, saying just thinking about staying in the same ward with someone like Lamb Mac tonight made her want to vomit. Unexpectedly, Lamb Mac walked past and coldly replied that he never intended to stay with them. The girl outside shouted, asking if Lamb Mac planned to give up the normal ward right and wanted to buy it with money. Lamb Mac shook his head briefly, saying, "No, the place I stay is the ICU room." Everyone was stunned hearing that. Lalai believed Lamb Mac was boasting. because his contract limit had always been only 0.5, meaning he could at most contract one remnant ghost, while ICU conditions require more than one ghost. Clearly nonsense. Max snorted, saying he does not care what they think, and told them to move aside because they were blocking the way. Sure enough, when Mac placed his hand on the barrier before the ICU ward door, after system confirmation, he was informed that he met the requirements. Lalai's group became furious and directly gifted Mac 150 agitation points. Lalai thought for a moment, then shouted that the school data cannot be wrong. Limits are innate and cannot increase. Mac must have cheated. She loudly called Marcus, demanding he come out so she could report it. Mac ignored everything and stepped into the warm room inside. Unexpectedly, a hot pot was even prepared. Truly considerate. The hot pot had all kinds of ingredients from duck blood to beef intestines, nothing missing. Taste was surprisingly delicious. Mac deliberately carried a bowl of meat and ate in front of Lalai's group to provoke them, praising it as even tastier than restaurant hot pot and telling them to try it. After speaking, he did not forget to mock them, saying, unfortunately, they had no right to enter the ICU room. Only I get to enjoy it. After saying that, Mac carried the bowl and turned away. This scene made Lalai's group furious again, earning Mac another 100 agitation points. After a while looking at the delicious food, releasing tempting aromas, even Lalai could not resist anymore. He began offering 10,000 to exchange Mac's ICU room right. Mac picked meat while sneering, saying no deal. He had already eaten, so would they make him spit it out? During that, Lalai still endured, saying he could eat the hot pot, but give her the room. She also mentioned her father is a senior leader of the Safety Bureau, and offending her would bring no benefit. The glasses-wearing youth also echoed, telling Mac not to go too far, provoking Miss Tun. Mac put down his chopsticks and frowned, saying it is not completely impossible. Mac proposed that Lalai slap Lu Trak once, and he would reconsider. Lu Trak is the glasses-wearing youth who panicked hearing it. Lalai did not hesitate, telling Lu Trak to endure first, and she would compensate later, her hand already clenched, clearly preparing to strike. Cowardly Lu Trak closed his eyes, tightly gritting his teeth, saying just hit him. Enduring some humiliation now for the protection of the Tun family later is worth it. Smack, a loud slap echoed, earning 20 agitation points. Mac still looked pleased, pretending his hearing was poor, saying he could not hear clearly, making Lu Trak angrily shout that Mac should not bully people too much. Without thinking further, Lalai slapped Lu Trak again, bringing another 30 agitation points. After striking, Lalai asked Mac whether he is satisfied now. Mac naturally replied no, making Lalai furious, cursing him as a shameless liar. Mac cunningly replied he never lied. Earlier he only said he would consider it if she slapped him. Now he had considered it, and the result is no deal. Negotiation failed. Lalai turned away, leaving while cursing that Mac would regret it sooner or later. Lu Trak muttered angrily that Mac can only be arrogant for a while. Daring to offend the Tun family truly means courting death. This incident brought another 100 agitation points. Huge points made Mac smile widely. The clock slowly pointed to midnight, and the corridor lights gradually turned off. That pair of man and woman. The man abandoned the girl and entered the room alone, while the girl cried, begging, accusing him of cruelty for leaving her to sleep outside in the corridor full of fierce spirits. He begged him to give her the right to stay inside the ward. The young man, named Ngo Khan, held the girl's hand, saying proudly that he had contracted a warrior ghost, and if she encountered danger she should call him, and he would rush out to save her. The girl still cried in fear, asking whether he truly loved her, and whether his oath of protection still held value. He even analyzed that after contracting a ghost, Ngo Khan's combat power is very strong, and sleeping outside still has a high survival chance. If facing great danger, she would ask Tun Lalai to help him. After analyzing to that extent, Ngo Khan had no way to refuse, and could only agree to exchange the residence right with the girl. Mac, hearing all this, could only curse silently, calling him a fool. Ngo Khan forced a bitter smile and stepped into the corridor, completely unaware that a dense aura was lurking behind his back. Late at night, Mac snored loudly in the ICU room. Snoring echoed into the ordinary ward, making the other 3 people endlessly jealous. Lu Trak clenched his fists in anger, cursing that Mac must have cheated to enter the ICU, and deliberately refused to change rooms just to make Lalai lose face. Lalai gritted her teeth and swore that once she got out, she would make sure Mac could not raise his head in this province. 3 carried their resentment to bed, but Lalai tossed and turned restlessly because the room was covered with blood everywhere. Lu Trak hurriedly took off his coat and covered the bloodstains to please Lalai. Seeing him so attentive, Lalai not only did not refuse but was very satisfied. Returning to Ngo Khan, he could not sleep at all, dark circles under his eyes, as he kept staring at the clock, hoping dawn would arrive soon so he could escape the danger. Suddenly, countless strange screams echoed from the pitch-dark corridor, making the air terrifying. After hearing it, Ngo Khan's face immediately turned pale, and his heart pounded chaotically. He raised his head to look, and before his eyes stood a tall, dark figure blocking the way. A muscular, hungry ghost appeared, wearing a tightly sealed mask, bloodthirsty groans and savage laughter coming from its throat, while its mouth kept muttering about wanting human flesh. It was a fierce spirit chainsaw ghost, because in its hand it held its signature weapon, a roaring chainsaw. The moment he saw this fierce spirit, Ngo Khan was so frightened he nearly fainted on the spot. He stepped back several times, his back hitting the protective barrier of the ward. Retreat path was blocked. Now the only choice was to charge forward desperately. Forced into a corner, Ngo Khan raised his hand and hurriedly summoned the kite remnant ghost. The ghost had just been summoned when it complained irritably, grumbling about being disturbed in the middle of the night. Before it could prepare, the chainsaw ghost already swung the saw and rushed forward screaming about eating flesh. The kite remnant ghost turned back in panic and asked Ngo Khan whether it could even fight that thing. Ngo Khan clenched his teeth and encouraged it, saying if they did not risk it, they would certainly die. Kite remnant ghost responded to the call, raising its axe to block the chainsaw. A harsh metallic clash rang out. After that, the two sides fell into a brutal struggle. Clearly, the one at a disadvantage was the kite remnant ghost. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the dark corridor and even woke the people inside the wards. The blonde boy in Lalai's group saw the scene and asked the girl from earlier whether Ngo Khan was her boyfriend. Unexpectedly, the timid girl was so frightened that her legs went weak. She hurriedly denied any relationship between them. That action immediately earned her 3 contemptuous gazes from Lalai's group. At that moment, Lam Mac suddenly walked out from the ICU room with an extremely relaxed expression. His target was clearly the chainsaw ghost in order to complete the 3rd contract. Back in the corridor, the situation was already decided. The kite remnant ghost was violently kicked in the face by the chainsaw ghost and fell onto the floor. Immediately after, the chainsaw ghost restrained it and used the chainsaw to cut off one arm of the kite remnant ghost. Black blood instantly splattered everywhere. Even as a hungry ghost, the kite remnant ghost was in such pain that its soul nearly scattered. Chainsaw ghost went mad, picked up the severed arm and began chewing it fiercely. After a few bites, it realized it was ghost flesh. Disgusted, it threw it aside. It roared that it tasted terrible while swinging the axe downward. A decisive strike chopped off the head of the kite remnant ghost. At that moment, Lam Mac had just reached the corridor. Seeing the bloody scene without any fear, he even secretly felt pleased that the kite remnant ghost died so quickly. Just as Lam Mac expected, the power of the chainsaw ghost was extremely terrifying, tough, and possessing tremendous offensive strength. Reviewing his current abilities, Lam Mac had the blood pupil ghost that created illusions and the giant reversal ghost as a shield. What he lacked now was a main damage dealer. If he could form a contract with the chainsaw ghost, it would be ideal, but there might be other fierce spirits hidden in the black fog, so this was still not the right moment. At least he had to wait until dawn. On the other side, after killing the kite remnant ghost, the chainsaw ghost continued moving toward Ngo Khan to hunt him down. It forced him tightly into the corner of the wall. Ngo Khan was terrified out of his wits, shouting loudly for his lover. "Tiu Thien, save me. Quickly call them out to save me." The girl heard the cry but still curled up trembling, repeatedly shaking and muttering apologies. Lam Mac watched the scene and only gave a cold laugh, muttering that this was also called love. Ngo Khan desperately called for help from the others. The chainsaw ghost had already swung the chainsaw horizontally. A violent slash rushed straight toward Ngo Khan. The moment between life and death, Ngo Khan became strangely calm and bent down to charge forward. He threw his body forward, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. However, the chainsaw ghost showed no surprise and immediately drove its knee forward. An unavoidable kick struck Ngo Khan directly. He was sent flying into the wall like a ball. No one knew how many ribs were broken. Blood mixed with fragments of organs spewed from his mouth. The smell of fresh blood only made the hungry ghost even more excited. Seeing Ngo Khan lying motionless, it slowly approached, intending to eat the flesh, no longer rushing to finish him as before. It slowly used the chainsaw to cut off one of Ngo Khan's arms. The bone-deep pain made him scream in despair. Chainsaw ghost repeated its earlier action and picked up the severed arm, preparing to put it into its mouth to savor. Ngo Khan trembled, knowing escape was unlikely, but at least he had not died yet. He secretly took out the teleport talisman, intending to return to the academy. But with only one hand, he had no way to activate it. After tasting human flesh, the chainsaw ghost grew even more excited, swinging the chainsaw straight toward Ngo Khan. However, the strike missed, Someone had pulled Ngo Khan away from the attack. That person could only be Lam Mak. He calmly reminded him that he could use his teeth to bite the talisman. That way it would tear open. The chainsaw ghost continued attacking without pause, and Ngo Khan followed the reminder. Using his teeth to tear apart the teleport talisman, a flash of light appeared, and Ngo Khan vanished completely, leaving only a hurried word of thanks to Lam Mak. Losing such a delicious prey made the chainsaw ghost even more frenzied. It roared, demanding its meat be returned. At the same time, the system sounded a notification that Lam Mak received 40 excitement points. The familiar scenario repeated. Lam Mak hid behind a room and stuck out his tongue to provoke the chainsaw ghost. The delicious prey slipping away while being constantly mocked drove the chainsaw ghost into madness. It roared and charged straight toward Lam Mak. However, no matter how terrifying the destructive power of the chainsaw was, it could not penetrate the barrier set up by the organizers. After ramming wildly for a long while the protective barrier remained intact, Lam Mak yawned lazily, making the chainsaw ghost even more furious. Lam Mak suddenly came up with a new idea. He smeared a bit of grease on his arm, then held it out before the chainsaw ghost and laughed. Here, want to eat. The smell of human flesh mixed with freshly cooked grease made the chainsaw ghost drool with craving. It roared and rushed forward, but was still coldly blocked by the barrier. Lam Mak pretended to be smug and teased it. Angry, right? You want to eat but cannot eat. Chainsaw ghost flew into a rage and dragged the chainsaw into a frenzied attack, giving Lam Mak another 60 excitement points. No matter how violently it attacked, the protective barrier still stood firm without the slightest movement. The chainsaw ghost could only pant helplessly. In the end, it lost interest and turned away. Lam Mak immediately shouted in annoyance, "Why leave? If you go, then where will I get excitement points?" Thinking that, Lam Mak directly unlocked the door and stepped outside to continue provoking it. "Hey, stupid ghost, I came out already. Do you want to eat my flesh?" The chainsaw ghost turned around and indeed saw that Lam Mak had left that safe room. Lalai's group saw this action and could only think that Lam Mak had truly gone mad. This time he was surely dead. Chainsaw ghost roared with excitement and suddenly turned back to charge, its mouth shouting flesh, flesh. Just as the chainsaw ghost was about to reach him, Lam Mak curled his lips in a smile, then leapt back into the room. With a loud bang, the chainsaw ghost slammed into the barrier. Lam Mak burst out laughing. "Ah, I am back inside again." Chainsaw ghost was furious to the point of madness but did not want to waste strength anymore. It turned and left. This brought Lam Mak another 50 excitement points. How could Lam Mak let it go so easily? He jumped outside again and teased it. "Hey, do not go, look, I came out again." The chainsaw ghost turned back again. Lam Mak slipped into the room again. When it left, he appeared again. The cycle repeated countless times. Chainsaw ghost was exhausted and panting, while the three from Lalai's group felt their scalps tingle. Could someone truly not fear ghosts? This was truly a madman. Only Lutrak held malicious thoughts and sneered inwardly. What benefit was there in provoking the chainsaw ghost? When dawn came and the barrier disappeared, he would surely be torn apart. Right then, the blonde boy suddenly shouted, "Look quickly, Lam Mak is chasing the chainsaw ghost." Lutrak was also stunned after hearing this and could not believe it. Sure enough, the chainsaw ghost had grown completely tired of it. It turned its back and walked away directly, ignoring Lam Mak following behind without even looking back. At this moment, how could Lam Mak stop? The excitement level had reached 80%. Only a little more was needed. He even accelerated and rushed ahead to block the chainsaw ghost. Pulling up his sleeve to reveal the fragrant arm, move aside. Fresh human arm meat just out of the oven. Arms were the favorite food of the chainsaw ghost, immediately making it lose control completely. Pulled out the chainsaw and slashed wildly while roaring, "I have had enough. I will risk everything with you." Forced into a dangerous situation, Lam Mak activated his eye technique. The blood prison illusion instantly opened. The immobilizing effect activated and froze the chainsaw ghost in place, the chainsaw stopping right before Lam Mak. Lam Mak leisurely walked around and teased it. "Eat it, it smells great. My arm is fat and tender, not dry." While provoking it, he even tapped the mask of the chainsaw ghost, making its entire body tremble violently with rage. The system notified that the excitement level had reached 90%. Only 9% remained, while the duration of the illusion on a high-level fierce spirit only had a few seconds left. 2-1, the immobilization ended. The chainsaw smashed straight into the ground. Dirt and stones scattered as the chainsaw ghost vented its rage. Lam Mak kept a safe distance and continued mocking. "It seems you do not like eating flesh. Then forget it." Provoked into madness, the chainsaw ghost now no longer cared about flesh and only wanted to kill Lam Mak. Just then, the system announced the excitement level had reached 99%, meeting the conditions to forcibly sign a contract. Without hesitation, Lam Mak immediately chose to sign the contract. As the chainsaw ghost prepared to attack, A system voice sounded in its mind asking whether it agreed to become Lam Mac's third contract ghost. The registration process immediately began. Contract was completed. The chainsaw ghost was forcibly bound, utterly helpless. And in the blink of an eye, the chainsaw ghost had turned into a chainsaw tattoo on Lam Mac's arm. Judges who witnessed this scene could not help but be astonished. Just moments ago, the chainsaw ghost had been violently ferocious. Yet in the blink of an eye, it had been contracted. This kind of forced method was something even the higher-ups of the Safety Bureau could hardly accomplish. How did he manage it? This kid is truly interesting. An announcement echoed in the shelter. The chainsaw ghost had been eliminated. Only one fierce spirit remained in the hospital. Everyone must remain cautious. After hearing it, Lalai's group felt dizzy. The chainsaw ghost was gone. Lam Mac only had one vengeful ghost, yet he achieved such a result. He was truly too strong. Lam Mac calmly returned to the room. For some reason, he was awarded another 40 excitement points. He knew very well where those points came from. Lam Mac looked at the three from Lalai's group with affectionate eyes. Truly good friends quietly providing points for him. Lam Mac took the chance to check the chainsaw ghost information. Primary fierce spirit. Ghost energy value 560. Still lacking 440 to level up. Loyalty only 5%. 2 skills not yet activated. The low loyalty made Lam Mac somewhat worried. But considering the reckless personality of the chainsaw ghost, it probably would not be difficult to tame. He came up with a plan that after the test he would buy a lot of meat to bribe it. The loyalty would certainly increase. In addition, Lam Mac discovered that the chainsaw ghost was a fierce spirit, so its skills could be activated directly. Moreover, he currently had plenty of excitement points to use. After consuming points, he successfully activated the passive skill Blood Drain Level 1. The system explained that Blood Drain Level 1 allowed every injury to increase attack by 2 points. The more injuries, the greater the power. It consumed no spiritual energy and required no cooldown. Next was the second skill. Frenzied Chainsaw allowed the chainsaw ghost to spin the chainsaw and attack the surrounding area, consuming 100 spiritual energy and having a cooldown of 200 seconds. 1 passive damage increasing skill and 1 active area damage skill. Truly a perfect combination. Currently, Lam Mac possessed both control and main damage. Among the same generation, his combat ability exceeded at least 90%. According to Lam Mac's knowledge, a first-tier ghost master could only control vengeful ghosts. The second tier could control fierce spirits. The third tier controlled evil spirits. The rule had always been that the ghost master level must match the contract ghost level. At present, Lam Mac could barely control vengeful ghosts, while fierce spirits like the chainsaw ghost were only barely manageable. If he forced beyond the limit, it was very easy for a contract ghost to lose control. And when that happened, the first person in danger would very likely be himself. In this regard, high loyalty could somewhat compensate. But the chainsaw ghost clearly did not meet the requirement. It seemed he still had to quickly improve his ghost control strength. After thinking for a while, Lam Mac felt tired and rolled over to sleep. Next morning, Lam Mac woke up. Feeling refreshed, he stepped out of the ICU room. What greeted his eyes were the other three clutching their empty stomachs with miserable expressions. Lam Mac laughed generously and said, "Have you not eaten breakfast? There is still some hot pot broth in my room. Eat it for now to ease the hunger." The three took it as sarcasm again and secretly cursed Lam Mac, giving him another 60 excitement points. A girl named Tiu Thin also just woke up. She immediately noticed every gaze carrying hostility directed toward her. Lam Mac asked coldly, "Student Tiu, seeing so much blood on the floor like this, do you not intend to say anything?" Tiu Thin immediately understood the meaning and hurriedly defended herself, saying she had no contract ghost, and going out would not save Ngo Khan anyway. Moreover, he willingly gave up the room and told Lam Mac not to interfere. Lam Mac clearly showed dissatisfaction, staring straight into her eyes and shouting, "You once said that even ghosts must cry for help. But last night I did not hear you say a single word. If Ngo Khan had not given up the room, then the one whose arm got cut off and lost the qualification for the test would have been you." Tiu Thin was scolded until her face turned pale, and she could not refute. Resentment surged up and gave Lam Mac another 50 excitement points. Lam Mac turned and left, coldly throwing back a few words. "Hearing you say such things reminds me of Dong Guo and the wolf, the farmer and the snake. In the next part of the test, take care of your own life." That moment, the paper judge announced in a voice echoing through the hospital, "All students pay attention. The special mode of the level test is activated, survival mode. There is currently 1 intermediate fierce spirit and 3 primary vengeful ghosts. The fierce spirit will hunt you down. Whoever survives until 12 noon will be considered to have passed. After hearing the announcement, Lalai showed obvious worry. The chainsaw ghost last night was already that terrifying, and it was only intermediate. Lu Trak also trembled and said even if the three vengeful ghosts were combined, they still would not be a match. Only the blonde boy remained the most clear-headed and proposed that they run immediately. But Lalai dismissed it immediately. The three of them running would not even know where to run. If they accidentally ran into another fierce spirit nest, they would die even faster. Tiu Thien continued complaining and asked what they should do, unaware that behind her on the floor, a lizard-shaped hungry ghost had already appeared. Lalai immediately turned cold toward Tiu Thien. What do you mean you are you? Do not drag us into it. It turned out none of them noticed that ghost. Only Lam Mac and the Eye Ghost could see it, because that was the final fierce spirit of the test, the Invisible Ghost. Seeing the confused attitude of Lalai's group, Lam Mac immediately understood that no one had discovered that ghost. The reason he could see the fierce spirit was probably thanks to the blood pupil ghost he had previously subdued. Lam Mac tried covering the ghost eye. Sure enough, the shadow of the fierce spirit disappeared, leaving only a faint, blurry outline that was very difficult to notice. Lam Mac immediately praised it. This eye is truly invincible. The blood pupil ghost modestly replied that it was only ordinary, which surprised Lam Mac because it had learned to speak like him. Lam Mac came up with the idea of earning points and turned to Lalai's group asking, "Do you want to know where the ghost is?" "It is right behind you." Seeing Lam Mac's attitude, the three only looked bored and assumed he was teasing again. Tiu Thien snorted coldly and showed contempt. Truly boring. But right after that, a ghost arm suddenly pierced straight through her abdomen. In the eyes of ordinary people, they only saw a large bloody hole suddenly appear in Tiu Thien's stomach. But an organ spilled out. Tiu Thien cried for help in desperate panic. The invisible ghost stuck out its long tongue and wrapped tightly around her, making her completely unable to move. Even though they could see nothing, the three from Lalai's group were still terrified to the extreme. But no matter how hard they tried, they still could not see even a single hair of the fierce spirit. The ripping sound, Tiu Thien's head separated from her neck, her body torn into many pieces that fell to the ground. The judge's announcement sounded, "Tiu Thien out. Tiu Thien out." Lam Mac, although he had predicted the outcome, still shuddered. He thought if she had not been so selfish, she would at most have lost an arm rather than her life. Lam Mac clicked his tongue and said to the other three, "I already said there was a ghost, and you did not believe it." After speaking, Lam Mac turned and ran. With the blood pupil, he clearly knew the position of the invisible ghost. He only needed to hold out until 12 noon. Lalai saw pieces of Tiu Thien's corpse being lifted into the air. He analyzed that it must be the invisible ghost with the ability to hide itself. Lu Trak then wondered why Lam Mac could see it. Lalai clearly understood that Lam Mac's blood pupil allowed him to see things they could not. Lu Trak was still jealous because the blood pupil had originally been discovered by their group first. Because of that emotion, Lam Mac received another 40 excitement points. The system notification surprised him slightly. Turning his head back, he discovered that group of people was closely following behind him. Even more frightening was that the invisible ghost was also following behind them. Lam Mac gritted his teeth and calculated. The ghost follows Lalai. Lalai follows me, which means the ghost will follow me too. I must find a way to shake them off immediately. While thinking, the chainsaw ghost appeared faintly and roared angrily, "I want to kill that damn ghost." Lam Mac immediately asked the reason. The chainsaw ghost replied simply, "Because it stole a lot of my meat." The hatred sinking deep into its bones caused the chainsaw ghost to be summoned automatically. Lam Mac quickly calculated that if he took the chance to kill the invisible ghost, then the chainsaw ghost's loyalty would certainly increase greatly. Thinking it through, Lam Mac immediately stopped running. The group behind him were extremely shocked seeing Lam Mac suddenly stop. Could it be that he had already shaken off the invisible ghost? Unexpectedly, Lam Mac replied seriously, "Running until noon. Are you not afraid your legs will break?" The blonde boy immediately hid behind Lam Mac and persuaded him. "Running away is still the best way now. Brother Lam Mac can see the ghost. Just lead us to run, and once we get out, we will definitely repay you." Lam Mac answered with a cold smile, "I am too lazy to run anymore. Killing the invisible ghost will settle everything." Lalai believed Lam Mac was boasting, her voice full of cold sarcasm, truly seeking death. The invisible ghost is an intermediate fierce spirit. Even teachers struggle to deal with it. Lu Trak sneered lightly. "It does not matter. We just stay a little farther away. Once he dies, no one will compete with us for points." Just as the group had stopped, the invisible ghost suddenly rushed straight toward Lam Mac. At the same time, the paper-hungry ghost opened eyes like cameras and recorded the entire process, sending it back to the organizers. In the monitoring room, countless screens displayed situations everywhere. Many screens showed the word out, indicating candidates losing qualification. The remaining images were all scenes of bloody tragedy. Supervisors looked and sighed. It seems it is over. The 7 students in the life and death ghost domain all failed. 4 were severely injured and withdrew. 3 died. A silver-haired judge frowned and said, on my side, it is the same. 8 students in the ghost train domain almost all withdrew out of fear. 1 even went directly to a mental hospital. If this continues, our province will struggle to recruit strong ghost masters. He turned and asked the female judge beside him, who was concentrating on observation. Her name was a man. The man replied briefly, I still have 4 students. Hearing this, the other judge was delighted. 4 people remaining is good already. But a man still sighed. Originally, that young man could have passed safely. Yet now he chose to confront the fierce spirit directly. The other 2 judges were shocked after hearing this. Survival mode was meant for escaping. How could a high school student fight a fierce spirit? Even with a contract ghost, the control would not be proficient. Clearly, it was recklessness after gaining power. Only the silver-haired judge praised him instead. A high school student daring to confront a fierce spirit is truly rare. Among the tens of thousands who chose an level ghost domain, how many would dare do that? Those words made a man feel even more regretful. On Max's side, the moment the invisible ghost rushed over was already close. He immediately activated the blood pupil. Before he could lock onto the target, the invisible ghost used its eerie speed to appear behind his back. Mac could only sigh inwardly, so fast. His entire back was exposed with an opening. The invisible ghost struck. Victory seemed already in its hands. When Mac had just managed to turn his head, the ghost claw was already right before his face. 3 from Lalai's group did not dare continue watching. In their hearts, they already believed Mac was finished. The blonde boy was the first to secretly open his eyes and peek, but the scene before him left him stunned. Mac was still not dead. The other 2 also widened their eyes, mouths agape at the sudden turn of events. In that moment between life and death, the big chest ghost was summoned, using life-seizing echo to stun the invisible ghost, leaving it suspended and motionless. Blonde boy immediately wondered, how could he summon another contract ghost? Was the limit not only 0.5 star? Lutrak, who had always despised Mac, was now also stunned. The contract limit could still increase. Adding another remnant ghost already made it 1.5. Even while in danger, Lutrak remained jealous, believing 1.5 was still inferior to himself, someone with a contract of 2. This moment, Mac raised his hand and pressed the chainsaw tattoo on his arm. A massive figure slowly appeared, killing intent surging. It was the fierce spirit chainsaw ghost. The moment it appeared, it immediately swung the chainsaw downward, aiming straight for the head of its mortal enemy, the invisible ghost. Mac calmly pointed forward as a signal. The chainsaw ghost immediately leapt forward. The invisible ghost sensed the danger, but could not move because it was controlled by the life-seizing echo skill. Fierce spirit against fierce spirit, a single second of carelessness meant death, let alone standing still like a target. Chainsaw ghost vented its fury freely, hacking and tearing the invisible ghost into pieces. The system reported that the health of the invisible ghost had dropped to 5% in an instant. Mac immediately ordered the big chest ghost to act again. Life-seizing echo was activated once more, striking and completely finishing this fierce spirit. The invisible ghost was officially eliminated. Because of this, the loyalty of the chainsaw ghost surged to 25%, and from the pool of black blood, a glowing ghost pearl appeared. Mac was extremely satisfied. The chainsaw ghost was powerful but simple. Hatred or affection could both be resolved with meat. In the future, he only needed to feed it well. A ghost pearl from an intermediate fierce spirit could sell on the black market for several 100,000. This harvest was enormous. After finishing everything, Mac recalled all the hungry ghosts back into himself. Lalai's group, who witnessed the battle, could only tremble. They never expected the terrifying chainsaw ghost from last night had become Mac's contract ghost. This result far exceeded imagination. Mac's talent had already surpassed Lalai. Moreover, he could even use ghost skills in a short time. Sweat poured from Lalai. With such talent and comprehension, her position as the top student of the grade would sooner or later be lost. He absolutely could not be allowed to continue developing. Otherwise, he would become a great disaster. In the monitoring room, the 3 judges were the most shocked. In less than a day, he had contracted 3 ghosts. This speed was approaching the experts of the military district. Black-haired judge scratched his head awkwardly. I misjudged him. I thought he was reckless, yet the one slapped in the face turned out to be me. The silver-haired judge summarized the situation of this year's candidates. Apart from the daughter of Director Cao, who once single-handedly killed 2 fierce spirits in the wandering ghost domain, only Mac achieved this result. That moment, a voice of admiration sounded from outside. Oh, I did not expect there would be a student not inferior to Cao Thai. The person who spoke was Director Cao, an old man with silver hair but extremely sharp eyes. He instructed that after the test ended, A man and ditch then should go to the experimental high school to contact Lam Mac and give him the best educational resources. Turning to the hospital, after clearing away the remaining stray ghosts, Lam Mac stood on the rooftop enjoying the wind. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he had time to relax, thinking that every ghost possessed its own secret and ability waiting for him to discover. If he could contract all of them, then he would have an army of demons. Just imagining it felt exhilarating. Perhaps in the end he could stand at the peak of the world. Thinking carefully, it seemed this world was not as bad as he had imagined. At that moment the sound of the countdown clock echoed, signaling the moment had arrived. The paper-hungry ghost announced that the test had ended, and the summary would begin. He announced each result. The clever and the foolish were clear. Those eliminated midway or failing to meet requirements received 0 points. The blonde youth named Zhao Yuan contracted a vengeful ghost, but failed to kill the target and scored 60 points. Lu Trak also contracted a vengeful ghost, but killed one and received 70 points. Sun Lalai contracted a vengeful ghost and eliminated 2 of the same rank, scoring 80 points. Her expression clearly very satisfied with this result. The final name called was Lam Mac. Contracted 2 vengeful ghosts and 1 fierce spirit. Eliminated 5 vengeful ghosts and 1 fierce spirit. Total score 90. The MVP of this ghost domain test belonged to Lam Mac. The reward was a Cyan Corpse Ghost Pearl. Receiving the Cyan Corpse Ghost Pearl, Lam Mac smiled while calculating. Currently he had 5 primary vengeful ghost pearls and 1 intermediate fierce spirit pearl. Together with this high-level one, it was enough to upgrade the blood pupil ghost to fierce spirit and activate 2 skills. Lam Mac casually gathered the pile of items and stuffed them into a plastic bag, an action that made Si Thien and Lu Trak uncomfortable. The paper-hungry ghost did not bother with the students' thoughts, gave a perfunctory congratulation, then opened a barrier preparing to send the 4 back to school. The barrier slowly expanded and enveloped them, swallowing all 4 people inside. As for the homeroom teacher, she was so worried that she clasped her hands and prayed, hoping the students could return safely. When the countdown clock ended, a series of sounds rang out as countless students were teleported back one after another. Before the teacher could even rejoice, her face immediately turned pale. Most students were injured. The serious ones had lost arms or legs. The lighter ones even had their eyes gouged out. The scene was miserable to behold. Some could not even stand, lying in pools of blood, weakly calling for help. Seeing this, the teacher hurried to call the medical team for assistance. Not long after, a group of doctors and nurses arrived to handle the situation. After counting, only 20 students passed the test. Among them, 10 were seriously injured. What surprised her the most was that the problematic student Lam Mac had actually survived the level ghost domain. Even so, she worried he might be hiding internal injuries and stepped forward to ask whether he had suffered psychological trauma. Seeing Lam Mac standing blankly, the teacher was filled with sympathy and pulled him into her arms, letting his head rest against her chest. Truth, Lam Mac was stunned only because he was still shocked by his own result. Lam Mac, 90 points, the title MVP. Hearing him say it, the teacher looked at the scoreboard in shock. His usual talent and performance were always at the bottom, yet his score in the level ghost domain broke the school record and he was not even injured. It was unbelievable. After confirming the result, the teacher was overjoyed and patted his shoulder in praise. Truly, my student, I always said you were the most promising. Lam Mac felt slightly unaccustomed. Normally she scolded him without mercy. Now it was as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment the teacher noticed the plastic bag on the desk and curiously asked what was inside. Lam Mac only answered briefly that it was some things he picked up in the haunted hospital. Hearing that, the teacher was even more stunned. Normally passing in a level ghost domain was already outstanding, yet he even had spare time to collect the belongings of the dead. Thus a thought began forming in her mind. If this continued, would Lam Mac not soon become a rising star among ghost masters? Lam Mac was still confused and did not understand what the teacher was calculating until he heard loud snoring from the desk beside him. It was a foolish-looking boy sleeping soundly. Cold sweat appeared on Lam Mac's back. Could this person have slept the entire day inside the ghost domain? Sure enough, the system board showed that he scored 60 points, making even Lam Mac secretly admire him. He lightly tapped the chubby boy a few times to wake him up. Using the excuse of forming a group after school, the chubby boy paid no attention at all. Only when invited to eat did he suddenly open his eyes wide. The chubby boy yawned lazily and asked if the invitation was real. Even water dripping from a hanging corpse is still water. Lam Mac could only laugh awkwardly. Truly a genuine glut. That evening, Lamb Mac kept his promise and took the chubby boy to a restaurant. As soon as they reached the entrance, Lamb Mac's father called, so he had to stand outside and talk for a while. He told the chubby boy to go inside first and order. As soon as his father answered the call, he anxiously asked about the result. Lamb Mac confidently replied, "Good news, father. Today I won the MVP of the level Ghost domain." Lamb Mac's parents were Lam and Insuong, simple farmers. Hearing their son ranked first, they burst with emotion, continuously praising him with pride. The two put down their sickles, the blades stained with red liquid like blood. Yet they still reminded their son that if he lacked money, he should call, and they would sell rice to send it up. Lam Mac obediently replied that he had enough money. He earned quite a lot in the Ghost domain. His parents should not work too hard since they were already older. Hearing their son's concern made the parents even happier, saying their health was still very good and urging him to go eat dinner. After hanging up, Lam still could not stop smiling. Beneath their feet were countless corpses neatly stacked. The blood on the sickle came from those victims. One person, still barely alive, cursed it and threatened that the Safety Bureau would never spare them. Lam Mac remained silent and swung the sickle once, cutting the throat of the one who had just spoken. Then he gritted his teeth and said that a small Safety Bureau would sooner or later be slaughtered completely by him. And Suong placed her hands on her hips worriedly. This was already the 7th time this year. Would the Safety Bureau discover it? Lam Mac reassured her that probably not yet. They were only expanding their search. If pressed too hard, they would go up to the province. And Suong pouted and said, "Why go to the province? Would that not cause trouble for Mac?" Lam Mac revealed a ferocious smile and replied that he would go directly to the Provincial Safety Bureau headquarters and slaughter them all. Turning to Lam Mac, the chubby boy had already ordered a large bowl filled with skewered street meat. Lam Mac grimaced at the sight. "Fatty, you really are not polite." The chubby boy grinned and replied that invitations like this were rare, so he had to eat properly. Lam Mac stared at the 50,000 in his wallet earned from the hospital and twisted his mouth. A bad calculation. These 200 meat skewers with Fatty would barely count as an appetizer. Lam Mac took the initiative to start a conversation and asked which ghost he had contracted in the low-level Ghost domain. Fatty told the story with grievance. "At first I contracted a trash can ghost, then hid inside it the whole day. I was so hungry I almost fainted." Lam Mac shuddered hearing that. Hiding in a trash can for an entire day. No wonder his body smelled unpleasant. Fatty suddenly became sad and said, "What a pity. From today we must separate. I will go to a junior college to get by while Mac enters the university for advanced training. When you succeed, do not forget your brother." Lam Mac shook his head and replied that it was not certain he would get in. His theory scores were the worst in the whole school. Besides, Fatty already had the system, so what difference was there between a top university and a junior college? Just then, the television in the restaurant broadcast a program and Fatty immediately became excited. Brother Mac looked, a beautiful girl. On the screen was a report about Cow Thai, the daughter of the Safety Bureau director, who had easily eliminated 2 high-level fierce spirits in the test. Lam Mac remained indifferent. In his opinion, killing 2 fierce spirits with the resources of the Safety Bureau was nothing worth bragging about. Fatty immediately became dissatisfied and blamed Lam Mac for missing the point. "A beauty is still a beauty. You are just sour grapes because you cannot have her. People like us are not even worthy of carrying her shoes." Lam Mac sneered after hearing that. This was truly typical simp thinking. No wonder you chased Tan Cock from the next class for 3 years and still failed. Simps end up with nothing. Fatty immediately looked depressed. That sentence unexpectedly brought Lam Mac another 10 excitement points. But soon Fatty recovered thanks to the skewers, eating while reminding him that Cow Thai would certainly become an outstanding student of Snow Phoenix Academy. With Mac's results, he might also pass. "When that happens, remember to take some photos for me." Mac laughed and replied, "Do not worry. I will even take Quan Hai-style photos for you." Fatty looked confused and did not know who Quan Hai was. Lam Mac was startled and quickly explained vaguely that he was an action movie star. In truth, he himself had forgotten that this world did not even have Quan Hai. Only late at night did the two finally part ways. Lam Mac took a taxi back to Bailin Residential District. Taxi silently sped through the night. Suddenly the car shook violently. Lam Mac leaned out the window and realized this road did not lead back to Bailin Residential District. Seeing the sinister smile of the driver, Lam Mac immediately understood he had boarded the wrong car of a criminal. The driver suddenly turned the steering wheel, making a sharp turn at an intersection and announcing that they had arrived. As soon as the car door opened, several muscular men were already waiting outside. They pushed Lam Mac to meet a person called the boss. Beside the boss stood a silent girl. Lam Mac observed from behind and had to admit the girl's figure was quite eye-catching. When she turned around, he saw her face carefully made up, hair tied in 2 buns, looking somewhat like Harley Quinn, the lover of Joker. Seeing the clown-like face, Lam Mac immediately lost interest. Tusk, so only the figure is good. During the blunt criticism, the girl exploded in anger. What did you say? Immediately, Lam Mac gained 20 excitement points. Even Lam Mac was surprised by this way of earning points. Looking closely again, he suddenly felt the girl looked somewhat familiar. The clown-faced girl angrily stepped closer toward Lam Mac. She slammed her foot against the car door and shouted loudly. Intelligence says you obtained quite a few ghost pearls in the ghost domain. If you know what is good for you, hand them all over. I may consider leaving you one kidney. Lam Mac was stunned hearing this. He did not expect this world also had people who wanted to harvest kidneys. Lam Mac calmly sneered. Sister, since childhood I have lacked kidneys. The kidney is only the size of an apple seed and useless. If you want it, then take them all. Seeing Lam Mac pretend to be foolish, the clown girl became even angrier and emphasized the ghost pearl again. Lam Mac deliberately changed the subject. What is a ghost pearl? Can it be eaten? She threatened coldly, still daring to babble. Do you know where you are? Have you watched the news? Do you know the Black Kill Gang? I am the boss. Half a month ago, the Safety Bureau surrounded me. I slaughtered from Dong Bin to Tae Bin, leaving a road of blood, and did not even blink. Lam Mac immediately asked back. If she kept her eyes open for so long without blinking, then would her eyes not become dry? Lam Mac's mocking attitude made the clown girl grind her teeth in anger. She shouted that whether her eyes were dry or not had nothing to do with what she was saying. Meanwhile, Lam Mac gained another 20 agitation points. He still curiously explained that not blinking for a long time would cause dryness and damage the cornea. The clown girl became more and more furious as she listened, unwilling to talk about dry eyes anymore. She directly forced Lam Mac to hand over the ghost orb. The agitation points soared to 60. One subordinate behind her said nothing more, drew a long saber, and proposed robbing him directly. Lam Mac pretended to panic and turned to run, deliberately shoving the clown girl hard and making her stagger and fall. Seeing Lam Mac fleeing, the lackeys immediately summoned their contracted ghosts. Two ghosts, the drunken ghost and the impaling ghost, quickly appeared. They immediately received the order to chase and kill behind Lam Mac. Clown girl also nodded, allowing her subordinates to attack with full force. The two ghosts quickly caught up, diving down from above intending to suppress Lam Mac. With a loud crash, both slammed heavily onto the open ground. Fortunately, Lam Mac had narrowly dodged in time. Catching his breath, Lam Mac gradually calmed down. After all, this was his first time facing ghost tamers. He absolutely could not be careless. He recalled that the news once mentioned a small band of thieves called Hack Bang, most likely exaggerated by the Safety Bureau to scare the public. The strength of this group clearly had not reached a terrifying level. Dealing with them would not be too difficult. Seeing Lam Mac's contemptuous expression, the flat-headed man roared angrily, "Brat, do not look down on others." He immediately activated the drunken ghost's skill and launched the attack. The drunken ghost gulped down a large mouthful and then sprayed a mist toward Lam Mac. The mist reeked strongly of alcohol. The fumes rushed straight up and made it hard to breathe. After only one breath, his head began spinning. Lam Mac was startled to realize this was an extremely strange control effect. Seeing Lam Mac staggering, the clown-faced girl coldly declared that she would prepare a chain of control attacks. Expectedly, she summoned two contracted ghosts at the same time, the bandage ghost and the nightmare demon. This scene made Lam Mac freeze in shock. The opponent actually possessed two contracted fierce ghosts. She immediately unleashed a special skill called Binding Rat. The bandage ghost forcefully stabbed both hands into the ground. An invisible strip of cloth shot straight toward Lam Mac. The situation became extremely dangerous. At the moment of imminent danger, Lam Mac forced himself to maintain his clarity. He repeatedly pinched himself more than 10 times to escape the daze. Even the three opponents could not help secretly admiring that willpower. Just as the cloth strip was about to wrap around Lam Mac, he suddenly leapt high into the air. The clown girl and her companions were all astonished. They could not understand how Lam Mac saw the position of the cloth. They saw one of Lam Mac's eyes dyed red. It was the blood pupil ghost. Seeing this scene, the clown girl immediately understood that this was not an easy opponent. The three decided to rush forward together and surround Lam Mac. Three ghosts received the order and attacked at the same time. Lam Mac had completely regained his senses and also began to counterattack. Fatal Brahma chant was activated. The busty ghost manifested and waved her hand to unleash the skill. The sound of an ancient zither rang out. It made the three ghosts and their masters suffer splitting headaches. The opportunity only flashed by briefly. If he did not strike a fatal blow now, then, when the effect ended, it would be too late. While the three ghosts were stunned, Lam Mac summoned the chainsaw ghost and rushed forward. Lam Mac roared, "Go chainsaw ghost, cut them down." Fatal Brahma chant had struck the three men, and 3 ghosts on the opposite side. Lam Mac clearly understood that to win he had to strike the leader first. Therefore, he targeted the clown girl and ordered the chainsaw ghost to attack. Just as the chainsaw ghost charged forward, the nightmare demon suddenly regained movement and turned its attention to its action. At the very moment the saw blade slammed toward the ground, Nightmare Demon managed to save its master from the fatal strike in time. Lam Mac could not help feeling regretful. He did not expect the strike to miss. It turned out the Nightmare Demon was a rare type, possessing a passive skill that could automatically break control. After being brought to a safe position and leaving the range of the Brahma chant, she gradually recovered and began analyzing the situation. She began to feel worried. Robbing students who had just finished the exam used to be very easy, but the person before her was far stronger than expected. Lam Mac did not hesitate. Since he could not take down the leader, then he would eliminate the other 2 first, kill whoever he could. Chainsaw Ghost understood its master's intent and immediately turned to attack the remaining 2 ghost tamers. The clown girl watched that scene helplessly and could not stop it. On the other side, the chainsaw ghost swung its blade, and whether by accident or intention severed 1 arm and 1 leg of the bald man. Lam Mac accepted this result and continued giving orders for slaughter. But when it saw the severed limbs scattered across the ground, the chainsaw ghost began to rebel against its master. It plopped down on the ground and started eating the flesh, causing Lam Mac to break out in cold sweat at the sudden development. After all, for a newly initiated ghost tamer, controlling a ferocious spirit was still extremely difficult. Immediately after that, the stunned duration of fatal Brahma chant ended. The 3 evil ghosts gradually recovered. Bald Man realized he had lost a leg and screamed in agony. Scream immediately attracted the attention of the evil ghosts. The chainsaw ghost did not care at all. It remained focused on chewing its favorite meal. Drunken Ghost locked onto the target and leapt forward to attack the chainsaw ghost. With a heavy crash, the wine gourd slammed directly into the chainsaw ghost. The attack caused no damage. It only knocked the piece of meat in its mouth onto the ground. Having his food snatched away, the chainsaw ghost went mad and grabbed the drunken ghost's head with 1 hand, slammed him hard into the ground and crushed his head. Anyone who dared disturb it while it ate had to die. The drunken ghost being killed so easily made the 2 remaining ghost tamers turn pale. Clown-faced girl stepped back and said in a low voice that they had been careless this time. She had not expected him to have 3 contracted ghosts. Saving people was more important. Retreat. After that, she controlled the bandage ghost to wrap up the injured man and quickly left. Bandages immediately wrapped tightly around the muscular man's body, temporarily binding the fatal wound to stop the bleeding. The 3 supported each other into a taxi and fled the scene. Before leaving, the clown girl turned back and threatened that she had remembered his face. This matter was not finished. After the opponents had left, Lam Mac tried to recall where he had seen that face before. Opening his phone to check the news, he discovered that the face and figure almost perfectly matched Gao Thai Thai, the daughter of the bureau chief. The strange thing was that she should not lack ghost orbs. Was it really necessary for her to rob the few scattered ghost orbs he had? The more he thought about it, the more similar it seemed. He truly could not understand what was going on. To confirm his guess, Lam Mac asked the blood pupil ghost. Even it nodded after watching the clip. According to its analysis, the facial features of the 2 were 80% similar. During that evaluation, Lam Mac gave a thumbs up in silent praise. The analysis was truly professional. If that was the case, then the daughter of the Safety Bureau chief had really come to rob him. The news also said she was very strong, yet even Lam Mac could not defeat her. Unable to figure out any clues, Lam Mac recalled the chainsaw ghost after it had eaten its fill. He bent down and picked up the ghost orb dropped by the drunken ghost. In the end, it could be considered a gain. He was robbed but obtained spoils from the robber. But thinking about it now, where in the world was this desolate place? Lam Mac could only complain to the sky. If they dragged him here, they should at least find a way to send him back. How was he supposed to get home now? Inside an abandoned house of unknown location, a miserable scream rang out. The scream came from the muscular young man whose leg had been cut off by Lam Mac. He was now being treated by a female nurse ghost. Female ghost lowered her head and carefully stitched the wound on his leg. The clown-faced girl stood beside him and comforted him worriedly. Hold on, it will be fine soon. The muscular man suffered both physical pain and mental collapse, feeling that he was useless and had become a burden to the other 2. Girl acted like a spiritual leader. She did not blame them and even thanked both for trusting and following her. She only blamed their bad luck for encountering a student that was abnormally strong. The skinny young man beside them complained irritably that if not for her damned sister stealing the ghost fate tonight, then how could they have lost to that brat? The clown-faced girl shook her head tiredly and washed her face to clear her mind. She gritted her teeth and said that the next time they met she would definitely avenge him. Returning to Lam Mac, He had already come back to buy land residential area. As soon as he entered the house, Lamb Mac complained that the shady car had forced him to ride a public bicycle home. His whole body exhausted, he leaned back on the bed and breathed heavily. After a long yawn, Lamb Mac prepared to fall asleep. At that moment, loud music blasted from the floor above. Loving the lonely appearance of you walking into the dark alley. La la la. Lamb Mac became so angry his vision blurred. He cursed that in the middle of the night, what kind of madness was this? Thinking about it, the upstairs family often indulged their sons singing loudly at night, when he complained before they scolded him harshly. Today he could not endure it anymore. As soon as he thought of it, he acted. Lamb Mac activated the mark on his hand to summon the contracted ghost. The busty ghost was summoned, and Lamb Mac carefully instructed her for quite a while. Upstairs was a family of 3. The 2 adults were cheering for their son singing karaoke. Encouraged by applause, the child sang more and more enthusiastically, finishing one song and wanting to start another. At that moment, a cold wind blew into the room. The mother shivered and her face turned pale. She did not know why, but the back of her neck felt icy cold, and her hair stood on end. She pulled her husband's arm and whispered that it could not be a ghost. The father calmly replied not to worry. The ghosts in the city had long been cleared by the safety bureau. It was probably going to rain. Seeing his parents no longer paying attention to him, the child complained angrily, Hey, what are you 2 talking about? Are you listening to me sing?" Father smiled and replied that he was listening. "Keep singing." The child immediately shouted and sang even louder. Suddenly, the lights in the house went out. The wife fearfully buried herself in her husband's arms. He comforted her that it was only a temporary power outage. The strange thing was that if the power was out then, why was the television still faintly glowing? On the television screen appeared the image of a red-dressed female ghost. It was Lamb Mac's busty ghost. The family of 3 panicked and clung tightly to each other, urging the father to turn off the television immediately. Calmly turned off the television, and the female ghost immediately disappeared. Only then did the couple and the child dare to breathe in relief. Father still believed the 2 were too timid. It was only the television. How could there be ghosts? The other 2 turned pale and trembling pointed behind him. "It is behind you." He also shivered at that. Behind him came a ghostly singing voice. "Who is singing in the middle of the night? Who is calling me?" The red-dressed female ghost with messy hair floated in the air, her deep black eyes staring at the 3. All 3 screamed in terror. Downstairs, Lamb Mac felt satisfied hearing it and received 60 agitation points, 3 times in a row. The perfect plan. He immediately recalled the busty ghost. From upstairs came the sound of arguing, singing in the middle of the night and summoning ghosts. "I will beat you to death. I will never sing again. I will never sing again in my life." The next morning, on the way to buy breakfast, Lamb Mac met the father and son upstairs, who were also the landlord, eating outside. Lamb Mac teased with a smile, "Hello, uncle, your house seemed lively last night. Was it a midnight party?" Seeing them silent, he asked again why the boy's face was swollen. Did someone beat him? The landlord sighed and said, "Do not mention it. Last night we encountered a ghost." Lamb Mac pretended to be innocent. "How come there was no ghost in my room? Maybe your son singing at night attracted a music ghost." Hitting the sore spot, the landlord kicked his son in the butt and shouted, "You damn brat, who allowed you to sing in the middle of the night?" He suddenly remembered and asked this young man, "Perhaps you understand these matters. Could you deal with that ghost for me? Otherwise I will lose sleep every night." Lamb Mac acted as if he had expected it and scratched his head while setting a condition. "This matter is easy. I study at a ghost tamer high school. It is only a small music ghost. Then the 5 months of rent I owe you." The landlord immediately waved his hand and said no need to pay, not a single coin. Lamb Mac secretly rejoiced in his heart. That worked fine then. "Uncle, take me to see it." While later, Lamb Mac went to the landlord's house and performed a ritual, pretending to scatter salt to exorcise spirits with great seriousness. Sprayed holy water and performed many tricks. After a while he left and confidently declared that the music ghost had been completely exorcised. From now on, do not sing at midnight anymore. The landlord happily gave a thumbs up and praised him. "Thank you, master. Truly impressive skill." As soon as Lamb Mac stepped out of the room, the phone in his pocket vibrated. It turned out to be a message from Fatty inviting Lamb Mac to play a game together. The game was called Glory of the Fallen. It looked very similar to Honor of Kings from his old world. Lamb Mac once reached master rank before. Now playing around platinum rank in this world should not be difficult. After returning home and sitting firmly in his chair, Lamb Mac logged into the game to play with Fatty. The match loading screen and team matchmaking looked exactly like the familiar game from before. Characters in the game were all common types of ghosts. Even the blood pupil ghost appeared. It was perfect for Lamb Mac to familiarize himself with its skills first. Lamb Mac confidently turned on voice chat. "My blood pupil ghost once got a mega kill. Just let me carry the team." Hearing that the other players mocked him. "If your golden gun never falls, then stop showing off. I checked your match history. You lost 20 matches in a row. Lam Mac had to explain that his younger brother played those matches. Fatty also tried hard to defend him, but the single-digit win rate of the two still made the whole team laugh. The match began. Lam Mac operated quickly, controlling the blood pupil ghost to roam lanes, using flash to gank mid, but the opponent managed to dodge in time. Right after that, the opposing mid, who was the bandage ghost, launched a counterattack. However, having once climbed to master rank, Lam Mac had already predicted this situation. He immediately activated the counter defense skill. The bandage ghost was struck by reflected damage, and the system announced first blood. Coincidentally, the player controlling the bandage ghost was the clown-faced girl from before. Just reaching level 2 and already being ganked made her furious and determined to take revenge. Thus, Lam Mac suddenly received another 10 agitation points. Guess the bandage ghost player must be extremely furious. If that was true, Lam Mac felt he had found a new path to get rich. Then on he kept ganking mid, repeatedly killing the bandage ghost, killing spree then dominating. Unstoppable, godlike, the agitation points kept steadily increasing. Bandage ghost quickly ended up with a miserable KDA of 060. The clown-faced girl turned pale and cursed inwardly what was wrong with this blood pupil ghost. It kept targeting her and refused to let go. As soon as that thought ended, the blood pupil ghost chased her again. The end victory belonged to Lam Mac's team. He stretched comfortably. Just one game earned 100 agitation points. That bandage ghost must be furious to madness. Just after the match ended, a friend request arrived from an account named Joker Vocam. Checking the profile, it was clearly the same player who used the bandage ghost earlier. Obviously intending to add him just to curse at him, Lam Mac directly refused. Immediately afterward, 10 agitation points appeared, proving his guess completely correct. Lam Mac summarized that the blood pupil ghost's second skill not only removed control effects, but could also reflect the opponent's ultimate. If used in real combat, the blood guard was clearly the key skill for counterattacks. Thinking of this, Lam Mac decided to pour all the ghost orbs into the blood pupil ghost. The blood pupil ghost immediately absorbed the ghost orbs. Loyalty increased by 20%, and it directly advanced into a high-grade fierce ghost and beginner ferocious spirit. Lam Mac also used the system to activate the Devour Backlash skill, consuming 500 agitation points. The skill allowed active control removal and reflected half of the effect, costing 50 spiritual energy with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Cooldown lasting 3 minutes made Lam Mac slightly startled, but thinking again, such terrifying effectiveness without a long cooldown would be unreasonable. Looking at the blood pupil ghost in the mirror, 1 ring represented a fierce ghost, 2 rings represented a ferocious spirit. The higher the level, the more rings appeared. At the peak, would it become a reincarnation eye? That moment, knocking sounded from outside the door. Lam Mac wondered who would be looking for him at this hour. He opened the door and saw a short old man standing outside. The man introduced himself as Zhai Feng, the principal of Bai Duong Academy, here to invite Lam Mac to enroll. Lam Mac smiled politely. For a university principal to personally recruit him was truly generous treatment, but he had never heard of Bai Duong Academy. He politely invited the old man inside to talk. As soon as they sat down, the principal directly asked about his family background. Lam Mac honestly said his family was very ordinary. Zhai Feng waited exactly for that answer, and immediately took out a paper to introduce that Bai Duong Academy would waive all tuition and accommodation fees for him. Lam Mac muttered, free tuition. Could the treatment really be that good? Paper clearly stated that the academy covered 16,000 hectares. It was the largest school in the province, training all kinds of majors with instructors who were all ghost tamers of level 6 or above. He calculated silently that ghost tamer university tuition cost 100,000 a year plus living expenses was a heavy burden. If everything was waived, it would be extremely attractive. Seeing Lam Mac wavering, the principal placed the admission form on the table and promised that after enrolling he would be placed directly into the elite class and could freely choose his major. When Lam Mac still hesitated, the man continued persuading him. Come on, are you tempted yet? Sign the form right now. But at that moment, Lam Mac suddenly began to hesitate. After thinking for a moment, he asked directly, then what rank is Bai Duong Academy? That single question left Principal Zhai Feng stunned. He wiped sweat and explained vaguely that their academy was ancient and did not care about rankings. Top positions were only empty fame. Protecting the people was what mattered. A young hero like him surely would not care about such things. Lam Mac was still full of doubt. Could it be that you people were the kind of useless university that only carried a name for show? Rak Fong slammed the table in wounded pride and retorted, what nonsense are you saying? Bak Duong Academy is the #1 university in Jiang Province. The talents of my school alone are enough to leave you stunned. Lam Mac remained calm and replied, go on then, Trak Fong began sweating and spoke in circles, mentioning someone named Truong and some IEA matters. In short, there were many geniuses, and even he could not remember them all. That moment, the sharp sound of high heels rapidly striking the floor came from outside the door. A woman wearing glasses walked in and declared in a sharp voice, "He cannot say anything because there is simply nothing to say." Looked straight at the principal and mocked him. The largest area in the province at 14,000 hectares is all cemetery land. Right. The principal was speechless and could only turn away in anger. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation and said that the teachers of our school are on average all ghost tamers of level 6 or higher. Girl sneered and continued, "That is because your school has exactly one teacher, and that teacher is you." Lam Mac was stunned when he heard this. What, the entire university only has the principal doubling as the teacher? Seeing that her purpose was achieved, the girl removed her glasses and introduced herself. "I am a man, a lecturer from Tayat Fuong Academy." Lam Mac politely shook hands with a man. "Hello, I am Lam Mac." A man spoke directly. "I came here because of you. Tayat Fuong Academy ranks 1st in Jiang Province and 10th nationwide. We sincerely invite you to enroll." Lam Mac held the 2 admission letters, one golden and glowing from Tayat Fuong and one plain from Bok Duong. Trak Fong only needed a glance to know the outcome and could only feel like crying without tears. Embarrassed and helpless, Trak Fong snatched the admission letter back and forced a smile. "It is fine. Ordinary people all choose Tayat Fuong, I understand." Before leaving, he sighed, "Missing such a good seedling is truly regrettable. But it is fine. Perhaps we will cooperate again in the future. I will take my leave." Lam Mac was carefully reading the admission conditions of Tayat Fuong when a man suddenly received a phone call. She took out her phone and saw that the call was directly from the Minister of Education. Before she could speak, the voice on the other end was already shouting loudly enough for the whole room to hear, demanding that Lam Mac's admission to Tayat Fuong be immediately cancelled. The man was stunned and asked why. What exactly had happened? The voice explained that Director Gao and Deputy Director Sun of the Safety Bureau had requested every university in the province to blacklist Lam Mac. From top universities to colleges, none were allowed to accept him. Lam Mac felt uneasy after hearing this. Deputy Director Sun was not that the father of Tun Lalai. It seemed the blacklisting was her doing. A man regretfully pressed for the reason, but the minister bluntly brushed it aside, only emphasizing that Lam Mac must not be recruited. Geniuses were never in short supply anywhere. After saying that, the minister hung up and gave a man no chance to ask anything further. Hopeless, she turned to Lam Mac and asked if he had offended anyone. Lam Mac honestly admitted that he had. A man felt deep regret. Being blacklisted across Jiang Province meant burying his talent. So she promised to try asking the Ministry of Education once more to open a special channel for Lam Mac. But this matter would likely be very difficult. Lam Mac said in frustration. If he did not attend university, then he could still study on his own. The man explained that it was not possible. Only universities have the qualification to enter ghost domains. Without that connection, many important ghost domains would be places he could never set foot in. Moreover, without theoretical knowledge from a university, he would not be able to pass the Ghost Tamer certification exam, and no team would accept him. There was a simpler way. A man suggested perhaps he could try apologizing to the person he had offended. Lam Mac had strong pride and immediately refused. The other side was clearly the one who was wrong first. There was no reason for him to bow his head. Hearing this, Trak Fong clapped loudly, very upright. "I like this kind of attitude." Taking the chance, he loudly declared that anyone who said no school would accept him was wrong. "Our Bok Duong will accept him." Lam Mac asked again to be certain. "Bok Duong Academy has the qualification to enter ghost domains." Trak Fong stroked his beard proudly and said, "Of course, we have complete certification and are a school recognized by the province." Lam Mac still had doubts, but they just said that all schools had been notified to blacklist him. Trak Fong continued stroking his beard with confidence. "So what, our Bok Duong is upright and honorable. Why should we obey the Safety Bureau? I simply pay no attention to that notice." Lam Mac immediately cupped his hands in respect. "The principal is truly noble. I admire you." Seeing Lam Mac waver, Trak Fong quickly handed the admission letter back to him. Before signing, Lam Mac confirmed again about the previous conditions like tuition exemption. Trak Fong readily agreed. Food, lodging, and study would not cost a single coin. Lam Mac also added that the dormitory should not be near a graveyard. Trak Fong stuffed a pen into his hand. "The dormitory is a clean and spacious high-rise building. Do not worry, sign quickly." Lam Mac felt reassured and signed with a swift stroke. Trak Fong was overjoyed and happily congratulated him on becoming a student of Bok Duong. Lam Mac secretly laughed because the entire province only had Bok Duong willing to take him. If not here, then where else could he study? Trak Fong even asked whether he had friends who wanted to enter Bok Duong. and suggested he recommend them. Each successful referral would earn 1 green corpse ghost pearl. Lamb Mac smiled brightly upon hearing this and thought it was quite a good deal. Lamb Mac immediately called Fatty and invited him to enroll together. A man could only sigh and shake her head at the scene. Another rising star had been crushed by the Safety Bureau. Not long after, Lamb Mac was strolling through the ghost item market. Soon as he arrived at a stall selling ghosts, he saw the owner clearing out a hungry ghost. Lamb Mac asked carefully about the abilities of the hungry ghost. Inside the cage, the hungry ghost was skin and bones with drool dripping from its mouth. The owner enthusiastically introduced that Skill 1 was Devour Frenzy, which could bite and swallow ghosts 2 levels lower. Skill 2 was Hunger Curse, which inflicted a hunger effect on the enemy ghost tamer and a designated ghost of the opposing side, considered a minor control move. Lamb Mac frowned in regret. The skills were quite ordinary and his contract limit was already full. He would need to accumulate 1,000 excitement points before upgrading, so he decided to forget it. Seeing his hesitation, the owner thought he wanted to buy and quickly tried to persuade him. "You are still a student, right? I will sell it cheap to you. How about 500,000? Lamb Mac laughed. The price of a hungry ghost was clearly only 100,000. The owner was trying to cheat him because he looked like a student. Lamb Mac pretended to hesitate and fooled the owner, who after acting troubled finally lowered the price by 20% to 400,000. Lamb Mac patted the hungry ghost and asked whether this one was cooked yet. The owner was bewildered. Ghosts are not food, so what, cooked or uncooked? Lamb Mac stuck out his tongue and replied that if it was not cooked, then how was he supposed to eat it? The owner and the hungry ghost were both horrified, while Lamb Mac conveniently gained 20 excitement points. Lamb Mac continued teasing and asked about the weight of the hungry ghost in case the owner cheated on the scale. He even mocked whether eating a hungry ghost would make someone even hungrier. If eating made one even hungrier, then that would be a huge loss. He even asked whether the stall sold satiated ghosts. During this, the owner nearly exploded with anger and thought he had encountered a madman. He immediately shouted and drove Lamb Mac away, which earned Lamb Mac another 100 excitement points. Lamb Mac curled his lips and left, secretly complaining that the owner truly lacked patience. In another corner, Tun Lalai was walking with her brother Tun Miu, a second-year student of Tayat Fuong Academy. She told the story about Lamb Mac, which annoyed Tun Miu. "That country bumpkin dared to offend my sister. Father already blacklisted him across the province, and it is still not enough. Someone without background daring to provoke the Safety Bureau deserves it." Lalai was still furious, and at that moment she only wanted to vent all her anger on Lamb Mac. Unexpectedly, while strolling the market to relax, she encountered her sworn enemy. She immediately shouted loudly that it was that brat. Tun Mu rushed forward aggressively, looking ready to seek justice for his sister. On Lamb Mac's side, he was still teasing an antique seller, holding up a bull ghost pearl while bargaining and saying the color and patterns were ordinary, yet the price was 400,000, which was too high. Perhaps 2,100,000 would be better. Forcing the price from 400,000 down to 210,000 was bargaining so harsh it nearly made the owner explode with anger. It was no different from a bandit. At that moment, someone suddenly snatched the bull ghost pearl from Lamb Mac's hand and loudly declared that he would buy it at the original price. This person was Tun Mu. He mocked Lamb Mac for disgracing ghost tamers and said that someone without money should not even come to the market. Seeing Tun Lalai standing behind with a cold smile, Lamb Mac immediately understood that someone was deliberately causing trouble. He secretly laughed and thought they wanted to play with him, and he would show them what real skill meant. Tun Mu pulled out a gold card and handed it to the owner to swipe, acting extremely generous. The owner happily accepted the card to settle the ghost pearl payment, which totaled 600,000. Lamb Mac pointed at the ghost pearl and sneered. Who was the one disgracing ghost tamers now? 600,000 for a ghost pearl with a large water stain, and 40% of its ghost energy already dissipated. Even 300,000 would already be a huge profit. But thinking about it, that was true. People who spent money like water were exactly the kind of targets merchants loved to squeeze for money. Tun Mu was hit right on the mark, but still stubbornly argued, "I have money, so I buy. What if the ghost pearl is cracked? Can you control it? Unlike a country bumpkin like you who cannot even afford one." Lamb Mac had been waiting for this line and immediately shouted loudly, "Bosses, come here. Bring out all your cracked ghost pearls. This rich man will buy them at a high price." Crafty merchants immediately swarmed over. "Handsome young man, we have 30 cracked bull ghost pearls here, originally worth 860,000. Now we only ask 800,000. How about it?" Surrounded by merchants holding piles of defective ghost pearls, Tun Mu was left speechless and did not know how to deal with it. Lalai had to quickly drag her brother away. Two siblings silently left without saying a word. Yet Lam Mak still gained 10 excitement points. Clearly, they had cursed him quite a lot in their hearts. But leaving peacefully was not easy. Lam Mak had never been the type to let things go and provoke. He deliberately shouted loudly to attract attention. "Oh my, is this not the son of Deputy Director's son from the Safety Bureau? Cannot even spend such a small amount of money. Besides, you were the ones who insisted on buying first, and now you go back on your word. Where will the reputation of the Sun family go?" The shop owners felt like they had found a lifeline. With their identities exposed before the crowd, Lalai and Tun Mu gritted their teeth in anger. In the blink of an eye, the merchants surrounded the siblings again, sweet-talking and urging them to buy. The Sun family lacked no money, and buying cracked ghost pearls would help stabilize the market. That was right, everyone knew the reputation of the Sun family. Passers-by also began whispering, "Is that the son of Director Sun, the second-year genius of Tayat Fuang? If he said he would buy, then it must be true." This involved the honor of the Sun family. Forced into a corner, Tun Mu gritted his teeth and swiped his card to buy all the ghost pearls worth 800,000. The shop owner hugged the box of bull ghost pearls and secretly rejoiced, thanking him repeatedly. "Boss, you are truly generous. The Sun family is indeed magnanimous. Here are your bull ghost pearls." As soon as the money was gone, Tun Mu felt heartbroken. He originally wanted to buy bull ghost pearls to cultivate, but ended up bringing home a pile of junk. If his father found out, there would surely be trouble. Seeing her brother's gloomy face made Lalai hate Lam Mak even more. 200 excitement points were immediately added to Lam Mak. Even clapped and laughed mockingly. Truly generous. That was really too good. Tun Mu could not endure it any longer and suddenly turned back, ready to rush at Lam Mak. "This is all because of you. Do you want to die?" Lam Mak yawned and mocked him with a smile. "Should you not thank me instead? Did you not want to buy cracked ghost pearls? I merely helped fulfill your wish." Furious, Tun Mu pointed directly at Lam Mak and formally challenged him to a duel. Surrounding people shook their heads. A second-year university student fighting a 12th grade student was already a huge gap. It seemed like revenge, and everyone worried about Lam Mak's tragic end. Lam Mak still smiled calmly. A university student challenging a high school student truly had no dignity left. Tun Mu immediately said that if Lam Mak won, then he could take all the bull ghost pearls he had just bought. Lam Mak was stunned when he heard that. Those bull ghost pearls worth 800,000 were all cracked, but they were still worth about 200,000. If they were given for free, it would be foolish not to accept them. Lalai thought Lam Mak was afraid and loudly provoked him. "What is wrong? Are you scared now?" Lam Mak confidently patted his chest. "I accept your challenge." The two were quickly brought to a small arena similar to a boxing ring. The atmosphere instantly became heated, and cheers roared. Some people supported Lam Mak while others mocked him, and believed a high school student winning was impossible. Among the audience appeared a familiar girl, the one who had mocked Lam Mak earlier, and she had also recognized him. She realized the one fighting Tun Mu was Lam Mak. The girl suddenly rekindled hope and loudly cheered, "Defeat Tayat Fuang, defeat him." Tun Mu removed the bandages from his hands and smiled sinisterly. "Let me warn you first. If you end up dead or crippled, do not blame me." Lam Mak smiled. He was not foolish enough to give that man the chance. If he could not win, then he would run, and losing to a second-year student was nothing shameful. Without wasting words, Lam Mak touched the chainsaw mark on his hand and summoned the chainsaw ghost. As soon as the chainsaw ghost appeared, it swung its saw blade and rushed straight toward the opponent. Tun Mu quickly dodged, slightly surprised that Lam Mak could summon a primary fierce spirit. But he was only briefly surprised before sneering, "My ghosts are the truly powerful ones." Immediately after that, he summoned 3 primary fierce spirits: the drowned ghost, the electric shock ghost, and the giant perspective ghost. Lam Mak narrowed his eyes. This Tun Mu was indeed somewhat interesting. The audience began analyzing the lineup. The giant ghost tanked damage, the electric ghost attacked, and the drowned ghost controlled. Offense and defense were balanced, and this high school student was finished. Only the clownish girl had a different opinion. The skills of the electric shock ghost and the drowned ghost were strong, but their cooldowns were long. If someone seized the right moment for a sneak attack, there was still a chance to win. Uncle beside her laughed and asked whether that was her boyfriend, since she sounded so biased. The girl blushed and waved her hands denying it and said he was talking nonsense. She quickly explained that she simply did not want someone from Tayat Fuang to win. At that moment, Tun Mu activated the skill of the drowned ghost, suffocation. Hazy space like being underwater enveloped Lam Mak, and his airway was locked, making breathing extremely difficult. He had to carefully preserve every breath of oxygen to remain conscious. This control skill was indeed very powerful. Within the murky water veil, Tun Mu laughed triumphantly. "The drowning effect lasts 2 minutes. Let us see how long you can endure." 2 minutes was more than enough time for Lam Mac to counterattack. He raised his hand in a signal. The chainsaw ghost immediately understood and charged forward, swinging its saw. The giant ghost quickly rushed forward to block the path. It inhaled a deep breath of air. Its massive body began to swell larger. The electric saw slashed down fiercely, yet failed to cause any damage to the giant ghost. Seeing this, Tun Mu became even more smug and said that was all the strength Lam Mac had. Lam Mac remained silent without answering. Tun Mu burst into laughter and said that his attack had not even finished yet. He shouted loudly and ordered the electric shock ghost to unleash death current. From the body of the electric shock ghost, a terrifying stream of electricity shot straight toward Lam Mac. Lam Mac widened his eyes and observed carefully, leaped aside, and narrowly dodged the attack. On the other side, the chainsaw ghost was still being relentlessly trampled by the giant ghost. The opponent's defense even reflected damage, which caused the chainsaw ghost's health to drop by nearly half. Its health dropped sharply. The chainsaw ghost's passive skill Bloodthirst was activated, and its damage increased according to the amount of lost vitality. Because of that, the saw blade that previously could not pierce the giant ghost's skin now cut directly into its body, and the health of the giant perspective ghost slowly began to fall. Tun Mu clicked his tongue and decided to end the battle quickly, ordering the electric shock ghost to launch a full assault on Lam Mac. Streams of high-voltage electricity shot out continuously without pause. Few people knew that Lam Mac had activated the ghost blood eyes, which allowed him to see through the attack trajectories of the electric shock ghost and dodge every strike. Every step he took left the arena floor shattered by high-voltage electricity, as if it had been crushed by a truck. What was remarkable was that Lam Mac's path of evasion was charging straight toward Tun Mu. Sensing danger approaching, Tun Mu shouted loudly, ordering the electric shock ghost to unleash all its electricity at him. A blazing bolt of lightning chased closely behind Lam Mac, refusing to let go. Yet Lam Mac still dodged nimbly, moving as agile as a wild monkey. The audience instantly erupted, and even the clownish girl could not help shouting that someone from Tiat Fuang was only this much, while that movement was truly brilliant. The cheers made a silver-haired uncle beside her break into sweat. This little girl was truly reckless. That man was named Trin Sun, a level 6 ghost tamer and deputy director of the Education Bureau. Even so, he recognized that the one fighting Tun Mu was Lam Mac, the one who had been blacklisted. Being able to resist to this extent was already formidable. Yet against true talent, those calculations still fell short. Tun Mu still had the upper hand. Trin Sun could not help commenting that Tun Mu had already mastered the combined skill with his contracted ghost. Lam Mac would not last long. The girl sneered when she heard that and said he was certain Lam Mac would lose. She did not believe it yet and suggested a wager, 1 green corpse ghost pearl. Trin Sun laughed at the challenge and said betting with a little girl like her was not something he liked because he did not enjoy bullying others. The girl snorted in disdain and asked whether he did not dare, someone with such status yet so timid. Seeing the girl's bold tone, Trin Sun laughed loudly with interest and asked whether she was calling him a coward. Fine, then they would bet. If she won, he would give her a green corpse ghost pearl, and if she lost, she had to apologize. Apologizing was nothing serious, and a green corpse ghost pearl was worth 100,000. Such a profitable wager made her immediately agree. A promise once spoken would not be taken back. Trin Sun smiled and thought this girl was quite interesting. He had actually vaguely guessed her identity because her appearance was very similar to Cao Thai Thai, the daughter of Director Cao. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted for everyone to look because the high school student was counterattacking. On the arena floor, Lam Mac had already closed in on Tun Mu and was preparing to strike. Tun Mu waved his hand and ordered the drowned ghost, ancestral summon aquatic bind. From the arena floor, countless aquatic plants suddenly sprouted. More precisely, they grew from beneath the feet of the drowned ghost, the plants twisting as if they possessed their own life and looked extremely eerie. In that instant, Lam Mac judged that if he were entangled by them, he would lose all ability to resist. Even so, he continued charging straight toward Tun Mu. Even Tun Mu was surprised and sneered through gritted teeth that he was seeking death, and once the plants wrapped him, he would be finished. Lam Mac did not answer, and simply opened the ghost blood eyes wide while staring at Tun Mu. That gaze seemed to pierce straight into his mind, so cold that it sent a chill down Tun Mu's spine. At last, the aquatic plants wrapped around Lam Mac. They bound him tightly and lifted him into the air. Only then did Tun Mu burst into triumphant laughter. "Now you cannot move anymore? I thought you were something impressive." Lam Mac finally spoke and told him to look carefully and see who was truly the one unable to move. Tun Mu tried to turn his body but could not move at all, and fear surged through him. What was happening and why his body would not move? Even more shocking, Lam Mac stood intact before him with both hands in his pockets. Tun Mu immediately understood that in that moment he had fallen into the illusion from the second skill of the ghost blood eyes, backlash, which created a hallucination that made him bind himself. Lam Mak rested his chin on his hand and smiled faintly. It seems you are not completely stupid. The crowd erupted at this twist, and some people even began recording because the sight of a high school student defeating a second-year genius was rare. Only Trin's son looked serious. With his experience, he understood that the activation conditions of the red-eye ghost's backlash were extremely strict and required locking eyes at the exact moment before being controlled. Moreover, Lam Mak was self-taught without formal training. Such comprehension was truly the mark of a once-in-a-century prodigy. The happiest person at that moment was the clownish girl. She patted Trin's son on the shoulder and laughed, saying he saw now that someone from Tayat Fuong could not defeat him. Lalai suddenly shouted angrily that no one had said her brother had lost, because it was not over yet, and everyone should just wait and see. The clownish girl immediately mocked her, saying he was already suppressed by a high school student, yet still spoke boldly. Lalai loudly reminded her brother to use the combined skill quickly. In truth, Tun Mu had a reason for not using it earlier, because the combined skill had just been mastered and was originally reserved for school competitions. He had never expected to use it against a high school student. This ends here, Tun Mu said through clenched teeth, broke the aquatic bind himself to escape, and then opened his mouth to take a deep breath. The giant perspective ghost behind him made the same motion, but what it inhaled were purple lightning streaks carrying the aura of the drowned ghost. Its body instantly swelled several times larger before exploding, and ghost energy scattered across the arena. Lam Mak's face turned pale as he cursed that this must be the ultimate move. Rotten corpse mid-assault. After the giant ghost exploded, its slime splattered everywhere, yet nothing moved. Lam Mak began to feel uneasy because he could not see the drowned ghost. Suddenly, a cold, wet hand appeared right before his face. The drowned ghost had been hiding within the slimy remains of the giant ghost. It lunged forward and clung tightly to Lam Mak, refusing to let go while trying to drag him downward. Lam Mak gathered all his strength to resist, but his stamina was slowly draining away. In his heart, he realized the situation was bad. The drowned ghost spread its arms like steel clamps and locked Lam Mak in place while cackling proudly that he would not escape. It kept muttering curses, telling Lam Mak to die quickly while clinging stubbornly to him. But that was only the beginning. Above them, storm clouds of electricity were gathering, which was the electric shock ghost's thunderburst skill. Lam Mak quickly analyzed that thunderburst was the main source of damage in Tun Mu's combined skill. First, the giant ghost's fake explosion created slime, which allowed the drowned ghost to hide cling control and pin down the target. That way, Thunderburst, which normally required long charging time, could easily strike the enemy. It had to be admitted that the coordination of this combination was extremely tight and precise. Lam Mak estimated his situation and realized his spiritual energy was heavily depleted, leaving him able to use only 2 more skills. If he used Blood Prison Illusion on the drowned ghost, he could escape the control, but he would still be unable to dodge the thunderburst above, which would still lead to death. In that case, he would risk everything and strike the commander directly. Lam Mak raised his hand and summoned the big-breasted ghost. Tun Mu was celebrating his advantage when he suddenly felt a surge of cold yin energy approaching. In the air, the big-breasted female ghost appeared, and her slender fingers gently brushed across the strings of the gyukin, ready to launch an attack according to Lam Mak's command. Tun Mu only had time to cry out in alarm before the gyukin's yin energy wrapped tightly around him. Sinister energy invaded straight into his heart, lungs, and organs. Tun Mu realized in horror that Lam Mak was not defending at all, but had ordered his ghost to attack him directly. This was clearly a life-for-life tactic, the thinking of a madman. Seeing his master restrain the chainsaw ghost, immediately rushed forward, with eyes blazing red and killing intent surging. Tun Mu struggled with all his strength to shout for the giant ghost to protect him. It turned out the giant ghost had not truly exploded earlier, but had torn open its own abdomen to release slime, and now with its battered body it blocked between Tun Mu and the chainsaw ghost. Earlier it had already struggled against the chainsaw ghost, and now after using the combined skill it was even less of a match. A ripping sound rang out as the chainsaw ghost struck it and kicked it aside. The giant ghost's body flew away like a torn rag. Sweat poured down Tun Mu's face like rain. The chainsaw ghost pressed close to his face, sniffing the scent of flesh and blood while grinning savagely. Death had never felt so close, and Tun Mu's face turned pale. He had never expected Lam Mak to dare fight to mutual destruction. His future was still bright, and trading lives with a high school student was too great a loss. He immediately ordered the electric shock ghost to change targets and prioritize killing the chainsaw ghost. The fully charged thunderburst immediately descended, and the giant bolt of lightning struck the chainsaw ghost directly. Thunderous explosion sounded, and the back of the chainsaw ghost was pierced through. No matter how tough it was, it still had to plant the saw against the ground to steady itself. Seeing this, Tun Mu laughed triumphantly and said Lam Mak wanted to trade lives, but that was just a dream because the winner of this battle was him. Lam Mak smiled with full confidence again. Exactly as calculated, the chainsaw ghost had lost health but was not dead. Under the bloodthirst effect, its attack power had increased tenfold. This was the perfect moment to counterattack. He shouted loudly, "Chainsaw Ghost, release your second skill, Chainsaw Frenzy Dance." So exhausted, after hearing the command, the Chainsaw Ghost seemed to gain renewed strength. It swung the chainsaw and spun violently, unleashing Chainsaw Frenzy Dance. The scene was like a small tornado swirling wildly, making Tun Mu break into cold sweat. Saw blade nearly cut off his head if he had not ducked down in time. At that moment, Tun Mu no longer cared about his dignity and hurriedly rolled away to escape. But the Chainsaw Ghost continued chasing relentlessly. In that life or death moment, Tun Mu shouted, "Electric Shock Ghost, save me." Receiving the order, the Electric Shock Ghost rushed forward to block in front of its master. But it was not invincible. One slash shattered it apart. Tun Mu panicked and looked back. The saw blade brushed across Tun Mu's face. One ear was sliced clean off. The piercing pain made Tun Mu scream in agony. "Ah, ah, ah, Lam Mak, you damned bastard." Naturally, Lam Mak gained another 50 excitement points. Regaining some composure, Tun Mu analyzed the situation. The Electric Shock Ghost and the Giant Ghost had been destroyed. If the drowned ghost did not return to protect him, he would die under the Chainsaw Ghost. At that moment, Lam Mak suddenly recalled the Chainsaw Ghost. The drowned ghost returned to protect Tun Mu. Lam Mak broke free from the restraint. He twisted his neck and stretched his muscles with a relieved breath. Finally free, the crowd erupted in cheers as everyone marveled at the brilliant tactic of luring the enemy to save another. Otherwise, that combined skill would have been impossible to break. The life-for-life gamble was simple yet effective, and even the captain of the Spark Ghost Tamer squad might not have thought of it. At this moment, even Trin Sun had to acknowledge Lam Mak's ability. Courage, knowledge, and reflexes like this were hard to find a second person in the entire province. Tun Mu was inferior to him. Clownish girls shouted excitedly in support. "Wow, now it is your turn to counterattack." On the arena, the sides were now clearly divided. Lam Mak's side was almost intact, while Tun Mu's side only had him the drowned ghost and two ghosts with critical health. Lam Mak cracked his knuckles and said excitedly, "Come on now, my turn." Hearing this, Tun Mu was terrified, hiding behind the drowned ghost and stammering what he intended to do. Lam Mak answered with action. He pointed at him and shouted the name of the big-breasted ghost, Echo Requiem. The demonic sound altered its trajectory and surged like a wave crashing toward Tun Mu. The demonic sound struck in Tun Mu, and the drowned ghost clutched their ears in pain, while the two critically injured ghosts screamed miserably. Tun Mu was furious to the point of madness and unwilling to accept defeat. He roared in desperation and launched a counterattack, but Echo Requiem dealt extremely high damage to targets with low health, and at this moment the two injured ghosts both had less than 5% health. Demonic sound instantly took the lives of those two injured ghosts. Tun Mu screamed in despair as he watched his two ghosts perish under the demonic sound. He looked at the two ghosts he had painstakingly raised for so long, and now everything had truly ended. The death of his ghosts caused severe backlash to Tun Mu, and his spirit collapsed. His eyes rolled back as he vomited blood and fainted. The system immediately announced that Lam Mak had gained 200 defense break points. Looking at Tun Mu collapsed in a pool of blood, Lam Mak sighed softly, knowing clearly that when contracted ghosts were destroyed, the ghost tamer would inevitably suffer backlash. Tun Mu had brought this fate upon himself. The referee declared Lam Mak the winner, and the audience immediately cheered as he stepped down from the arena. Lam Mak immediately went to find Lalai, standing in front of her with a wide grin and saying, "Hand over the bull ghost pearls to me." Seeing him appear with a victorious face made Lalai extremely irritated. She shouted, "Fine, take them," and shoved the box of bull ghost pearls into Lam Mak's hands while threatening him to wait and see how long he could stay proud. Ignoring the threat, Lam Mak turned and left, secretly laughing because he had planned to buy ghost pearls but could not afford even one after wandering for so long. Now things were perfect as he gained goods worth 200,000 without spending a single coin. The audience looked at his departing figure with admiration. Prince Sun was about to leave when he noticed Tun Mu still unconscious on the arena floor. He thought to himself that the genius praised by Tayet Fuang had lost to a mere high school student. He could not understand what Cao Long Tram and Tun Duck Loy were thinking when they blacklisted someone like this. Truly foolish. While lost in thought, a En ran over, stretched out her hand, and asked with a grin that it was time to settle their bet. Prince Sun smiled bitterly and took out a green corpse ghost pearl, handing it to her, saying, "Little girl, you won." A En happily kissed the ghost pearl and left. Earning 100,000 without effort was truly profitable. He carried the bull ghost pearls through the crowd as her expression gradually turned serious. After walking a short distance, she heard Lalai coldly ordering the people behind her to kill him and do it cleanly. Hearing this, Enheen did not dare turn back and thought anxiously that this was bad. Those people were planning to take revenge on Lam Mak. Watching them leave, she thought that Lam Mak's spiritual energy was depleted, and his contracted ghosts were heavily injured. He would certainly not be able to fight them. She could not just ignore it. Meanwhile, Lam Mak was walking and buying things for his ghosts, smiling and saying to the 3 ghosts following behind that everyone performed very well today and deserved a big reward. The chainsaw ghost was allowed to eat meat to its heart's content today, and upon hearing that, drool streamed from its mouth, while its eyes locked onto the bag of meat. Lam Mak turned to the big-breasted ghost and handed her a bra, saying wearing it would make things less tiring. The big-breasted ghost glanced with disdain and angrily cursed at him to get lost. Seeing the other 2 ghosts receive gifts, the ghost blood eyes asked eagerly, "What about me, Lam Mak? What are you giving me?" Lam Mak pointed to the shopping basket with a sly smile and said there was already something for the eldest brother. He bought eye drops for him, the best kind called medicated oil. The ghost blood eyes picked up the bag, and upon hearing medicated oil became furious. What kind of nonsense eye drops were that? The emotional fluctuation made the system grant Lam Mak 40 defense break points. Seeing the points Lam Mak continued teasing, was medicated oil not eye drops? The ghost blood eyes glared in anger. The system announced that the ghost blood eyes loyalty had decreased by 5%, leaving only 15%. Alarmed, Lam Mak quickly stopped teasing mode and repeatedly apologized, saying it was only a joke and the bag truly contained real eye drops. After checking, the ghost blood eyes snorted coldly and reluctantly accepted it. The system reported the loyalty rising back to 20%, and afterward Lam Mak continued turning into the familiar gloomy path to test his luck. After walking for a while, the ghost blood eyes warned that a group of rats was following behind. Lam Mak did not bother turning around and mocked that it was truly amazing how it could see both the front and notice people behind. The ghost blood eyes angrily explained that it was already 200 years old and extremely sensitive to danger. During that, Lam Mak continued walking, while the ghost blood eyes anxiously added that his spiritual energy was exhausted, and the chainsaw ghost had lost too much blood, making combat difficult. Lam Mak merely replied that he knew already. The ghost blood eyes was about to say more when it saw a purple object flying toward them from behind and shouted a warning. It was corrosive slime from a corrosion ghost, and Lam Mak instantly rolled to the left to dodge. After standing up to check, he saw that the spot he had just avoided had been corroded into a deep pit. Lam Mak inhaled sharply, thinking that was truly dangerous. He was just about to run when a mocking voice sounded behind him. The man said his reflexes were quite good, and no wonder Brother Tun had lost. Lam Mak turned around and saw a young man with a cigarette in his mouth, wearing loose clothes, with the corrosion ghost behind him. On the rooftop, another young man carrying a ghost on his back coldly said, "Why waste words, and just kill him to avenge Brother Tun." Lam Mak waved his hand to signal his ghosts to step back, while the ghost blood eyes observed and worriedly warned that they even had a vampire ghost, and this fight would be very difficult. Before anything happened, footsteps sounded behind Lam Mak's group. A burly man appeared carrying an ancient coffin and looked at Lam Mak, coldly saying, "Where do you think you are running?" With the path blocked both ahead and behind, Lam Mak felt uneasy and turned to ask his ghosts whether they could still fight. Ghost blood eyes and the big-breasted ghost both shook their heads, saying they were only fierce spirits with 2 skills, and if they had reached evil spirit level it might be possible, but right now it was hopeless. Both suggested surrendering to avoid suffering, but the chainsaw ghost suddenly jumped out and roared, leaving the other 2 ghosts stunned. It roared loudly that it still had help and could still fight. After hearing all 3, Lam Mak began analyzing the situation, a tiger in front and wolves behind, and even ghosts above his head. Every escape route was blocked, and his spiritual energy was exhausted. After thinking hard, he found no plan, and it seemed surrender was the only option. The 2 enemies approached and asked whether he was Lam Mak, and said they had heard of him long ago, and that he even dared to provoke Tayat Fuon. Lam Mak answered cautiously, while stammering whether they were looking for him to rob money. Inside, he thought it was over because he was trapped with no escape. Bit his lip and thought the only way was to stall for time and wait for a chance to run desperately. The man with the cigarette snorted coldly and threw the cigarette away, saying they did not need money. Lam Mak pretended to feel embarrassed and replied that if they wanted to rob beauty, then there were too many of them. The sentence made that man freeze in place. The people behind him looked nauseated, and one nearly vomited on the spot. The system added 30 defense breakpoints to Lam Mak while that man shouted angrily not to be so disgusting, because they wanted his life. He shouted that Lam Mac had dared offend someone he should not offend, and now he should die. The corrosion ghost immediately rushed forward. Lam Mac had intended to stall, but saw the opponent move too quickly, and could only mutter that this was truly absurd. Before he could say anything, he was forced into battle, and raised his hand to summon a ghost. Suddenly, several smoke bombs fell straight down from above toward Lam Mac. With a loud boom, white smoke exploded and covered the entire alley. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the pursuers coughed violently and could not understand where the smoke came from. Within the thick smoke, they shouted, asking what had happened. "Where did that brat go? What the hell is happening? My eyelids are so heavy they will not open." Amid the thick smoke, Lam Mac hurriedly took out the bra he had just bought for the big-breasted ghost and covered his nose as a mask. Just then, a rope dropped beside him along with a shout telling him to grab it. Hearing that, Lam Mac tightly grabbed the rope and calmly climbed upward while thinking about who had saved him. Whoever it was, he would worry about that later as long as he survived first. After climbing a bit farther, Lam Mac finally escaped the dense white smoke. The rope continued being pulled upward from above, and Lam Mac raised his head to look at the person who had saved him. Before him was a girl sitting on the arm of the sleepy dream ghost, and when she saw he recognized her, she grinned and waved, telling him not to talk too much and to hurry up. Hearing that, Lam Mac did not hesitate and reached out to grab her hand. In the smoke, the reckless man coughed until tears streamed down his face and suddenly looked up to see the two escaping. He shouted loudly to inform the third brother that they were above and to chase them quickly. The man with glasses immediately responded that he understood. With the speed of the vampire ghost, they had almost no chance of escaping. Being carried through the air by the sleepy dream ghost, Lam Mac saw the vampire ghost closing the distance little by little and worriedly considered a plan. The speed of that ghost was terrifying, and escape was almost impossible, so perhaps he should summon a ghost to hold it back. While he was troubled, the girl suddenly giggled and rummaged in her pocket, saying he should just sit still and watch her show. She pulled out a pepper spray and turned back, spraying continuously without hesitation. The man with black glasses riding the vampire ghost rushed forward and froze at the sight. The next instant, both man and ghost had their noses burned by the spray and began screaming miserably. The vampire ghost was so irritated, it lost balance and dragged the man with glasses down with it. With a loud crash, there happened to be two pits perfectly sized for their bodies, and each pit caught one of them lying still. Successfully shaking off the pursuers, Lam Mac and an Enheen calmly rode the sleepy dream ghost flying farther away. Lam Mac sat behind an Enheen and wrapped his arms around her waist, which made her ticklish and giggle. Lam Mac asked shyly why she had risked her life to save him like that. Enheen pouted and said she simply disliked the people of Tayat Fuong Academy acting arrogantly. Lam Mac forced a smile and said was that so before hesitating and saying he had thought. The two landed at an Enheen's base, and as soon as they touched the ground, she stuck out her tongue, teasing him that he had thought something else, thought she liked him perhaps. Lam Mac scratched his head, awkwardly saying it was only a misunderstanding. Hearing that, an Enheen snorted softly, showing her displeasure. She led him inside, and Lam Mac asked, while walking, whether this was where she usually lived. An Enheen replied that it was only one of her bases. They reached a rocky ledge. An Enheen kicked off her sandals and sat down heavily. She continued explaining that she had many places like this, and whenever she was hunted, she hid in a base. Hearing that, Lam Mac could not help admiring that it was no wonder she always carried spray and pepper spray, and truly was a master of escape. Lam Mac said by the way she had saved him and was his benefactor, but he still did not know how he should address her. He smiled and said her name was an Enheen, and as in peace, and Enheen as in naturally. Lam Mac asked in surprise whether she also had the surname, and because his mother also had that surname. He thought that in Zia the surname and was rare, and besides his mother, an Enheen was the second person he knew with it. Hearing Lam Mac ask about the surname, an Enheen lowered her voice and said she followed her mother's surname, and that her mother was very ill and always stayed in the hospital. Hearing that, he guessed she was about 15 or 16 years old, about the same age as his younger sister, yet she had already lost her innocence and carried the burden of growing up early, so that was the reason. Thinking that, Lam Mac sat down and patted her shoulder to comfort her, asking whether she became a robber just to earn money to treat her mother, and whether that was also why she hated Tayat Fuong Academy and the Safety Bureau. As soon as those names were mentioned, an Enheen suddenly stood up and shouted no, that was not the main reason. She clenched her teeth and spoke coldly because she hated Cao Long Tram. Hearing the name, Lam Mac asked whether Cao Long Tram was the director of the Safety Bureau and what grudge existed between her and him. Faced with the question, an Enheen said sadly that back then, Cao Long Tram approached her mother deliberately to obtain confidential information. He swore love and used sweet words to deceive her, but once he achieved his goal, he heartlessly abandoned both mother and daughter. Not only that, he even sent people to harm them, and even extracted her ghost destiny to give it to his second daughter. The ghost doll that Cow Thai Thai always bragged about was actually her ghost destiny. Lam Mac understood why she and Cow Thai Thai looked similar, because they were sisters with the same father but different mothers. He angrily said Cow Long Tram was truly despicable to even extract the ghost destiny of his own daughter, which was more painful than bone scraping. And Cow Thai Thai looked glamorous and beautiful on the outside, yet was filthy and shameless within. Hearing Lam Mac say that, an Enheen burst into tears, saying it was one thing if they hurt her, but they even dared harm her mother, and they were truly bastards. Lam Mac suddenly roared in anger, remembering that Cow Long Tram had also ordered the entire province to blacklist him. So they now shared the same enemy, and she had also saved his life. He gritted his teeth and said she could rest assured, because he would avenge this grudge with her, and one day they would destroy the Cow father and daughter. Hearing that, an Enheen was stunned and looked up at Lam Mac. She asked what he was thinking, because their forces were vast, and it would be very difficult for them to confront them. Moreover, he had just offended Tayat Phuong Academy, and they were searching everywhere to cause trouble, so he should not recklessly throw himself into danger. Lam Mac smiled and said he understood that well, and everything must be planned carefully, but he was about to enroll in Bok Duong Academy, and after cultivating his strength, sooner or later he would seek revenge. Hearing that, an Enheen gently pushed him and asked Bok Duong Academy. She had a base near there which was a huge, magnificent ancient tomb, and one day she would take him to see it. Lam Mac turned and asked if that was true. In his mind, he immediately pictured a coffin lid bursting open, countless ghosts and monsters flying wildly out of the ancient tomb. Seeing him lost in thought, an Enheen curled her lips in disdain and asked what he was thinking about. So cowardly, and you still dream of revenge. Truly the courage of a rabbit. Being looked down on, Lam Mac replied coldly, "Who is afraid? I was only a little surprised why the base you chose is so strange." Enheen said proudly, "My Hack-Sat gang specializes in taking in people framed by the Safety Bureau. As we gradually grow stronger, our bases are often not enough. Ancient tombs, abandoned slaughterhouses, old warehouses, all can become shelters." After hearing that, me immediately raised his thumb and praised it as impressive. But looking at her clothes, he secretly thought that calling it growth and expansion was actually just being chased until there was nowhere left to hide, so they could only crawl into places others would not even bother to visit. Lam Mac looked from her outfit to her shoes and sighed, and Enheen's life was truly not easy. He reached into his pocket and said, "She once saved my life. I cannot fail to repay that. Let me share half of the ghost beads I earned today with you." And Enheen waved her hand and refused. "No need. I do not take ghost beads like that. I only take things I defeat with my own hands." Pushed the pouch of ghost beads toward her and said, "Just treat it as if you defeated me." And Enheen shoved it back and snapped, "I already said I do not need it." As they pushed it back and forth, the pouch fell and the ghost beads inside spilled out right in front of her chest. Looking at the items scattered on the ground, the two of them stared wide-eyed and carefully observed. Pouch burst open, revealing several ghost beads, a bra, and a small box. And Enheen immediately blushed and shouted, "Why, you pervert." Lam Mac hurriedly grabbed her arm and explained, "Listen to me first." "No, wait. You have to listen to my explanation. I am truly not that kind of person." He quickly summoned the big-chested ghost, stuffed the bra into its hands, and kept explaining. "See, this was bought for her." He pointed at the big-chested ghost and said, "Hurry and testify for me." Seeing this scene, an Enheen was half convinced and half doubtful, then reluctantly nodded, "All right, I will temporarily believe you." Hearing that, me picked up the cracked small box and said, "If you had not helped today, those 3 men would have finished me off. Even if I did not die, I would be crippled. The money and ghost beads would definitely have been taken. You deserve half of these ghost beads." And Enheen accepted them in surprise and said, "Fine. I will not take them for nothing. If the Safety Bureau or Tayat Phuong targets you again in the future, just come find our Hack-Sat gang for help." Two of them bumped fists as a small agreement between them. After that, Lam Mac intended to return, but the sky suddenly poured with heavy rain blocking the road back. Seeing Lam Mac standing there looking at the rain hesitantly, an Enheen stepped out and spoke. "With rain this heavy, you cannot leave anyway. How about we play something for fun?" Lam Mac turned his head in surprise and asked, "What kind of fun can 2 people play?" Not long after, the two went inside and sat on the sofa, and Enheen opened her phone and smiled, saying this. Lam Mac glanced over and asked in surprise, "You also play this game?" And Enheen replied irritably, "Yes. I played the entire night yesterday and did not win a single match." After hearing that, me also turned on his phone and confidently declared, "That is easy, let me carry you." Then asked, "By the way, what is your name? Add me as a friend first." The two quickly became friends. Lam Mac checked an Enheen's account and saw the username Emotionless Clown Girl, bronze rank. and she had used a bandage ghost. Looking at that account, Lam Mac muttered, "Why does it look familiar? Exactly like the bandage ghost he chased to death the other day." An Enheen also checked me's account and immediately exploded in anger. "Golden gun never falls as you. Change this expression." Lam Mac inwardly cried that things were bad. Enheen grabbed his collar and shouted, "Why do you keep chasing me? Answer me." Being yelled at right in the face, Lam Mac froze speechless. And being choked, he hurriedly begged for mercy. "I was wrong, I was wrong. I will carry you up the ranks, all right." But she refused to let go, shouting while throwing punch after punch straight at his face. After being beaten for a while, Lam Mac quickly raised his hand and wheezed, "Today I will carry you to gold rank. Please spare me." Hearing the words gold rank, and Enheen laughed happily. "Good. Looks like we still have many matches to play." Once released, me let out a long breath of relief. The next morning the sky was clear and the clouds were gone. The Safety Bureau, Director Cow slammed the table and cursed loudly. Why were 20 agents deployed, and not a single one returned to report? Deputy Director Tun stood below as Cow Long Tram slammed the table and shouted at him, stammering that the disappearance location of the 21 agents had been confirmed at Man Sun. All vanished on the same day. Hearing that, Cow Long Tram flung the ashtray away and cursed, "Man Sun is so vast. Have you narrowed down the exact area yet? What kind of deputy director are you?" The ashtray flew past Deputy Director Tun's shoulder and smashed into the wall, shattering. Deputy Director Tun repeatedly bowed his head and apologized to Cow Long Tram. NHU Day reported the situation again. The opponent acted extremely strangely. The positioning devices on the agents were all destroyed. Even the final distress signal could not be sent in time. After hearing that, Cow Long Tram lowered his head and asked if even a distress signal could not be sent then. What does that imply? With a cold expression, he continued, "That proves they had absolutely no ability to resist." Dignified level 6 ghost tamers killed in an instant. He slammed his hand onto the map and roared, "It must be the remnants of Feng Mo. It can only be them." This moment, someone like a secretary walked in and reported Director Tun. As a call, Tun Duck Loy, who was already upset, shouted angrily, "Do they not know how to distinguish priorities when national affairs are at stake?" She lowered her voice and said, "It is your family calling. They reported that your son was beaten unconscious and is being rescued in the hospital. And he also lost 2 contracted ghosts caused by a high school student named Lam Mac." During the report, both Director Cow and Deputy Director Tun widened their eyes. Tun Duck Loy stammered that even if contracted ghosts die, they still occupy the contract quota. The genius son, who once contracted 3 ghosts at once, was now only an ordinary ghost tamer. Collapsed onto the ground, muttering, "It is over, truly over." Seeing this, Cow Long Tram told him to go deal with his son's matter first. Deputy Director Tun left. Cow Long Tram picked up a photo of himself with Cow Thigh Thigh. Looking at the photo, he smiled and said, "My daughter is still impressive. Her results remain first in the entire province." That night, Lam Mac also parted ways with an Enheen. She had to return to another base to apply medicine to injured teammates, promising they would play games again next time. He happily replied, "Any time is fine." After that, an Enheen was taken away by Qui Mong Im. Only Lam Mac remained standing below, quietly watching her figure gradually disappear into the distance. He smiled and thought perhaps today was the happiest day since arriving in this world. A few days later, Lam Mac carried his backpack onto a bus, beginning his journey to enroll at Bok Duong. As soon as he stepped onto the bus, he saw a fat guy waving continuously. "Brother Mac, over here, over here. I never expected we would attend the same school." With shining eyes, he told Lam Mac that Bok Duong Academy is the largest school in Jiangtin. These past days, he had been so excited and expectant that he could not sleep. Lam Mac could only sigh with an awkward expression, secretly thinking that if the dark fat guy knew the school he tricked him into coming to was full of ancient graves, he would probably run back to his mother immediately. Well, he would hide it for as long as possible. Not long after, the bus stopped beside a graveyard. The fat guy looked at the school faintly visible behind rows of tombstones and turned pale, asking Brother Mac, "What kind of cursed place is this? Why are there only graves and no buildings?" Lam Mac coughed lightly and calmly explained, "These must be fake graves set up by Bok Duong Academy to test the students' courage. Think about it. Timid students would definitely turn back. Only those who dare to continue are brave. This method of screening is very effective." After Lam Mac's brainwashing, the fat guy immediately brightened up. "So that is how it is. Bok Duong Academy truly is a good school." The bus driver suddenly shouted, "We have reached the final stop, Bok Duong Academy." After the two got off the bus, the driver left them standing there and immediately drove away. Two stood stunned, looking at the scene before them. The wind howled while endless graveyards surrounded them. While the fat guy was still dazed, a sheet of ghost money suddenly flew straight into his face. He grabbed the paper and cried out in panic, "Brother Mac, where is the school? Did we get on the wrong bus?" Mac opened the map on his phone to confirm the location and said to the fat guy, "There is no mistake. This is Bok Duong Academy." The fat guy took a step, then kept looking back. Seeing me still calmly walking ahead, he reassured him, "It is fine. Just follow the map and we will reach the dormitory." But the fat guy trembled and stammered softly, "Brother Mac, are you sure this is the road? There is absolutely no path here at all." He did not answer. He simply kept walking forward silently. The farther they went, the more the fat guy trembled violently. Suddenly, the suitcase the fat guy was dragging was blocked by something. He let go and jumped back, shouting loudly, "What the hell is that?" The suitcase was caught on a piece of clothing that revealed what was inside. Inside clearly appeared a green corpse ghost of evil spirit level. Seeing this scene, even me felt a chill. Not to mention that this evil green corpse ghost was stronger than all of his contracted ghosts combined. More importantly, the yin energy emitted from it had already attracted more than a dozen wandering ghosts that rushed over to surround them. Each one looked as if it had just crawled out of the earth, all charging toward the fat guy. The fat guy hugged the suitcase tightly, while crying and shouting, "Brother Mac, what should we do now?" Mac immediately shouted seriously and summoned his two ghosts. He yelled at the fat guy, "Do not stand there stunned. Quickly summon your contracted ghost and find a way to break through the encirclement." The fat guy panicked and summoned his trash can ghost. He noticed the green corpse ghost approaching and immediately warned everyone, "Be careful, it is coming." As soon as the words fell, the green corpse ghost rushed forward, its ferocious face uttering a cold word, "Kill." At that moment, a hand stretched up from the ground and grabbed the fat guy's leg tightly. Being pulled back, the fat guy screamed in fear, "I am caught, help me." The trash can ghost pulled with all its strength, but its arms were too short and could not drag the fat guy out. Seeing this, Lamb Mac could neither laugh nor cry. The trash can ghost had decent defense, but almost no attack power. The master and ghost were truly alike. He could only call the chainsaw ghost to rescue him. Hearing the command, the chainsaw ghost rushed over, its eyes gentle, its hands gently lifting the fat guy's head and pulling him out of the ground. But the fat guy drooled while muttering, "Meat, meat." Seeing its greedy face, he was so frightened he nearly fainted on the spot. Seeing it about to eat his friend, me hurriedly ordered it to stop. "This person cannot be eaten." As soon as the fat guy was released, his legs were grabbed again by two other ghosts. Chainsaw Ghost immediately swung the saw down and chopped off the heads of the two ghosts clinging to him. The fat guy looked pale at the two little ghost heads falling down. From their mouths rolled out two small ghost beads. Seeing its underlings killed, the green corpse ghost became furious. Ghost energy burst out violently, summoning countless wandering ghosts from the earth. That scene made even Lamb Mac panic. He clearly understood they could not win this fight and running was impossible. The green corpse ghost turned into a phantom and rushed straight toward me, intending to kill him. Extended 5 sharp claws toward his neck, just an inch away. Lamb Mac immediately shouted to the big-chested ghost, "Brahma sound life lock." The big-chested ghost immediately plucked the demonic zither. The green corpse ghost was instantly locked by Brahma sound life lock and froze while roaring. Seizing the opportunity, Lamb Mac retreated and ordered the chainsaw ghost to rush forward and kill this arrogant ghost. Chainsaw Ghost, who had been playing with the fat guy, heard the command and turned its head in surprise. Then it rushed forward, punching and kicking the green corpse ghost, repeatedly stomping on the opponent's head. When the chainsaw ghost used the saw to slash the green corpse ghost's neck, it caused no damage at all. Every attack only produced sparks. Seeing this, Lamb Mac turned pale and calculated that the situation was bad. The chainsaw ghost was currently covered in blood and had no passive skills to support it, so its attack power was low. Even with skills, it would be difficult to break the extremely thick defense of the green corpse ghost. While confused, the fat guy stuck his head out from inside the trash can ghost and called for me to get inside with him. Lamb Mac had no other choice but to follow in to think of a plan. Trash can ghost immediately swallowed both of them and activated automatic defense mode. Inside the trash can ghost's stomach was a separate space large enough for 2 people to stand, but the ground was full of garbage. The fat guy hugged his head and squatted down, muttering, "What should we do? The green corpse ghost's skin is so thick, and it is even stronger than my ghost." Lamb Mac covered his nose and nodded, agreeing they had to quickly find a way to escape. Lamb Mac stuck his head out to look outside and calculated that he had already reached his ghost contract limit. Forcing a contract with the ZNA Thigh Ghost required 2,000 excitement points, but he did not have enough at all. This is bad. The green corpse ghost is about to break free from control. A few seconds later, it broke the restraint, blocked the chainsaw blade with its bare hand, then slowly pushed it away from its neck, its ferocious face advancing forward. Green corpse ghost pressed close to the chainsaw ghost, roaring strange sounds. The chainsaw ghost, without passive skill support, trembled violently. The group of little ghosts reacted immediately upon hearing that roar. Following the command of the green corpse ghost, they changed targets and rushed toward the fat guy's trash can ghost. each biting and tearing at a corner. Just a moment, the trash can ghost was pierced by the arm of a grave ghost. Seeing this, Lamb Mac immediately shouted to the fat guy, "Fatty, your ghost cannot hold on much longer." The fat guy hugged his head and cried louder after hearing that, sobbing, "What kind of cursed school is this? I want to go home." He knew he could not rely on the fat guy and that low-level trash can ghost anymore. Lasting until now was already a miracle. It seemed he could only risk everything. Just as he opened the lid slightly, a grave ghost stuck its head inside, roaring. The next moment, its head was chopped off. In the sky, a figure immediately appeared, diving straight toward the ghost group. Hearing the strange sound, the ghosts all stopped and looked up. A red shadow flashed across the air. In the blink of an eye, every ghost around had their heads cut off. The green corpse ghost that was controlling the chainsaw ghost was also forced to stop and turn to look. The moment it saw the red shadow, it rushed forward to attack. A gentle female voice sounded. "Headless ghost, handle the green corpse ghost." The headless ghost flew up from behind, both hands clasped together like a hammer. Smashed down, creating a shockwave column that turned into a stream of killing energy, striking straight the green corpse ghost. The ground exploded and dust rose into the air. When the smoke cleared, only the green corpse ghost lay flattened on the ground beside the headless ghost. The red shadow landed beside the headless ghost. Lamb Mac clearly saw it was a medieval spirit-level vampire ghost. Girl also landed, seeing me still standing inside the trash can ghost. Girl smiled and greeted them, "Welcome 2 new students to Bok Duong Academy." Hearing that, me quickly crawled out of the trash can ghost, bowed and greeted her senior. "I am Lamb Mac." Luckily, senior arrived just in time. Girl smiled brightly and introduced herself as Mok Ian Than, a third-year student of Bok Duong Academy, then asked whether the chainsaw ghost and the big-chested ghost were his. He nodded and said yes, at the same time raising the arm with the mark and recalling the 2 ghosts. Seeing that, Mok Ian Than patted his shoulder and praised him very good, being able to hold on against a green corpse ghost and so many wandering ghosts. "You are truly the strongest freshman I have ever seen." Lamb Mac heard this and only smiled awkwardly, saying senior praises too much. Hearing voices outside, the fat guy finally stuck his head out from the trash can ghost and asked softly, "Brother Mac, is it safe outside now?" Lamb Mac turned his head back, waved his hand, saying the danger is over. Senior came to rescue us, come out. Seeing a beautiful girl beside me, the fat guy's eyes lit up. He exclaimed in surprise, "So there is also a senior here." Fat guy jumped out and rushed to shake the senior's hand. "Hello, senior, I am Vuong Kai. You can call me Fatty." Seeing him rush forward, me pulled him back, telling him to stand aside. "Your whole body is covered in tears and snot and smells like a trash can do not dirty senior's clothes." Mok Ian Than only smiled gently and said, "It is fine. Earlier we did not scare you too much." The fat guy patted his chest and denied it. "How could that be? I am a real man standing under heaven and earth. How could I fear a few little ghosts?" To make it more convincing, he pointed at Lamb Mac and said, "If senior does not believe it, then ask him." Lamb Mac only smiled and said, "Yes." Then me casually teased who was just crying and begging to go home earlier. "Now seeing a beautiful senior, you stopped crying and started acting like a hero." Hearing that, the fat guy blushed in embarrassment and hurriedly covered his mouth, leaning close to whisper, "Can you give me a little face?" Me immediately gained another 10 excitement points. Hearing the 2 argue, the senior laughed loudly and said, all right, let us hurry into the school. You still need to clean up. Being too late is not good." After speaking, she raised her hand and signaled for her 2 ghosts to return. The 2 ghosts immediately turned into ghost energy and disappeared. At that moment, the green corpse ghost suddenly sprang up. It hooked its legs around its neck and ran away desperately. Seeing this, Lamb Mac asked the senior why let it escape. Mok Ian Than awkwardly explained that the wild graveyard contains ghosts of all strengths. "Is this not the best place for testing? If everything is killed, what will students use for training?" Lamb Mac could only fall silent after hearing that, not knowing how to respond. Other academies, during tests, they lock ghosts inside cages and arrange many protective formations, ensuring absolute safety. But Bok Duong Academy lets students run directly into a dangerous wild graveyard where a single mistake means death. This is clearly survival mode. Victory depends on skill, but lives are used as stakes. Lamb Mac stood stunned and sweating. The senior comforted him, saying the ghosts in the wild graveyard are not very strong. Defeat them easily and you win. Both he and the fat guy had nothing to say after hearing that. They had barely walked a short distance and already met an evil spirit and a group of graveyard ghosts. If this is weak, then how strong must strong be? While still stunned, me turned back and saw the ghost beads dropped from the graveyard ghosts and asked the senior how these should be handled. The senior smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Take them if you want." Hearing that, the 2 poor fellows immediately thanked her repeatedly. Both of them squatted down to pick up the ghost beads. The fat guy asked while collecting, "Brother Mac, how much are these graveyard ghost beads worth?" Me replied, "A primary vengeful ghost bead is only about 10,000 each." But there are many of them. There are already 160,000 here. His eyes lit up, and he said this wild graveyard is not a testing ground. It is clearly a treasure vault. The senior pointed in one direction and smiled, saying, "Let us go. The school is over there." After that, they kept walking continuously. Even after walking for a long time, they still had not arrived. The fat guy complained that building a school in such a desolate place makes even going to an internet cafe difficult. Just then, the senior turned in another direction. She explained, "Who told you that? The school is in the outskirts of Tan Hai, but you only need to cross mountains and rivers and pass through most of the graveyard to arrive. Moreover, it connects to the center of Lin Lang City. Tayat Fuang Academy is also right by the riverbank." He added with a smile, "But our school is not bad either. Every night you can go out to the wild graveyard to watch ghosts play, just like watching the stars in the sky." Lam Mac listened and silently cursed. Not being scared to death is already fortunate. Finally, they reached the school. The school gate was an old gate covered in green moss. The scene looked no different from a haunted school. The senior led the two of them to the gate and stopped. Lam Mac smiled and whispered, "Bok Duong Academy, I have arrived." After stepping through the gate, Lam Mac and the fat guy discovered they were not the only ones. Many others also carried backpacks to enroll. Seeing the two guided by a senior while they were alone, some people could not endure it and shouted, "I will not go anymore." Someone complained, "I also want a senior to receive me. Why are those two favored while we are not? This is unfair. I also want senior sisters to welcome me." As soon as he finished speaking, the supervisor slapped his head. "What welcome are you talking about? This senior sister nonsense." The supervisor pointed at Lam Mac and shouted, "Can you compare with him? He is an outstanding student, specially noted by the principal, 90 points in the level Ghost Domain test, while you have 60 points in D level. Having someone guide you is already good enough." The surrounding crowd all looked at me with admiration after hearing that. After a while, they arrived at the dormitory area. Only a few rooms still had lights on, while crows circled outside, crying loudly in a frightening manner. Senior handed Lam Mac a key and said, "Your room is 433. Here is the key. Remember to apply sunscreen tomorrow for military training." He accepted the key, smiling in thanks. The senior said goodbye and left while the fat guy nervously looked around the gloomy surroundings. After walking a few steps, the senior suddenly turned back and reminded them to lock the door carefully at night. Ghosts wandering at night may disturb your sleep. After the senior left, the fat guy began daydreaming again, wishing the senior could become his girlfriend. Me immediately mocked him, saying, "The senior does not suit you. I think you match those noisy girls better." The fat guy angrily shouted, "The system reward Lam Mac 10 defense points." After that, the two walked into the dormitory, groping through the gloomy corridor for a long time before finally finding room 433. Seeing the number 433 covered in spider webs, me said, "We have arrived." Inside the room, a steady sound echoed, which made the fat guy turn pale and refused to let him open the door. Lam Mac opened the door and laughed, saying, "So cowardly. Do you think ghosts are everywhere?" After saying that, he widened his eyes and looked inside the room. Inside the room was not a ghost, but a living person lowering his head and continuously sharpening a blade. Hearing the door open, the young man with a scar across the bridge of his nose stopped and looked up at them. The fat guy hid behind Lam Mac in fear and stammered, "He looks even scarier than a ghost." Me calmly asked quietly, "Brother, who are you?" Before finishing speaking, he turned on the light and laughed, saying, "Sharpening a blade without turning on the light. Were you trying to scare us to death?" The young man kept sharpening the blade and replied, "What is the point of turning on the light when sharpening a blade? There is no need to look." Me nodded, feeling it made sense. Lam Mac glanced over and told the fat guy to carry the suitcase inside. The fat guy, trembling, moved step by step into the room. Me chose the upper bed, while the fat guy climbed onto the lower bed. Lam Mac saw the young man still sharpening the blade and introduced himself, "I am Lam Mac. We will be roommates from now on. Please take care of me." The young man kept sharpening the blade with scraping sounds and replied briefly, "My name is Athur." Lam Mac thought he would say something more, but after that answer came complete silence. Seeing this, he ignored it and continued arranging his bed while thinking, this person is truly strange, either socially awkward or somewhat unstable. While thinking, he heard the voice of the blood pupil ghost beside his ear. "That blade is not simple. It makes me feel afraid." Me smiled and looked down, asking Athur, "Your blade looks very special. What exactly is it used for?" Hearing the question, Athur's eyes darkened slightly, as if recalling old memories. He raised the blade to eye level and observed it before calmly saying, "It is used for shaving heads." "Head-shaving blade?" Lam Mac immediately asked the blood pupil ghost after hearing that. It frowned and replied, "Then there is nothing strange about it. This head-shaving blade likely dates from the Qing dynasty, when men all shaved their heads to braid their hair. The blade constantly shaved adult men and absorbed yang energy over time, becoming a very good weapon for suppressing ghosts. Lam Mak thought deeply and asked, does that not mean this man is very strong? He called out to a third. He raised his head and responded with a sound. Me asked, what ghost did you contract with? Can you share? And why did you come to Bok Duong Academy? We should spar sometime. I think your blade is very powerful. Thur showed a faint smile and replied, I contracted with the shadow ghost. I came here because the tuition is reduced by half. As for sparring, forget it. I only want to kill evil ghosts. Hearing that, Lam Mak thought silently that being able to contract rare S-level ghosts like the blood pupil ghost or the shadow ghost is a special ability, completely different from ordinary ghosts like the starving ghost or corpse-eating ghost that already have known countermeasures, while rare ghosts can easily create surprises in battle. Looking at Thur, he seemed hard to approach, but talking with him did not feel bad. Perhaps because he is quiet, he speaks little but still answers questions. He seems like a straightforward person. Lam Mak jumped down from the bed and asked loudly, Thur, then, where did you contract the shadow ghost? Thur gently stroked the blade and proudly said, my family has shaved heads for generations. Whenever children grow up, they must go to Ying Mountain to obtain the shadow ghost. Only those who succeed in contracting it can inherit the blade of our predecessors. Hearing that, Lam Mak asked again, why did you come to Bok Duong Academy? Thur wrapped the blade with cloth while replying, the principal promised to reduce half the tuition if I agreed to enroll. Although he said that his expression betrayed him, Lam Mak understood after seeing it. Nowadays, people prefer fashionable hairstyles, so the traditional head shaving profession is indeed difficult to survive. After a moment, Thur asked in return, what about you? Why did you choose Bok Duong Academy? Lam Mak thought for a moment, then decided to hide half of the truth. He replied that the principal said all my tuition would be waived, so I agreed to come. After hearing that, Thur said, if you need a head shave, then come find me. 5 coins each time. Lam Mak laughed it off. After that, they continued chatting until late at night when the moon had already risen high. It was almost bedtime, yet the fourth roommate still had not entered. The fat guy pointed at the empty bed and asked, our room is missing one person. I wonder where he went. Lam Mak yawned sleepily and replied, who knows? Maybe he was eaten by a ghost halfway here, making the fat guy turn pale. After waiting for a long time with no one coming, Lam Mak turned off the light and told the fat guy to sleep. Tomorrow there is military training. Not long after, in the pitch-dark corridor, only the fat guy's loud snoring could be heard. The tightly closed door of room 433 suddenly slowly opened, as if something pushed it and entered. Lam Mak was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt the bed shake. The whole bed shook lightly, then gradually stronger. Lam Mak muttered softly, fatty, whatever you are doing, keep it down. We still have military training tomorrow. But after a while, he suddenly sensed something wrong. Normally, when the fat guy does this, it lasts at most 1 minute. This time, it had been more than 10 minutes. Feeling something strange, Lam Mak bent down to look toward the lower bed. The moment he looked, he was shocked, his eyes wide open. Below, the fat guy was tightly wrapped in countless red threads, his face twisted, while both hands unconsciously strangled his own neck. Lam Mak immediately shouted and jumped down from the bed to save him. Just then, moonlight shone in, and a blade flashed across in front of him, making him freeze. The blade swept past and cut several red threads. Threads instantly retreated and slipped out of the room. Lam Mak rushed out and turned on the light. The fat guy was still trembling and sobbing. Lam Mak turned to thank Thur, and he only replied, it is nothing. The fat guy, with tears and snot covering his face, complained he was almost strangled, and you did not notice. Lam Mak patted his shoulder and laughed apologetically, saying, I thought you were doing that thing. The fat guy said in shock he suddenly could not breathe while sleeping. When he looked down, he discovered his hands were completely out of his control, and he did not understand what was happening. Lam Mak picked up the red threads and judged it was probably caused by the puppet ghost. Thur held his blade and frowned, saying, I think so too. But this corridor should only have night-wandering ghosts. Why would a puppet ghost appear? Hearing that, Lam Mak stood up and rotated his wrist, saying, this is not simple. Someone must be deliberately playing tricks. The fat guy trembled and asked who would do that. We just arrived and have not offended anyone. Lam Mak and Thur did not answer. They opened the door and said going outside will reveal everything. 2 cautiously stepped out, while the fat guy hid behind the door, trembling and begging, do not leave me here alone. After thinking for a moment, the fat guy with a pale face whispered, fine, I will stay here and wait for you. At the same time, on the rooftop, a group of senior students were laughing loudly. They looked at a leader and laughed, saying, I wonder if those freshmen can handle it, or if you scared them to death. Last year, someone went crazy from fear and jumped into the river. Hearing his followers laughing, the blonde-haired Lone Zhuang took a drag of his cigarette. He exhaled smoke with a cold expression. Lone Zhuang said through clenched teeth, those trash from room 433 dared to let my goddess mock Ian Than escort them. They must be tired of living. Even my woman they dared to touch. I will make them know who the boss of this school is." While they were laughing, his puppet ghost sensed something wrong. Lone Zhuang threw the cigarette down and cursed, "Damn it, someone cut my threads. Do they want to die? Go teach them a lesson." Just as they were about to move, Lam Mak and a Thur appeared and coldly said, "No need to go anywhere. We came ourselves." Lam Mak asked coldly, "You are not sleeping at midnight, but teasing us instead. Fine then, let us play properly." A Thur said nothing and tightened his grip on the blade, preparing to fight. Seeing their attitude, the group became furious, shouting, "Arrogant freshmen, do you want to die? When bullied by seniors, you obediently endure it. Resisting will only lead to a worse death." Lone Zhuang, standing behind, darkened his face and shouted, "Truly ignorant of heaven and earth. Kill both of them." Followers immediately summoned one-hand ghost and corpse-eating ghosts. Lam Mak saw this and laughed, asking, "Is this all you have while acting like seniors? Are you serious?" Being mocked, they angrily shouted, "You dare look down on us? Freshmen without skills yet dare act arrogant. We will make sure you never see the sun tomorrow." Lam Mak scratched his ear and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by not seeing the sun tomorrow? Is there a storm tomorrow? Are you a weather forecast team?" Very professional. Hearing him say that, the group became even angrier, and the system immediately rewarded him with another 80 defense break points. A Thur standing beside him covered his mouth and laughed softly after hearing Lam Mak. These people truly have many tricks. Lone Zhuang shouted at his followers to stop talking and waved his hand, ordering them go all out and deal with him. The one-hand ghost and the corpse-eating ghost rushed forward together. Seeing the two ghosts approach, a Thur leaned close to him and whispered, "We each handle one, then deal with that puppet ghost next." He replied, "All right." As soon as Lam Mak finished speaking, a chilling aura spread around a Thur, and his figure vanished like a ghost. 1 second later, behind the corpse-eating ghost, appeared the blade in a Thur's hand. With a clean slash, the head of the corpse-eating ghost immediately fell. Lam Mak widened his eyes in shock and stammered in admiration, "The blade is fast, but the man is even faster." As soon as the corpse-eating ghost was killed, its summoner spat blood. 2 female students behind trembled while whispering in horror that they could not even see his movement clearly. He had not even summoned his contracted ghost yet, and with only one blade, he killed the corpse-eating ghost. On the other side, the summoner of the one-hand ghost raised his hand and charged at Lam Mak, shouting loudly, "Boy, let me show you what a true expert is." He looked at him and shouted, while the one-hand ghost's skill immediately enlarged. Lam Mak shouted loudly, "Blood domain illusion," opened from his illusion eyes. The one-hand ghost summoner, rushing forward, instantly fell into illusion. His legs stiffened, pupils shrank, his body trembled violently, and after 1 second he collapsed face down on the rooftop with foam at his mouth. 2 female students witnessing this became even more terrified, whispering that he had not even moved, yet he defeated a dong with just 1 glance. Too terrifying. While Lone Zhuang realized he had provoked the wrong people, but still tried to keep calm to maintain his boss image. He pointed at him and shouted, "Do you know what you are doing? Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" Hearing Lone Zhuang, Lam Mak shrugged, while a Thur asked, "What consequences? Do you know?" A Thur shook his head, showing he did not know. Lam Mak walked closer to Lone Zhuang while rolling his shoulders and sneered, "Then we fight first and think later." 2 girls hurried over and knelt, hugging Lone Zhuang's legs, begging, "Brother Lone, save us, quickly stop those 2 lunatics." Lone Zhuang squatted down and smiled strangely, reassuring them, "Do not worry, I will definitely protect you both safely." As he spoke, he glanced at the puppet ghost behind him. Receiving the command, the puppet ghost immediately tied the 2 girls with red threads and lifted them up. Immediately, their bodies stiffened, and Lone Zhuang began using the living body control skill to manipulate them. Although controlled, their consciousness remained awake. They trembled and cried while begging, "Little brother, please do not hit us." Cried, saying they could not control their bodies and did not mean it. As soon as they finished speaking, Lone Zhuang threw them toward Lam Mak and a Thur while he took the chance to escape. Seeing the 2 women thrown toward him, Lam Mak thought, "That bastard is using them as living shields to buy time. Should he deal with them as well?" After thinking briefly, Lam Mak rolled up his sleeves and summoned his ghost, saying coldly, "Want to run? Keep dreaming." A short battle immediately erupted on the rooftop. Lam Mak intended to summon his contracted ghost when the controlled woman suddenly rushed forward and kicked at him. He tilted his body to dodge and swept his leg in counterattack, knocking one of them down. This moment, me and a Thur were pressed close together. The 2 leaned back to back. He told a Thur they must end the fight quickly. A Thur nodded. Lam Mak placed his hand on the mark and summoned the chainsaw ghost. Ghost energy surged from his arm, causing the 2 women to panic and beg not to harm them. One girl could not hold back and screamed loudly. Chainsaw ghost was summoned, and immediately revved its engine, cutting the red threads controlling the two girls. The two girls collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, delighted to still be alive. The system immediately awarded Lam Mac another 500 defense breakpoints. Looking at the two girls, Lam Mac smiled and said he does not kill innocent people, inwardly thinking they thought they would certainly die but were saved instead. They contributed many points to him, so sparing them was worth it. But while smiling, Lam Mac's eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked at Lone Zhuang, who was widening his distance. That man was clearly not innocent. Hearing that, Lone Zhuang stood by the iron railing, trembling, stammering as he thought, he wants to kill me. How can I escape? Going down the stairs will definitely not work. Climbed onto the balcony railing and ordered the puppet ghost to wrap red threads tightly around his waist. The puppet ghost immediately obeyed. After securing the threads, Lone Zhuang jumped down without hesitation. The puppet ghost released the thread to lower him down, but at that moment it suddenly jerked the thread violently. Lam Mac and Athur saw this and rushed forward. He shouted, "Do not let him escape." Athur swung his blade like the wind, cutting the puppet ghost thread instantly. The thread snapped and Lone Zhuang fell freely, smashing face first onto the ground with a heavy thud. The system awarded Lam Mac another 100 defense breakpoints. Lone Sung Nam crawled on the ground crying and shouting for help. "Someone wants to kill me." Athur and me stood on the rooftop looking down. Athur said he is still alive. Should we let him go? He sighed and replied this was self-defense. Killing him would no longer be self-defense. Lam Mac turned his head to look at the trembling puppet ghost behind him and continued he escaped. But the puppet ghost stayed behind helping him and did not flee in time. If we cannot kill it, then crippling it will do. The chainsaw ghost immediately rushed forward and slashed the puppet ghost. Contracted ghost was defeated, and Lone Zhuang spat blood while clutching his head and screaming in pain. Lam Mac picked up 3 ghost beads and smiled, saying, "The ghost beads from the corpse-eating ghost and the one-hand ghost are yours. The puppet ghost bead is mine, all right." Athur looked at the 3 ghost beads and nodded, while the chainsaw ghost carried the corpse of the one-hand ghost summoner, demanding to eat him. Lam Mac held it in front of the 2 women, saying, "Let it eat until full," making them step back in fear. The system simultaneously reported the chainsaw ghost loyalty, increasing from 20% to 40%. Lam Mac laughed inwardly, thinking this trip brought great harvest. Many points gained and chainsaw ghost loyalty increased. Just then the system notified that defense breakpoints had exceeded 2,000 and asked if he wished to exchange for contract limit. Lam Mac's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Of course, exchange it. I can contract another ghost now." The system displayed success and the contract limit increased by 1. Athur turned his back and said, "Let us go." Lam Mac replied, "All right," and recalled the chainsaw ghost. While walking, he wondered which ghost to contract next. They returned to the room. Athur pushed open the door, which made him freeze in place. Seeing that, he asked in alarm Athur what happened. Both entered the room, and Athur pointed at the huge trash can in the middle, asking, "Did you buy this trash can? It seems a bit too large." Lam Mac scratched his head, replying, "I did not buy it. Fatty, come out, everything is over. If you already slept, then just stay there. Athur, you should sleep early too." Athur exclaimed in shock, "A trash can also become a contracted ghost." At 7 in the morning, the alarm rang and Lam Mac reached out to turn it off. He sat up stretching lazily. His sleepy eyes glanced at Athur and he felt slightly surprised. Athur had already awakened early and was absorbing ghost energy from ghost beads to cultivate. Seeing this, me could not help but admire his diligence. Absorbing ghost energy from ghost beads is the cultivation method of ghost tamers to increase spiritual power and strength. While he did not need such effort, he only needed to exchange points with the system. Thinking about this, he found it increasingly amusing. His job seemed to be provoking people or ghosts to anger. Yesterday, Athur was already so strong without using his contracted ghost. If he used it, who knows how terrifying he would be. If the shadow ghost is also powerful, then he should consider contracting one. Sunlight streamed through the window onto Athur, and his dark shadow spread across the wall while ghost energy continued to rise. After thinking for a moment, Lam Mac jumped off the bed and pounded the trash can loudly while shouting, "Fatty, wake up, it is time for military training." Today seemed destined to be another long day under the scorching sun. Soon everyone gathered on the field. On the field, all students stood neatly in rows. After standing in the sun for a long time, everyone rested under a tree. The fat guy removed his hat, gasping that it is too hot. "Brother Mac, did you bring water?" Hearing his name, Lam Mac smiled and asked water. "I did bring some." As soon as he finished speaking, people around him rushed over, asking, "Do you have water? Share some with us. We will pay if needed." Seeing everyone so anxious, Lam Mac awkwardly scratched his head and laughed, saying, "I did bring water, but I already drank it all." Hearing that, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, then erupted in anger, gritting their teeth and cursing that he dared joke when everyone was dying of thirst. Me gained another 40 defense break points. At that moment, a freshman with purple curly hair passed by and laughed, asking, "You guys do not have water." A young man turned angrily and asked, "Do you have some then?" Hearing that, the freshman calmly replied, "Not now, but my girlfriend is bringing some." This sentence immediately caused everyone to start discussing loudly. Bok Duong Academy is like a temple full of monks with very few girls. Yet this guy already has a girlfriend on his first day. Why? The purple-haired guy glanced at Lam Mak and saw he did not care, which made him uncomfortable, thinking, why is this guy not jealous of me? Unable to endure, he mocked him, saying, "You are already in university and still have no girlfriend, truly pathetic." He ignored it without responding. Seeing that the purple-haired guy continued mocking, pretending, "All you want, you will stay single forever." Suddenly from afar a girl ran over shouting, "Brother Qian, are you thirsty? I brought water for you." Purple-haired guy instantly changed expression and smiled sweetly, saying, "Thank you, my love," then asked her to feed him. The cheesy scene made everyone around feel jealous and uncomfortable. Not stopping there, he wrapped one arm behind his back and the other around her waist, drinking water while mocking, "If you are thirsty, then too bad for someone with a dry throat who has no one feeding him water." Lam Mak could only feel speechless at this childish behavior. Suddenly someone in the crowd pointed and shouted, "Look there, it is Senior Ian Than, the #1 beauty of Bok Duong Academy. So beautiful, I already thought of names for our future children with her." Another voice added, "That is nothing, I already imagined our burial place. But is she not single? Who is she bringing cold cola for now? I am so jealous." Which guy is being favored by a senior on his first day? Senior Ian Than walked a few steps closer and loudly called, "Lam Mak, over here." Hearing his name, he pointed at himself and asked, "Are you calling me?" While the surrounding students darkened their expressions, she walked up to him, handed him the bottle, and smiled, saying, "Lam Mak, this is for you." Took the bottle, scratching his head in confusion, asking, "For me? Why?" Bok Ian Than leaned close to his ear, whispering, "This is the reward for helping the academy drive away those pests." Hearing that, Lam Mak was startled and said, "Oh, because of last night." Before he could finish speaking, Ian Than winked, signaling him not to say more. Seeing the two so close, the surrounding students screamed inside their hearts. A senior actually brought water to a freshman. Jealousy spread everywhere. The system continuously awarded Lam Mak points, while he held the bottle confused and muttered, "Where is all this killing intent coming from?" Opening the system panel to check, Lam Mak widened his eyes in shock, thinking, heavens, it took half a month provoking people to gain 1,000 points. Yet now, because of girls, it suddenly increased by another 1,000. Other male students suddenly looked into the distance and shouted, "Look there, another beauty is coming." Everyone immediately turned their heads. What they saw was a beautiful girl holding a drink approaching. This caused another commotion as everyone wondered if someone else was bringing water too. Everyone looked at her with admiration mixed with jealousy, while whispers spread, "Please do not let it be that guy again, or we cannot survive this humiliation." Beauty ran over and patted Lam Mak on the shoulder, smiling, "Are you thirsty? I brought fruit juice." He turned and exclaimed in surprise, "And Enheen, why are you here?" The male students nearly cried seeing this scene. One guy holding 2 drinks while they had not a drop, and both were delivered by beauties. How can people be so different? The system immediately added 10 times defense break points for Lam Mak. The purple-haired guy pulled his girlfriend away with an ugly expression, thinking he came to show off to the singles, but instead encountered this monster. This moment he also fell into a dilemma. And Enheen looked displeased at the bottle given by Ian Than, while the senior still smiled, asking who this girl is. He hurriedly smiled and was about to introduce them. But before he could finish speaking, an Enheen had already turned away and coldly said there was no need for introductions. She tossed the bottle of lemonade behind her, sulking as she said she had originally intended to give it to him. But now that he already had water, there was no need anymore. Hearing that, Lam Mak was stunned, his heart full of confusion. Why had an Enheen suddenly become angry with him? Clearly he had not even done anything. Seeing that foolish expression, Ian Than patted his shoulder and laughed, saying, "Your little girlfriend is sulking. Hurry and chase after her to explain." After hearing this, he was still confused but nodded and followed her advice. Men hurriedly ran after her and shouted loudly, "An Enheen, wait for me." An Enheen heard him but instead quickened her steps. Taking that chance, Lam Mak opened the bottle and drank it in one breath until it was completely empty. Smiled awkwardly and said, "Thanks. This lemonade is really refreshing, so cold that my teeth ache." An Enheen stopped and stomped her foot, muttering, "Let your teeth fall out then." He gently asked what exactly was going on. Men turned his head and asked Ian Than what he should do now. From afar she replied, "Of course, keep chasing after her." Senior student scratched her head helplessly and thought to herself, he looks so smart, yet his emotional intelligence is this low. As an Enheen walked, she imagined the scene of another girl already standing beside Lam Mak. Just like her mother said, men are all deceitful. yet she once thought he was different. Mac ran over and grabbed her hand, lowering his head as he softly said in Enheen, he has something he wants to tell her. Hearing that an Enheen stopped, pouted and asked what else could there be, making Mac stutter and unable to speak smoothly. He asked if this bottle of lemonade was made by her. An Enheen suddenly turned back, snatched the bottle and angrily said, you already have a girlfriend giving you water, so why drink this? Let me throw it away. Hearing that, men raised the bottle high and laughed, saying such good water would be a waste to throw away. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly tipped the bottle upside down and drank it clean without leaving a single drop. His eyes lit up as he asked, is there more? Why does this water feel even colder than refrigerator water? And Enheen irritably replied, your head. I had to collect every single drop of this water from an ancient tomb. How could there be that much? Hearing that, Mac felt slightly moved and said, an ancient tomb. No wonder it is so cold, there is even yin energy. Thank you. Sitting there collecting each drop must have been exhausting. She was still angry, turning her face away and refusing to look at him, snorting coldly as she said, I already poisoned it. Soon you will be poisoned and die stiff. Men grinned and replied, even if it is poisoned, it does not matter. Is there more? Give me another bottle. Hearing this, an Enheen's anger eased slightly, and she irritably replied, you already have someone else's cola water, so what else do you want? Seeing her attitude soften, Mac immediately pretended to be pitiful and softly said, during the entire military training today, he only drank her lemonade. Hearing that, an Enheen said she had originally planned to take him to visit the ancient tomb, but seeing that he seemed busy, she decided not to. Men immediately nodded rapidly like a puppy. An ancient tomb is so interesting, how could he not go? He must go see it. In his heart, he also calculated quickly. He had just earned a large pile of points and happened to exchange for more contracts. Now he had 2. He was worrying about where to go, and if he went to the ancient tomb, perhaps he might encounter a good ghost to contract. While he was still thinking, an Enheen smiled brightly and said if he really wanted to go, then tonight at 10 meet at the east side of the abandoned graveyard. After saying that, she snatched the bottle from Men's hand and ran away. He looked after her and waved, saying, see you tonight. As she ran, an Enheen replied, if we do not meet, we do not leave. Watching her figure disappear completely, Mac let out a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. Finally, he had finished coaxing her. Voices of several ghosts rang in his ears like hail striking his nerves. I thought my emotional intelligence was already low. Who knew yours was even lower? Not just low, but like terminal cancer. Mac cursed inwardly in anger. Damn it, even a bunch of ghosts are mocking my emotional intelligence. Clearly, I managed to coax her into happiness. How is mine low? At 10 o'clock that night, Mac and an Enheen met as agreed at the abandoned graveyard. The two jumped down and slid along the passage, rushing straight downward until the end of the path. Jumping down from the passage, a vast open space appeared before their eyes. The floor was paved with solid stone. Oil lamps hung everywhere. There were even daily supplies and tents. Mac looked around and thought this place was truly an ideal hiding spot for someone wanted like an Enheen. Trang Han and another person walked over and greeted them. Boss, you two are back. Ben glanced at the man walking with a crutch and suddenly felt guilty. Had Trang Han not once lost a leg because of him? His ghost had also been destroyed, so now he was just an ordinary person unable to form contracts anymore. Seeing Mac looking at his leg, Trang Han smiled and said, long time no see. I was incompetent, so losing a leg is nothing to blame on anyone. Hearing that, Mac raised his thumb and praised him as a true hero. While they were talking, a voice came from inside the tent. Mac, do you still remember me? Handsome young man missing an arm walked out, smiling at men. Seeing him, Mac exclaimed in surprise, Ngo Khan, you joined them too. Hearing that, Ngo Khan explained that after leaving the ghost domain, he was so devastated he wanted to commit suicide. The boss not only saved him, but also encouraged him. So he followed them. A useless person like him had nowhere else to go. After hearing that, Mac glanced at an Enheen and thought to himself, being able to recruit Ngo Khan showed she was truly kind-hearted. A childhood like hell, yet she still preserved such purity, was extremely rare. Seeing men staring at her, an Enheen smiled proudly and asked, my base is not bad, right? No matter how cunning those people from the safety bureau are, they will never find it. He pulled Mac by the hand to a door and said, smiling, this place has an underground water channel flowing up from below, so daily living is no problem. She also said the lemonade she gave him came from here, which was why it was so cool and refreshing. Looking at the door, he asked, the front hall is already fine, but why not open the tomb door completely to gain more space? And Enheen sighed and replied, do you think I do not want to? Unfortunately, we tried every method, but this door still would not move. Hearing that Lam Mac blurted out, "Could it be there is no opening mechanism?" He was also shocked because his ghost blood eye could not see through it. The other two walked over and explained that many passages had been dug around it, but all stopped halfway. Everyone who dug them died inside, leaving only white bones. Only the passage leading to this hall was successfully opened. After hearing that, men said with interest, "It seems there is something very worth anticipating behind this ancient tomb door." He raised his hand and summoned the chainsaw ghost, ordering it to cut. The chainsaw ghost only produced sparks from the blade without leaving any mark. After a while, even the chainsaw ghost seemed depressed. Lam Mac looked at the stone dragon and said, "It is truly hard. Its attack power can cut boulders in half, yet here it cannot leave even a scratch." Ngo Khan said irritably, "Do you think we are stupid? We tried this method long ago, and it would not open. This must definitely be some kind of barrier or formation." Lam Mac repeated in surprise, "A barrier." Only then did he come to his senses and recall the chainsaw ghost. Looking at the stone dragon, he felt as if this tomb door was emitting a strange power, drawing him in. As if urging him to touch it, Lam Mac unconsciously reached out and gently stroked the dragon's head. Suddenly a creaking sound rang out. The door that could not be opened before slowly opened by itself. This scene left both Lam Mac and an Enheen stunned. Door opened wider and wider. Dirt and stones from the tomb fell continuously. Several people watching shouted, asking if it was an earthquake or if the tomb was about to collapse. Hearing that, Lam Mac placed his hand back on the dragon's head, and the falling dirt and stones immediately stopped. The group walked forward to the doorway, their eyes fixed inside. For that enormous space, they looked as small as a colony of ants. Looking deeper inside was a vast corridor, stretching straight into the heart of the ancient tomb. On both sides stood rows of terracotta soldiers. And Enheen could not help asking why Lam Mac was able to open this door. Ngo Khan shrugged and replied, "Who knows? Maybe this tomb has some deep connection with him. Truly impressive." Lam Mac raised his head and thought to himself, connection. His spiritual sense seemed tightly linked to this place. Every corner felt familiar, as if he had once lived here for a very long time. Stepping inside to see more clearly, while his thoughts wandered, he slowly moved deeper inside. As he approached the terracotta statues, the nearest statue suddenly turned its head toward Lam Mac. He immediately realized all the statues on both sides had lined up neatly, as if bowing to greet the one entering. At that sight, Lam Mac's heart jolted, yet his feet still unconsciously moved forward. Enheen immediately shouted loudly, reminding Lam Mac to be careful. As soon as her words ended, all the clay statues simultaneously knelt on one knee, respectfully welcoming Lam Mac as he passed. In a dazed state, he continued walking forward despite an Enheen behind him constantly shouting to stop him. After walking quite a distance, Lam Mac gradually regained his senses and wondered in horror what strange thing was actually happening. If these stone statues were guardians of the ancient tomb, they should have attacked him. Why were they kneeling before him like this? The more he thought, the more confused he became. Yet he still decided to move forward to uncover the secret connection between himself and the ancient tomb. Just as Lam Mac was deep in thought, Ghost Blood Pupil appeared and whispered in his ear that a very extraordinary bloodline seemed to be flowing in his body. Outside, seeing Lam Mac walk in and all the statues kneel together, the crowd excitedly discussed that this kid's identity must be extraordinary. Then they rushed forward, intending to follow inside. But the moment he stepped forward, the one who had shouted the loudest earlier, Ho Hoi La, was immediately met with a clay statue pointing a weapon at his neck, frightening him into retreating. Looking at the gleaming blade pressed close to his neck, he trembled and whispered that this ancient tomb seemed to allow only Lam Mac to enter. And Enheen hurried over and loudly reminded him, "Lam, you must be careful." Inside the ancient tomb, with every step Lam Mac took on the stairs, he felt the bricks and stones beneath his feet tremble slightly, each stone slab carved with different patterns. Most of the carvings depicted war. On the first step was the image of a man swinging a sword and slaughtering enemies on the battlefield. Behind him, soldiers gradually appeared shouting as they charged. That man was a great general commanding countless troops, killing so many that mountains of corpses and seas of blood piled high. On the next step, the image showed that man transforming like a demon, beheading countless enemies, terrifying the living and frightening even ghosts and gods, honored as the Sword Demon. His hair already white as he leaned against a tree, using his sword as a staff while looking toward the imperial palace he had protected all his life. When he reached this point, Lam Mac also stepped off the final stair, his gaze fixed on the coffin before him as he silently thought about the one lying inside. That must be the Sword Demon. But as he stepped closer, a hoarse voice full of sorrow sounded from inside the coffin, asking who it was. That voice startled Lam Mac and he stepped back. He thought in shock that the ancient tomb had existed for at least 300 or 400 years. How could the person inside the coffin still speak? Ghost Blood Pupil then appeared and reassured him that it was only a remnant soul of the tomb's master. Hearing that explanation, Lam Mac regained his composure, cautiously stepped forward and quietly introduced himself as Lam Mac. After his reply, a remnant soul appeared from the coffin and shouted loudly asking whether he was the king of the Fang Ma kingdom. Lam Mac froze and quietly replied that the Fang Ma kingdom had long been destroyed. Hearing this, the remnant soul went blank and asked if it was gone. He nodded, confirming that the country had been destroyed by Zhou Kingdom 50 years ago. Fang Ma Kingdom was originally a small ancient monarchy located in the southwest, with an area of only about 10,000 square meters and a population of around 20,000 people. 50 years ago, Zhou Kingdom launched an attack on the royal palace. Fang Ma Kingdom was officially wiped out. Hearing Lam Mac recount this, the remnant soul immediately went mad and shouted why the nation he had spent his entire life protecting had been destroyed by Zhou Kingdom. In furious rage, the remnant soul released bursts of dazzling light along with endless howls. The damned Zhou Kingdom, give back my nation, give back my people. Power erupting from the remnant soul blasted the stone coffin lid away, and at the same time knocked an Enheen and the others standing outside to the ground. The fury grew more violent. It drew ghostly energy from all directions into the ancient tomb, forming a gigantic vortex. Thunder and lightning clashed and exploded endlessly. At the same moment, at the Safety Bureau of Jiang Province, inside Cao Long Tram's office, he and the deputy director looked at the storm in shock and said that the remnants of Fang Ma had activated the seal. The sword demon tomb they had searched for so long was actually right before their eyes. He immediately ordered the deputy director to send people to investigate the location of the sword demon tomb. If they encountered remnants of Fang Ma, they were to kill them on the spot. The order was carried out immediately. At that same time, in a peaceful rural village, Lam Mac's parents opened the door and stepped outside. His father looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, saying that besides Mac Nhi, no one in this world could open the sword demon seal. Even the two of them could. Lam Mac's mother worriedly asked whether their son would be in danger. His father looked around to confirm no one was nearby, then laughed and said he could no longer stay in the village. It was time to go protect Mac Nhi. After saying that, Lam Mac's father picked up the sickle placed in the corner of the house. Holding the sickle, wearing a straw hat with a gentle face, he laughed and said that just thinking about dealing with the people from the Safety Bureau made his blood boil. He told his wife to stay home and take care of everything, then immediately set off. Back at the ancient tomb, the ghostly energy was so dense that an Enheen and the others could hardly open their eyes. Covering their faces, they discussed what level of evil spirit this was for the ghostly energy to be so terrifying. Witnessing such a scene in this life meant even death would bring no regret. An Enheen also covered her eyes, silently praying in her heart for Lam Mac and hoping he would be safe. Inside the coffin, the remnant soul was still crazily shouting at Lam Mac, asking why his nation had been destroyed. What right did the tiny Zhou Kingdom have to do such a thing? Ghost Blood Pupil secretly appeared and whispered, telling him to try forming a contract with him. His strength was extremely powerful. Lam Mac paled and replied that the other was a ghost subordinate with such terrifying ghostly energy. If he formed a contract, would he not explode and die? Ghost Blood Pupil pointed at the coffin and explained that it was only ghostly energy accumulated for hundreds of years. Now only a small remnant soul remained inside the stone coffin. Asked whether he saw the sword inside the coffin, that remnant soul was attached to that sword. Lam Mac looked at the sword, then said he felt it did not resemble a ghost body. Ghost Blood Pupil continued persuading that it was only a remnant soul and an obsession not yet dispersed, not yet a broken ghost. If he wanted a contract, he should drip blood onto the sword. If it accepted a master, it would follow him. If not, then nothing could be done. Hurry, because the remnant soul was about to dissipate. Lam Mac immediately rushed forward and bit his fingertip to draw blood. In his heart, he prayed that if he successfully contracted such a powerful sword demon, his strength would surely soar. Lam Mac's blood continuously dripped onto the body of the ghost sword. Suddenly, a large amount of thick black ghostly energy burst out from the sword and surged upward. Lam Mac had not even reacted before the ghostly energy violently rushed forward and entered straight into his body. Ghostly energy entering his body turned his eyes white. His consciousness vanished and his body staggered out of control. With a loud crash, he collapsed onto the stone coffin and lay motionless. An Enheen in the distance saw it and shouted his name in panic. Seeing Lam Mac faint, an Enheen outside shouted in alarm that something was wrong. Without hesitation, she immediately activated the mark on her hand to summon the Shadow Birth Ghost. The spreading energy condensed into form. An Enheen jumped onto its back and ordered it to charge in at all costs. However, the statue soldiers noticed the reckless intruder and raised their heads. using long spears to stab straight through the Shadow Birth Ghost. Shadow Birth Ghost flew while being repeatedly stabbed by them. Wherever it went, weapons followed. After a period of dodging, the Shadow Birth Ghost finally escaped the encirclement of the clay statues and flew near the stairs leading up. Enheen hurried over and loudly called Lam Mac's name. She saw him lying motionless with empty eyes and an open mouth. Beside him inside the coffin, a dry skeleton was exposed. Trembling in fear, she shook Lam Mac hard, asking what had happened to him. She tightly grasped one of Lam Mac's arms and used all her strength to drag him out. She managed to pull half of Lam Mac's body out of the stone coffin. At the same time, outside the ancient tomb area, vehicles from the Safety Bureau kept arriving and gathering in increasing numbers. Hearing the roaring engines and piercing sirens, the people on Enheen's side worriedly said this was bad. Such a huge disturbance must have alerted the Safety Bureau. We must retreat immediately. Tranghan hurriedly shouted loudly, "Boss, the Safety Bureau people are here, leave quickly." Enheen handed Lam Mac to the Shadow Birth Ghost, then urgently replied it was almost done. She would return immediately. Unease rose in her heart, because if they were surrounded by the Safety Bureau, none of them would survive. She climbed onto the Shadow Birth Ghost. It held Lam Mac in its arms and shot outward. Along the path, the clay statues on both sides simultaneously knelt on one knee in salute. Seeing this, Enheen sighed in relief, just as expected. As long as they carried Lam Mac, the clay statues would absolutely not dare attack. However, because it carried two people, the Shadow Birth Ghost's flying speed was rather slow. After a long while, they finally reached the outside. The group saw Enheen and Lam Mac escape and urged the boss to hurry. She nodded in response and signaled to leave the ancient tomb immediately. Subordinates ran ahead to clear the way. The Shadow Birth Ghost escorted Enheen and Lam Mac flying behind. Just as they exited the ancient tomb passage, the Safety Bureau had already sealed off the area and searched every corner, ready to kill anyone remaining. Enheen's group hid behind a gravestone and whispered to their boss, asking what had happened to Lam Mac, whether the ghost inside the coffin had taken his soul. Enheen sighed and replied that she also did not know. They would have to find a doctor after getting out. At that moment, people from the Safety Bureau hurried closer holding flashlights. Seeing this, Tranghan whispered to Enheen, "Boss, this is bad. They are heading this way." What should they do when the elites of the Safety Bureau were already right in front of them? Ngo Khan looked back and suggested they split up and run to break the encirclement. Another man with a pale face objected, saying where could they run? The surroundings were nothing but graves. Sooner or later they would be caught. The Safety Bureau was not ordinary. Their target must be Lam Mac. Handing him over might give them a chance to live. Enheen's face darkened as she looked at Lam Mac lying unconscious on the ground. She gritted her teeth and said they would go to Ares Academy. After all, he was a student there. They would not stand by and watch. Ngo Khan spoke firmly. "This life of mine was saved by boss. Lam Mac also saved me before. Today I must repay that debt." Tranghan suddenly stood up and said he would lure away the Safety Bureau vehicles. Boss should take Lam Mac and run. Someone worriedly asked whether he could manage alone. Tranghan clenched his fists and rushed out. The man in the suit also jumped up and followed behind, deciding to go together and provide support. Hearing these words from Ngo Khan, Tranghan and the young man, Enheen froze and raised her head, her eyes red with emotion and unable to speak. Three men smiled and turned back, telling boss to be careful. After saying that, they split into three directions and ran. Enheen held Lam Mac and cried while thanking them. Soon after, the Safety Bureau discovered someone fleeing and chased with flashlights. The young man in the group was illuminated and laughed loudly while provoking them to come and catch him. Ngo Khan from another direction also shouted, "Hey, I am here, come catch me if you can." Safety Bureau members shouted angrily to capture all of them and not let anyone escape. Both sides ran while fighting. The pursuit was extremely brutal. Meanwhile, the Shadow Birth Ghost carried Enheen and Lam Mac flying straight toward Ares Academy. Enheen turned her head back and saw the Safety Bureau people chasing their teammates. Tears fell endlessly as she whispered, hoping everyone would return safely. After that, the Shadow Birth Ghost gradually flew farther away, leaving behind the Safety Bureau group approaching Ares Academy. The ground, a black car stopped. Inside, someone sat silently. Seeing the Shadow Birth Ghost fly past, his eyes flashed with cold light. He sneered and said, "Diversion. Do you think relying on a nightmare ghost can help you escape?" He pressed the mark on his hand and muttered that they had greatly underestimated the Safety Bureau. The contract was activated. The intermediate fierce spirit White Soul Ghost was summoned. Its three heads separated and turned into three pale blue fireballs that surrounded the Shadow Birth Ghost from three directions. When they closed in on the target, the three fireballs transformed into three white wolves that rushed forward. Enheen heard the roar and immediately knew something was wrong. Before she could react, One wolf leaped up and bit the back of the shadow birth ghost. Lamb Mac was almost thrown off. The shadow birth ghost gritted its teeth through the pain and tried lowering its altitude to keep Lamb Mac secure on its back. Another wolf waited fiercely below. An Enheen immediately understood their target was Lamb Mac and ordered that he be protected at all costs. Receiving the command, the shadow birth ghost tightened its hold on the two of them. Wolf from below lunged upward. An Enheen shielded Lamb Mac and was bitten instead. She cried out in pain. Inside the car, Tun Duck Loy heard the scream and laughed, strangely saying what a great performance. If she were not the director's illegitimate daughter, she would have been bitten to death long ago. He thought to himself that the girl was risking her life to protect that man. Most likely he was a remnant of Fong Ma. If he captured him, he would surely be promoted and receive a raise. Shadow Birth Ghost immediately held an Enheen and dodged aside while swinging its arm to counterattack. But before it could breathe, the three wolves had already formed formation again, preparing another attack. Surrounded from three sides, the Shadow Birth Ghost looked at an Enheen who had lost a great deal of blood and whose face was pale. She urged it not to hesitate and hurry to Ares Academy. She gritted her teeth and ordered the Shadow Birth Ghost to immediately retreat toward Ares Academy. The Shadow Birth Ghost accelerated and flew away. Tun Duck Loy in the car sneered, wanting to run. He said in an eerie voice, "How naive. My white soul ghost is not something you can easily shake off." Just as he said, even flying with all its strength, the Shadow Birth Ghost could not leave the wolf pack behind. It was continuously bitten and torn by the three wolves, its body covered with wounds. Finally, the Shadow Birth Ghost managed to fly near Ares Academy. Late at night, the entire campus was dark with no one around. An Enheen had lost too much blood and weakly whispered that they had finally arrived. The Shadow Birth Ghost rushed straight into the campus, but the three wolves still chased closely behind. As soon as it landed in the schoolyard, the exhausted Shadow Birth Ghost collapsed heavily onto the ground. The three wolves immediately pounced forward, preparing to tear them apart. At the critical moment, a headless ghost suddenly appeared and swung an axe that knocked all three wolves away. By the heavy blow, the three wolves rolled backward into the distance and growled fiercely at the headless ghost. Mok Ian Than also stepped out with a cold expression and shouted that daring to release ghosts to attack people inside the academy was truly bold. An Enheen and Lamb Mac lying beneath the Shadow Birth Ghost heard the familiar voice and poked their heads out asking for help, saying they were being hunted. Hearing this, Mok Ian Than froze. Being hunted? She looked at the Shadow Birth Ghost and in shock recognized Lamb Mac and the girl who had brought water that morning. Why were both of them so badly injured? Roar of engines and piercing sirens echoed from afar as a convoy of vehicles sped toward Ares Academy. Mok Ian Than immediately ordered the headless ghost to block the school gate. The convoy had to stop outside. She asked coldly who they were to cause trouble inside the academy. The other side stepped forward and shouted, "Open your eyes and look carefully. We are the Safety Bureau." One man stepped close and pointed directly at her face, threatening that they were pursuing a major criminal. If she continued obstructing them, she would be treated as an accomplice. Ian Than turned her head to look at an Enheen, and Lamb Mac then calmly replied that they were students of her school, not criminals. He coldly continued, saying she would see who dared to touch her people. Hearing this, the other side roared in anger, saying she truly had a death wish. He immediately ordered his subordinates to summon their contracted ghosts, preparing 5 against 1 against Mok Ian Than. As the 5 people finished summoning ghosts, another group also arrived and directly summoned an entire ghost formation. Seeing this situation, Mok Ian Than inwardly said this was bad. She gritted her teeth with worry on her face. If she was surrounded by those ghosts, it would be difficult to survive. At that moment, a bald old man with a long beard rushed over like the wind and stood directly in front of her. On his palm, a stream of golden energy slowly condensed, then burst into brilliant flames. When the flame reached its peak, he waved his hand. All the Safety Bureau people and vehicles were thrown into the air and then swallowed by a sea of fire. Mok Ian Than saw this and joyfully called out Principal. Principal did not reply and slowly stepped forward, observing the scattered people and vehicles of the Safety Bureau being blasted away. Only then did he turn and tell Mok Ian Than to quickly take them to the medical room. He would handle things here. The noise startled the sleeping students awake. They rushed into the corridor discussing what had happened, that even the deputy director of the Safety Bureau had appeared at the school. One girl pointed down at the courtyard and shouted, "Look, a senior sister is carrying Lamb Mac. What were they doing outside at night? The Safety Bureau came in such numbers, could it be to capture them?" Moreover, the principal was only a 6th-level ghost tamer, yet he dared block them all alone. Dormitory room 433. A third also stepped out into the corridor and saw Lamb Mac being carried inside by Mok Ian Than. Everyone failed to notice anything unusual. Only a Thur with her keen senses detected the enormous sword aura surging from Lam Mac's body. In the schoolyard, the people from the Safety Bureau had already stood up. Deputy Director Tun led the group forward and demanded to know what the principal intended to do. The principal replied indifferently that if they wanted to touch his students, then there was no chance. Deputy Director Tun angrily shouted that he was only the principal of a desolate school, yet dared to block the Safety Bureau from capturing a major criminal. He remained calm and said if he blocked them, then what? Once someone stepped through this school gate, anyone who wished to touch his students must pass him first. Deputy Director Tun sneered with contempt, saying he heard the principal was only a 6th-level ghost tamer. What could he use to stop them? He turned and shouted loudly for all of them to summon their contracted ghosts. Subordinates answered in unison yes, and immediately began acting. The old principal watched the scene calmly and waited, showing no hurry to act. Only when they had nearly finished summoning their ghosts did he roll up his sleeves, revealing arms wrapped in bandages, and say coldly that if they wanted to cause chaos in his school, they could try. He slowly removed each layer of bandage, each strip falling to the ground. On each arm, 4 marks appeared clearly. 8 ghosts in total glowed at once, proving that all of them were rare evil spirits. Seeing this, Deputy Director Tun widened his eyes in shock and could not speak. Seeing an Enheen carrying Lam Mac while being protected by the principal, the students gathered to watch and excitedly whispered that the principal had summoned 8 ghosts, each one surpassing the level of sinister spirits, even including a judge ghost and an extremely rare maid ghost. Faced with such power, the Safety Bureau members began to panic and unconsciously stepped back. Only then did Tun Duck Loy suddenly realize that the man before him was not Trak Fong, but the Ghost King Don Ken Khan. He did not hide his identity. He stood proudly with flames rising behind him, his cold eyes staring at the people at the school gate and asking whether they still wanted to rush in. Hearing the reply, Tun Duck Loy broke into cold sweat yet still tried negotiating. Commander Don, this is Jiang Province. The Safety Bureau has the authority to arrest people. You have no right to interfere. Continuing to obstruct will create an enemy. Don Kankan replied firmly that he did not care whom they arrested, but that boy was his student. If they dared cause chaos here, then death would not be his fault. Forced into a corner, Tun Duck Loy ordered the evil spirits to charge. They must capture the remnant of Fong Ma no matter what. As the ferocious evil spirits rushed forward, Don Kankan still stood unmoving without the slightest reaction. He called the judge ghost, and immediately behind him appeared a giant ghost shaped like an official holding a book and brush. The ghost gently flicked its brush and wrote several strokes. Invisible characters swept across all the evil spirits below without missing a single one. Yet they were completely unaware and still roared as they charged forward. Immediately after that, Don Kankan summoned another ghost and ordered Maid Ghost, "Your turn, deal with them." The Maid Ghost obeyed and stepped forward, swinging her scythe repeatedly. Wherever the scythe swept, evil spirits collapsed like cut grass. The entire schoolyard was filled with ghost corpses. The remaining ones fled in panic. Tun Duck Loy stood frozen in place. Too terrifying could this strength still belong to a human, he shouted in despair. Don Kankan snorted with disdain and said they truly were a group of trash. The Safety Bureau members turned pale. Not a trace of blood remained on their faces. Tun Duck Loy and his subordinates hurriedly fled. A moment slower and their heads would have fallen. Don Kankan stroked his beard thoughtfully and said the Safety Bureau was only capable of this much. The Safety Bureau members climbed into their cars and sped away, returning silence to the academy. Only seconds later, the students erupted in cheers. 2 ghosts had wiped out the entire Safety Bureau team. The principal is truly too powerful. From now on, who would dare show arrogance before him? This time, the Safety Bureau suffered a miserable and humiliating defeat. Inside the car, Tun Duck Loy called the Bureau to report. "Director, this is me." The person on the other end anxiously asked how the situation had turned out. This time they only captured one unrelated person. The male student connected to the Sword Demon Tomb had been stopped. The other side asked in shock how that happened and who could stop them. Mentioning it, Tun Duck Loy felt pressure as well. The commander of the Zhen Tian army was Don Ken Khan, and he was currently serving as the principal of Ares Academy. How Long Tram heard this and let out a cold laugh. Don Ken Khan would absolutely not protect a remnant of Fong Ma. Back then, when attacking Fong Ma Kingdom, he had slaughtered an entire city. Rector, do you mean? He gave up the position of commander of the Zhen Tian army just to secretly enter Jiang Province. How Long Tram explained that establishing the academy was to attract students as a cover to investigate the remnants of Fong Ma. Truly the style of the Zhen Tian army commander, ruthless to the extreme. If he interfered, there were only 2 possibilities. Either he wanted to seize the credit, or he intended to use this matter as bait to catch a bigger fish. Do not forget the national teacher of Fong Ma Kingdom had still not been found. Then what should they do? Were they supposed to watch the credit fall into someone else's hands? Of course not. First, interrogate the person they captured. As for Ares, they would send students to infiltrate as spies and gather information. Hearing about the chance to earn merit, Tunduk Loy's eyes lit up, sending students. His 2 children happened to be suitable. If they earned merit, then entering the safety bureau later would be much easier. No problem, to be safe, he would send Thai along. Good, he would arrange it immediately. After finalizing the plan, the conversation ended. How Long Tram's face turned serious as he murmured that the national teacher of Fong Ma. This time, he would personally capture him. Somewhere else, the other party seemed to sense the connection. While carrying luggage, he suddenly sneezed and muttered, "Who dared speak ill of him behind his back?" Lam Mak and an Enheen were both taken to the medical room for treatment. Don Kankan slowly walked in to check the situation. "How is it?" Mok Ian Than hurriedly replied. "Principal Lam Mak seems in danger. Please hurry and save him." Observed Lam Mak for a moment, then said too much yin energy had accumulated in his body, causing damage to his heart and vessels. As long as the yin energy was guided out, and he rested for a few days, he would recover. As he spoke, he took out a silver needle and skillfully inserted it into Lam Mak's forehead. "Principal, what exactly happened to him? Why does the Safety Bureau want to arrest him?" He reminded her that things not meant to be asked should not be asked. Knowing too much could bring disaster. As he prepared to leave, the mark on Lam Mak's hand suddenly caught his eye. Was that not the mark of the sword demon? Both the shape and age matched. He truly was a remnant of Fong Ma. His hand unconsciously reached out and gripped Lam Mak's throat tightly. Seeing that scene, Ian Than cried out in panic, "Principal, what are you doing?" A moment later, his face turned pale. The arm gripping Lam Mak's neck trembled. His eyes, looking at the unconscious figure, even revealed fear. He quickly smiled and told Ian Than that he was only checking whether there was yin energy in Lam Mak's throat. There was nothing. Even so, he secretly looked at the unconscious Lam Mak with a cold and probing gaze. After looking enough, he turned away and sighed. New day arrived under a gloomy sky. People began their daily work, the scene strangely peaceful. But in an instant, everything shattered. The living and the dead scattered. Smoke and fire filled the sky everywhere. A group of people approached from afar, walking proudly among the civilians who cried and struggled desperately to survive. Soon they stopped before a house where a woman stood beside 2 children, one still lying in her arms. She stood silently, her calm eyes looking at the people before her. In the hazy smoke and flames, the woman's sorrowful eyes looked at him. At that moment, Lam Mak suddenly woke with a start. Waking abruptly made his head ache like it was being split. He held his head and muttered, "Was that a dream? What exactly just happened?" He had clearly never been there, yet it felt so real. Seeing Lam Mak wake up, the crew-cut friend became teary with joy. "Brother Mak, you are awake. You slept for 7 days straight. Thought you would never wake up." After saying that, he rushed forward to hug him. Lam Mak quickly struggled and pushed him away, telling him to stay away. "You are really lucky. You slept through the entire military training period. Look at how badly I was tortured." Lam Mak mocked him, saying, "You have gotten darker again. If you went out at midnight, no one would see you. If you smiled showing your teeth, I would think your teeth were floating in the air." The friend angrily cursed, saying he had just woken up and already started teasing people. The system simultaneously sent a notification congratulating the host for receiving 10 agitation points. The friend snorted, saying he did not accept it. Thanks to taking care of Lam Mak, he managed to skip classes. Suddenly, the person lying on the bed next door burst into laughter. Finally, this day has come. Everyone turned to look and saw Lone Suang lying on the neighboring bed, too lazy to respond. His whole body wrapped in bandages, and he only snorted coldly. Lam Mak sneered, saying he was only possessed by evil, and lay down for a few days before recovering. Unlike someone whose feet left the ground and bacteria attacked him, Lone Suang angrily shouted back, telling him not to be smug. The system reported more agitation points again. Lam Mak continued teasing enthusiastically, saying bark again, and he would break the other leg too. The crew-cut friend looked around laughing, saying both his legs were already broken. Lone Suang shouted in embarrassment, asking what they were looking at. "I remember the one who brought me here was an Enheen. She seemed injured. Where is she now?" The friend replied that she was injured as well. Ian Than entered, pushing the door while holding a bottle of water, and said, "Not only injured, she nearly lost her life saving you." Lam Mak anxiously asked where she was. Ian Than replied that an Enheen was in the special ward and still not out of danger. He immediately sat up, insisting on going to see her. But the moment he got off the bed, his body was too weak, and he fell painfully to the floor. Yet he still gritted his teeth and crawled up. Ian Than comforted him, telling him not to hurry. Lone Suang saw this and sneered, saying, "Unexpected, right? Your legs are weak too." Lam Mak irritably replied that he had lain too long, so they were numb. Care about me so much, then take this gift. After saying that, Lam Mak lightly flicked the plastered leg of Lone Suong, causing him pain. Lone Suong cried while cursing. The crew-cut friend shook his head at the childish pair. Before leaving, he even raised his middle finger in provocation, saying come chase him if they could. Lam Mak arrived at the door of an Enheen's hospital room. Seeing her still unconscious made him even more worried as he asked how her condition was. Than sadly replied that an Enheen had been attacked by the White Soul Ghost and had been poisoned by it. Although she had been injected with anti-venom serum, the effect was not very high. It was likely a kind of poison only a ghost tamer could resolve. Lam Mak gritted his teeth, blaming himself because she was injured because of him. He must save her. Whoever from the Safety Bureau did this tell him. Than replied it was Tun Duck Loy, the deputy director of the Safety Bureau. Upon hearing this, Lam Mak immediately turned and left. Suddenly, Don Kan appeared behind him, asking where he intended to go. Lam Mak did not hide his anger and replied that he was going to find Tun Duck Loy to see if he could obtain the antidote. He turned toward the stairs and said Lam Mak follow him first. Lam Mak frowned and said he had no time. If delayed, an Enheen might die. Than softly reminded him, did he not know? If the principal had not blocked more than 20 Safety Bureau members alone that night, he would have been captured already. Hearing that, Lam Mak froze, so he had saved him as well. He thought he should still go there once just to be sure. In any case, there was nothing to lose. Lam Mak nodded, saying he understood. After that, Lam Mak followed Don Kan up to the rooftop where it was quiet and deserted with only the two of them. He did not turn back. His eyes looked far away. Then he slowly said that day the Safety Bureau failed to capture Lam Mak, and they still did not know his identity. But before long, as long as they investigated inside the school, they would find clues. Right now, Lam Mak still did not understand why the Safety Bureau targeted him. Lam Mak remained silent for a long time. Countless guesses appeared in his mind. Indeed, the Safety Bureau could not make such a big move because of Tun Lalai and Tun Miu. Regarding the ancient tomb, he had not robbed any tomb at all. It was completely unreasonable. Don Kan continued, saying that without understanding clearly, Lam Mak still dared to go to the Safety Bureau. Even if others did not attack him, how could a first-level ghost tamer like him confront a third-level one like Tun Duck Loy? Then, principal, what should he do now? He pointed into the distance, saying inside the school grounds there was a Qing corpse ghost pit. Inside were at least 7 or 8 fierce spirits. There was even a Qing autumn ghost of sinister spirit level. Only if Lam Mak eliminated them all would he have enough strength to confront a third-level ghost tamer. That time, when he went to find Tun Duck Loy, he would have a chance of winning. Lam Mak hesitated and asked what about an Enheen. Don Kan stroked his beard and replied not to worry. With him here, the girl would not die within a month. Moreover, the Safety Bureau would not dare storm into the school to capture people. Hearing that, Lam Mak finally breathed in relief and thanked the principal. He smiled, saying Lam Mak was his student. If he did not protect him, then whom would he protect? Hearing that sentence, Lam Mak paused. Did that mean he wanted to accept him as a disciple? A student is a student. A disciple is a disciple. So would Lam Mak agree to become his disciple? Lam Mak stared at Don Kan in shock. He did not understand why the man treated him so specially, not only saving him from the Safety Bureau, but also doing everything to save an Enheen. With such strength, countless people would want to become his disciple yet fail. Why did he choose him? As if seeing through Lam Mak's thoughts, he narrowed his eyes and smiled, asking what was wrong. Did Lam Mak feel he was not qualified to be his master? Lam Mak immediately knelt on one knee respectfully, saying the master had saved his life, and the favor was as heavy as a mountain. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Seeing Lam Mak so sensible, he felt very satisfied and told him to stand up. This child was indeed intelligent. Becoming the disciple of Don Kan meant having support. Even the Safety Bureau would have to be cautious. If he truly had intentions, Lam Mak only needed to stay vigilant. He clasped his hands behind his back while walking and said that, as for why the Safety Bureau wanted to capture Lam Mak, he should investigate himself. Tonight, after 11, come to his office. Lam Mak agreed immediately. 11 at night seemed to be special treatment. All right, he remembered Lam Mak was a poor student. What did his family do? Asked suddenly. Lam Mak froze for a moment, then replied that at home there were his parents and younger sister. His parents were farmers, and his sister was seriously ill. After hearing this, he stroked his beard thoughtfully and said so that was the case. In change, at this moment, Lam Mak was walking with a chubby student while chatting. What a pity! If Lam Mak had stayed unconscious a few more days, he could have skipped classes. Lam Mak rolled his eyes, saying did he want him to become a vegetable for 4 years and never attend class? Chubby boy laughed, saying that would not be bad. He could visit Lam Mak in the medical room every day and conveniently meets senior sister Ma. The two chatted lively until they entered the classroom. Inside the classroom, male students competed to give gifts to please the girls. Milk Tea takes invitations for dinner and even promises to escort them home because the school was dangerous. Beautiful girl, what do you like to eat? Do you have a boyfriend yet? Do you want to watch a movie tonight? Lam Mac looked at the scene in disbelief, saying unbelievable they could even do this. The chubby friend patted his shoulder and comforted him, saying Lam Mac was used to it because senior sister Mock was beside him. They had been single so long that even Asau looked beautiful. Chin Yu at that moment seemed to realize a new truth. Thur still sat in the same seat, truly worthy of being a top student. Lam Mac squeezed through the chaotic crowd and returned to his seat. He quietly sat down and thought that night he had indeed formed a contract with the remnant soul ghost sword. But no matter how he tried to sense it, he still could not connect with the ghost sword. He could neither summon nor control it. Perhaps with the special opportunity from Doan, Ken it could be resolved. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. The teacher slowly walked into the classroom and greeted the class. He coughed lightly and reminded them everyone keep quiet. Today there are 3 exchange students from Snow Peak Academy who will study here for a while. A female student walked in first. Her name was Cao Thai Thai, her large round eyes scanning the entire classroom. Male students lost all dignity the moment they saw her. Was that not the beauty Cao Thai Thai? If anyone could pursue her, then the rest of his life would be worry-free. Students from Snow Peak coming to Aries was no small matter. Unlike them, Lam Mac looked at the newcomer with vigilance. Had the Safety Bureau really sent someone? The teacher saw his students lowering their heads and blushing, and felt deeply embarrassed. How had he ended up with such a group of girl-obsessed boys? Hello everyone, I am Tun Mu. I am Cao Thai Thai, please take care of us. Tun Lula greeted the class. At that moment, Cao Thai Thai had already noticed Lam Mac. She remained absorbed in his appearance. It was this person. Her father had told her to approach him and ask about his hometown and family. Cao Thai Thai, choose a seat. Yes, teacher, if she could sit beside him, that would be perfect. Even if she was scolded, she would accept it. Cao Thai Thai walked straight down. Then she sat down beside Lam Mac. He cheerfully raised her hand and smiled in greeting. Hello, Lam Mac. Lam Mac again. Why were beauties always surrounding him? Where was everyone else lacking? He must have some secret worth learning. Lam Mac received 60 agitation points. When they were young, and Enheen had already had her ghost fate taken by that woman, and now she had almost been beaten to death. Yet she still sat here calmly. It was truly nauseating. Lam Mac angrily stood up and turned to Cao Thai Thai, telling her to move aside a little, but she still did not understand. Sitting beside Lam Mac was something every male student dreamed of. Seeing her pretend ignorance, Lam Mac shouted loudly that she could not hear him. She was disturbing him and should move aside. After being scolded so harshly, Cao Thai Thai finally stood up. Lam Mac, could you tell me why you want to change seats? Lam Mac did not bother responding to her words and immediately turned away to another seat. They hear wrong. Just now he seemed to directly curse Cao Thai Thai as a scheming person. Lam Mac must be too confident, but it seemed more than confidence. There must be something between them. Could it be that they were former lovers? Perhaps Cao Thai Thai had done something wrong and came to apologize and reconcile. But apologizing did not necessarily mean reconciliation. Perhaps Lam Mac had grown tired of the goddess and wanted to break up, so she chased after him, trying to hold on. His gaze today was truly sharp. He was truly an idol in someone's heart. Teacher lightly knocked on the board, coughed a few times, and said, "All right, everyone settle down and begin the lesson." After class ended, Lam Mac went straight to the library to read books. He discovered that the architecture of the royal palace looked exactly like the image that had appeared in his dream of the ancient tomb. Where exactly did the information related to this ancient tomb come from? According to records, Hui was the 12th national teacher of Fang Ma Kingdom. With unpredictable, ghostly swordsmanship, he once blocked the Chinese army and was feared by the people who called him the Sword Demon. But after Kui died in battle, Fang Ma Kingdom gradually weakened and could no longer resist. Its territory was continuously invaded until in modern times less than 10,000 square kilometers remain. 50 years ago, China defeated Fang Ma Kingdom, burned the royal palace, and massacred the people. In that battle, the final king of Fang Ma Kingdom burned himself to death. The crown prince of Fang Ma fled, but after 30 years in hiding, he was still captured and executed by Director Cao Long of the Security Bureau. As he turned the pages and read carefully, he thought silently that the only ancient tomb he had ever opened was the Sword Demon tomb, the one who always claimed to be the king of Fang Ma. So what exactly was his identity? His home was located near the border between Jiang Province and Din Province, and the former capital of Fang Ma Kingdom was also nearby. Could he really be a descendant of the Fang Ma royal family? Yet thinking again, it still felt unreasonable. The crown prince of Fang Ma had already been killed, so he could only be a descendant of the royal clan. Could the Security Bureau secretly be investigating him? He closed the notebook with a worried expression This was bad. His family might be in danger. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out his phone and called home. If he was a descendant of the Fang Ma royal clan, then his father would be as well. Yet his father had always been safe and might even have returned home long ago. Uneasy inside, he called repeatedly, but no one answered. He muttered, urging someone to pick up. Kept trying to contact them. The more he failed, the more worried he became, hoping nothing had happened to them. Fortunately, his father finally answered, "Hello, son. Why did you call so late?" His father's voice sounded cheerful. His father said he was sitting on a train, and the signal was weak. "Son, your father picked up some walnuts in the mountains and planned to bring them back for you." Hearing his father say he wanted to visit Thailand, Lam Mak panicked and quickly stopped him. "Do not come here. This province is under investigation," and he feared his father might also be in danger. What would they investigate their family for? Their family had been poor farmers for generations with nothing worth noticing. Could their ancestors really have been fallen nobles? His father frowned slightly, thinking that Lam Mak might have discovered something, but outwardly he still kept a cheerful smile. "What nobles? You are the first university student in the Lam family. Whether the family rises depends entirely on you." "All right, son. When your father arrives, he will call you again." Before Lam Mak could say more, the other side had already hung up. He reassured himself that his father probably had not lied, and perhaps everything was only coincidence. Everything was safe, and he was thinking too much. At that moment, Cao Thai Thai walked over pretending to be cute and asked whether he was also interested in history. Lam Mak still felt irritated. He frowned and replied, what did it have to do with her? Could he ask her something? What exactly did she mean by what she said earlier? They had never met before. Lam Mak thought coldly that the person who used evil arts to harm his younger sister was either a beast or worse than a beast. Yet she still dared to pretend innocence. Even beasts were better. Heaven saw everything. Did she not feel disgusted with the things she had done? Cao Thai Thai did not understand and angrily asked what she had done. Lam Mak coldly replied that she knew her own filthy deeds. Cao Thai Thai immediately ran forward to block Lam Mak and said, "Stop. Today he must explain clearly." He pushed her aside without hesitation and said a good dog does not bite people. After saying that, he calmly left, leaving Cao Thai Thai standing there trembling with anger. Lam Mak treated the goddess like that. It was truly ruthless, like kicking someone away without mercy. Could it be that the goddess liked being ignored like this? Did she not like bad boys? Ching Feng muttered perhaps she might even turn around and pursue him instead. People called him cold, while you were only foolish. If only I had the charm Lam Mak had. Only after Lam Mak had gone far away did Cao Thai Thai finally explode with emotion, truly slow reflexes. He did not even know that his agitation points came from those girl-obsessed men in class. The scene shifted to night. He was walking along the silent corridor of the school. He walked to the principal's office and knocked, hearing a voice inside telling him to enter. When he opened the door, he found the room completely dark with no lights on. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed out from somewhere holding a knife and attacked him directly. When the blade was about to reach his chest, he realized in panic that he could not dodge in time. He shut his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and cold sweat covered his body. It was over. Would he really die unjustly like this? Suddenly, both of his arms turned into white bones and gripped a rising long sword. Familiar spiritual energy made him realize that the dark figure was the principal, and the man was equally stunned by the sight. Skeletal arms immediately swung the sword and slashed straight toward the principal. Principal Nguyen Jiang exclaimed that it was over and cold. As soon as the words ended, Lam Mak had already struck with a slash that sent the principal flying. His body slammed heavily into the wall, causing cracks to spread across the surface. After the collision, he struggled to sit up while clutching his aching abdomen. Only then did Lam Mak snap out of it. He asked in shock, "Principal, what are you doing? Haven't you always been unable to sense the ghost body of the ghost sword? I only wanted to force it to reveal itself to help you." He raised his hand in confusion to check the ghost sword. Why was it so strange? Why could he no longer sense it at all now? You probably also know that the place you once went to was the tomb of the ghost sword, the one who killed countless people. The resentment there had long accumulated to an extremely heavy level. Covered his mouth and coughed lightly before explaining. So when you formed a contract with the remnant thought, all the resentment and yin energy inside had to be released. That is why the yin energy invaded your body and nearly killed you. So that was the reason. You cannot sense it because the ghost sword is now only a remnant thought, even weaker than a remnant ghost. Since ghost tamers appeared, many people have contracted with remnant thoughts, but those who truly restore and use them are extremely rare. So earlier when you held a knife and tried to kill me, it was because remnant thoughts can be strong or weak. You wanted to force it to appear that way. He coughed violently but still forced himself to finish speaking. If it is strong enough, then try to summon and use it. If it is too weak, then there is no need to waste effort. Just treat it as losing half of the contract quota. The more Lam Mak listened, the more curious he became. He immediately asked, then exactly how strong is it? Very strong. It only looks fine on the outside, but in reality, one of my ribs has already been broken. Hearing this, Lam Mak immediately supported him. He tried to hide the arm that was still bleeding. He reluctantly said that he was fine. This injury would recover after resting a few days. Seeing his master so weak, he hurriedly helped him sit down on the chair while panting and asked, "Then, master, how can this disciple summon and use it?" Master sighed and replied, "It is very difficult. This still depends on how much you can comprehend on your own. At best 7 or 8 years, at worst 10 years. Once you fully master the ghost sword, even Sundeli will no longer be your opponent." He clenched his teeth. His voice lowered as he said, "But this disciple cannot wait that long." In his mind appeared the image of an Enheen lying there breathing through oxygen. She only had 1 month left. Master could only speak softly. "There is still one extreme method." Lam Mak immediately grew anxious. "Master, please say it. Just like earlier, let you repeatedly fall into a state close to death to force it to appear. When it appears in that brief moment, you must seize it quickly. Repeating this many times may allow you to completely comprehend it." After hearing this, his eyes lit up. This disciple understands now. Lam Mak turned and joked with his master. "Then this disciple will go jump off a building now." Master glared. "Heavens, are you insane? Jumping off a building is extremely dangerous. If you fail to force it to appear, you may truly die." He suddenly became worried and turned back to ask, "Then what exactly should I do?" He struggled to stand up and explain. "Hunting ghosts will make the bond between you and the ghost grow deeper. When another ghost pushes you to the brink of death, the pressure will become stronger. The chance of it appearing will also increase. So the reason Master forced this disciple to go to the abandoned graves to eliminate ghosts had such a deeper meaning. But earlier Master used a knife to stab this disciple. That was not a ghost. If it failed to force it out, then this disciple would have been killed by a person." He stroked his beard and said awkwardly, "As your master, I know the limits. I would not let you die. Many thanks for Master's guidance. This disciple will go to the abandoned graves outside the school to hunt ghosts." After saying that, he wiped his face, closed the door, and left. After he left, the principal immediately collapsed. Coughing violently, blood gushed out and soaked his palm. He clutched his chest and endured the pain through gritted teeth. "Is the ghost sword truly this terrifying? I almost lost my life." He removed his shirt. Countless slash wounds covered his back. Scene changed. Lam Mak was running at full speed searching for the ghost sword. Sun Lily stood behind a wall. When she saw Lam Mak leave the school late at night, she became suspicious. Going out this late? Something is clearly wrong. At that moment, Sun Mu and Gao Shishi arrived. He must be going to contact another Demon Wind faction. If we catch him, it will count as a great achievement. How is the investigation in the school going? I know a thug in Beiyang. 7 days ago, both of his legs were broken, and he is now lying in the hospital. I personally saw Lam Mak being carried away that night. They said his entire body was purple-black, and he nearly died. Then there is no mistake. The one who left the ancient tomb that day was him. It is very likely he activated the ancient tomb and caused the ghost sword to attach to him." After saying that, the three immediately chased after Lam Mak. After a race against time, he finally caught up with him at the abandoned graveyard. Where exactly is this guy trying to go? Ahead is the ancient residence with the most ghosts in the entire graveyard. Ghost energy around them grew denser and denser. He clearly came here to seek death. With his sharp senses, Lam Mak had already discovered someone following him. The three were still trailing behind, but he did not care. There was something more important right now. That moment he rejoiced when he saw a ghost appear, found it, Ching Corp's ghost. He immediately rushed toward the three moving ghosts. "Hello there, hello, hallo." Lam Mak leaped forward to block the ghosts and raised his hand, signaling them to wait a moment. The ghost looked at him with disdain. Just an ordinary beginner ghost tamer daring to chase evil spirits. It must not be simple. He must have some trick. Lam Mak pointed straight at the ghost and said, "I know you. You are the Ching Corp's ghost who ambushed me on the opening day." Ching Corp's ghost roared in anger. "You killed more than a dozen of my underlings. You want revenge, right? Then hurry and come kill me." Instead, the Ching Corp's ghost became wary. It stepped back in fear. "Wait, do not come closer. Are there people from your side nearby? Are you planning to ambush me?" Lam Mak grabbed the Ching Corp's ghost's hand and placed it on his own neck. He said calmly, "There is no one else. I only want to beg you to strangle me quickly." Hearing those insane words, the Ching Corp's ghost panicked. It shouted angrily, "Are you really insane? Last time I wished I could eat you alive. Now that we meet again, why are you still chasing me? If you want to die, then go jump off a building. Why come looking for me? If jumping off a building does not work, then you come looking for ghosts to kill you." The three ghosts did not bother listening and turned around to leave. "Hey, do not go. Could it be that my flesh is not tasty?" Lam Mak rushed forward and hugged the Ching Corp's ghost's arm while begging, "Brother, help me just once. Just kill me with one strike." He put on a pitiful face and pleaded, "I will give you all the ghost cattle on me. Seeing the Ching corpse ghost remain silent, he continued tempting it. If you think it is too little, I will burn more paper money for you. You will not lose in this deal. It is not that I do not want to kill you. It is because the northern grave area is not under my control. If it were my territory, you would have died long ago. Hearing this, he snapped. You are a ghost, yet you still fear this and that. Stop making excuses and hurry, kill me. This abandoned graveyard covers more than 10,000 hectares. The ghost forces are extremely complex. There is already an agreement not to casually kill people within another's territory. If I offend the boss here just to kill you, then I probably will not survive in this graveyard. Since when do ghosts have so many rules? No wonder I saw many ghosts along the way, yet none dared rush forward to fight. It turns out it is because of these troublesome rules. Seeing Lam Mac holding his head and thinking the Ching corpse ghost immediately turned and ran away. Lam Mac saw this and shouted loudly, "Do not run." The Ching corpse ghost secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I ran fast. I finally escaped. Before it could celebrate for long, Lam Mac caught up with astonishing speed. I figured it out. You can just take me back to your territory and kill me there. Why keep running? The Ching corpse ghost turned back irritably and said, I still have urgent matters. I do not have time to deal with you. I beg you to spare me. No matter how it begged, Lam Mac's body still advanced without hesitation. No. Ching corpse ghost ran until he was exhausted and had to stop. He dropped to his knees before Lam Mac, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy, saying he truly had urgent matters and any delay would cost him his life. He could only endure the humiliation and kneel like praying to Buddha, hoping Lam Mac would spare him. Lam Mac was completely stunned by such an excessive reaction from the Ching corpse ghost. Sun Mu and Li Lai, standing far away, saw the scene and could not help but stare in confusion. What on earth is happening? Sun Mu and Li Lai broke out in cold sweat, their mouths hanging open when they saw the fierce Ching corpse ghost kneeling and begging for mercy before him. Just how strong is Lam Mac to frighten a ghost like this? Unbelievable, he is clearly only a beginner ghost tamer. The two of them still had not recovered from the shock. What exactly does Lam Mac do that he is this terrifying? How Shishi finally caught up at this moment. She placed her hand on Li Lai's shoulder to calm her and whispered, "Keep watching." Lam Mac said calmly, "Since you are already kneeling, then I will sit down as well. Take me to where I can die. You said only the boss of this grave wasteland has the right to kill people. Then take me to meet him so he can kill me." Hearing his determination to seek death like this, the Ching corpse ghost sighed and nodded to lead the way. It happens that I am also going to congratulate the ghost lord. Follow me. Lam Mac happily patted his shoulder and forced a smile. The three of Sun Mu were still secretly following at this moment, observing every move Lam Mac made along the way. Not long after the Ching corpse ghost led Lam Mac away, a voice suddenly rang out. The scent of a living human is truly fragrant. Immediately, countless ghosts rose from the ground and surrounded him, making the atmosphere extremely eerie. On the contrary, Lam Mac was not afraid at all and even looked excited. He smiled, inwardly thinking if these ghosts attacked, then it would surely force the ghost sword to appear. A mud ghost rushed forward with drool dripping, speaking hoarsely that it had been a long time since it last ate living human flesh. Lam Mac immediately raised his hand to provoke it. "Eat then, kill me. Only if you kill me can you eat the flesh." Hearing that the mud ghost leaned aside and avoided him, it shouted angrily, "Do you think I am stupid? Killing a person on the territory of the red dress ghost, do you think I have lived too long?" Being such a cowardly ghost, he sighed in disappointment. "Congratulations, you have received 30 excitement points from the cowardly mud ghost." After walking further, the ghosts and Lam Mac arrived before the grand residence of the ghost boss. Lam Mac curiously asked the Ching corpse ghost about the red dress ghost's upcoming 80th birthday. He replied that it was not a birthday, but that today she was marrying the butcher ghost of the western graveyard. Ching corpse ghost even brought an entire human leg as a wedding gift. Small ghosts like us naturally have to come and congratulate. Hearing that, Lam Mac laughed mockingly. "So you brought a human leg as a wedding gift? That gift is truly unique. A rotten leg like that, who could eat it?" Ching corpse ghost remembered the fat Su Kaiming and angrily said, "Is that not because of you? Originally, I planned to capture that fat boy beside you as the gift. Who knew you and that girl would ruin it? Now only this rotten leg is left." Seeing him angry, Lam Mac quickly proposed, "How about this? When you present the gift later, just say the gift is me. A living person like me as a gift must be far better than that pile of junk." The Ching corpse ghost was overjoyed hearing this. "Many thanks, brother. Let us go in quickly." Meanwhile, Sun Mu continued staring at Lam Mac without looking away. Li Lai and Sun Mu watched Lam Mac acting familiarly with the Ching corpse ghost and felt their scalps tingle. What exactly is his background that even evil spirits must avoid him? That battle in the ghost city that day, he must have hidden more strength. How Shishi spoke at this moment. Now I finally understand why my father wants to investigate him thoroughly. Lamb Mac's identity is absolutely not simple. Tonight we must also enter the ancient residence. What, just the three of us entering there would be suicide? I do not want to go. Any ghost could kill me in an instant. Do not worry, I have 3 ghost energy pills my father gave me. Shishi took out 3 ghost energy pills and explained, after eating them your body will be covered with ghost energy and you will disguise as ghosts. They will not notice. Sun Mu and Li Lai looked at each other hesitantly for a moment before deciding to swallow the ghost energy pills to spy. Immediately ghost energy rose and surrounded their bodies. Li Lai still frowned in discomfort, but finally forced herself to swallow the ghost energy pill. Inside the ceremony hall, the ghosts lined up to present gifts. The corrosion ghost of the western graveyard presented a pair of living human eyes. The flesh-blood ghost of the south presented 2 lovers' hearts. Swamp ghost of the north presented a box of flowers carved from human flesh. The Qing corpse ghost of the west presented a living person. The record-keeping ghost looked at the scene and laughed until its face twisted. 2 ghosts behind whispered to each other. Giving a living person really brings glory. This grand gift is enough for the Qing corpse ghost to cling to the red dress ghost's favor. At this moment, another ghost came forward and led Lamb Mac away, telling him to follow it. Ghost dragged him into a room and shoved him hard, nearly making him fall face first to the ground, telling him to go inside. When it left, he turned his head to look back, but no ghost could be seen. Lamb Mac hesitated and called out, "Is anyone there? No, is any ghost here?" He kept calling, but no one answered. He angrily kicked several cushions aside and muttered, "What are they doing? Hurry and come eat me. Why is no ghost paying attention?" At that moment, the red-eyed ghost appeared behind him and reminded in a low voice, "Stay quiet. I can sense the red dress ghost." The red-eyed ghost and Lamb Mac looked up at the ceiling. It said, "She is upstairs." He anxiously climbed up and reached toward the window, whispering, "I cannot wait any longer. I want to find her." He secretly opened the window and looked inside. Inside, all the ghosts were holding a feast, shouting and drinking loudly. 2 girls inside saw him climbing through the window so blatantly and were stunned. As soon as he entered inside, he immediately ran at full speed upstairs. 2 girls looked after him and whispered, "Is he also a guest attending the wedding tonight? We have never heard the mistress has a living human friend." Running to a room, he looked around cautiously and whispered, "This is the place." Lamb Mac pressed his face against the crack of the door and narrowed his eyes to look inside. Inside, the red dress ghost sat properly, with a red veil covering her head, waiting for the groom. During the knock, the female ghost lightly waved her hand, and a strand of red energy flew out and opened the door. Seeing the door open, Lamb Mac rushed in. The female ghost had not yet realized he was a living person, and only smiled, saying, "The scent of a living human is so strong, even bringing such a delicious gift. Tonight we will eat together." Lamb Mac stood before her, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Heh heh. He slowly lifted her veil. The female ghost said, "The wedding is not finished yet. Why so impatient?" When the veil was lifted, he smiled provocatively and said, "I finally found you. Hurry and kill me." The female ghost was startled. "You are a living person." Realizing he was not the groom, the female ghost went mad and shouted angrily, "Do you know only the groom may lift the veil?" Seeing her furious, Lamb Mac became even more excited and laughed. "So you are very angry, right? You want to kill me very much, right? Hurry and do it." Furious, she suddenly sighed as if resigned. "Fine then. Since you lifted the veil, you must marry me." Lamb Mac was so angry he felt dizzy. "What is this?" Suddenly she stepped forward and tightly hugged his waist, explaining that whoever lifts the veil is the groom. Lamb Mac panicked, because instead of being killed, he was being hugged. Terrified, he jumped back and shouted, "Wait, I'm a living person." The red dress ghost licked her lips and smiled wickedly. "A living person is fine too," he shivered. Afraid of being forced by her, he turned and ran away, while cursing that none of these ghosts were normal. Seeing him try to run, the female ghost immediately cast a sealing spell and locked all exits. Before he could reach the door, he saw it slam shut before him. So frightened that his legs trembled, he collapsed to the floor and crawled toward the door, begging her not to come closer, while his mind spun with calculations. If he were killed, he would certainly not escape. But if it were only his body being taken, then there might still be a chance to live. Yet he reminded himself he absolutely could not. Red dress ghost gracefully approached him and gently called out, "Husband." Terrified out of his wits, he immediately ran again. She and he played a game of cat and mouse, circling the table while he ran and cried for help. "Save me, hi, stop chasing me. Red-eyed ghost, help me." Immediately the red-eyed ghost appeared. It smiled and said to him that, "I cannot help you. My rank is too low. I am only a fierce spirit, while she is a high-level evil spirit. Moreover, she is close to advancing into the evil ghost rank. Bad luck, you cannot defeat her, yet you brought me here. You deliberately sought death. Originally, it would be reasonable for her to kill you. Who knew she would not want your life? Even if you summoned both the chainsaw ghost and the reverse ghost, they absolutely would not be the red dress ghost's opponent. In my opinion, you should just go along with it. After all, it is not impossible for a human and a ghost to do that. The red-eyed ghost even deliberately teased him. At worst, your body will be eroded by yin energy. After resting for a while, you will recover. He enjoyed watching the spectacle and feared nothing. After running around for a while, she finally went mad and shouted enough. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped into the air and rushed straight toward him. He tried to run, but his strength was exhausted. In the end, he was still caught by her. She pinned him to the ground from above, making him cry out in pain. After subduing him, she began lecturing arrogantly. I am at least the boss of this area. If you submit to me, you will not suffer any loss. As she pulled off his shirt, he screamed in panic like a girl encountering a pervert. He shut his eyes tightly and clenched his teeth, preparing to accept his fate. It is over. Even seeking death is this difficult. Could it be he truly cannot keep his body? Just then the groom finished greeting guests and walked to the room, cheerfully saying, "Congratulations, bride. The master has been waiting inside for a long time. Hurry and enter." As soon as he opened the door, he saw the scene of his wife pressing down on Lam Mac. Seeing someone come in, Lam Mac jumped up in delight. He pushed the female ghost aside with his hand. Great, the savior has arrived. He walked up to the groom and deliberately provoked him. Your wife just slept with me. You must hate me very much, right? He stepped closer, snatched the knife from the groom's hand, and said with a grin, "Hurry and come kill me." The groom stood confused, not understanding anything. When he asked again, Lam Mac continued provoking. "Stop standing there and stab straight into my heart. I secretly entered the room and lifted your wife's veil. And just now I even did many more things, heh heh." The groom's expression darkened as he lowered his voice and asked, "You just said you lifted her veil." He waved his hand mockingly and replied, "You have not grasped the main point yet. There is still more after that." Although he deliberately provoked him, the groom suddenly clutched his chest and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, so that is how it is." He removed the groom's flower garland from his head and placed it onto Lam Mac. Lam Mac had not even understood what was happening when the groom laughed with squinted eyes. "Thank you, little friend. Congratulations to the new groom. Ha ha. Do not need to marry her anymore." He even placed the groom's hat on Lam Mac's head and directly changed his identity. The groom happily turned and left while shouting loudly, "Let us go drink," leaving him standing frozen in place. Lam Mac stood there stunned, thinking, could it be the butcher ghost was forced into marriage, and now that he lifted the veil, he became the sacrifice? The thought alone made him nauseous. He only wanted to die, so why are there so many complications? Seeing the groom abandon the wedding and leave, the red dress ghost softened her voice and called out, "Husband, a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. This is bad. What should he do now?" He was so worried he thought this spring he might never return home. Lam Mac quickly turned and ran away, determined to escape this place, especially to stay far from that lustful female ghost. Seeing him trying to flee, she immediately cast a spell and shot out long strands of hair wrapping toward him. "Where do you think you are running? Stop for me." The hair wrapped tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. He still struggled to run and cried for help as the doors slammed shut one after another, but it was useless. Unable to escape, the scene shifted to Sun Mu's group entering the wedding feast. On such a joyful day, eat and drink freely. Lam Mac is nowhere to be seen. Could it be he has already been eaten by the ghosts? The Ching corpse ghost who came with Lam Mac stopped by the table and invited them. "Come here and listen for a while. Have a drink." The three moved over and sat at the same table with the Ching corpse ghost. Seeing three unfamiliar faces sit down, the Ching corpse ghost turned to look at them. Why have I never seen you before? Did you just arrive here 2 days ago? Ha ha. No wonder you look unfamiliar. Come, eat more. This drop of blood is the most delicious." The Ching corpse ghost, who loved socializing, picked up a piece of fried intestine for Sun Mu. Looking at the foul-smelling intestine, Sun Mu quickly covered his mouth and almost vomited. How Shishi saw the Ching corpse ghost warmly serving food, and her heart began pounding. She secretly nudged Sun Mu with her elbow, signaling him to stay calm. How Shishi covered her forehead and glanced at Sun Mu, worriedly reminding him not to reveal anything. Hearing that, Sun Mu immediately acted the part and bit fiercely into the rotten intestine. "I'm a ghost. Delicious, truly delicious." Afraid of being discovered, Gao Shishi and Li Lai hurriedly stuffed the horrifying dishes into their mouths as well. While eating, Li Lai secretly complained that if Lam Mac had not dragged them to this ghostly place, she would not be suffering like this. At that moment, the butcher ghost ran down from upstairs and shouted joyfully, "I do not need to marry anymore." An old ghost asked in confusion, "What happened? Are you not the groom?" Another ghost also spoke, "In this grave wasteland, only you were chosen by the red dress ghost." The butcher ghost pointed behind and said, "Just now a living person went up there, about 17 or 18 years old." The butcher ghost laughed loudly and patted his chest, thinking that he was finally free. That kid lifted the veil himself and wants to marry the red dress ghost. Ghosts below immediately cheered in celebration. the butcher ghost escaped disaster. Then let us continue drinking. He laughed loudly. Brothers, drink. Gao Shishi and Sun Mu heard this and whispered in alarm, that living person is Lam Mak. This guy must truly be insane. Li Lai also raised her head to look at the butcher ghost, and thought that Lam Mak came here in the middle of the night just to marry a ghost. Ching Corpse Ghost, hearing this news, also opened his mouth in shock. This little friend is truly extraordinary. He even dares to marry that tigress. Gao Shishi turned to ask the Ching Corpse Ghost, "May I ask why the butcher ghost is not marrying yet looks so happy?" The Ching Corpse Ghost replied, "You truly are not local ghosts." Ching Corpse Ghost began recounting the past of the red dress ghost. She was originally a woman from the Qing dynasty. On the day of her wedding, the groom died from drunkenness. Afterward, her husband's family despised and scolded her. She cried for her husband daily and endured beatings. In the end, she could not bear the humiliation and hanged herself while wearing her wedding dress, turning into the most terrifying, resentful ghost in the grave wasteland, carrying a deep obsession with revenge. When she was alive, the red dress ghost forced every good-looking ghost in the grave wasteland to marry her. Strange thing is that, on the second day after the wedding, every ghost groom exploded and died mysteriously. Because of this, the number of handsome ghosts became fewer and fewer, until now even a crude one like the butcher ghost had to be included on the list. After hearing the Ching Corpse Ghost story, Sun Mu asked in shock, "The living person upstairs is not actually." The Ching Corpse Ghost chuckled and replied he is probably dead already. The Ching Corpse Ghost looked at Sun Mu and said, "Little ghost, I think you are not bad. Maybe the next husband of the red dress ghost will be you." Hearing that, he nearly wet his pants. Sun Mu's mind appeared the image of Lam Mak voluntarily offering himself to the female ghost. That was truly extreme. Li Lai asked Gao Shishi tiredly who could endure this. "Now that Lam Mak is dead, should we go back and report?" Gao Shishi immediately denied it. "No, if he lives, we must see the person. If he dies, we must see the body." The scene shifted to the next morning, inside the bridal chamber of the red dress ghost. After a night of exhaustion, Lam Mak finally opened his eyes and woke up. His body felt as if all life had been drained. He jumped up angrily while the female ghost smiled, gently placing her hand on his shoulder, and said, "Husband, you are awake." When touched, he angrily slapped her hand away and cursed, "What kind of absurd situation is this?" The female ghost still smiled calmly and said softly, "Husband, stop pretending." He hurriedly put on his clothes and shouted, "What did you do to me? Hurry and kill me instead." The female ghost covered her mouth in thought, then replied, "Kill you so you become a ghost, and then we stay together forever." Thinking about how his body had been taken by a ghost, he cried out in misery, "Heavens, what sin did I commit?" After dressing, he turned around intending to leave. "I must leave this place." As he passed the mirror hanging by the door, he saw his own face gone and dried out and was startled. Turned back and pointed at the female ghost, his voice trembling as he said, "You drain me dry." The female ghost stepped forward and rubbed his shoulder, saying, "How could I do that to you? I even know how to be economical." Hearing that, he flared up angrily and shouted at her to stay away. He hugged him again and whispered seductively, "I have already ordered someone to cook nourishing soup for you. From now on, you belong to me. In this entire grave wasteland, no one will dare touch you." She pulled his face closer, intending to kiss him, but he dodged. "If no one dares touch me, then that means no one dares kill me either. If I die without turning into a ghost, then what, would you not have to remain chaste? Please spare me. I truly only want to die." After being seduced endlessly by her, he became annoyed and pushed her away before turning and walking off. Seeing that he kept wanting to die, she said coldly, "You cannot die. Aside from the resentful ghost in the northwest, no one dares touch you." Hearing that, he turned back and asked the resentful ghost in the northwest. She sat down and replied, "Yes, that is my sworn enemy. You must never go there." At that moment, the sound of a door opening came from outside. Seized the chance to say thanks and immediately ran away. The servant saw this and asked, "Master, are you just going to let him run away?" The female ghost rubbed her stomach and sneered, "Relax, he will return on his own." After escaping that bizarre place, he gasped for breath, thinking he had become too weak. He had been drained completely by the female ghost. Dragged his exhausted body back to his room, thinking he should return to school to sleep and recover first before entering the grave wasteland again. As soon as he opened the door, looking like a ghost, a Thur rushed forward and attacked, making him shout in alarm, "A Thur, it is me." Thur recognized Lam Mak at that moment. The knife tip was already pressed against his throat. Thur hurriedly withdrew the knife and looked at him in shock, saying, "Why is your body full of ghost energy? I thought a ghost had arrived." Kai Min jumped up in panic and asked, "Where did you go last night? Why do you look so miserable?" He muttered in reply, "I just slept late," then rolled onto the bed. Forced himself to add, "Today, I will take a leave from class, please. Inform the teacher for me." Seeing him in such a miserable state, a Thur advised, "Doing that with a ghost consumes a lot of yang energy. Over time, you will die." The scene shifted to the classroom where people were gossiping that he did not come to class today, probably to avoid Goddess Cow. Senior student walked into the classroom and asked, "Is Lam Mac here? I need to see him." Kai Min quickly replied, "He just returned to school this morning, so he is sleeping." The senior nodded and said, "Please tell him that an Enheen has awakened." Hearing this, Gao Shishi secretly thought Lam Mac was still not dead. Sun Mu and Li Lai whispered, "Did not anyone who married the female ghost die? Lam Mac truly has a tough life. The mission is still not finished. Then we will continue monitoring him." After a long sleep, he recovered and went to buy kidney tonics. The shop owner even reminded that young people should know moderation. Poured the entire box of medicine into his mouth, thinking that meeting an Enheen like this would make him look less miserable. Sun Mu's group hid and observed. Sun Mu muttered, "Could kidney tonics be the secret to surviving? Then I must buy some too." Gao Shishi and Li Lai glanced at Sun Mu with disdain, then urged him to hurry and follow into the hospital room. Arrived at the hospital room to visit an Enheen and gently asked, "Does it still hurt?" Realizing his question was foolish, he smiled awkwardly and corrected himself. Being injured like this, how could it not hurt? Enheen smiled and replied, "It is fine. I am already used to this kind of injury." He said seriously, "You were injured because of me. I will definitely take revenge for you." She shook her head, saying, "This cannot be blamed on you. It was I who told you to enter the ancient tomb." Then she asked why you could open the tomb and were caught by the safety bureau. Replied with a dark expression that no clues had been found. An Enheen teased him for being useless and promised to investigate after she recovered. Seeing his concern, she hesitated before asking, "Could I ask you for a favor?" He immediately agreed. "My mother is seriously ill and hospitalized. Could you visit her for me and help pay the hospital fees that are still owed?" Hearing an Enheen ask for such a simple favor, he confidently patted his chest and said, "How could I use your money? I will handle this expense. Your mother is also my mother. She is not an outsider." Hearing him speak so excessively made her blush and tell him not to talk nonsense. "My mother is in Zihua Hospital in the Western District named A. Deem." He immediately held her hand reassuringly. "I understand. Just leave it to me." At that moment, my group was hiding outside the door observing. Gao Shishi looked at an Enheen and secretly wondered why this girl looked so similar to herself. Suddenly, the doll ghost inside Gao Shishi's body awakened and rushed straight toward an Enheen. Flood of questions surged in Gao Shishi's mind. Why did Kiang doll suddenly riot? Who exactly is an Enheen? After meeting an Enheen, she asked him to visit her mother. So today he arrived at the hospital asking around. He knocked on the door and the person inside told him to come in. He opened the door and entered cheerfully, even bringing a bag of fruit as a visit gift. "Hello, Mom, I am an Enheen's friend and came to visit you." But as soon as she saw him, her expression changed immediately. She became tense and started sweating. "An Enheen's friend is you." Knowing he was an Enheen's friend, she hurriedly got off the bed and knelt before him. He was stunned by that incomprehensible action and thought to himself, what is happening? Why is his future mother-in-law doing this? He hurriedly helped her up, saying, "What are you doing? Please stand up." But she still bowed her head and asked, trembling, "What is your name?" "I am an Enheen's friend, Lam Mac." "The surname Lam?" "Yes, that is right." Hearing his name, she burst into tears with tears streaming down her face. Seeing such a strange reaction, he curiously asked, "Do you know me?" She looked at him for a long time, then softly answered yes. But immediately afterward, she waved her hand, denying it, saying she had never met him. Her attitude, changing so quickly, made him even more confused. Anyone could see something was wrong. Seeing him standing there stunned, she explained that she heard an Enheen mention a friend with the surname Lam, so she guessed it was him. Hearing that, he laughed, saying, "Oh, I see." Seeing her gradually calm down, he spoke gently, "Let me help you back to bed. You kneeling like this makes me uncomfortable. When I came here just now, no one came with me, right?" He clearly sensed her uneasiness and asked it should be fine. "Why are you so nervous? Did something happen?" She tightly held his hand and warned that she had a grudge with the safety bureau and feared they would misunderstand her connection with him and implicate him. He must be careful. Hearing that, he nodded and pulled the blanket over her, saying, "I understand. An Enheen was seriously injured, so I cannot come often during this time. Later, I will take good care of her. Please do not worry." She nodded repeatedly, while inside he secretly thought that her daughter was seriously injured, yet this mother seemed not very concerned. Truly strange. While he was holding an apple and peeling it, she suddenly asked, "Are your parents doing well recently?" After finishing, he handed the apple to her and smiled, saying, "My parents are both well. We have a little farmland enough to live on. Oh, right, you and my mother share the surname, and my mother is also surnamed N." Hearing that, she asked in surprise, "Your mother is also surnamed N? What is her name?" "My mother is named in Shuang." As soon as she heard the name in Shuang, her face turned pale with shock, as if encountering something terrifying. Seeing that reaction, he asked, "Do you know my mother?" She hurriedly denied it, saying she did not know her, only that people with the surname N are rare, so she felt a sense of closeness. She began avoiding the topic and wanted to send him away. "If you have nothing else, then go back first. Yes, I will come visit you again next time." He quietly left, and glanced back at her once more, thinking that an Enheen's mother definitely knew something, but would not say it. However, he could not force a sick person to answer, so he would wait for another time. That moment, Lam Mac's group also arrived at the hospital and asked the receptionist, "We are from the Safety Bureau. Have you seen this young man?" Meanwhile, Gao Shishi was messaging her father saying it has been confirmed. Lam Mac is at Zihua Hospital visiting a woman named Ndeem. Receiving the message, Gao Longchen excitedly stood up and slammed the table saying, "Ndeem, Lam Mac has finally revealed himself. This time I will personally capture the remnants of Feng Mo." He immediately replied to Gao Shishi telling her to come at once. 10 minutes later, after leaving the hospital room, he walked toward the elevator. Gao Shishi saw this and thought to herself, where is Lam Mac planning to go now? Took out his phone and called his father to ask, "Father, did I not tell you to go to Tanhai? It is very dangerous here." "What, father, you already arrived at the station?" "Yes, I will come pick you up immediately." Gao Shishi secretly followed, and overheard, then thought she must report this latest movement. His father is about to arrive, so perhaps they should wait for him before taking action. At this moment, Gao Longchen had already arrived at the hospital room of an Enheen's mother to interrogate her. "You have already met Lam Mac. Is he the master of Feng Mo?" Seeing him, she burst into tears again and retorted, "What nonsense are you saying? You must be crazy. Everyone you meet you accuse of being from Feng Mo." He became furious and strode forward, grabbing her collar tightly. He roared in interrogation, "If he is not Feng Mo, then why did you cry upon seeing him? Have the two of you been secretly in contact all along?" Seeing him acting violently, she angrily spat directly into his face in humiliation. He cursed him directly. "He said you beat my daughter until she was half dead, and I am not allowed to cry. You are a bastard who even dares harm your own child. You are worse than a beast." After being cursed so viciously, he angrily struck her down to the ground and shouted insults. "You slut, you wretch, speak now, is he a remnant of Feng Mo?" He endured the pain, trembling, and had not even stood up when he rushed forward and kicked her shoulder fiercely. He stepped on her body and growled, "Are you trying to shield a remnant of Feng Mo? Back then you betrayed the crown prince. Do you know how miserably he died? Even at death, he still did not believe you betrayed him." Suffering from pain and hatred from the betrayal of the past, she screamed, "Get lost, you bastard." Seeing violence fail, he switched to temptation, asking whether Lam Mac carried the bloodline of the crown prince. If she told the truth, he would treat her well again. But she sneered and cursed that the crown prince consort had already burned herself together with the crown grandson and princess that year. "Are you blind to still ask?" Seeing she refused to cooperate, he intended to strike again, saying, "If you refuse the toast, then you will drink the penalty wine." Just then Gao Shishi ran in, calling for him. Seeing his daughter appear, he was startled and stopped his hand. Gao Shishi asked loudly in suspicion. She said, "Father has another daughter and father nearly beat her to death. Is that true?" Hearing that, he quickly denied it. "Do not listen to that crazy old woman talking nonsense. She is sick, so she speaks deliriously." But Gao Shishi was not easily deceived. She said sternly, "Stop lying to me. I heard everything. Moreover, I once met her, and she looked very similar to me, only a few years younger." He still forced a stiff smile, saying it might only be a coincidence. Seeing that attitude, she burst into tears and said painfully, "Father, if you are innocent, then show proof. Before you panicked and kept saying you only loved my mother, it was all lies." Seeing the father and daughter about to break apart, the woman laughed gleefully. "Ha ha, you are worse than a pig, little girl. You still do not know all the filthy things your father has done. It is not only this." Hearing she intended to reveal more, he angrily turned and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Receiving no satisfactory answer, Gao Shishi cried in disappointment and ran away, saying, "I do not want to see you anymore. It is disgusting." He called out after her in despair. Seeing the rift between father and daughter, she laughed in satisfaction, saying, "Gao Longchen, you finally received your retribution, ha ha." After the series of chaos in the hospital, the story returned to Lam Mac. After searching for a while, he saw his father carrying goods and happily called out, "Father." The old man was equally delighted to see his son again. He set the load down and smiled kindly. "Ha ha, good son, you have grown taller." He smiled and asked, "What did you bring, father?" The old man took the towel from his neck and wiped his sweat before answering, "I brought walnuts for you. They are all dried and very fragrant." Seeing his father carrying many things, he tried lifting the box of walnuts and asked why father gathered so many. "Is this considered many?" The father and son laughed and chatted like during the New Year festival. Not letting his father carry more, he pulled his arm and said, "Father, let us go eat lunch first." Father and son chatted and laughed while walking toward the restaurant, talking lively along the way. He asked why father came alone. The old man replied that he had been free at home recently, so he came to visit his son. Walking through the busy streets, they curiously looked around. The old man smiled, saying, "The city is indeed different. People dress much more openly." Then he asked whether your mother and younger sister are still well. Seeing his son worried, the old man laughed reassuringly. "Your mother is fine. Only your younger sister is very weak." After walking a few steps, she already gasps for breath. Hearing about his sister, he asked worriedly why father did not bring her this time for treatment. The big hospitals in the city have much better conditions. The old man shook his head, saying it was useless. Both big and small hospitals had already examined her long ago. After chatting for a while, the father and son arrived at the restaurant, and the staff invited them inside. The young waiter warmly approached, asking what they would like to order. At that moment, a young man dressed like a beggar quietly entered, asking for food. He bowed his head and begged, "Please give me a little food." The waiter waved his hand dismissively, telling him to leave. "Go away, you come begging every day. My restaurant does not give free meals." Glanced over and recognized someone familiar, and immediately shouted, "Wu Kun, is that you?" Hearing the call, the man froze, then burst into tears of joy, shouting, "Lamb Mak." Recognizing his old friend, he pulled Wu Kun to sit and eat together. The man ate ravenously without stopping. Seeing that he reminded him, "Eat slowly, or you will choke." Seeing his son acquainted with a beggar, the father could not help asking, "Do you even have friends in the beggar's set?" Realizing his father looked down on him, he defended Wu Kun, saying, "Father, do not judge by appearances. He once saved me and an Enheen and misled the Safety Bureau officers." He stood up and looked at Wu Kun apologetically, asking, "I have not even thanked you yet. Why did you end up like this? Where are the others?" After finishing the meal, Wu Kun wiped his mouth, but still remained cautious. He wanted to say something, but stopped when he saw a stranger. Realizing that caution, he introduced him, "This is my father. He is family." Knowing he was Lamb Mak's father, Wu Kun sighed and recounted that he and the driver escaped, but did not dare return to school, fearing discovery. So they hid here, waiting for things to calm down, and only dared beg for food. As for Zhuang Han, he did not run fast enough. That kid had terrible luck. He only had one leg, so he ran slowly, and was eventually captured by the Safety Bureau. It was said they interrogated him day and night, forcing him to confess who opened the ancient tomb. Zhuang Han endured all the punishments without revealing a single word. After telling the story, Wu Kun sighed painfully, saying, "My strength now is too weak to rescue him from the Safety Bureau. I fear Zhuang Han will not survive. Such a kind person." Hearing this, Lamb Mak's father understood and said in a deep voice, "I understand now. You all went tomb robbing together, and Zhuang Han was captured, so you want to rescue him, right?" He worriedly reminded Lamb Mak, "If you lack money, just say so. Tomb robbing is extremely dangerous." He looked at Wu Kun and smiled, replying, "I do not lack money, father. Do not worry about this matter." Understanding the situation, he arranged father later, after eating, return home first. Wu Kun and I must return to school. In his father's heart, a plan had already formed to deal with the Safety Bureau. Outwardly, he still listened to his son, and the father and son remained cheerful. Before parting, the father reminded him, "Once you reach home, remember to call me. Do not worry." After he and Wu Kun left, the father thought to himself, "Zhuang Han once saved Mak-er's life. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch." Thinking this, he reached into his pocket, searching and preparing his equipment. After a moment, he took out a special device used to absorb souls. Scene shifted. He had already appeared before the Safety Bureau to rescue Zhuang Han. As soon as he arrived at the gate, 2 guards raised their hands to block him, saying, "This is the Safety Bureau. Unauthorized persons are forbidden to enter." Seeing him silent, one of them shouted angrily, "Did you not hear? You country bumpkin, get lost." He merely smiled and took out the device, then activated it. The device immediately absorbed the souls of the 2 guards, causing them to scream in agony. In just an instant, their souls were completely drained. Without souls, the bodies of the 2 guards collapsed to the ground immediately. He calmly walked past them like a descending god. The door of the Safety Bureau opened easily before his steps. Inside the building, chaos and noise filled the air. Female secretary saw him enter and glanced at him with disdain at his shabby appearance. She demanded harshly, "Who are you looking for? Why did the guards let an old farmer enter here?" The entire room turned their eyes toward him. He said nothing and simply took out the soul extractor. Seeing it, she panicked and asked what he intended to do. The moment she clearly saw the device in his hand, her face instantly changed. She screamed a warning, "An enemy is attacking." People in the room quickly gathered together and summoned their hidden ghosts, preparing to fight. He looked at them coldly and said with disdain, "Too slow already." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the activation on the soul extractor. No one had time to resist. All their souls were sucked completely into the device. Miserable screams rang out and then quickly fell silent. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Safety Bureau collapsed, their soulless bodies scattered across the ground. Corpses covered the entire floor, so many that even crematoriums could not process them in time. Calmly stepped past everything without wasting even a bit of effort. In the interrogation room, Trang Han had been beaten miserably, tied to a chair while still being questioned whether he would confess that Lam Mak was the one who opened the ancient tomb. Even though he was nearly crippled, Trang Han still clenched his teeth and replied, "I already said it was me who opened the tomb. Why do you not believe it?" Seeing him stubborn, the interrogator became furious, shouted loudly and grabbed the controller. Press the button activating the electric device. The chair instantly released electricity, causing Trang Han to convulse in pain and scream. At that moment, Lam Mak's father kicked the door open and rushed in, startling the two interrogators. He appeared majestic like a war god, his presence overwhelming the entire room. Two interrogators trembled as they looked at him, their faces twisted in fear as they shouted, "Damn it, who are you? What do you want?" Hearing the two brats speak rudely, he immediately drew his sword, his face icy as killing intent overflowed. He said in a deep voice, "I am his father." One still asked in confusion if he was really that man's father. The other immediately cursed loudly. "Can you not see he is breaking someone out?" Before they could react, he had already rushed forward. His speed was so fast the naked eye could not follow it. Two men only managed to let out one final scream. Before the scream even ended, two heads had already rolled to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. The two interrogators lost their lives, considered exchanged for a reward and a vegetarian lunchbox. After eliminating them all, he casually cut the chains apart and rescued Trang Han. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Trang Han looked at him and thought to himself, "This man is no different from the King of Hell." Seeing him still standing frozen, he turned back and reminded him, "Stop standing there stunned. I came to save you." Having his life saved, Trang Han clasped his hands and bowed gratefully. "Many thanks, Senior, for saving me. Please tell me your name so I may repay you later." He replied coldly, "No need, it was nothing." He took out a card and handed it to him, adding, "If the Safety Bureau hunts you too fiercely, then bring this card here. At least it will keep you alive." After finishing everything, the two left the place. Along the way, Trang Han saw piles of Safety Bureau corpses. He thought to himself that this man destroyed the entire Safety Bureau just to save him. Such a favor as heavy as a mountain must be remembered forever. Back in the classroom, Kai Min was watching the news. When he saw him return, he immediately called out, "Mac, you are back already. Come here quickly." Kai Min said in panic, "Something huge happened. Today the Safety Bureau was completely slaughtered. This matter is extremely sinister. Everyone who saw the murderer is dead. There were no wounds on their bodies. It is said their souls were sucked away by some evil technique." On the computer screen appeared the image of Lam Mak's father. The broadcast reported the Safety Bureau had been massacred with no survivors. The cameras showed the suspect as a farmer. Anyone with clues should call the hotline. Seeing the man in the broadcast who looked exactly like his father, he could not help but doubt. A farmer, he looks just like father. But how could father possibly kill the entire Safety Bureau? At midnight in the desolate tomb, Lam Mak was running like mad searching for ghosts, activating the remnant ghost mark inside his body. Cao Thai's group hurriedly chased after him, rushed headlong deep into the forest without stopping. Time was urgent. As he ran, he thought, the Safety Bureau was destroyed, but the director and deputy director were absent. Tun Duck Engia is still alive. The antidote for an Enheen still depends on that man. Finding a ghost is extremely urgent. Running until exhausted, he finally arrived at the lair of the Uncle Wraith ghost. As soon as he approached the back entrance, a vicious little boy poked his head out and stared at him. Observing the surroundings, he muttered, "Northwest direction. The Uncle Wraith ghost should be here." Boy asked what he wanted with the boss. He immediately grabbed the collar and lifted him up while forcing him to answer. "The Uncle Wraith ghost is your boss, right? Speak quickly, where is he?" "The fused tomb ahead, right." After speaking, he released his hand. The boy fell down staggering. Before he could stand steady, he kicked him flying straight into the altar and shouted, "Go call him out here." The boy's body was kicked like a ball. Rolling on the ground, he cried out in painful misery. Inside the cave, two ghosts were gnawing on dried corpses. One was the Uncle Wraith ghost, the boss of the fused tomb. The other was the Devouring Heart ghost, the second. While eating, the vicious boy ran in shouting loudly, "Boss, something is wrong. Someone came to cause trouble." Two ghosts stopped eating and lifted their heads asking, "Someone came to cause trouble." Not a ghost, but a living human. Learning that a living human intruded into their territory, the Uncle Wraith ghost coldly ordered, "Second, go kill him. Drag the corpse back here and slice the meat for a feast." The Devouring Heart ghost received the order and prepared to attack Lam Mak. Devouring Heart ghost laughed bloodthirstily. "It has been a long time since eating fresh human flesh. Gnawing dried meat every day is unbearably boring." The boy hurriedly added, "But that man is the husband of the red-robed female ghost of the ancient manor. They were married just yesterday. I already said no one would dare intrude casually. Turns out he has backing." Knowing Lam Mak was the husband of the red-robed female ghost, the Uncle Wraith ghost became even more bloodthirsty. That female ghost dared look down on me. If I fear this time, it is the same as admitting defeat. Kill him. If the red-robed female ghost dares come, then let her know who the real master of the tomb is. As soon as the order was given, the devouring heart ghost immediately rushed out with the intention of taking Lam Mak's life. The heart-devouring ghost had just rushed out of the tomb entrance when it found him already standing there, as if waiting in advance. At first, the heart-devouring ghost was excited and full of interest, but when it realized the opponent was only a small toad demon, it immediately felt deflated and disappointed, secretly cursing that there was only a single insignificant lackey. Being called a petty lackey by him, the heart-devouring ghost flew into a rage, growling as it rushed forward, its mouth muttering arrogant nonsense. It immediately swung the dog tail behind it, spinning fiercely in a full circle. After completing the spin, it suddenly struck straight toward him. Because he underestimated the enemy too much, he did not defend at all, intending to use this strike to force the ghost sword to appear. Yet he was whipped away by its tail and thrown to the edge of the graveyard. Taking the blow head-on, his body was hurled far away, the impact creating a loud explosion as dust billowed everywhere. His appearance now was extremely miserable, covered in blood, clutching his chest as he struggled to stand, still telling himself that this was not enough to force the ghost sword to appear. Even with severe injuries, he remained arrogant, raising his hand to provoke and insult the heart-devouring ghost, sneering and asking if this was all the ability it had. Constantly provoked, the heart-devouring ghost became furious, roaring as it rushed forward to take his life, cursing that he did not know life from death and should quickly offer his heart. The speed of the heart-devouring ghost was astonishing. He had just raised his hand to provoke when it was already right in front of him. The heart-devouring ghost threw a heavy punch straight into his chest, his body flying backward and slamming against the tree behind him. That terrifying force, it seemed he had reached the edge between life and death, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. This time he might truly lose his life. Not far away, Cao Thai and her group silently watched the entire situation unfold. Seeing him completely overwhelmed, the three were so frightened their mouths hung open, their minds in chaos as they could not understand why Lam Mak deliberately provoked the Heart Eater. Clearly he had two guardian ghosts, yet he did not summon them. Truly madness to the extreme. At that moment, when the heart-devouring ghost's punch touched his heart, the power of the ghost sword demon within his body was triggered. Lightning surged violently outward. He roared in the darkness. Finally, he had waited for this moment. The hidden ghost arm inside his body quickly turned into white bone, suddenly grabbing the arm of the heart-devouring ghost. Seeing that he had been punched through the heart yet was still alive, the heart-devouring ghost panicked, cursing aloud in disbelief at what it saw. His body erupted with power again, lightning wrapped around him, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the opponent and coldly declared, "You are finished, kill." The skeletal hand of the hidden ghost immediately summoned the demon soul sword, the blade covered in violent lightning. As soon as he gripped the ghost sword, he unleashed 7 kill strikes. Countless sword shadows tore through space and rained down upon the heart-devouring ghost. Sun Mu witnessed a single strike sending the evil spirit to its end and stood stunned speechless. Sun Li Lai was also shocked with her mouth open. Clearly Lam Mak had been hiding his strength all along. Seeing such terrifying power, Sun Li Lai feared the fact that she had once provoked him, worrying whether Lam Mak might turn to take revenge. Sun Dia wiped sweat as he tried to reassure his sister. Cao Thai also felt secret concern, admitting in her heart that with this strength it would not be strange if he alone wiped out the entire safety bureau. But when looking more closely, Cao Thai discovered something unusual. Lam Mak's aura seemed to be weakening rapidly. Hidden ghost demon sword had only reappeared briefly before beginning to fade. The muscles in his arms gradually returned to normal, the power of the ghost sword retreating at incredible speed. Feeling the hidden ghost about to disappear, he could not help but panic, thinking that if he could not keep it this time, he would have to wait for another opportunity. He gritted his teeth with determination. He had to hold onto the ghost sword this time, raising his hand and trying to summon the hidden ghost sword again. Suddenly, small arcs of lightning flashed on his arm, flickering endlessly, pouring all his strength into the summoning. He clearly sensed the difference and finally grasped a clue. He focused all his spirit, raising both hands and entering meditation. The ghost sword suddenly appeared as lightning burst violently. Realizing he had gained control of the summoning, he felt great joy in his heart, silently cheering that he had succeeded. Seizing the opportunity, he tightened his hand and grabbed the sword hilt. He swung the sword straight down to the ground, creating a world-shaking explosion. After testing the power, he withdrew the ghost sword, secretly satisfied in his heart. Although he could not keep it for long, the path of advancement had opened. The day of returning as Ghost King was no longer far. Immediately afterward, he opened the system to check. Seeing the ghost sword had reached intermediate fierce spirit, needing another 1,000 ghost energy points to upgrade, loyalty at maximum, but the cost to unlock skills was also very high. After receiving the notification, he decided to unlock all skills. Fortunately, the current accumulated points were just enough. He activated the first skill. The system announced successful unlocking, receiving Soul Execution Sword, dealing physical damage that penetrates magic resistance, cooldown 120 seconds. Next, the second skill was unlocked as well, Evil Purging Sword, Violent Sword Energy, dealing magical damage that penetrates armor, cooldown 120 seconds. Looking at the nearly perfect skill panel, he was overjoyed. One physical, one magical, and it consumed no spiritual energy, truly a treasure. At this moment, the red-eye ghost appeared proudly showing off, laughing, and saying it had advised him that forming a contract with the remnant will of the ghost sword was the correct decision. Chainsaw Ghost also appeared, eagerly demanding a solo fight with the ghost sword, babbling challenges non-stop, making him laugh and wave his hand, telling it to stop. Before he could celebrate long, his expression suddenly turned serious as he sensed an unusual aura from inside the tomb cave. Deep within the cave, the resentful Ghost Lord slowly stepped out. The resentful Ghost Lord stood firmly before the tomb entrance, murderous intent filling its eyes as it looked at him, and coldly declared that blood debts must be repaid with blood. Scene shifted to the Western Barren tomb. The red-dressed female ghost leisurely looked into a mirror applying lipstick. A servant rushed in anxiously with bad news, saying that Lam Mac had come to provoke the resentful ghost. Hearing this, she spun around in shock and shouted angrily, asking why he dared come to the Northwest Barren tomb despite knowing the hatred between the two sides. The servant smiled and guessed that Lam Mac came for her to take revenge, even killing the heart-devouring ghost, making the female ghost overjoyed, thinking he truly risked his life for her. In excitement, she stood up and ordered all subordinates to gather, marching to the joint burial tomb to rescue Lam Mac and eliminate the resentful ghost. The servant immediately obeyed, blowing the alarm horn and summoning the ghost horde to prepare for departure. The horn echoed loudly, hundreds of ghosts surged forward. From the strong to the weak, all gathered completely. When the formation was ready, the red-dressed female ghost stepped out like a queen, raising her hand and declaring that today would be a life-and-death battle with the resentful ghost. At the same time, on Lam Mac's side, the resentful ghost had also mobilized all its forces. Cao Thai's group hid behind a boulder, worried because the enemy numbers were overwhelming. Sun Mu and Sun Li watched the scene with both fear and satisfaction, believing that Lam Mac would not escape death this time, and that there was no need to keep observing. The resentful ghost stepped forward, terrifying pressure spreading out, its hateful gaze wishing to tear him apart for killing its subordinates. Facing that domineering aura, he thought silently that this time survival was unlikely, now that he had comprehended the ghost sword. If he died again, it would be a true death. Seeing the tense situation, he immediately showed acting talent, forcing a smile to make peace, saying it was only a misunderstanding. But the resentful ghost was not foolish, roaring curses and ordering his death. The entire ghost gang stared at him together. The resentful ghost angrily declared that today, if he did not enter the graveyard, he would not be allowed to retreat. Receiving the order, the ghost lackeys howled and rushed forward. He watched the scene with despair filling his heart. Could it be that today he would truly die here? Suddenly at that moment, the toad ghost had just extended its long tongue and rushed forward when an invisible force slashed into its neck, blood spraying everywhere. None other than the butcher ghost, the nominal husband of the red-dressed female ghost. Seeing reinforcements arrive in time, he laughed loudly. Brothers have arrived. The butcher truly strikes fiercely. During his praise, the butcher ghost laughed with delight but still acted modest, turning to joke that calling him husband first would be enough. Hearing such a strange statement, he froze, scratching his head in confusion. What did husband first mean, and why was he here? At that moment, the red-dressed female ghost arrived leading a flood of subordinates. The butcher ghost turned and pointed at them, saying he came following his wife's order to save him. Red-dressed female ghost stepped forward, loudly challenging the resentful ghost. You damned old hag, daring to touch my husband means you die today. The resentful ghost refused to yield, opening its mouth and extending its tongue while roaring insults, declaring that at this crossroads of dog pens there would be a life-and-death battle. As soon as the shout ended, the two gangs charged together into chaotic battle, shouts shaking the sky as some announced their names and others issued challenges across the area. Immediately, the ghosts unleashed their ultimate moves, spewing streams of corrosive fluid as violent clashes erupted between the two sides. Witnessing the terrifying spectacle of ghosts fighting ghosts, he stood stunned with his mouth open, unable to help sighing that it truly was a rare sight. Seeing that he was still safe, the red-dressed female ghost stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders, asking with concern, "Husband, are you all right?" He smiled and replied that he was fine. Before he could finish speaking, the red-dressed female ghost leaned close and whispered, "Were you planning to secretly kill the resentful ghost to surprise me? Something this dangerous should be discussed with me first." Saying that, she hugged him tightly and said she did not want anything to happen to him. He looked confused and asked what she was talking about. Seeing the two hugging, the resentful ghost angrily leaped into the air and slammed down onto the ground, blasting away the red-dressed ghosts, while roaring that the one who killed the heart-devouring ghost must pay with his life. Facing that threat, the red-dressed female ghost turned to him and reassured him, telling him to rest while she personally dealt with that old hag. As soon as she finished speaking, the red-dressed female ghost immediately cast Void Breath Spirit. Countless crimson petal-shaped hidden weapons appeared. Petal-hidden weapons shot toward the subordinates of the resentful ghost, while the resentful ghost quickly dodged through the air. The ghost lackeys struck by the hidden weapons had their bodies instantly corroded and dissolved, screaming for help as they vanished in agony. Seeing such a terrifying technique, he could not help feeling shock, wide range and high damage, truly a frightening area spell. The resentful ghost was angered by the display, grinding its teeth as it pulled out a straw doll and sneered that she was still too inexperienced. Raised the doll before the red-dressed female ghost and began chanting a spell, calling upon the 5 directional demon gods to bless the straw substitute. As soon as the chant ended, the resentful ghost stabbed the doll with a sharp needle. Instantly, the chest of the red-dressed female ghost was pierced as well, blood spraying violently as she screamed in pain. Seeing her fall, he rushed forward to catch her, covering the wound with his hand to stop the bleeding, knowing clearly that this was a substitute curse. Every injury inflicted on the doll reflected directly onto the target. After a moment, the wound gradually healed. The red-dressed female ghost woke and looked at him. He asked anxiously about her condition. She forced herself to sit up, saying it was only a minor injury. After stabilizing herself, the red-dressed female ghost soared into the air and began casting 100 cluster red spider lily. She gathered all the red spider lilies into a single mass, drawing the power back into her body as she prepared a counterattack. Struck by the fused red spider lily attack, the resentful ghost cried out in agony. Green ghost energy enveloped its body, burning and melting its flesh. But the more pain it felt, the more insane the resentful ghost became, roaring that it would fight to the death. The two ghosts clashed in the sky with earth-shaking force, while below he stood stunned, realizing he had been saved, yet had done nothing. Only now did he decide to act, pressing the mark on his hand to summon the remnant ghosts. He could not keep watching. After preparing, all the remnant ghosts within his body were summoned, from the great fiend ghost, the mechanical ghost, to the strongest insect ghost sword. Shouted an order. Instantly, the remnant ghosts rushed forward, slaughtering all the subordinates of the resentful ghost. Holding the ghost sword in his hand, he feared no one. Every slash split the opposing ghost in half instantly. Suddenly, a ghost standing before him stared intently, breathing flames from its mouth with an aura that was not weak. In an instant, it spewed a massive sea of fire rushing straight toward him, shocking him with fear. In panic, he quickly retreated and hid behind the green corpse ghost, using it as a shield, leaving the green corpse ghost stunned and crying out. Green corpse ghost was burned painfully by the flames, grinding its teeth and thinking that Lam Mac truly played dirty. After being burned until smoke rose from its body, the green corpse ghost angrily cursed him, while he only scratched his head with an awkward smile as a notification of earned points sounded in his mind. The sky, the red-dressed female ghost fought while paying attention below. Hearing the noise, she glanced downward. Seeing that concern, the resentful ghost immediately grasped the weakness and sneered that it would kill him in front of her. As soon as it spoke, the resentful ghost changed direction and fired a volley of sharp needles toward him. The red-dressed female ghost hurriedly shouted a warning. Hearing the call, he raised his head and saw the needles rushing toward him. At the critical moment, the red-dressed female ghost created red spider lilies before him just in time, blocking the ambush. Saved once again, he silently cursed the resentful ghost for being too dangerous, while the red-dressed female ghost breathed a sigh of relief for acting in time. Taking advantage of her distraction, the resentful ghost suddenly launched a sneak attack, sneering that they had been fooled. Cast a needle formation that shot straight into the abdomen of the red-dressed female ghost, the vicious strike causing her to collapse in pain. Seeing this, he angrily ground his teeth and cursed the resentful ghost for being treacherous. His fury, he immediately ordered the remnant ghosts to activate the skill soul-severing echo. The big-chested ghost plucked the strings of her instrument, releasing a deathly sound, causing the resentful ghost to become dizzy and disoriented. At that moment, the red-dressed female ghost struggled to pull the needles from her abdomen, crying out in pain. Taking advantage of the resentful ghost being controlled by the echo, he called the mechanical ghost to throw him into the air as he rushed to attack. Closing in on the opponent, filled with resentment, he shouted for the resentful ghost to die. He unleashed Soul Execution Sword and slashed straight at it, but the blade caused no damage. Seeing this, the resentful ghost laughed proudly and showed off its thick armor, mocking that he could do nothing. Without hesitation, he immediately switched to Evil Purging Sword, coldly saying that thick or thin armor had nothing to do with him. The resentful ghost still laughed with disdain, believing the strike useless and not bothering to dodge. That very arrogance made it pay the price. When it realized it was already too late, as the system sounded a notification of excitement points gained. Terrifying surge of energy from the sword tip blasted straight through the resentful ghost, sending its body flying to the ground. After the strike, the resentful ghost was reduced to a dry skeleton and a single ghost bead falling down, because it was armor-piercing magical damage. Seeing the resentful ghost destroyed, the red-dressed female ghost loudly declared that the enemy was dead, and anyone who wanted to live should follow her. The red-dressed female ghost coldly threatened the insignificant ghost toads. If they wished to die with the resentful ghost, she would not stop them, and would grant them the honor of burial together. Knowing they had no chance of resisting, the toad ghosts immediately raised their hands in surrender, trembling as they shouted that they surrender. They all knelt on the ground, endlessly praising the red-dressed female ghost, and declaring that from now on she was their only master. After battling the resentful ghost for over 100 years without victory, now thanks to Lamb Mac delivering the final blow, the red-dressed female ghost secretly rejoiced that she could finally defeat her lifelong enemy thanks to her husband. Thinking of this, she turned to look for him but could not find him, and exclaimed in surprise that her husband had disappeared. At that moment, he was crouching and picking up ghost beads scattered across the ground, smiling brightly like a farmer with a rich harvest. The evil spirit ghost beads of the resentful ghost were something he had seen for the first time. Selling them would bring at least nearly 2 million, truly a great gain. While calculating money, the red-dressed female ghost flew over and placed her hand on his shoulder, gently saying that tonight they had destroyed the resentful ghost and should hold a celebration banquet, and asked him to come along. Overcome with excitement, she hugged him with admiration, making him panic and refuse, saying that he still had to go to school tomorrow. Hearing that, the red-dressed female ghost immediately protested that he was the greatest contributor, so how could he not attend the feast? Seeing she misunderstood, he explained that he killed the ghost for himself, not for her. Even after hearing him say that directly, the red-dressed female ghost still showed a satisfied expression. Clearly, he did it for her, yet refused to admit it. Not arguing further, he turned and left, saying they would meet again if fate allowed. She hurriedly waved and replied that next time he must come. Watching his figure gradually disappear, the red-dressed female ghost kept thinking well of him. Truly a man with ambition. The chaotic battle ended and Lamb Mac left. The ghosts also returned to the barren tombs. Cao Thai Thai's group still hid behind the rock. Sun Miu asked in shock if Lamb Mac had just killed an evil spirit. Cao Thai Thai was also astonished, thinking that the power of that ghost sword was nearly comparable to her puppet ghost, and he had even unified the barren tombs. Lamb Mac's strength was truly unfathomable. If he were only a normal ghost tamer, it would be fine. But since he had stepped onto the evil path, he would become a disaster for humanity. Sun Li Lai and Sun Miu agreed that they must urgently report to the Bureau. While her thoughts were tangled, Cao Long Tram called. Holding the phone, she remembered the scene of him lying in the hospital and hesitated whether to speak about family matters or urgently report Lamb Mac. Seeing Cao Thai Thai standing blankly staring at the phone, Sun Miu and Sun Li Lai walked over to ask what was wrong. After receiving the report from his daughter, Cao Long Tram immediately summoned the personnel of the Safety Bureau and announced that Lamb Mac had unified the ghosts around Ares Academy, forming an extremely powerful force. Cao Thai Thai even sent images. Cao Long Tram slammed the screen and shouted that Lamb Mac's contracted ghosts had already reached 4, the danger level skyrocketing. Hearing the plan, Deputy Director Sun frowned and suggested directly capturing Lamb Mac for interrogation to save the trouble of surveillance. Cao Long Tram immediately refuted the suggestion. Capturing someone was not simple. Behind Lamb Mac there might be a powerful force. Without evidence, they could not request military support. Deputy Director Sun continued questioning what should be done. Cao Long Tram calmly replied that they must force the power behind Lam Mac to reveal itself. He proposed increasing the difficulty of the ghost domain trial for all first-year students in the province, pushing Lam Mac into mortal danger to force that force to take action. After hearing it, everyone became excited and agreed. Deputy Director Sun praised the plan of killing with a borrowed knife, then asked about the trial location. Cao Long Tram revealed a sinister smile and tapped his hand on the map of the Dead Lands, answering briefly, Fuang Land City. At the same time, Principal Don Kang Kong was still in the barren tomb, witnessing Lam Mac destroy the resentful ghost. He smoked while mocking himself that his 8 ghosts still could not compare to that kid. Because he was lost in thought, he held the burning cigarette backwards and raised it to his mouth, burning himself until tears streamed down his face. He hurriedly threw away the cigarette and held his mouth while shouting from the heat. The scene shifted to the dormitory room. Lam Mac sat cross-legged on the bed cultivating energy. Kai Min was still sleeping soundly without knowing anything. Took out the evil spirit ghost bead of the resentful ghost and circulated his energy to absorb the essence inside. In the blink of an eye, he successfully broke through, officially reaching level 2 Ghost Tamer. Looking at the ghost bead in his hand, he secretly rejoiced. Thanks to it, he managed to break through. From now on, controlling ghosts would be more stable, and he would no longer worry about losing control. Resting after the battle, he pulled the blanket over himself and slept to recover. His control speed and attack accuracy had both increased. Most importantly, the contracted ghosts could now level up. Only the big-chested ghost remained merely a weak, vengeful ghost. After thinking this, he drifted into sleep. Next morning in class, the principal announced the Thuong Land Ghost Domain trial. The students panicked and discussed it because that place was extremely dangerous. Facing the chaos, the principal loudly demanded the entire class maintain order. He reassured them that participation was not mandatory. Ares Academy only had one team of 5 ghost tamers, each team consisting of 2 to 5 people. Anyone willing could register. During this, he glanced at Kai Min and thought that their team lacked defense, but Fatty's trash can ghost would be sufficient when needed. After thinking it over, he asked Kai Min if he would go. The game-addicted Fatty immediately refused. Staying in the dorm to play games was more fun. He immediately provoked him, mocking Fatty for having no ambition. The trash can ghost was already strong, so what was there to fear? Kai Min still lazily smiled awkwardly, saying he only wanted to stay home watching movies, forcing him to use his ultimate temptation. He pulled his phone from the backpack and held it in front of Kai Min. Inside were many good movies. He promised that if they entered the ghost domain, he would send them all to Fatty. Seeing the movies, Kai Min greedily reached to grab it, but he pulled it back, emphasizing that he would only give them after entering the ghost domain. Kai Min immediately clasped his hands, begging, and agreed to go. He smiled confidently and assured him. After settling it, Kai Min suggested bringing another girl along for fun. Hearing that, he shook his head helplessly, mocking that the girls in the school were all built like tanks. Kai Min thought again and realized it was true. He patted his shoulder, concluding that 3 people were enough. Principal also announced that students participating in the trial would all receive death insurance paid by the school. Hearing about death insurance, Kai Min turned pale and complained why they could not talk about something more fortunate. After discussing the plan, Lam Mac went to visit an En-heen. He carefully peeled an apple and handed it to her, saying that in the next few days he would enter the ghost domain so he could not visit often. Receiving the apple, an En-heen bit it hard in response to his concern. She worriedly asked where the ghost domain was and whether it was dangerous. He reassured her that it was just an ordinary haunted house. Hearing that, she felt disappointed because there was no profit. Seeing her expression, he quietly laughed, thinking that Little always thought about money. While eating the apple, he said he would find an opportunity to force Tun Duck Loy to hand over the antidote for the piercing energy poison. After saying that, he handed the apple covered with his saliva back to her to continue eating. An En-heen refused with disgust. Seeing him eat so happily, she asked whether he was not afraid of her saliva. He replied that if he liked it, then why be embarrassed? He casually laughed and said that visiting her and finishing the apple himself was also fine. Hearing that, an En-heen finally said the truth that her saliva contained poison, making him panic and break into cold sweat. He hurriedly punched his chest, trying to vomit it out, but nothing came out, only sweat splashing everywhere. Trembling, he sat on the ground, blaming an En-heen for not telling him earlier. Seeing his miserable appearance made an En-heen burst into loud laughter. An En-heen laughed while teasing him for eating too quickly. While he was so angry he almost smoked, yet could only endure it. At that moment, Cao Thai Thai stood outside, secretly watching through the glass door. Seeing the two so close, Cao Thai Thai felt a hint of jealousy, looking at an Enheen on the hospital bed with a conflicted heart. After all, she was her half-sister. The scene returned to the dormitory. He was studying the map when the chubby Kai Min curiously asked what he was looking at when they were about to enter the ghost domain, model photos or pig pictures. Hearing such nonsense, he tapped Kai Min on the head with the map, scolding that pig brain for always thinking nonsense. He held up the map, explaining to Kai Min and a third that this was a detailed map of the Thuong Lan ghost domain. He had searched for days and marked every street and alley clearly. Kai Min listened and asked why they needed it. The Safety Bureau would distribute maps when entering the ghost domain. He had to explain that the Bureau maps only marked ghost locations. Meanwhile, his map clearly recorded banks and other important locations, everything fully annotated. Hearing about banks, Kai Min's eyes lit up as he cheered, while a third also joined in with excitement. He said seriously that he had planned this long ago. Ghosts did not care about money, so the banks might still contain untouched cash. Thinking about money, Kai Min eagerly proposed buying 3 pairs of black socks. He asked in surprise what the socks were for. Kai Min calmly replied that if they robbed a bank, they had to cover their faces, leaving him and a third speechless and unwilling to argue. On the day of the trial, students from many schools gathered densely in Thuong Lan City. Seeing that Cao Thai Thai's group was also present, Kai Min whispered that he did not expect Aries Academy to have 3 teams and even someone from Snow Phoenix. But Athur and Lam Mak remained serious, ignoring others and focusing only on following their plan. Deputy Director Tun Duc Loy stood on the high steps announcing that the trial would last 5 days. Ranking would be based on the number and level of ghosts eliminated. The top 30 would receive rewards. He further emphasized that this trial was different from high school level. No one would have teleportation talismans. During that, many students turned pale with fear, feeling as if they were gambling with their lives. Everyone discussed anxiously. While he understood that teleportation talismans were hard to use because Thuong Lan was too vast, in the end, they could only rely on themselves. Seeing the students uneasy, Tun Duc Loy loudly declared that anyone who wished to withdraw still had time. As soon as he finished speaking, a student tremblingly raised his hand asking to withdraw. His teammate angrily grabbed his collar and scolded him for cowardice, quitting before even entering. If he withdrew, the whole team had to follow. The other pushed him away, arguing that life was more important. Without teleportation talismans, entering the ghost domain was like seeking death. After that, many other students also asked to withdraw one after another. A few people left. Tun Duc Loy proudly declared that those who remained were heroes and ordered them to receive supplies. His gaze stopped on Lam Mak, secretly thinking that everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. After distributing all supplies, everyone gathered before the gate of Thuong Lan City. The doors slowly opened as groups stepped inside. Inside, human bones were scattered across the ground, creating a chilling atmosphere. When all the students entered, the gate closed. The trial officially began. The teams spread out and moved deeper into the city. Kai Min immediately asked whether they should go to the bank right away. He calmly said to wait because the inner city was more dangerous. He spread out the map and said their team was currently in the eastern outskirts. Ahead there was a small village, so they would stop there first. Thur asked Kai Min for his opinion. He looked confused and replied, "You are asking me." Kai Min only wished to sleep peacefully. Everyone looked up at the sky together. Dark clouds gathered and covered the sky. It looked like rain was coming, so they had to quickly find shelter. In the sky, cameras recorded the scene of 2 teams entering the village at the same time. Seeing another team arrive first, Kai Min urged them to hurry. Ahead was a team of 4 people. It was unclear which province they belonged to. He came up with the idea to let them scout the way first, treating them as sacrificial pawns. That group entered the village without encountering any incident. The surroundings were strangely silent. Seeing no movement, he judged that the village was temporarily safe. Kai Min still hid behind him. Chose a house in the middle of the village as a resting place. Kai Min complained that the house was old and might collapse in the rain, wondering why they did not choose a bigger house. Athur patted Kai Min on the shoulder and advised that staying here was the most reasonable choice. Inside, the house was messy and covered with spider webs. He smiled and said Athur truly understood his intention. Kai Min still did not understand why this place was best, so he asked. Athur wiped a wooden platform to prepare a sleeping spot, then explained that being near the village entrance made retreat easier and avoided being surrounded. Hearing that Kai Min happily occupied a place, he took out dry rations to eat, then told everyone to rest. Later, he would go scout. Kai Min ate 3 ration bars in a row and complained that the Safety Bureau was stingy. He gave Athur 1 bar and said someone who ate as much as him would finish it in 3 days. Suddenly someone greeted them outside, introducing himself as Hoa Khan, the student leader of Lang Fong. Hoa Khan smiled kindly and presented a gift, saying he secretly brought meat in to share with everyone. He and Athur smelled something strange and immediately became cautious, while Kai Min's eyes lit up as he happily accepted the gift and introduced himself as a student of Ares Academy. Hoa Khan said they could consider it making friends. Kai Min was about to take it when he blocked his hand and said to wait. He pretended to be curious and asked how the meat was brought in. Athur also spoke up, reminding that all food had been confiscated before entering. Hoa Khan smiled and said he hid a lucky pouch in his clothes to stuff the meat inside, but he remained cautious and directly asked whether giving the gift came with any conditions. Hoa Khan said he hoped their team near the village gate would warn them if ghosts appeared so both sides could cooperate. It was merely a gesture of goodwill. Finding it reasonable, he accepted 2 pieces of meat and agreed to notify them if something happened. Hoa Khan happily laughed, said goodbye and left, emphasizing that in such a dangerous place everyone had to unite. After Hoa Khan left, Lam Mak placed the 2 pieces of meat on the table. Kai Min was so hungry he asked to divide them immediately, then turned to ask Athur to check whether the meat had any problem. Athur immediately pulled out a knife and stabbed the meat to test it. Kai Min swallowed hard and nervously asked whether the meat was poisoned. Kai Min shouted loudly, forcing Lam Mak to cover his mouth and remind him to be quiet, who would bring poisoned meat as a gift for no reason, like giving dried fish to a chicken during the New Year. After testing, Athur frowned and said the meat was not poisoned, but the fragrance was too abnormal, which made her uneasy. At that moment, the red-eye ghost appeared with a frightened expression, saying this was ghost flesh forest meat. Kai Min still stared at the meat, drooling endlessly. Kai Min held the meat and asked what ghost flesh forest was. Athur broke into a cold sweat and explained that it was a ghost that manipulated the mind. Anyone who ate its meat would be controlled for a period of time. Athur admitted she almost overlooked it. Fortunately, the red-eye ghost discovered it in time. Kai Min turned pale and threw the meat away, not understanding why those people wanted to harm them. Mak gritted his teeth in anger. If they had been controlled, they would have become cannon fodder and guides for the enemy. He said in a low voice to Athur and Kai Min that tonight either they die or we die. Immediately afterward, he quickly laid out a plan, telling everyone to pretend to eat the meat, then shout loudly to lure the enemy out. Group immediately acted noisily, praising the meat as incredibly delicious, even better than roasted food in the city, deliberately letting Hoa Khan hear it. During that, Hoa Khan turned back and smiled smugly, thinking that the Ares students were truly fools, and now there were 3 more pieces of cannon fodder. After the performance, Lam Mak's group pretended to fall asleep, their snoring echoing through the village. But in truth, Lam Mak and Athur remained fully alert, secretly on guard. Suddenly a strange sound appeared. Lam Mak jumped up and asked who was singing outside. Athur looked out with him and saw 2 ghosts standing beside a house, walking while singing. 2 ghosts performed a segment of an underworld opera, their gloomy song echoing through the night. Realizing they were opera ghosts that specialized in luring the souls of the living, Athur and Lam Mak felt chills run down their spines. At the same time, Hoa Khan's group whispered among themselves, deciding to let those 3 become sacrificial bait first. Girl in Hoa Khan's group activated a mark and summoned the ghost flesh forest. The fat ghost flesh forest appeared and prepared to cast a control skill on Lam Mak's group. Seeing the enemy act, Lam Mak signaled everyone to pretend to be affected. Only Kai Min still yawned in confusion. Thur worriedly told Kai Min not to listen to the singing, but he helplessly said that was not easy to control. Lam Mak thought quickly and said he had a solution. The group walked out in front of the 2 opera ghosts and applauded, praising the singing and performance as excellent. Hoa Khan's group stood in the corner laughing disdainfully, thinking those fools were about to die yet were still putting on a show. However, Hoa Khan gradually sensed something strange. The opera ghosts were not strong enough, yet those 3 remained fully conscious. Girl in the group suggested attacking first to seize the ghost beads and kill the 2 ghosts as well. She ordered the attack and the whole group rushed forward, but they had already fallen into Lam Mak's trap. Hoa Khan's group, together with the ghost flesh forest, rushed to attack the opera ghost. As soon as they approached, the opera ghost immediately cast the skill 3 souls, 7 spirits, releasing ghost energy from its sleeves. Hoa Khan's entire group was instantly controlled and froze in place. The girl panicked and shouted an alarm, but it was already too late. The opera ghost swung its hand, knocking the entire group down, and sneered that they were too inexperienced. One of them fell flat on the ground and saw the opera ghost approaching. Fear froze his body. The opera ghost raised a long blade, preparing to strike down. He tried to roll away, but still had one arm cut off, screaming miserably in agony. Seeing that scene, Lam Mak excitedly clapped and cheered as if watching a good play. Hoakan's group broke free from control and glared at Lam Mac with red eyes, unable to understand why those three had not been soul lured. Lam Mac calmly explained that they had already prepared wet cotton stuffed in their ears to resist the control. Realizing she had been deceived, the girl screamed in fury. The system sounded a notification that Lam Mac received excitement points. Facing the overly powerful opera ghost, she shouted for her companions to summon all their contracted ghosts to resist. Their contracted ghosts appeared and clashed with the opera ghost, while the masters retreated behind. Remnant ghosts charged forward together to attack the opera ghost. Lam Mac stood below, loudly provoking them, scolding them for bullying the few with the many. If they were capable, they should fight solo. Provoked by the taunt, Hoakan's group roared with curses. The system again announced additional excitement points. Lam Mac loudly called for the opera actress ghost to support from outside. Opera actress ghost awakened and immediately cast a sound-based support skill. The opera ghost, being restrained on the ground, immediately absorbed the supportive power. Strengthened by the support, the opera ghost's eyes glowed fiercely. The opera ghost sprang up and swung its blade, sweeping away all the remnant ghosts of Hoakan's group. Witnessing this power, Lam Mac developed the idea of subduing both the opera actress ghost and the opera ghost because their supportability was too powerful. On the battlefield, the opera ghost chopped off the head of another remnant ghost. Taking advantage of the chaos, the ghost flesh forest attempted to ambush the opera ghost. The opera ghost agilely flipped its body to evade the surprise strike. The ghost flesh forest crashed into another remnant ghost because it could not stop in time. The opera ghost swung its blade again, severing the head of yet another remnant ghost. Due to the backlash of the contract, the master of the remnant ghost clutched his throat in pain and cried for help. Seeing the opera ghost slaughter everywhere, Lam Mac enthusiastically cheered from below, causing the opera ghost to stare in confusion. With no other choice, Hoakan ordered a change of target, focusing the remnant ghosts to kill the opera actress ghost first to disable the opera ghost. Hoakan immediately ordered the remnant ghosts to charge. The opera actress ghost and the starving ghost also launched attacks at the same time. The remnant ghosts roared as they rushed forward fiercely. On the other side, the opera ghost continued clearing the remaining remnant ghosts. A mummy ghost that had just approached was cut across the body by one slash, its corpse splitting into two. Without stopping, the opera ghost leapt into the air, chasing a fleeing remnant ghost, and roared angrily, telling it to stop. The opera ghost used the move 7 kill strike, the cold blade tip piercing straight through the remnant ghost's head in an instant. Hoakan's remnant ghost had its head pierced, and its arm cut off by the twisting blade. Hoakan suffered the linked pain and rolled on the ground, screaming miserably. After clearing all the remnant ghosts, the opera ghost cast a greedy gaze toward the next girl. Human flesh was indeed delicious. She collapsed to the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. In extreme panic, she burst into tears, desperately calling for her hidden ghosts to save her. Ghost flesh forest, headless ghost, save me. But her two hidden ghosts trembled helplessly. The ghost flesh forest lay miserably on the ground, completely unable to help. She turned pale and knelt, begging for help, repeatedly pleading that she knew she was wrong and begging to be saved. She would do anything he wanted. Lam Mac pretended to look confused, then laughed loudly in response. Huh, what did you just say? I did not hear clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, the opera ghost did not hesitate any longer and swung its blade, cutting off her head in an instant. The head rolled across the ground. This time she died rather quickly. Her eyes even closed, considered that she still had a chance for reincarnation. Hoakan's entire faction was wiped out. He stood below, clapping excitedly and praising the scene. The opera ghost and opera actress ghost stared at him in shock. Waiting for the right moment, he placed his hand on the mark and activated the skill to summon. The demon sword remnant ghost had arrived for him to act and broaden their horizons. As soon as the opera actress ghost saw the remnant ghost he summoned, she broke into cold sweat and cried out in alarm. The ghost soared. Seeing him act arrogantly like that, the opera ghost became even angrier and rushed straight to attack while grinding its teeth. As the opera ghost approached, his remnant ghosts also entered the battlefield. The opera ghost was pressured by the mechanical ghost until its whole body trembled. The opera actress ghost immediately used a support skill, shouting that she had endured enough hardship. The opera actress ghost swung both sleeves and used all her strength to cast a support skill for the opera ghost. Better to risk everything than sit waiting for death. Immediately, the supportive ghost energy from the opera actress ghost rushed over and fused into the body of the opera ghost. Receiving the empowering strength, the opera ghost raised its head and roared violently. The mechanical ghost was startled seeing the opera ghost suddenly roar, not understanding what was happening. But right afterward, the opera ghost became even more ferocious. its offensive momentum more violent than before. Realizing the opera ghost had suddenly grown stronger, the mechanical ghost stepped back to maintain its stance. The opera ghost ground its teeth and changed target. Lam Max secretly thought that in war one must strike the commander first. After thinking that, the opera ghost dodged the mechanical ghost's saw blade and suddenly changed direction to attack. Seizing the opportunity, the opera ghost rushed rapidly toward Lam Max and roared to watch its move. Lam Max, standing behind, was slightly surprised by the opera ghost's speed. His expression darkened before he calmly praised that the movement technique was indeed not bad. Immediately afterward, he summoned the ghost sword remnant and launched a counterattack, one sword slash cutting straight toward the opera ghost. Next came the move Soul Execution, the blade tearing through the air, but the opera ghost raised its weapon in time to block. Although it blocked one strike, the opera ghost was still blasted far away by the impact force, its body tumbling. The opera ghost fell heavily to the ground, lying flat, while grinding its teeth in hatred. Seeing the opportunity, he raised his sword intending to deliver another strike, and coldly said he would broaden its horizons further, then cast Evil Purging Sword, leapt high into the air, and gathered strength to slash straight down onto the opera ghost. The power of Evil Purging Sword exploded violently, creating a shockwave that blasted the opera ghost far away. The opera ghost could not withstand the strike. Fresh blood continuously spewed out, and it had no strength left to resist. Seeing her senior brother beaten to the brink of death, the opera actress ghost panicked with sweat pouring down as she screamed in alarm. The opera actress ghost hurried to check whether the opera ghost was alive or dead. Lam Max saw her panic and ordered the big-chested ghost to play the instrument to control her. Immediately, the music of the big-chested ghost took effect, binding the opera actress ghost. The opera actress ghost was enchanted by the sound and fell into a temporary sleep state, completely unable to move. Seeing the opera actress ghost collapse, Lam Mac walked over and caught her in his arms. While holding the opera actress ghost, he laughed and looked at the opera ghost provocatively, saying the little lady was indeed beautiful. The system immediately reported congratulations for gaining 40 excitement points. Even lying paralyzed on the ground, the opera ghost roared in fury, seeing that scene, telling him to release his junior sister. He should worry about himself first. The mechanical ghost rushed forward and used its massive body to pin the opera ghost firmly to the ground. In this situation, he smiled while calculating how to provoke both of them to conveniently subdue and contract them. After thinking it through, he deliberately teased them, using the opera actress ghost to anger the opera ghost and pretending to ask whether her senior brother was her lover. Hearing those teasing words, the opera actress ghost shyly covered her face and stammered that it had nothing to do with him. Seeing her embarrassment, he lifted the chin of the opera actress ghost and wrapped his arms around her tightly. He leaned his face closer and continued tempting her, saying that someone so beautiful following that man was truly a waste. She should follow him instead, and he would guarantee happiness every day. Those sweet words drove the opera actress ghost into furious madness as she screamed about perishing together. The system reported congratulations for gaining another 100 excitement points. The opera actress ghost's excitement level reached 10%, with 89% remaining to sign a contract. She went mad and slashed with her claws, but he calmly threatened that if she touched him, her senior brother would die. The mechanical ghost immediately planted its saw blade before the opera ghost as a warning to the opera actress ghost. Seeing her senior brother restrained and able to die at any moment, the ghost Huadin turned back in fear. In the end, she did not dare act recklessly. Letting go of his neck, the ghost Huadin burst into angry tears, sobbing while calling him despicable and shameless. Being cursed to his face, he still smiled cheerfully and replied, despicable, he was sincerely loving her. He held the ghost Huadin's hand and stared at it, calculating again in his mind. The agitation was only 10% and still far away. Hands, this beautiful suffering wind and rain with that man was truly a waste. Hearing those words, the ghost Huadin cried even harder. He reached out to wipe her tears while pretending to pity her. The system reported another 100 agitation points. The ghost Huadin's agitation reached 30%. He gently wiped her tears dry even though she tried to avoid him. Seeing the woman he loved embraced by someone else, the ghost Washeng screamed in pain and cursed wildly. The system reported 400 agitation points gained. The ghost Washeng's agitation reached 69%, only 30% left to sign the contract. He was secretly surprised, then decided to provoke the ghost Washeng to the extreme. Stepped forward, supporting the ghost Huadin as she leaned back and whispered in her ear. Could it be that her first kiss was still untouched? He leaned his face close to the ghost Huadin, pretending to kiss her while provocatively declaring he would seize it, driving the ghost Washeng insane with rage, roaring as if about to explode. In truth, he had only leaned close without touching her lips, Yet the ghost Washeng was already screaming endlessly, making him smile with satisfaction. The system reported the ghost Hueden's agitation reached 99%, and a forced contract was possible. He glanced at the ghost Washeng with a smug smile and immediately agreed. The system asked the ghost Washeng whether he would accept becoming Lam Mac's contracted ghost and eternal slave. The ghost Washeng roared in furious refusal, absolutely unwilling. System calmly mocked the ghost Washeng, saying the question was merely formal and his opinion unnecessary. The contract rose from 10% to 20% and then completed. The ghost Washeng roared with veins bulging across his face. The ghost Washeng's final scream echoed everywhere before fading away. In the end, he was completely subdued by him. A stream of ghost energy from the ghost Washeng was absorbed straight into Lam Mac's arm. Seeing the surge of energy filling him made him excitedly exclaim, "Wow, truly satisfying." With the ghost Washeng no longer visible, the ghost Hueden immediately grew furious and interrogated Lam Mac, asking where her senior brother was and what he had done to him. He showed a lecherous expression and deliberately began unfastening the ghost Hueden's clothes to provoke her, saying her senior brother was already dead while tempting her to follow him, boasting that he understood people and was skilled at removing clothes. Hearing such shameless words, the ghost Hueden glared and cursed him as a bastard. The system reported her agitation reached 80%, only 19% left to sign the contract. Though the ghost Hueden frowned in disgust, he still laughed and teased her, leaning to her ear and asking if she knew which meat he liked most. It was her heart. Whispered in a lustful tone that he still liked eating her heart, making the ghost Hueden tremble with fear and turn away, shouting for him to be silent. Unable to endure anymore, the ghost Hueden struggled free from his arms and covered her ears, begging him to stop speaking. The system immediately reported agitation reached 99% and a forced contract was possible. When the system confirmed the conditions for the contract were met, he stopped teasing. His expression turned serious and he raised his hand to confirm. The system immediately initiated the contract with the ghost Hueden, even coaxing her to forget her senior brother and saying becoming Lam Mac's contracted ghost was the greatest honor, promising her lifelong happiness, which only made the ghost Hueden hate it more. The ghost Hueden sobbed while repeatedly refusing, but there was no way back. The system ignored her protests and forced the contract from 10% to 100% despite her desperate screams. After the contract was completed, the ghost Hueden was recalled by Lam Mac into his hand, forming a completely new mark. He raised his arm with 5 remnant ghost marks, feeling extremely satisfied as he moved another step closer to the goal of contracting 100 million ghosts. After finishing, he recalled all the remnant ghosts. The mechanical ghost and the big-breasted ghost all returned to their marks. Suddenly the ghost Washeng appeared before him, roaring for release and demanding his junior sister back. The system reported his loyalty dropped to 2%. Seeing the ghost Washeng raging, he placed a hand on his chest and explained he had no ill intention toward his junior sister. Moreover, she was already a contracted ghost, so the two of them could stay together forever. After speaking, he allowed the ghost Hueden and ghost Washeng to meet again to avoid trouble. The moment they saw each other, the two ghosts joyfully called senior brother and junior sister. They had only been apart briefly, yet already hugged each other happily. The system reported the ghost Washeng's loyalty rose to 7%, and the ghost Hueden reached 12%. However, the ghost Washeng was still angry about his earlier act of pretending to kiss the ghost Hueden. He turned and roared, questioning him. Lam Mac crossed his arms and calmly replied he did not kiss her. If he did not believe it, then ask her. The ghost Hueden blushed with embarrassment and explained there had indeed been no kiss. It was all an act to sign contracts for both of them. Hearing that, the ghost Washeng immediately brightened and laughed happily, saying so that was the case, why not say it earlier? The two ghosts calmed down and continued hugging affectionately. The system reported the ghost Washeng's loyalty rose to 27%. He secretly rejoiced after discovering his weakness was the ghost Hueden. Knowing the weakness, he devised a plan to make both of them increasingly loyal, saying this place was dark and having no one hear their singing was a waste. Following him, they could travel many places so the ghost Hueden's voice could spread far. Hearing this, the ghost Hueden happily agreed. The ghost Washeng loved his junior sister, so he nodded and said wherever she went he would follow. The system reported both their loyalty reached 30%. The successful plan made him grin with satisfaction like a bumper harvest. After everything was settled, Lam Mac's group returned to the old room to discuss the next plan. The harvest this time was quite abundant. Kai Min held a bag of food and smiled brightly, saying the rations for 4 people were enough. Athur also reported the remaining 2 weak ghosts in the village had been dealt with. After a tiring night of fighting, Lam Mac yawned and explained the situation clearly. The ghost city was too crowded to clear completely. Entering the inner city, they could only kill as many as possible. Everyone should rest early. After speaking, Lam Mac picked up his backpack and prepared to leave instead of resting. Seeing him leaving, Athur asked if he would not sleep. He turned back and replied tomorrow there would be a fierce battle, so he must upgrade his contracted ghosts first. Lam Mac's diligence made Athur realize someone stronger than him was still working so hard. Athur clenched his fists and resolved to cultivate harder so he would not be left behind. Lam Mac moved to a quieter house in the village to focus on cultivating and upgrading the remnant ghosts. He placed 3 ghost pearls on the table and activated the mark to summon the remnant ghost. After summoning the big-breasted ghost, he picked up each ghost pearl preparing to upgrade her. He threw all 3 ghost pearls into the big-breasted ghost's body and immediately activated the upgrade process. The big-breasted ghost opened her mouth and swallowed the ghost pearls whole. The system continuously reported upgrades from early fierce spirit to middle then high rank. After 3 upgrades, the big-breasted ghost's figure became even more fiery, making Lam Mac stare in shock and mutter whether upgrading meant becoming bigger. Briefly captivated, he forced himself to maintain reason, pretending to cough lightly before focusing on the main task and no longer letting his thoughts wander. He opened the system and unlocked the second skill for the big-breasted ghost, obtaining the level 1 echoing soul-draining melody. This skill could weaken spiritual energy and ghost energy within its range, consuming 20 spirit power with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Receiving such a powerful control skill, Lam Mac trembled with excitement. Simply restricting spiritual energy was enough to lock the opponent's abilities. After upgrading the big-breasted ghost, he recalled her and prepared for the next remnant ghost. This time, Lam Mac unexpectedly poured out all the ghost pearls stored in his backpack. He gathered all the ghost pearls to upgrade the red-eyed ghost, the blood pupil ghost, considering it a generous gift. The red-eyed ghost excitedly absorbed the ghost pearls like madness. Lam Mac's eye changed violently, making the hair on his neck stand. At this moment, his eye was covered with bulging veins, strange circles appearing inside the pupil. After the absorption finished, Lam Mac discovered he could see through walls and clearly saw Athur cultivating on the other side. The red-eyed ghost even allowed him to see through the meridians within Athur's body. The ability was astonishing. Only a brief test already shocked him. The ability to clearly see an opponent's acupoints was truly overbearing. Red-eyed ghost laughed with delight and thanked Lam Mac, happy that its strength had soared. He smiled and replied there would be even greater power. Next, Lam Mac opened the system and activated the 3rd skill unlock for the red-eyed ghost. The system reported 1,000 points deducted successfully. Level 1 Blood Curse skill allowed marking a target within 50 meters, causing bleeding then exploding with armor-piercing damage. Low consumption and fast recovery made him extremely delighted. The system reported the red-eyed ghost's loyalty increased by 15%. The red-eyed ghost pointed at him, saying he rarely thanked anyone. Today was an exception. Those words stunned him. The system continued reporting the red-eyed ghost reached 99% loyalty and became a permanent contracted ghost, making him believe the other remnant ghosts would eventually be the same. After a night of non-stop cultivation, dawn approached. Lam Mac and Athur, together with their companions, continued moving deeper into the inner city, except for Old Toad Hai Min, who slept straight until morning. At this moment, 3 other students ran in panic from the inner city, shouting while running that everyone should escape quickly. The Dusk Ghost and the Devouring Ghost were chasing behind. The ghosts inside the safe zone were all fierce spirits, yet they still forced us into the trial. Seeing this, Lam Mac reached out to stop one of them and urgently asked what the Dusk Ghost and Devouring Ghost were. The student's face was pale as he hurriedly replied there were more than 100 of them. Ahead was truly hell. It was best to run and wait until the trial ended. After hearing that, Lam Mac and Athur glanced at each other and smiled with excitement. More than 100 ghost pearls this time was like striking gold, and they could also test the power of their newly upgraded remnant ghosts. After saying that, Lam Mac and Athur confidently rushed straight toward the ghosts, shouting, "Hurry up or others will kill them all." Kai Min saw the 2 running and hurriedly chased after them. Seeing the 3 charging enthusiastically toward death, that student stared in horror and blurted out they must be crazy. How could they still be so excited? Did they want to reincarnate early? Ghosts crowded together like an army roaring as they rushed forward, but Lam Mac and Athur calmly advanced without the slightest fear. Lam Mac raised his head and looked at the ghost horde, his heart extremely excited. This time he would probably fight until his hands and legs were sore. Athur beside him was just as thrilled, baring his teeth in a delighted grin before immediately summoning his remnant ghost to battle. Shadow Ghost was summoned in an instant, appearing like the god of death with a massive scythe filled with killing intent. The shadow ghost stood ready, its chilling aura locking onto the entire ghost horde ahead. The single swing of the scythe, several ghost heads fell to the ground at the same time. The power was extremely terrifying. Without stopping, the shadow ghost struck again, slashing horizontally and tearing one ghost body in half. Thur leaped high into the air and threw the knife in his hand, piercing straight through another ghost's head. Lam Mak had not even made a move yet when a Thur already displayed overwhelming strength, making him surprised as well. This shadow ghost was truly too powerful. Immediately after, Lam Mak did not hesitate either, summoning the mechanical ghost and the ghost Washang into battle while calling out the ghost sword to charge into combat, laughing as he said he could not just stand and watch. Ghosts crazily opened their mouths and stuck out their tongues as they rushed forward, knowing only slaughter with no trace of reason left. As soon as they closed in, Lam Mak swung his sword and cut down a ghost, black blood spraying everywhere. There were countless ghosts. The ghost Washang and the mechanical ghost fought continuously without rest. Lam Mak thought to himself, this pile of corpses would probably need to be burned to finish. With Lam Mak's overwhelming strength along with the two remnant ghosts, the low-level ghosts were eliminated one after another, their bodies scattered across the ground. After fighting for a while, Lam Mak realized his attack speed was still not fast enough. Compared to a Thur, he was even slower. This could not be allowed. While he was thinking, three ghosts suddenly growled and rushed over, attempting a sneak attack. In an instant, Lam Mak spun around, widened his eyes, and activated the blood curse. As soon as the red-eyed ghost skill activated, strange marks immediately appeared on the bodies of 5 ghosts. They still stood there confused without understanding what had happened. After casting it, Lam Mak calmly smiled and began counting the rhythm, waiting for the detonation time. 1, 2, 3. He snapped his fingers lightly and calmly said 10 seconds was enough. Explode. All the marked ghosts exploded simultaneously, their bodies shattered. The light from the explosion illuminated the entire area. This time there was no need for cremation because the corpses were already torn apart. After continuous fighting, Lam Mak and a Thur eliminated more than 100 ghosts. Ghost pearls scattered everywhere. Kai Min and the 3 students could only stare with wide eyes, completely speechless at the scene that had just happened. Only now did the 2 students regain their senses, stammering as they asked who exactly were the real ghosts. Which school were those 2 students from to be so terrifying? Lam Mak and a Thur only turned back and gave strange smiles. The gazes of the 2 at this moment became unusual and made everyone shiver. They looked at ghosts with more excitement than ghosts seeing humans. One student even noticed the fat Kai Min had only been watching the whole time. Turned and asked Kai Min if they were not on the same team then, why he had not made a move. Hearing that, Kai Min raised his chin and replied those small ghosts were enough for the other 2. He would only act against the final boss. 3 students immediately believed him completely, smiling and praising Kai Min as the real expert, repeatedly apologizing for their earlier rudeness. Meanwhile, Lam Mak was busy picking up ghost pearls. Seeing Kai Min chatting idly, he became annoyed and called that fatty to stop talking and come pick things up quickly. Kai Min hurried over, grinning. Only then did the 3 students realize something felt wrong. Their eyes filled with suspicion. It seemed old toad Kai Min had just tricked them. Scene shifted to an ancient building inside the center of Thuonglan City. In the main hall, a ghost boss sat calmly. Beside him, 2 long-legged female ghosts served him, while below a skeletal ghost knelt to report. Ghost boss was the ghost scholar, the leader of the Thuonglan ghosts. He held a cup and asked with a smile whether it had been investigated. Was it the ghost army or the security bureau with high-level ghost tamers? The skeletal ghost replied that 2 men had been captured and interrogated. They said they were only students here for training. There was not even a 5th-level ghost tamer among them, just children. Hearing that, the ghost scholar laughed with disdain and ordered all the students in the city to be captured, planning to hold a grand feast. He had thought the opponent was powerful. Drain Ghost, standing nearby, worriedly asked if capturing them all would anger the state of Chu and bring their army. The gambling ghost covered in gold stepped forward and added that if the state of Chu were truly strong, they would have acted long ago. Instead, they only dared use formations to surround the city. At this moment, the smoking ghost stepped forward from behind holding a pipe, nodding in agreement with the gambling ghost. Looked at the ghost scholar and volunteered to lead the capture, saying those people were only low-level ghost tamers, and he alone was enough. The ghost scholar smiled sinisterly and agreed, reminding him to act swiftly and not let anyone escape. The smoking ghost patted his chest and promised not a single one would be spared. At the same time, Lam Mak's group had already moved deep into the center of Thuonglan City. Sensing an unusual aura, Lam Mak spoke in a low voice saying the ghost ranks in the city had increased, making Kai Min and a Thur break into cold sweat. Thur raised his head and looked around before nodding in agreement, saying he could also smell the scent of powerful ghosts. Hearing that Kai Min turned pale and suggested retreating since they already had enough ghost pearls, Lam Mak replied Thur was right, but in reality this place was not that dangerous yet. Although he sensed danger, Lam Mak still reassured everyone, pointing at the nearby bank building and saying if they did not rob it his hands would itch. After that they would leave. But just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted at the entrance of the building, startling the whole group. Within the thick smoke, 3 tall and muscular ghosts gradually appeared, their eyes locked onto Lam Mak's group. 3 ghosts had bull heads and horse faces, holding heavy weapons while grinding their teeth with killing intent. Seeing their ferocious appearance, Thur recognized them as high-rank fierce spirits and asked whether they should fight. But before a decision could be made, one Toro rushed forward swinging its club at Kai Min. Lam Mak immediately grabbed his collar and pulled him away while shouting to retreat into the bank. The whole group ran desperately. Kai Min's fat body lagged behind while shouting for help. The 3 Toro chased madly. Thur wanted to turn back and counterattack, but Lam Mak immediately rejected it. Fighting now would attract even more ghosts, and then they would not escape. Seeing the Toro about to catch up, Kai Min screamed in fear, begging for help. Lam Mak gritted his teeth and stopped as he turned around. Immediately cast the skill Endless Blood Pupil, controlling all 3 ghosts. In an instant after being struck by the blood pupil, the 3 ghosts became dizzy and froze in place, completely unable to move. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lam Mak shouted for everyone to run with all their strength and leave this place, abandoning the ghosts behind. But at that moment, Kai Min noticed something strange and shouted in panic, "Mak, brother, look." Lam Mak's eyes widened just the same. When he looked up, he saw ghosts rushing in from all directions surrounding the group. He cursed, saying the ghosts were increasing endlessly. No wonder the ghost tamer squads and the army all died after entering. In this life or death moment, Thur suddenly came up with a bold plan. His face turned cold as he said he would lure them away. Immediately Thur crouched down, pressed his hand to the ground, and activated the skill Abyssal Shadow Song. As soon as it was cast, a vast region of darkness spread across the ground around the group, the dark abyss gradually expanding to cover the surroundings. The ghosts were still confused when Thur urgently shouted to run quickly. Lam Mak ran while asking what skill this was. Thur explained outside the darkness ghosts could not see them. Inside the darkness, everything was slowed by 70%, but it only lasted 60 seconds. The fat Kai Min panted heavily while running behind. Realizing how overpowered the effect was, Lam Mak could not help praising that the range was wide and it slowed everything. This skill was truly monstrous. The ghosts could only watch without catching up. Kai Min used all his strength to run until sweat poured like rain, gasping for breath while complaining to stop for a moment. His back was about to break. Were they not there yet? The 3 ran for their lives and finally saw the Thuong land bank building ahead. Just a little more and they would arrive. As they reached the bank entrance, the dark abyss skill was almost out of effect. Fortunately, they had speed support, or all 3 would have been finished. After running inside, Kai Min immediately collapsed onto the ground, gasping like he was about to die. Thur and Lam Mak leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Thur said for now no ghosts were chasing them. The physical strength of ghost tamers like them was still very weak. After resting and catching his breath, Lam Mak clenched his fist, his eyes shining as if he had won the lottery, excitedly shouting, "Bank, my money has arrived." At that moment, another student walked out from inside the bank. Both sides were startled. The moment he saw Lam Mak, he opened his mouth wide and pointed, saying, "Lam Mak, why is it you?" Lam Mak frowned and called out, "Liu Trak." Liu Trak looked at Lam Mak and Kai Min with disdain, mocking that there were so many ghosts outside, yet the first and second ranked trash of the whole school still made it in. Could it be they also had flying contracted ghosts? Lam Mak thought to himself enemies truly met on a narrow road, and hoped the money had not been taken by this man. Hearing the mockery, Kai Min angrily tried to argue back, but before he could finish, Lam Mak covered his mouth, saying there was no need to talk nonsense. You people did not touch the bank money, right? That moment, 3 more students from Snow Phoenix Academy appeared. The leader, who was a second-level ghost tamer, arrogantly replied whether they touched it or not was none of his business. Looking at the Snow Phoenix group, Lam Mak immediately understood Liu Trak had clung to them to get inside. He mocked that a first-level ghost tamer hugging the legs of 3 second-level ghost tamers must have thick skin and flattering skills to follow experts. Being exposed, Liu Trak raised his hand, revealing 2 remnant ghost marks, and roared in rebuttal, saying he had strength and talent and was not trash. The system reported congratulations for receiving 40 agitation points. Lam Mac calmly rolled up his sleeve, revealing 6 remnant ghost marks, making Liu Trak stare wide-eyed with sweat pouring down as he stammered 6 ghosts. Seeing the 6 remnant ghosts, Liu Trak was both frightened and angry. He pointed and insisted they were only tattoos because a person could not contract 6 ghosts. Lam Mac ignored him and turned away, saying the bank money today belonged to them. Even God could not stop it. But just as he intended to go in, the Snow Phoenix leader stepped forward to block him, warning coldly not to be too arrogant. He threatened that even if Lam Mac had 6 contracted ghosts, the 3 of them each had 3 ghosts, and together they could easily crush him. Hearing that he only counted 3 people, Lam Mac laughed and asked whether Liu Trak was not a person, making Liu Trak grind his teeth and curse angrily. The system reported another 40 agitation points. Being threatened, Lam Mac immediately called his teammates to prepare to summon remnant ghosts for battle. Just as Thur and Kai Min were ready, the red-eyed ghost suddenly appeared to stop them. The red-eyed ghost anxiously said, "Do not fight," leaving Lam Mac confused. Thanks to Endless Blood Pupil, the red-eyed ghost had already seen a terrifying aura approaching outside the bank. Smoking Ghost was leading his subordinates here, intending to capture everyone inside the bank. The red-eyed ghost urgently informed Lam Mac that more than 10 high-level evil spirits and 1 high-level dark spirit were rushing over, their oppressive aura suffocating. Confronting them now would be suicide, and they had to retreat immediately. Lam Mac immediately draped his arms over Thur and Kai Min and laughed loudly at the Snow Phoenix group, saying it was just a joke, and all the bank money would be given to them. They must absolutely not go outside. Liu Trak laughed proudly and mocked Lam Mac as cowardly, saying he finally knew Snow Phoenix people were not easy to provoke. Ignoring Liu Trak's insults, Lam Mac cheerfully pulled his teammates away and reminded them again not to leave the bank, leaving Thur and Kai Min confused about his plan. Outside, Kai Min asked why they had left. Lam Mac replied there was no time to explain and told him to quickly summon the Trash Can Ghost. Kai Min immediately summoned the Trash Can Ghost. Lam Mac jumped inside first, then pulled Thur and Kai Min in after him, urging them to hurry. At the same time, the Smoking Ghost and his subordinates had arrived at the entrance of Thuong Land Bank. The whole group hid inside the trash can with hearts pounding, slightly lifting the lid to watch the high-level ghosts enter. Fortunately, they had hidden in time. 4 Snow Phoenix students were surrounded by ghosts. Liu Trak and the second-level student cursed Lam Mac for not warning them, and then decided to fight, desperately hoping at least someone could escape. The Smoking Ghost stepped forward and set a condition. If they could withstand 1 entire pipe of smoke, then they would be released. In the desperate situation, the second-level student shouted for everyone to summon their remnant ghosts and resist with their lives. Outside the bank, the sounds of violent clashes erupted. Explosions and the cracking of bones echoed endlessly. As to Blood Pupil, Lam Mac observed everything. Kai Min asked who had the advantage. Lam Mac commented that Snow Phoenix had strength but were not opponents for high-level evil spirits and could only cause a little exhaustion. Even now, Kai Min still regretted the money and asked if they would not take the bank money anymore. Lam Mac and Thur shouted of course they would take it. If the ghosts were injured, they would ambush and seize both money and ghost pearls. Otherwise, they would wait until the ghosts left and return. Whether attack or defense, everything was calculated. 2 clapped hands in agreement, while Kai Min sighed that their minds were terrifying, while he felt like a fool. Lam Mac laughed to comfort him, but Kai Min angrily cursed to relieve his frustration. After teasing him, Lam Mac continued focusing on observing the battle. The Snow Phoenix group cooperated quite well in both offense and defense. After fighting for a long time, Snow Phoenix only managed to kill 1 high-level dark spirit. Their 3 remnant ghosts were destroyed, and the 4 of them gathered together panting in exhaustion. The second-level group were all heavily injured with blood covering their bodies. When the time of 1 pipe of smoke ended, they begged the Smoking Ghost to keep his word and let them go. Smoking Ghost laughed mockingly and said speaking of credibility with ghosts was truly foolish. He activated his ultimate skill, Burning Smoke of Vengeance, binding all 4 onto execution racks and declaring no one would leave today, making Liu Trak and his companions cry and beg in terror. Despite their desperate pleas, the Smoking Ghost summoned red ropes and tightly bound them, whipped them repeatedly, causing the 4 to spit blood while screaming in despair through the night. Watching from outside, Lam Mac broke into cold sweat. He had not expected the 4 to be killed so quickly. After the torture, the second-level group died miserably, their corpses lying scattered across the cold ground. The Smoking Ghost finished them off lightly and laughed with disdain, mocking them for not knowing their own limits. Seeing such terrifying power, Lam Mac was shocked beyond belief. In less than half a minute, they had all died. Thur explained that the ultimate skill, Burning Smoke of Vengeance, created hallucinatory smoke, causing opponents to constantly see the sins of their past and be tortured to death. truly a terrifying killing move. Athur also pointed out that Liu Trak was beaten the worst because his sins were the deepest. Hearing that, Lam Mak gaped in admiration and praised Athur as worthy of being a theory genius. Lam Mak pondered carefully. Although the smoking ghost had consumed quite a lot of ghost power, the ultimate skill was too strong, and there was no way to break it. Risking their lives for a little money was clearly not worth it. But Athur came up with a countermeasure, drawing his sword seriously, and saying although the smoking ghost's ultimate skill was powerful, it required 1 hour of cooldown. This was their chance to counterattack. After hearing Athur's analysis, Lam Mak immediately became excited and replied that if the ghost had no ultimate skill, then things would become much simpler. They should exploit this weakness to kill him. After agreeing on the plan, Athur and Lam Mak immediately climbed out of the trash can and rushed straight into the bank, deciding to end the fight quickly because prolonging it would only attract more ghosts. Seeing the two leave, Kai Min poked his head out and shouted, "What about me?" Carrying this old toad would not help with anything, so he was left obediently inside the trash can. Lam Mak turned his head and smiled at Kai Min, saying he should stay there for now, because later they would need his trash can to carry the money. At that moment, the smoking ghost heard movement and turned his head toward the source of the sound. The distance before the smoking ghost, Lam Mak and Athur were slowly approaching step by step, their momentum rising as a great battle was about to erupt. Seeing the two appear, the ghost's subordinates and the smoking ghost laughed loudly in delight and mocked them, saying more sacrifices had come to their door. As soon as he finished speaking, the smoking ghost immediately ordered the high-level dark spirits to rush forward and kill the two. At the same time, Lam Mak and Athur quickly summoned all their remnant ghosts to counterattack. Athur called out the shadow ghost, and together man and ghost fiercely slaughtered the high-level dark spirits. On Lam Mak's side, he also went all out, summoning remnant ghosts into battle, fighting while provoking them to split their formation and shouting for them to rush forward to make them easier to deal with. As soon as a ghost approached, it was struck by a heavy blade from the ghost Washang. Behind them, the mechanical ghost roared as its saw blade started and tore another ghost apart. At the same time, Lam Mak used soul-slaying sword, one sword slash striking two ghosts directly. They raised their arms to block, but after being hit, they remained completely unharmed. Bodies were too tough. Instead, the two ghosts mocked him provocatively, urging Lam Mak to attack again. After saying that, they rushed forward again, swinging their claws repeatedly. Lam Mak quickly retreated to avoid the attacks, with sweat pouring as he saw their madness like rabid dogs. While fighting, Athur kept observing his teammate. Seeing Lam Mak in danger, he shouted a warning, "Be careful. The passive ability of vampires is the scent of blood. Once they are injured, their attack power and madness increase sharply, and then it becomes very troublesome." Hearing Athur say that, Lam Mak immediately summoned the big-breasted ghost to stand in front, unleashing the control skill demon horde suppression. Once he decided, he did not hold back spiritual power, using echo reversal death, which made the big-breasted ghost strum the lute continuously. The rapid sound left the ghost stunned and frozen in place, confused and unable to understand what had happened. Right after that, Lam Mak called the electric saw ghost to enter the field, activating its skill so that 3 chainsaws roared and spun violently, ready to charge into attack. Next, the electric saw ghost controlled the blades to sweep horizontally, tearing apart the ghosts that were being controlled, each one collapsing in an instant. The smoking ghost stood far away observing, seeing the strength and coordination of Lam Mak and Athur being so powerful. His face turned pale and sweat poured out, his heart filled with terror because these two were even more frightening than the previous 4. After 7 minutes of battle, only 5 high-level evil spirit ghosts remained on the battlefield. The rest had been destroyed, incomplete corpses scattered across the ground. Realizing the situation had exceeded expectations because he had underestimated Athur and Lam Mak, the smoking ghost roared loudly, ordering the 5 remaining ghosts. All vampires immediately used the skill-rending cyclone. The ghosts responded in unison, acknowledging the command. Instantly, one ghost spun its body and executed rending cyclone. Within seconds, it transformed into a massive, violent tornado. The spinning vortex emitted a piercing screech that echoed through the entire space. Immediately after that, all 5 ghosts simultaneously transformed into 5 raging tornadoes, carrying terrifying power as they rushed straight toward Athur and Lam Mak. At this moment, Athur and Lam Mak stood frozen in shock, panicking because they had no defensive remnants. This time, survival seemed unlikely. Watching the 5 massive tornadoes rushing in with unbelievable speed, both of them were terrified to the extreme, gritting their teeth helplessly because they could not find a way to resolve it. Even escaping was impossible. No one expected that a savior would suddenly appear. The Toad Elder Kai Min carried a trash can, leaping toward Lam Mak and Athur while loudly shouting that Fat Kai Min had arrived. Immediately after that, Kai Min forcefully threw the trash can, pulling both Lam Mak and Athur inside the sturdy trash can ghost remnant. Seeing the enormous trash can flying toward them, Athur and Lam Mak could not help opening their mouths in astonishment. When the trash can slowly descended and covered the two of them, Kai Min also ran with all his strength to make it inside in time. As he approached, Kai Min had to slide across the ground because running normally would not make it in time. Exactly when the trash can touch the ground, Kai Min managed to slip completely inside. At the same moment, the 5 tornadoes of the ghosts crashed violently into the trash can, creating thunderous explosions that echoed throughout the city. Unexpectedly, Kai Min actually proved useful this time and was no longer useless. Lam Mak laughed happily, praising Fat Min for doing an excellent job. Upon receiving praise, the Toad elder Kai Min laughed, proudly declaring that no one could call him a freeloader anymore. The joy did not last long as Lam Mak began worrying about the durability of the trash can. He was unsure how long it could withstand the continuous attacks of 5 high-level evil spirit ghosts. Kai Min continued smiling with narrowed eyes, raising 5 fingers to reassure that during the first 5 seconds his trash can was invincible and could not be penetrated. Hearing that, Lam Mak felt somewhat relieved, but Athur still frowned with concern, turning to Kai Min and asking what would happen after 5 seconds. Just as the words ended, when the invincibility effect disappeared, one ghost had already forced its head and one arm inside, roaring ferociously, intending to tear the 3 apart. The group panicked while Kai Min simply shouted that was exactly what happened when the effect ended. The situation was extremely dangerous. Athur quickly drew his sword and stabbed straight into the ghost's face, determined not to hesitate because if the trash can collapsed, everything would be finished. The ghost only managed to scream once before dying. At that moment, the trash can ghost effect ended. Kai Min immediately recalled the ghost remnant back to his hand. Strangely, even though one ghost had been killed, there were still 5 others outside. When the trash can disappeared, the 5 ghosts had exhausted their moves and stood surrounding Lam Mak's group. After a period of continuous assault, the ghosts stood panting like exhausted beings. Seeing that they had consumed much of their vitality, Lam Mak confidently told Kai Min that his ghost remnant blocking such a huge strike was already enough, telling him to find somewhere to hide while the rest would be handled by him and Athur. As soon as he finished telling Kai Min to retreat, Athur and Lam Mak immediately rushed into the ghosts, unleashing killing skills to finish them quickly. 7 Corpse Phantom Slash was unleashed by Lam Mak. A single sword strike instantly cut down one ghost, blood spraying everywhere. Not to be outdone, Athur also swung his sword and killed another ghost in a single move. The ghosts were completely exhausted and unable to resist. After their vitality was drained, they were cut apart by Athur and Lam Mak, lying scattered across the ground. The smoking ghost still stood inside the bank entrance observing, originally indifferent but now terrified. Seeing Lam Mak and Athur being so powerful that more than a dozen high-level evil spirit ghosts were destroyed in moments. Knowing there was no way back, the smoking ghost took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his final ultimate skill, telling himself that this time he had to act personally. After the long breath, he exhaled a thick stream of smoke toward Athur and Lam Mak. The skill blinding smoke storm caused dense smoke to surge everywhere, completely sealing all vision. Within the thick smoke, Lam Mak coughed violently while covering his mouth. Athur maintained extreme vigilance because he knew this situation would not be easy to handle. The smoking ghost appeared vaguely within the smoke, his eyes glowing red as he arrogantly declared that he admitted the two had some ability, but facing him was useless. Inside this smoke, no one could see him, so he was invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, the smoking ghost rushed from behind within the smoke, attempting to ambush Lam Mak and send him to hell. But he did not expect that Lam Mak possessed the red-eyed ghost capable of seeing through everything. A single glance caused the smoking ghost to tremble in shock. An instant, Lam Mak turned around, his eyes burning red as he raised his sword, preparing a fatal strike for the smoking ghost. He immediately executed a sword strike, slashing straight toward the smoking ghost without hesitation. In stunned shock, unable to defend himself, the one who had been arrogant moments ago now faced Lam Mak. He coldly said, "Who told you that I could not see you?" Smoking ghost was struck by the sudden attack. His eyes widened in disbelief as he roared that it was impossible. "Why could you see me?" The system immediately notified that the host received 80 excitement points. Seeing the opponent's bewildered expression, Lam Mak laughed and replied, "Look carefully at my eyes. I can see very clearly." Smoking ghost stared carefully into Lam Mak's eyes and suddenly realized something abnormal. He repeatedly exclaimed in shock that it was the blood pupil ghost eye, a type that countered him. The smoke bones allowed invisibility, but before it, they were completely useless. Not wanting to waste time, Lam Mak thrust his sword straight forward, but the smoking ghost quickly retreated to dodge. his figure gradually dissolving into the smoke while declaring that if he could not kill you. Lam Mak and Athur maintained their highest alert state, not daring to relax even slightly. Unable to ambush Lam Mak, the smoking ghost changed his target to Athur, rushing from the smoke behind him intending to bite sneakily while shouting that he would kill him. When the smoking pipe nearly touched Athur's head, he had already sensed the movement and tilted his head in time to avoid the vicious ambush. The ambush skill that had never failed before was now easily resolved by Athur. The smoking ghost was stunned and unable to understand what was happening. Immediately, Athur turned around, swung his sword fiercely toward the back of the smoking ghost's neck. Blood sprayed violently. The smoking ghost had no chance to defend against this counterattack. Struck by the slash, he slammed headfirst into the ground, screaming endlessly in pain. The deep wound on his neck caused blood to gush out. The smoking ghost gritted his teeth, one hand clutching his head while the other tried to cover the wound. Being seen through by Lam Mak was already shocking, and now he was discovered and struck by Athur as well. He stomped and roared, asking why you could also see me. Athur coldly replied that even within the smoke bones, the smoking ghost still had a shadow, and he could sense that. Being beaten miserably by Athur and Lam Mak, the smoking ghost felt bitter disbelief, wondering whether the two were truly first-year students because they countered every one of his tricks. It was truly a miserable defeat. Even though he had fallen into disadvantage, the smoking ghost still arrogantly pointed and shouted that he was still a high-level evil spirit, while the two were only lowly second-tier ghost tamers, not worthy for him to risk his life. After saying that, the smoking ghost gathered all the smoke around his feet, waiting to recover so he could crush them with rank advantage, declaring that they still had no chance of winning. The smoke gathered beneath the ground, curling like a gray cloud floating around his feet. Smoking ghost shot upward into the air, knowing he was injured and not the opponent of Athur and Lam Mak, so he chose to fight from above for safety, his mouth still threatening that, when he recovered and unleashed his ultimate skill, the two would have only death ahead. Seeing the cowardly behavior of the smoking ghost, using aerial combat to avoid direct confrontation, Lam Mak immediately saw through the intention, guessing that he intended to hide above and wait for his ultimate skill to recharge. The smoking ghost considered himself clever and laughed proudly, saying that Lam Mak had no long-range skills. As long as he kept dodging, the opponent could not reach him. Foolishly even revealed his plan, saying he would follow the two until his ultimate skill recovered and then return to take their lives, meaning their lives had less than 50 minutes remaining. Just after speaking, the smoking ghost believed Athur and Lam Mak were helpless, but Lam Mak opened his blood pupil wide and laughed loudly, asking then, how would you dodge this move? Immediately after that, Lam Mak activated the skill Endless Blood Pupil, channeling the sinister curse technique directly into the smoking ghost's body. Blood pupil mark appeared on the smoking ghost's hand. Upon seeing it, he panicked and shouted that it was the blood curse of the red-eyed ghost's third skill, something only a 5th-level curse master could achieve. While he was still shocked, the time was already enough. The mark on his hand exploded violently, blowing away one arm. The pain made him scream and drop his smoking pipe. A minor injury to complete crippling, the smoking ghost clutched his bleeding severed arm while cursing loudly in rage and pain. The system immediately notified that the host received 150 excitement points. Knowing he could not continue confronting them, the smoking ghost hurriedly turned and fled. If he delayed even a little longer, he would certainly lose his life on the spot. Seeing him escape, Athur asked Lam Mak whether they should pursue. Lam Mak shook his head, saying it was unnecessary. A high-level evil spirit, even when injured, was hard to kill quickly, then shifted to the real task, which was robbing the bank. Scene shifted. Lam Mak and the others had already entered the bank to take the money. Lam Mak ordered the electric saw ghost to start, the roaring blade cutting into the thick steel door of the bank. After 10 minutes of continuous sawing until the blade was nearly worn out, the electric saw ghost finally broke through the door, smoke and dust rising everywhere. Seeing the vault and the piles of gold inside, all three of them had shining eyes, mouths open in shock because they had never seen so much money. Their effort was finally rewarded. Lam Mak and Athur quickly gathered the money, calling Kai Min to summon the trash can ghost to store everything inside, demanding that nothing be left behind, not even a scrap of paper. Stack after stack of money was thrown into the trash can. The trash can ghost looked confused, not understanding why it was filled entirely with money, while Lam Mak laughed loudly because this trip was not in vain. After failing against Athur and Lam Mak, Quin Hong repeatedly reconsidered and reevaluated the situation. Smoking Ghost held his severed arm and ran back to the base of the Scholar Ghost, seeking help at the building from Kim Lao Dai. In a miserable state, the Smoking Ghost collapsed onto the ground, clutching his arm and groaning that he had been beaten. Seeing him struggling like that, The gambling ghost mocked him, asking whether an evil spirit had actually lost to first-year students. The smoking ghost reluctantly replied that those two were very special, which was why they defeated him. The scholar ghost became furious after hearing this and cursed angrily, saying that failing even when capturing first-year students and ending up beaten so miserably made him lose face completely. Seeing the scholar ghost enraged, the gambling ghost spoke up, asking for permission to eliminate Asura and Mac this time. The scholar ghost nodded in agreement, saying that anyone who dared to make his subordinate end up like this must be captured and tortured to death. After receiving the order, the gambling ghost confidently laughed loudly, bowed in obedience, and left, returning to Mac's group in the bank. After gathering all the money, Asura asked what the next step was, reminding that there was another bank, but Mac decided to cancel the plan and retreat because he felt everything seemed organized. Min looked outside and saw many ghost figures wandering around. He panicked and pointed, saying they might not be able to escape. Outside Thuong Land Bank, countless ghosts had gathered and rushed over, so many that they could not be counted. Mac's group stood inside the bank looking out, stunned by the sight and unable to understand what was about to happen. Facing the dense number of ghosts, Asura broke into sweat, saying his skill Abyssal Black Shadow could only last 60 seconds. Holding for 2 minutes would already be fortunate. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Mac suddenly remembered Min's trash can ghost and asked whether it could move. Min smiled and replied that when activating hardening it had unlocked the movement attribute. However, the speed was extremely slow. It could only move half a meter each minute. Hearing that, Mac angrily cursed, saying half a meter per minute was no different from a snail. Min could only laugh awkwardly. With no other choice, Mac sighed and accepted gambling on Min's trash can ghost, deciding to temporarily hide inside to avoid the reinforcements approaching. In just a few seconds, Min successfully summoned the trash can ghost that would save the entire group. Mac jumped inside first, then told everyone to avoid the ghosts and wait until they reached an area with fewer ghosts before coming out. Min struggled to crawl in next, followed by Asura. Trash can rushed out of the bank, passing through the ghosts and traveling the first distance of about 150 meters. Ahead, 2 ghosts were eating human flesh while walking and chatting. One complained that the meat was too fatty, while the other replied that even its skull had no meat. After a few more steps, the 2 ghosts noticed the trash can. The fat ghost kicked it hard and asked in surprise where the trash can came from. The fat ghost suspiciously interrogated the trash can ghost, saying he had never seen him before. The trash can ghost, sweating nervously, could only stammer. Inside, Mac whispered, telling the trash can ghost to say he was a suburban ghost visiting relatives in the city. Min held his breath in fear, not daring to make a sound. Trash can ghost followed the advice and smiled, saying he came from the suburbs to visit his uncle. But the other ghost looked into the distance, saying it seemed like there was a mountain cannon entering the city. The ghost beside him angrily threw a greasy leg onto the ground, cursing that it was too fat to swallow. Seeing this, the fat ghost opened the trash can lid, reminding that hygiene should be maintained. Trash should be thrown into the bin like him. But the moment the lid opened, the smell of living humans spread out. The ghost sniffed repeatedly, then widened his eyes, realizing something was wrong. Detecting the scent of humans, the ghost became both angry and frightened, immediately gathering fire to attack the trash can. The trash can ghost hurriedly begged while being questioned why there was a human smell. The trash can ghost was drenched in sweat and fabricated a story, saying he had just eaten 2 people, so the smell remained. But the ghost did not believe it and insisted he was lying. Unable to deceive him, Mac suddenly stretched his hand out from the trash can and grabbed the ghost's neck, causing him to panic. Mac quickly pulled the ghost inside the trash can to avoid being discovered. The trash can ghost urged him to hurry. After pulling him inside, Mac locked the ghost's neck tightly and covered his mouth, preventing any sound. Thur immediately delivered a fatal strike to finish the ghost, the action clean and decisive without any mistake. Outside, the remaining ghost could not see his companion anywhere, looking around suspiciously and asking where the person had gone. The corpse of the fat ghost struck by Asura gradually vanished. Mac sighed in surprise, saying it died unjustly just because it came to throw away trash. Unable to find his friend, the other ghost approached the trash can to question it, saying he heard something like a wandering soul calling him. The trash can ghost replied he had already left, and the ghost complained that the fellow liked wandering around. At the same time, on the gambling ghost's side, he was playing dice gambling with a group of other students, laughing loudly at his victory and mocking the opponent. 3 students forced to play the life exchange game cried out in fear, saying they did not want to risk their lives. The gambling ghost forced the losing student then shot out a beam of power, coldly saying that losing meant leaving behind your life. In an instant, the student's head was shattered, blood splattering onto the two behind him, leaving them frozen in terror. Struck by the gambling ghost's attack, the student collapsed face down on the ground, blood spreading everywhere, only managing a few weak groans before dying completely. Gambling ghost glanced at the next person and coldly said it was your turn. That student trembled in fear, waving his hands in refusal. But whether he gambled or not, the outcome still had only one path, which was death. The gambling ghost raised his hand and fired another strike. Refusing to gamble was the same as surrendering, and surrendering meant death. In a blink, the student's head exploded. The body collapsed onto the ground. The remaining girl panicked and knelt, begging the gambling ghost to spare her because she did not want to play. Seeing her extreme fear, the gambling ghost became even more excited, laughing loudly and tempting her that if she bet once, she might win. If she won, she would live. Immediately afterward, the continuous sound of shaking dice echoed within the silent space. When it opened, both sides had the same points, resulting in a draw. The girl tremblingly exclaimed, "It was a draw, so you did not win against me." The girl rejoiced as if returning from death, repeatedly murmuring that she was still alive. But the joy did not last 3 seconds before the gambling ghost shot through her throat, laughing while explaining that the total points were 18, and he was the dealer, so naturally he won. In only a moment, all 3 students were killed. The gambling ghost left happily, preparing to hunt for Asura and Lam Mac. The fun was enough, and it was time to return to work. At the same time, near Lam Mac's group, a ghost approached the trash can and loudly asked who had beaten the smoking ghost. Group slightly lifted the trash can lid to look outside. Seeing the ghost approaching, their hearts pounded wildly as they silently cursed their bad luck for being discovered. With just one glance, Asura recognized the opponent's identity. Sweat poured down as he said it was the gambling ghost, a high-level evil spirit. If he acted, they would die instantly with absolutely no chance to resist. In the critical moment, Asura quickly analyzed that the gambling ghost had a weakness, which was his love of gambling. If they gambled with him, there was still a slight hope of survival because his skill depended on the dice result. Fearing that they had to gamble their lives with 50% odds against the gambling ghost, Lam Mac asked in alarm what their winning probability was. Asura replied that it was almost non-existent because the gambling ghost's second skill could control dice results across a wide range. His winning probability exceeded 90%. That moment, the gambling ghost had already arrived, opening the trash can lid and seeing the group, then laughing with delight, saying he had finally found them, making all 3 turn pale in fear. Immediately afterward, the 3 had no choice but to step outside. Lam Mac forced himself to appear calm and smiled, greeting the gambling ghost, the unusual attitude confusing the opponent. Normally, anyone encountering an evil spirit would panic uncontrollably, yet this young man still dared to smile. Without bothering to think further, the gambling ghost waved his hand, gathering the dice, and began the game of life and death. He held 3 dice in his hand, baring his teeth in a grin as he declared the rules. Each side would have 3 dice. Whoever had the higher total would win. Knowing the trick clearly, Lam Mac asked directly about the wager. The gambling ghost said excitedly that if Lam Mac won, he would be released. If he lost, he would die. Lam Mac deliberately provoked him, saying that was unfair. If he won, then the gambling ghost should die to make the rules correct. Hearing that, the gambling ghost became furious and roared that Lam Mac had no right to bargain, saying another word would result in instant death. Seeing the opponent reaching a heated state, Lam Mac revealed an unreadable smile and proposed increasing the stakes. He pointed toward Asura and Kai Min, saying he would bet their lives as well. If he won, all 3 would be released. If he lost, the other 2 would also belong to the gambling ghost. This condition greatly excited the gambling ghost. He clapped his hands and laughed loudly in agreement, declaring the dice round to begin. Lam Mac and the gambling ghost simultaneously shook their dice boxes continuously. Only a few seconds later, the gambling ghost confidently placed his box down first. He opened the box, revealing 3 6-point dice, totaling 18, laughing loudly and declaring that their lives now belonged to him. Asura and Kai Min trembled in fear, cold sweat streaming down, but Lam Mac calmly said he had not finished shaking yet, so it could not be concluded who won. Lam Mac reminded that, according to the rules, as long as the box was not opened, it was not a loss, making the gambling ghost irritated. Waiting too long, the gambling ghost gradually became furious, roaring that Lam Mac would not escape death anyway. The system immediately reported 80 excitement points. 10 minutes passed. Lam Mac still leisurely shook the dice box, even whistling. The gambling ghost went mad, shouting for him to open the box, threatening to attack directly if he refused. Only then did Lam Mac smile and say he would open it now, making the opponent furious with rage. The system reported another 100 excitement points. The box was opened, everyone bent down to count, and discovered not 3 but 4 dice, totaling 19 points. Seeing 4 dice appear, the gambling ghost became furious to the point of madness. He grabbed Lam Mac by the collar, accusing him of cheating, but Lam Mac smiled and replied that he only broke 1 die in half and asked whether he accepted it. Having never lost in his life, now losing to an amateur, the gambling ghost collapsed to his knees, screaming in refusal. The system reported 500 excitement points. Looking at the opponent's humiliating state, Lam Mac laughed with satisfaction and declared that he had won this round. After winning the bet, the group quickly left, leaving the gambling ghost kneeling and crying. On the way, Athur asked why Lam Mac was able to do that. Lam Mac explained that the blood pupil clearly saw the dice points, and the sword aura had cut 1 die into 2. Hearing that, Athur felt immense admiration and kept praising Lam Mac's skill as truly top level. After avoiding the gambling ghost, the group climbed back into the trash can to evade other ghosts. Inside, they began discussing the next plan. Suddenly outside, a seductive ghost voice called out, chasing someone, making the whole group startle and look at each other in confusion. Outside were 2 ox-headed bull-faced ghosts chasing each other. The muscular cow ghost wearing a seductive bikini called loudly, while the bull ghost in a suit answered behind, the scene leaving the group stunned. In the next second, the cow ghost charged straight toward the trash can. Powerful impact like a mad bull sent the trash can flying and tumbling down the stairs uncontrollably. While the trash can rolled wildly, the group inside panicked and shouted, not understanding who had just kicked the trash can. Inside the trash can, chaos erupted. Lam Mac and Kai Min became dizzy and nauseous, shouting to open the lid but unable to. The trash can ghost had lost control. Above, the cow ghost watched the trash can roll away and thought that she did not mean to hit it. At the same time, on the side of Cow Thai, who was summoning her ghost remnant to slaughter 2 ghosts begging for mercy. Ignoring their pleas, Cow Thai controlled the ghost remnant to slit the throats of the 2 ghosts without hesitation. In a moment, the 2 weak ghosts were completely destroyed, lying motionless on the ground. After finishing them, Cow Thai's ghost remnant turned its head 180 degrees, preparing to return and merge with her body. At that moment, the group of Tun Mew and Tun Lalai ran over, admiringly praising Cow Thai's ghost as powerful, worthy of the director's daughter. Cow Thai cut them off, saying there was no time for nonsense because the ghosts in the city were too dangerous. They must cooperate with other students to survive. While discussing, Cow Thai suddenly heard a strange movement and immediately shouted in warning about evil ghosts. It truly was a ghost, but it was Kai Min's trash can ghost rolling down from above into the parking basement, leaving Cow Thai's group stunned. After rolling enough rounds, the trash can finally stop. Money scattered everywhere. Lam Mac's group crawled out dizzy and gasping, asking for oxygen tanks. Cow Thai's group witnessed the scene completely speechless. Realizing it was Lam Mac's group, they stared in confusion, wondering why they still had time to rob a bank, yet could enter deep into the city center without a scratch. At that moment, 2 fierce-looking students shouted that Lam Mac was the one who had once sparred with Tun Mu at the black market, and had even used spray to ambush before. On Lam Mac's side, after vomiting, he gradually regained awareness and opened his eyes, seeing many other students around, and felt surprised. As soon as he saw those 3, Lam Mac immediately recognized the group that had ambushed him before. He pointed and cursed them directly, calling them idiots who were insulted by others without realizing it. 3 immediately became furious in response. The one wearing glasses even attempted to rush forward to teach Lam Mac a lesson, but Cow Thai raised her hand to stop him, reminding them that now they must focus on dealing with ghosts rather than fighting among themselves. Fortunately, Cow Thai intervened in time. Otherwise, Lam Mac would not have minded giving him a proper beating. Seeing the other side stop, Lam Mac did not continue arguing, turning to notice several ghost pearls scattered near him, and could not help feeling surprised. Cow Thai's group had just killed the treasure pearl ghost, and the spoils happened to fall right beside Lam Mac's group, making Lam Mac, Athur, and Kai Min excitedly collect them all while cheering that this was truly a great harvest. Watching their ghost-killing effort casually taken by another group, Cow Thai's group became furious and gritted their teeth, while Lam Mac's group calmly kept collecting, causing the system to report the host gained another 50 excitement points. Seeing Lam Mac calmly looting like that, Cow Thai angrily stepped forward, reminding him that now was not the time to be greedy for ghost pearls when everyone's lives were threatened. Lam Mac continued picking them up while replying indifferently that finding lost items and putting them in his pocket was not wrong, and he did not know where the ghost pearls fell from anyway. Cow Thai tried to discuss a cooperation plan to escape Thuong Lan City together with other students, but Lam Mac ignored her and continued collecting ghost pearls because he did not trust her after past encounters with the Safety Bureau, fearing betrayal. Hearing Lam Mac say that, Cao Thai broke into cold sweat, not understanding why she was suspected so heavily as someone who would stab others in the back. Lam Mak stood up and looked at Cao Thai with contempt, bluntly saying she had done things dirtier than stabbing others in the back, leaving Cao Thai speechless. Those words struck deeply at Cao Thai's pride. She lowered her head silently while two friends came to comfort her and cursed Lam Mak as a useless waste not worth attention, and he simply remained silent without arguing. Lam Mak smiled, faintly admitting that he was a waste. Whether strong or weak, he himself understood best. After being insulted repeatedly, Lam Mak coldly told them to stay away from him, or if they were dragged into trouble later, they should not blame him. Unable to reach an agreement, Cao Thai turned and left. One of her friends even glanced at Lam Mak with obvious contempt. Another male student mocked Lam Mak, telling him to fend for himself. He only responded by raising his finger teasingly and sticking out his tongue. The scene shifted to the underground parking lot, where a thick smoke suddenly spread toward Cao Thai's group, making them break into cold sweat and hurriedly cover their noses. Within the smoke appeared a large group of ghosts, led by the scholar-like painted skin ghost holding a brush, the aura of a high-level evil spirit sending chills down the spine. Cao Thai shouted in panic, telling everyone to run quickly. The group immediately fled without daring to look back. Cao Thai herself quickly changed direction to retreat, knowing that one step slower meant death. That moment, a frost death ghost appeared blocking the path, laughing coldly, asking where they thought they were going after killing his ghosts, throwing Cao Thai's group into despair. More and more evil ghosts gathered. The situation was completely ruined. Cao Thai gritted her teeth and decided to concentrate all strength to break forward. She immediately summoned her doll ghost remnant to confront the ferocious spirits, calling everyone to unite if they wanted any chance of survival. With no other choice, the entire group simultaneously summoned their ghost remnants and charged forward with all their strength to fight. At that moment, a ghost jumped high and threw two delayed explosive bombs toward Cao Thai's group, grinning proudly at his trick. Two bombs exploded violently, the shockwave blasting two students into the air as painful screams echoed. Within the thick smoke, the painted skin ghost rushed straight toward Cao Thai, preparing to unleash a killing strike. When a vague human figure appeared, a student thought it was a ghost and ordered the corrosion ghost remnant to attack, not realizing it was only a trap. In truth, that figure was the painted skin ghost disguised as a student, while the real person behind panicked and shouted not to attack, shocking the others. The real bespectacled student collapsed onto the ground, screaming, because he thought he was about to be attacked by a ghost. Two identical figures caused confusion among the group. No one could quickly tell who was human and who was ghost. In that moment of hesitation, the painted skin ghost pierced through his hand from behind and ripped out his heart, killing him instantly. The victim fell with a hole in his chest, dying before he could react. The scene made even Lam Mak, who witnessed it from afar, shudder. Seeing Cao Thai's group ambushed and scattered, Lam Mak's group broke into cold sweat, understanding they might be next. Surviving student shouted a warning that the painted skin ghost could disguise itself as teammates, urging everyone to remain extremely vigilant. Suspicion spread everywhere. Two students pointed at each other, demanding to know who was human and who was ghost. The formation began collapsing. Taking advantage of their distraction, the bomb-throwing ghost laughed gleefully and hurled two more bombs toward the students. The next explosion burned two students into ashes, savage laughter echoing within the smoke and flames. Lam Mak's group, watching from afar, immediately realized the situation had gone beyond control and began seeking an escape. Lam Mak quickly observed and noticed only one frozen death ghost guarding one direction, deciding to break through there for survival. Bored because no one worthy had appeared, the frozen death ghost suddenly heard movement and rushed forward to block Lam Mak's group. Seeing Lam Mak's group appear, the frozen death ghost sneered with contempt, believing more fools had come to seek death. Kai Min behind hurriedly shouted for Athur to support. Athur immediately charged forward, moving as fast as lightning and summoning the Shadow Domain ghost to assist the attack. The frozen death ghost took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his move, declaring he would eliminate them all at once. Breath of icy frost was released, turning into solid ice that restrained Athur and Kai Min. Only Lam Mak managed to dodge aside. Frozen in ice, Athur and Kai Min struggled helplessly, shouting in panic that the situation was bad. Escaping death by a hair, Lam Mak shivered inwardly because he had almost been frozen as well. Seeing his teammates in danger, Lam Mak opened the blood pupil and unleashed the endless counter skill, forcing the frozen death ghost to suffer the backlash of his own attack. The backlash effect caused the frozen death ghost's legs to be frozen by ice, making him roar angrily in curses. Taking that chance, Lam Mak summoned the sword ghost and unleashed the soul reaping skill, slashing directly at the frozen death ghost. However, the strike only sparked against the surface and failed to inflict significant damage. Only then did Lam Mac realize the frozen death ghost wore extremely hard ice armor, truly an evil spirit with high resistance. The frozen death ghost sneered that his ice armor was not easily pierced. Once he escaped the control, Lam Mac would die. Unable to break the armor, Lam Mac immediately changed tactics and launched a softer attack. Cursed mark appeared on the frozen death ghost's chest, causing him to shout in alarm. Even though he tried breaking the ice and jumping backward, the frozen death ghost could not escape the mark planted on his body. After 10 seconds, the mark exploded violently, blasting the frozen death ghost against the wall. Thanks to the ice armor, the frozen death ghost did not die immediately, but was in such pain that he could not stand, secretly terrified by Lam Mac's strength. Seeing the frozen death ghost seriously injured and unable to counterattack, Lam Mac immediately rolled up his sleeves, preparing to summon ghost remnants, and seized the chance to rescue Athur and Little Fat. He called the electric saw ghost and the martial ghost to appear, using saws and weapons to crazily smash the ice, trapping his teammates. However, the ice-breaking speed of the two remnants was slow as crawling snails. Athur and Kai Min turned pale from the cold as their bodies nearly froze completely. Lam Mac, watching from afar, grew anxious and drenched in sweat, shouting that they should stop wasting time and run immediately. Just as he shouted for everyone to retreat, a hand suddenly grabbed Lam Mac's leg and pulled hard. It was the girl who had insulted him earlier in the parking lot, now lying on the ground with two hungry ghosts biting her legs, crying in pain and begging Lam Mac to save her life. Remembering her previous insults, Lam Mac coldly refused, saying he was only a useless waste not worthy of saving her, before turning away and running, leaving her desperate screams behind. Lam Mac's group rushed away to save themselves first. The girl lay among the panicked crowd, screaming miserably. The system immediately reported a reward of 200 excitement points. Above them, a male student was pierced through by an ox-head ghost. In agony, he pointed toward Lam Mac, shouting that a path had opened there, and everyone should run. Seeing their teammate coughing blood from the wound, Cao Thai Thai and Tun Lalai clenched their teeth and fled, having no choice but to save themselves. While escaping, Lam Mac noticed something strange, that Fat Kai Min was running much faster than usual today, even surpassing him and Athur. Observing carefully, Lam Mac discovered a strange ghost aura on Kai Min that even the blood pupil could not see through, suspicion rising as he decided to test it. Lam Mac pretended to mention that the video in the phone had disappeared. The fake Kai Min replied abnormally, which made Lam Mac immediately confirm it was the disguised painted skin ghost. The moment he realized, Lam Mac and Athur simultaneously swung their swords at the imposter. Attacked suddenly, the painted skin ghost quickly retreated, his distorted body no longer pretending to flee. Taking the two slashes, the painted skin ghost revealed his true form, clutching the bleeding wound and tearing off the mask while roaring angrily, because he could not understand how he was discovered. Lam Mac calmly explained that the blood pupil did not see through everything, but the real Kai Min would never remain calm about losing those videos. Hearing that, the painted skin ghost went mad and shouted that life was more important than those worthless videos. The system immediately reported another 50 excitement points. Not wanting to waste time, Lam Mac and Athur demanded the whereabouts of the real Kai Min, threatening to kill him immediately if he refused. The painted skin ghost only laughed with contempt, clasping his hands preparing to counterattack, believing two people alone could do nothing to him. Immediately afterward, the painted skin ghost used Earth Escape teleportation, leaving Lam Mac and Athur stunned. In an instant, he appeared behind Athur, attempting a sneak attack. Lam Mac shouted a warning in time, and Athur bent down to evade the strike. In that life or death moment, Athur immediately unleashed the Shadow Exchange clone skill. He retreated, leaving behind a clone shadow. The painted skin ghost clawed through the shadow and was surprised to miss. Taking that opportunity, Athur controlled the clone to swing the scythe directly at the painted skin ghost. Death scythe moved so fast that the naked eye could not follow it. The painted skin ghost was struck, and without time to defend, he was blasted away. Touching the bleeding slash on his side, the painted skin ghost gritted his teeth, realizing that continuing the fight meant certain death. Not daring to risk his life, the painted skin ghost immediately escaped underground, leaving Lam Mac and Athur without learning where Kai Min was. Two panicked and turned back, searching for Little Fat, determined to see him alive or at least find the body. Rushing toward the previous battlefield. While searching, they accidentally encountered Cao Thai Thai's group, who were also running back to look for Kai Min. Cao Thai Thai grabbed Lam Mac's hand to stop him, advising him not to return because there were at least 3 evil spirits and countless ferocious ghosts there. Little Fat was likely already gone. Anxious and furious, Lam Mac shook off Cao Thai Thai's hand and shouted for her to let go. Ignoring the danger, Lam Mac and a Thur rushed back into the deadly zone searching for Kai Min, making a male student in Cao Thai Thai's group secretly admire their loyalty. Cao Thai Thai watched them, then decided to retreat with her teammates, prioritizing escape and contacting the security bureau for reinforcement. Returning to the parking lot, they saw devastation with ghost corpses everywhere. Lam Mac and a Thur shouted loudly calling Kai Min, hoping he was still alive. At that moment, Kai Min was hiding beneath the corpse of a ghost. Hearing the call, he waved his hand and shouted back. Even after seeing Kai Min, Lam Mac and a Thur remained cautious in case the painted skin ghost was disguising again, making Kai Min angrily shout for them to rescue him quickly. Lam Mac continued testing by mentioning the lost phone and video again, carefully observing Kai Min's reaction. Hearing the video was gone, the real Kai Min immediately cried out miserably and cursed loudly over the loss of his precious collection. The system reported 300 excitement points. Seeing that familiar reaction, Lam Mac confirmed this was truly Little Fat and immediately rushed in to rescue him. At that moment, the ghost army of Thuong Lan City surged in densely, oppressive ghost aura covering the area, while they roared demanding the destruction of Lam Mac's group. The frozen death ghost, the gambling ghost, and the smoking ghost all appeared with overwhelming killing intent, swearing that this time Lam Mac would not survive. Surrounded on all sides, Lam Mac showed no fear and even raised a finger in provocation, mocking them for calling a whole mob after failing to defeat him. Insulted, the gambling ghost and the smoking ghost roared demanding a solo fight, declaring their skills had recovered and they could kill Lam Mac. The system reported another 80 excitement points. While the two ghosts were still cursing, from behind the scholar ghost tapped their heads with his fan. The appearance of the scholar ghost instantly silenced the gambling ghost and the smoking ghost, both bowing their heads after being scolded as useless trash. Scholar ghost looked at Lam Mac and mocked his own subordinates for being incompetent, allowing a mere boy to disgrace the entire Thuong Lan City. Upon seeing the scholar ghost, Lam Mac's group immediately felt terrifying pressure. This was a half-step ghost king. Completely surrounded, Lam Mac broke into cold sweat, realizing that previous victories relied mostly on tricks and equipment. Facing the scholar ghost meant almost no chance. Ghosts behind shouted wildly to crush the enemy's spirit, while the aura of the scholar ghost alone was enough to make others afraid to resist. Without even making a move, the pressure from the scholar ghost already made Lam Mac feel suffocated. Scholar ghost revealed a cold smile and declared that today he would send Lam Mac's group to their ancestors and show them true power. Lam Mac trembled with cold sweat, despair rising in his heart as he wondered if he would die in this cursed place. At that moment, the scholar ghost sneered and raised his hand in provocation, telling Lam Mac to use all his moves with that toy sword. He continued mocking him, telling Lam Mac to slash freely at his face. Insulted along with his ghost sword, Lam Mac angrily responded. Even knowing he could not win, he refused to be looked down upon. Determined to risk his life, Lam Mac told himself that even in death he would make the scholar ghost pay a price. Immediately he opened the blood pupil and unleashed the curse technique, launching the power toward the scholar ghost. A skill mark carrying killing intent shot straight toward the scholar ghost. Remaining calm as if nothing happened, the scholar ghost instantly waved his fan and launched a skill toward the mark to counter it. Now it is my turn to act. With only a gentle flick of the fan, the scholar ghost created a black tornado rushing straight at Lam Mac's curse mark. Immediately, the violent vortex wrapped around Lam Mac's curse mark and lifted it high into the air. When the 10 seconds passed, the mark exploded thunderously, but harmed no one at all. Lam Mac and a Thur watched as the scholar ghost easily neutralized the attack, their eyes wide with shock as they realized this was the power capable of removing all negative effects. After breaking the attack, the scholar ghost covered his mouth with the fan and laughed proudly, while the smoking ghost and the gambling ghost behind him also burst into laughter, praising the scholar ghost as extremely formidable. At the same time, Cao Thai Thai's group was fleeing in the distance. Hearing the loud commotion, they turned back and saw the tense situation, worry filling their faces. They guessed Lam Mac had encountered the half-step ghost king. It seemed those three would hardly survive. Tun Lalai sneered upon hearing this and maliciously said that man finally died, while another person trembled and said it was fortunate they had escaped, otherwise meeting the half-step ghost king meant death. On Lam Mac's side, the ghosts continued shouting endlessly to suppress their spirit. Seeing the scholar ghost in high spirits, Lam Mac suddenly formed another idea. It seemed the scholar ghost liked being flattered. If they pleased him, perhaps he might let them go. Thinking this, Lam Mac laughed loudly and clapped continuously, praising the scholar ghost. A Thur and Kai Min stared in confusion, not understanding his intention. That fan just now was truly miraculous, like a divine treasure, one swing enough to terrify ghosts and spirits. 2 swings enough to shake heaven and earth. Hearing such flattery, the scholar ghost became even more delighted, laughing loudly and saying this boy knew how to judge people. While he was pleased, Lam Mak glanced at Kai Min, signaling him to cooperate, urging him to flatter the scholar ghost as well. Kai Min froze for a second before stammering in response. Understanding the hint, Kai Min immediately laughed happily, with Lam Mak praising the fan as powerful as a storm 8 times stronger, then earnestly begged the scholar ghost to be generous and spare them once. The scholar ghost laughed even louder. However, as the ghost boss of the entire city, he would not be fooled so easily by such words. Immediately, the scholar ghost's face turned cold, and he shouted no. Believing Lam Mak's group was mocking him, he angrily swung his fan to attack and cursed that a few compliments would not make him spare them. Instantly, Lam Mak raised both hands, struggling to block the fierce blows. Just a single fan strike made Lam Mak unable to endure, collapsing onto the ground, clutching his painful arm while begging the scholar ghost for mercy. Seeing Lam Mak injured yet still pleading for his teammates, Kai Min panicked and collapsed, asking anxiously whether he was all right. No other choice, Kai Min knelt with clasped hands, tears and mucus streaming, while begging the scholar ghost to grant them a path to live. Driven into a corner, Athur stepped forward, intending to risk his life, but Kai Min quickly grabbed his hand, telling him to kneel. His stubborn nature, Athur refused such humiliation, angrily shouting that he would rather die than kneel before a ghost. Seeing Athur's desperate determination, the scholar ghost became interested, sneering that he should not worry, because after eating them, he would bury their bones together. With those words, the scholar ghost immediately used the fan wave skill, targeting Athur. The moment the fan swung, 3 crescent-shaped attacks shot toward Athur. Already exhausted, Athur could not withstand such fast and powerful attacks. He struggled to remain standing under the blows, unable to resist as he gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. Just a few casual waves of the fan, all 3 members of Lam Mak's group were covered in wounds, their bodies trembling helplessly. Seeing their miserable state, the scholar ghost spread his fan and laughed victoriously, saying that even in death he would not let them remain lonely. After speaking, the scholar ghost unleashed a new skill, countless sharp spikes appearing on the fan, preparing to finish Lam Mak's group. Bloodlust surged within him as the scholar ghost no longer held back, roaring that all of them must die. Terrified, Lam Mak worried for Athur and shouted for him to kneel and beg the scholar ghost. Just as the shout rang out, a black crow suddenly flew in from nowhere, cawing twice before stopping. In the sky appeared a talking black crow carrying a letter and repeatedly calling for them to stop. When the scholar ghost was about to kill Athur, it saved his life. Hearing the crow's voice, the scholar ghost felt as if struck by lightning, trembling in shock and exclaiming that it was a messenger of Yama. Therefore, he immediately stopped his attack and tremblingly accepted the letter from the crow, sweat covering his body. Opening the letter, the scholar ghost felt uneasy, wondering why Yama would send him a message. As he read the content, the scholar ghost widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to understand as he murmured Lam Mak's name. Hearing his name called, Lam Mak replied in confusion that it was indeed him, asking what the matter was. The scholar ghost showed the letter, which contained an image of Lam Mak refusing death, asking what relationship he had with Yama, that he was ordered not to kill him. Hearing that, Lam Mak was also surprised. He had no idea who Yama was and simply thought he might meet him after going below. Seeing Lam Mak's confusion, the scholar ghost explained that perhaps he had once met Yama while alive, but did not know the name. Afterward, the scholar ghost even used magic to manifest Yama's image, and asked whether Lam Mak recognized it. Looking at the imposing appearance of the ruler of Hell, Lam Mak still shook his head, saying he had never seen such a figure in his life. Hearing Lam Mak insist he did not know him, the scholar ghost grew even more puzzled, because as far as he knew, Yama had never broken rules to save a living person. Knowing he had been ordered to refuse death, Lam Mak spoke that whether he knew Yama or not, Yama wanted to save him. So could they leave now? Having received the order, the scholar ghost dared not disobey, reluctantly nodding and allowing them to leave while ordering his subordinates to lead the way and shouting for them to get lost. Escaping death by a hair, Lam Mak muttered in relief that he never expected Yama to save his life, hoping he would never meet the scholar ghost again. All the ghosts under the scholar ghost could only watch Lam Mak's group leave with resentment, completely helpless. After that, the scholar demon ordered every demon in Thuong Land City not to touch Lam Mak, the one protected by Yama. The gambling demon immediately answered and obeyed. Though he desperately wanted to kill Lam Mak's group, the gambling demon could only swallow his resentment, secretly thinking it was fortunate he had not acted yet. Otherwise, he would surely have been punished by Yama. Having their lives spared, Lam Mak's group ran away as fast as they could, shouting loudly while running for everyone to clear the way. While escaping, Lam Mak recalled everything that had just happened, his heart filled with doubts about the one who saved him and that strange letter. Unable to figure it out, Lam Mak turned to ask Athur, the most knowledgeable person in the group, whether he knew who the living Yama was. Athur replied that he only knew a little. The living Yama was one of the 10 great demons most fiercely hunted by humans. He also added that many years ago the living Yama had once been the ruler of a kingdom, leading armies to wage war and slaughter everywhere, commanding the demon police forces of 11 northern cities. After speaking, Athur curiously asked why Lam Mak knew the living Yama, but Lam Mak himself did not understand either. He had never met him nor knew why he had been saved. Even so, countless questions rose in Lam Mak's mind about the power of the living Yama, connecting to past events such as the tomb, ghost, sword, and hell. Everything seemed somehow related to him. In any case, the group had survived. To ease the tension, Kai Min put his arm around Athur and Lam Mak and laughed, saying that no matter who the living Yama was, at least the demons no longer dared to act. The scene shifted to Lam Mak's home in a rural village far from the city. His mother and Suwang sat quietly by the yard washing clothes. Far away from Lam Mak, his parents still knew every movement, and Suwang washed clothes while scolding her husband that he only needed to write a letter to the scholar demon himself, and it would be done. Those demons would never dare touch Mak and Hi. So why let little Yama appear? As the crown prince of the Chu kingdom, Lam Mak's father could not write directly for fear his son would become suspicious and discover the truth. He said in a deep voice that he could not reveal himself. If Mak and Hi questioned further, everything would be exposed. After saying that, he drew a deep drag from his pipe and slowly exhaled the smoke, as if trying to ease the burden in his heart. Carrying the great ambition of restoring the lost kingdom, Lam Mu said sternly that Mak and Hi could not learn the truth too early. The burden of restoring the nation for more than 100,000 lives would crush his son under unbearable pressure. While the couple were talking, their daughter returned from milking cows, her appearance like a young girl from Europe, calling out to her father. It was actually Lam Mak's younger sister, Lam Than Enhak, her body frail from illness. Early that morning, she had gone behind the mountain to fetch water, smiling as she said she had just brought back spring water. Seeing his sickly daughter carrying heavy water, the father rushed over in alarm, saying sorrowfully that if she was not well, how could she do such heavy work? Health was the most precious thing. Seeing that his daughter looked tired, he hurriedly took the water bucket from her hands. Feeling that concern, Lam Than Enhak happily hugged her father's arm and said she was only doing a little light exercise, but because he worried too much, he still would not allow her to work, saying carrying water that far could not be considered moderate exercise. Hearing that, Lam Than Enhak suddenly felt like a useless person, tears streaming down as she choked and asked why everything she wanted to do was always forbidden. Seeing their daughter upset, both parents softened, laughing to ease the atmosphere and comforting her that gentle exercise was also good for health. Hearing that she finally stopped crying and asked if it was true and received their confirming nods. Being allowed to train her body, Lam Than Enhak brightened up and curiously asked about her brother, wondering how his university life was and whether she could call him. Hearing the question, the father said Lam Mak was participating in a competition in the demon domain of Thuong Lan City. When he returned, they could meet him. But upon hearing about the demon domain, the younger sister immediately worried and asked if it was dangerous. Knowing his son's situation yet still hiding his identity, he gazed into the distance and laughed lightly to reassure her that there was no need to worry. Her brother had thick skin and tough flesh. Nothing would happen. Hearing her father, Lam Than Enhak smiled with relief. Looking at the daughter before him, he felt both love and worry, unsure how long that fragile body could continue enduring. While Cao Thai Thai's group had escaped to the base of the security bureau stationed outside Thuong Lan City, realizing the situation was serious, she immediately reported that the demon domain was too powerful. Even the army might not control it, suggesting the trial be stopped and the freshmen rescued. But Cao Thai Thai did not know this had been her father's plan with Tun Duc Loy to investigate Lam Mak. Tun Duc Loy coldly said that a few deaths in the demon domain were normal. It could be considered sacrifice for the people. Hearing him treat student lives so lightly, Cao Thai Thai angrily shouted that if all the students encountered disaster, it would become a major educational incident. Were they not afraid of being held accountable? Tun Duc Loy still replied coldly that the target was the force behind Lam Mak. The demon domain trial was only bait. This great merit could easily cover a small incident. Those who wanted to accomplish great things could not fuss over details. Those words left Cao Thai Thai heavy-hearted and unable to speak. She never expected the security bureau to be so cruel. Tun Duc Loy even revealed a sinister smile. Cao Thai Thai helplessly said they truly looked down on human lives. With the same cold smile, Tun Duck Loy stated directly that this idea was also her father's intention. Cow Thai Thai froze and shouted that it was impossible, but Lam Mac was already about to die under the hands of the half-step Ghost King. What meaning was left in doing this? Tun Duck Loy was startled and panicked. The plan was about to succeed, yet variables appeared. He grabbed Cow Thai Thai's shoulders and shouted why she only reported now. He believed the one behind Lam Mac would surely intervene to save him. Then Cow Thai Thai asked what about the other students. Without hesitation, Tun Duck Loy immediately gathered his subordinates and prepared to rush into the demon domain to find Lam Mac and force out the person backing him. As soon as the order was given, his subordinates quickly arrived and reported everything was ready. Too impatient, Tun Duck Loy led the way into the Ghost City gate. Shouting for everyone to follow, the group answered in unison, watching them focus only on finding Lam Mac while ignoring the other students. Cow Thai Thai stood frozen, realizing their purpose was investigation rather than rescue. Only then did she recall what Lam Mac had once said in the demon domain, suspicion rising in her heart whether the security bureau was truly that cruel. Scene shifted to the Fiji Bank in Thuong Lan City. When Lam Mac's group arrived, it was already too late. All the money in the safe had already been taken by someone else earlier. Risking their lives to arrive only to gain nothing, Lam Mac gritted his teeth in anger. A third glanced around and guessed these were traces of looting before the demon tide erupted. While Kai Min comforted them, saying at least they had robbed one bank before, it was not entirely useless. With nothing left to take, the group left the bank irritably and decided to search for another target. Just as they stepped outside, suddenly someone fell from a high floor, shocking the group. The person was a subordinate of the security bureau, chased by demons and falling down, crying in pain and calling for Director Tun. Lam Mac's group wondered why a middle-aged man appeared in a freshman trial. Looking closer, they became even more suspicious when they saw no ghost contract on him. They guessed this was someone from the security bureau infiltrating the place. The red-eyed ghost appeared and pointed upward, telling everyone to look above. Looking up, Lam Mac saw the security bureau group pushed to the balcony by a swarm of demons. He realized they had secretly infiltrated using an invisible ghost skill. Hearing the chaotic cries for help, Lam Mac also understood their target was him. Sneaking into the demon domain like this, 8 out of 10 chances they came straight for me. At that moment, Tun Duck Loy summoned 3 wolves that rushed forward to rescue 2 subordinates, while the man below desperately begged not to be abandoned. Unable to save everyone, Tun Duck Loy coldly left one man to die, saying his white soul ghost could only split into 3 bodies. After saying that, he turned away, leaving his subordinate to be torn apart by demons, crying and asking why he was always abandoned. Seeing Tun Duck Loy appear, Lam Mac's anger surged. He decided this time he would take revenge and reclaim the antidote for an enhe. Encountering his enemy in the demon domain, Lam Mac rushed forward, impatiently seeking a chance to strike, making a Thur and Kai Min shout in panic, asking what he intended to do. Unable to suppress his fury, Lam Mac ran while saying he had to find Tun Duck Loy and force him to hand over the antidote to save an enhe. Knowing the danger clearly, Lam Mac asked a Thur to assist using Ghost Shadow to block the 2 security bureau subordinates. A Thur immediately agreed and ran after him to help. Kai Min had no involvement, but seeing his teammates charge forward, he gritted his teeth and ran after them, shouting while running for them to wait. After escaping the demon swarm, the security bureau members did not retreat, but continued advancing deeper into Thuong Lan to find Lam Mac. Tun Duck Loy speculated that if Lam Mac were still alive, the place would have been flattened after the battle with the half-step Ghost King. Observing the battlefield filled with demon and human corpses, Tun Duck Loy frowned and concluded Lam Mac was already dead, deciding not to stay long and to withdraw from the city. But entering the demon domain was easy. Leaving was difficult. The smoking ghost and the gambling ghost had blocked the road, laughing loudly and mocking that this was not a place one could come and go as they pleased. Realizing the 2 high-level demons before him, Tun Duck Loy was terrified, understanding that 3 ghost tamers like them could not possibly fight them. Knowing victory was impossible, Tun Duck Loy immediately summoned his remnant ghost, deciding that escape was the best strategy, calling out the white tiger ghost. Thinking he could escape, he hurriedly told his teammates to retreat, unaware that the remnant ghost had already been secretly marked with the blood pupil mark by Lam Mac beside the smoking ghost. Seeing the security bureau members attempt to flee, the smoking ghost sneered coldly and said escaping would not be so easy. Just as Tun Duck Loy rode the wolf ghost to dash away, the mark activated, the wolf's body exploded in midair. Before he could understand what happened, the remaining 2 wolves also exploded like fireworks, leaving Tun Duck Loy both horrified and heartbroken as he shouted the name of the white soul ghost. At that moment, his face was blank with shock, mouth open as he stood frozen, unable to understand what had happened. Without giving the enemy time to recover, Asura immediately released the ghost shadow domain, darkness spreading to restrain and slow the security bureau members. The opportunity had arrived. Lam Mac poured all his anger into a charge straight at Tun Duck Loy, roaring that this time he would not escape. After struggling to search for Lam Mac without finding him, believing he had already died, who would have thought he would appear at this moment, making Tun Duck Loy furious with bloodshot eyes, roaring that Lam Mac was still not dead, and now was the time to decide life or death. Lam Mac immediately summoned the Remnant Ghost, the Resident Ghost, and the Martial Ghost, killing intent erupting as an Enheen's grudge must be settled today. In an instant, the Resident Ghost and the Martial Ghost appeared, charging together with Lam Mac straight into battle. Facing this situation, Tun Duck Loy panicked to the extreme, his face pale as if about to collapse. Driven into a corner, he gritted his teeth and counterattacked, hurriedly summoning the Invisible Ghost and the Drowned Ghost. The 2 Remnant Ghosts quickly manifested, blocking the attacks of the Martial Ghost and the Resident Ghost, while the subordinates behind them also frantically summoned their Remnant Ghosts to assist. That tense moment, Asura appeared like a phantom behind a member of the Security Bureau, pressing a blade to his throat and warning coldly to stand still if he did not want to die. The other man was immediately bound tightly by Asura's ghost shadow domain, screaming in agony. Then only a few seconds, Tun Duck Loy's 2 subordinates were completely subdued, lying flat on the ground begging for mercy, while the Smoking Ghost and the Gambling Ghost stood far away only watching without daring to interfere. The Gambling Ghost and the Smoking Ghost were stunned and confused, unable to understand why humans suddenly turned on each other. Was the Security Bureau not supposed to protect the students? Taking that chance, Lam Mac kicked straight into Tun Duck Loy's chest, making him spit blood. The Smoking Ghost and the Gambling Ghost grew even more shocked, clearly sensing the terrifying cruelty of this human. Tun Duck Loy took a heavy blow. His body kicked back dozens of steps. Vicious strike made him twist in pain, clutching his chest and coughing violently without stopping. The first time was only a kick. The next moment, Lam Mac held the ghost sword and advanced, coldly demanding the antidote if he did not want to die. Seeing Lam Mac approach with surging killing intent, cold sweat poured down Tun Duck Loy's back, his mind holding only one thought, that this man truly wanted to kill him. In panic, Tun Duck Loy called his 2 Remnant Ghosts back for support. The Invisible Ghost and the Drowned Ghost immediately rushed toward him. That moment, Lam Mac leapt forward, swinging the ghost sword and rushing directly toward Tun Duck Loy, saying coldly it was already too late. Violent lightning burst from Lam Mac's body as he activated the ultimate technique, one sword eradicating evil. The single slash, the power of evil eradication from the ghost sword exploded, invading directly into Tun Duck Loy's body. Lam Mac did not kill him immediately, only enough to terrify him, making Tun Duck Loy scream in horror and call for help. Because he needed the antidote, Lam Mac stopped as previously agreed, pointing the sword at him and saying coldly that he had won. Losing patience, Lam Mac stepped forward and kicked hard into Tun Duck Loy's stomach, making him vomit blood, forcing him to hand over the medicine quickly. Lam Mac's face darkened, his voice filled with killing intent, demanding the antidote or he would die on the spot. Knowing Lam Mac's goal was the antidote, Tun Duck Loy instead laughed sinisterly, believing Lam Mac did not dare kill him, and demanded that Lam Mac kneel and beg. While Tun Duck Loy was still smug, Lam Mac swung the sword and cut off one of his ears as a warning. Intense pain made Tun Duck Loy scream miserably, tears streaming as he saw his ear fall to the ground. Lam Mac said coldly this was only a warning. If he still believed his life was worth more than the antidote, then there would be no second chance. Tun Duck Loy struggled to sit up, clutching his bleeding wound, still stubbornly claiming that if he died then an Enheen would not survive either, so Lam Mac had to keep him alive. Thinking of that, Tun Duck Loy burst into mad laughter, believing victory was already in his hands. With no other option, Lam Mac threatened to kill his entire family if he did not hand over the antidote. Hearing this, Tun Duck Loy showed brief surprise, but still laughed loudly. Certain Lam Mac would not dare do something so cruel. Indeed, Lam Mac could not gamble with an Enheen's life, but he came up with another, even more vicious plan. Thinking he was safe, Tun Duck Loy loudly demanded that Lam Mac release him and escort him out of the demon domain. Lam Mac only smiled mysteriously, replying that he was even more despicable than Tun Duck Loy imagined. Seeing Tun Duck Loy still unafraid, Lam Mac turned and called the Smoking Ghost to assist. Smoking Ghost had been watching the show when suddenly called, asking in surprise what the matter was. Lam Mac pulled Tun Duck Loy up and kicked him toward the Smoking Ghost, suggesting he use his ultimate move to force out the antidote. The smoking ghost still held resentment over Lam Mac destroying his arm earlier and did not want to listen, forcing Lam Mac to lower himself and ask for help. Lam Mac promised compensation and a favor, making the smoking ghost curious about how valuable that favor would be. Lam Mac cleverly mentioned his connection with Yama, causing the smoking ghost to think for a moment before nodding in agreement to help. The smoking ghost stepped before Tun Duck Loy preparing to act. While Tun Duck Loy was so terrified, he began begging desperately. Seeing torture about to begin, Lam Mac urged eagerly, his cruelty making both the smoking ghost and Tun Duck Loy shudder. Terrified of death, Tun Duck Loy knelt on the ground crying and cursing Lam Mac. The system immediately notified that he gained 500 stimulation points. Lam Mac sneered coldly, mocking Tun Duck Loy's earlier arrogance before leaving the torture to the smoking ghost. Smoking ghost took out a divine rope to prepare the execution. Tun Duck Loy trembled and begged, but everything was already too late. The smoking ghost grabbed Tun Duck Loy's head and exhaled a cold stream of smoke close to his face. He blew a special smoke into Tun Duck Loy's face, beginning the punishment for his crimes. After inhaling the smoke, Tun Duck Loy quickly became delirious, foam forming at his mouth before collapsing onto the ground. Only a moment later, his soul was dragged out of his body, floating behind it. Tun Duck Loy's soul was immediately bound tightly to a hanging rack. The smoking ghost declared that the time had come to settle his sins, handing the interrogation to Lam Mac. Lam Mac immediately questioned him, demanding that he confess every crime he had committed. At first, Tun Duck Loy was dazed like a wooden puppet. Then his memories gradually returned, and he spoke about killing a stray cat when he was 4 years old. Before their eyes appeared the scene of Tun Duck Loy brutally killing the innocent cat. The smoking ghost immediately lashed the whip as punishment for killing a living creature, opening the next chain of crimes. Tun Duck Loy continued recounting a crime committed when he was 17 years old. That time, in order to win achievements, he had ordered the killing of all 7 opponents during an examination. Hearing that he had killed 7 people at the age of 17, Lam Mac was furious beyond measure at such monstrous crimes. Smoking Ghost immediately delivered another punishing strike, making Tun Duck Loy scream in agony. Athur and Kai Min watched from the side and shuddered, yet both believed the punishment was completely deserved. Lam Mac's eyes turned red with rage, repeatedly kicking Tun Duck Loy's body, while cursing that such a person could become deputy director of the Security Bureau, revealing the terrifying corruption of that organization. After that, each age of Tun Duck Loy's crimes was listed one by one. At 20 years old, he received 1 lash. At 23, he suffered 2 consecutive lashes. Because the accumulated crimes over the years were too many, the smoking ghost showed no mercy, repeatedly whipping Tun Duck Loy until his limbs trembled with exhaustion. At this moment, Tun Duck Loy's entire body was covered with wounds, collapsed without strength. The crimes had reached age 36, and more than 15 minutes had already passed without finishing. Lam Mac lost patience, frowning as he said his crimes were too many and he could not keep listening like this. Lam Mac stepped forward and grabbed Tun Duck Loy's throat tightly, asking coldly the key question of where the antidote was hidden. In a dazed state from exhaustion, Tun Duck Loy gasped and revealed the method of making the antidote, using the ox ghost of the white soul ghost as the catalyst, mixing 3 cayenne of honeysuckle, 2 cayenne of tyrant vine, adding 3 blossoms of the season flower tea, refining with fire for 3 hours to neutralize the poison. Hearing the answer from the man's own mouth, Lam Mac's anger eased. He released his grip. Having obtained the method, Lam Mac handed Tun Duck Loy over to the smoking ghost to deal with. As for himself, he immediately went to find the ingredients to refine the medicine to save an enheen. Receiving the order to finish him, the smoking ghost's eyes lit with excitement, and he answered simply yes. Without hesitation, the smoking ghost delivered a fatal strike, using his pipe to pierce straight through Tun Duck Loy's soul and send him on his way. Such a person deserved death. As the soul dispersed, Tun Duck Loy's body convulsed violently, his mouth wide open, dying with eyes unclosed from resentment. Turning to Lam Mac, he found the remaining white tiger ghost, the white wolf remnant ghost left by Tun Duck Loy, and without hesitation thrust a sword straight into its chest, making it howl miserably. Only a few seconds later, the white tiger ghost's body disintegrated and transformed into an ox ghost. Lam Mac picked it up and laughed joyfully, because he had seized the hope of life for an enheen. Turning to the smoking ghost, Lam Mac smiled brightly and thanked him. The smoking ghost curled his lips and replied that it was nothing. Then the smoking ghost pointed toward the 2 remaining Security Bureau subordinates still tied up, and asked Lam Mac how he planned to deal with them. Lam Mac waved his hand indifferently and handed full authority to the smoking ghost, saying, "Handle them however you wish, consider them a gift for you." During that, the gambling ghost and the smoking ghost each dragged a body, hauling the 3 Security Bureau men away to hand them over to the scholar demon. Before leaving, they laughed, and said they would meet Lam Mac's group again someday. When everything settled, Kai Min loudly asked why the security bureau kept clinging to Lam Mac and what exactly the demonic legacy of Feng Mo meant. Even Lam Mac did not understand the true purpose of the security bureau. He only knew they had to return first and investigate slowly later. Arthur rested his chin in thought and explained that the demonic legacy of Feng Mo referred to the remnants of the Feng Mo nation that had been sealed many years ago. Before the Feng Mo nation was destroyed, his father had been a barber who often went there for work, gentle and honest, yet his ending was very unfortunate. According to Arthur, the people of Feng Mo were sent to dangerous regions as laborers, and even now they were still controlled by the security bureau and the army, which made Lam Mac even more suspicious. Lam Mac fell into deep thought, wondering whether his family might be connected to the Feng Mo nation, but then decided to put it aside because there were no clues yet. He laughed and patted Arthur on the shoulder, saying he did not want to think too much anymore, then asked directly that Arthur had struck the security bureau members very heavily today. Did he also hate them? Arthur answered firmly that it was not exactly hatred, but after learning what Tun Duc Loy had done, he felt that killing such a man was the right thing. He also added that people like Tun Duc Loy were even more deserving of death than evil ghosts. Seeing that attitude, Lam Mac felt very satisfied to have found a like-minded companion. So he put his arm around Arthur and praised his words as extremely reasonable. The scene shifted to the security bureau. In Director Cao Long Tram's office, he had a headache while receiving a report that of the 5 rescue teams, only one returned, and Deputy Director Tun Duc Loy had disappeared. Cao Long Tram waved his subordinate away, sweat covering his forehead as he thought bitterly that the plan to investigate the demonic legacy of Feng Mo had completely failed and had even caused heavy student casualties. He saw Lam Mac safely leaving the demon domain on the screen. Cao Long Tram gritted his teeth in resentment because he had suffered a heavy loss this time. At the gate of Thuong Lan City, Lam Mac's group and other students came out one after another while the medical teams quickly began operations. Among the students, there was one team completely uninjured. The scar-faced captain laughed loudly and boasted that not a single member of his team had died. He even smugly claimed that only his team had returned victorious and that other schools could not compare with Tayat Fuong. Seeing that arrogant expression, Lam Mac asked sarcastically that if they were so capable, then how had they managed to survive inside the inner city? Hearing that, the scar-faced man laughed and bragged that their plan was only to hunt lone ghosts in the outskirts. They were not foolish enough to rush into the inner city and seek death. Next, the 2 underlings beamed as if celebrating a festival, taking turns praising their captain boss, bragging about their overwhelming number of ghost pearls compared to the opponent, making the flattered man feel so delighted that it was as if he were soaring straight to the 9th heaven. Therefore, that man turned around and continued to show disdain toward Lam Mac's group, mocking their weak strength, saying that students from a trash school probably could not even obtain 1 or 2 ghost pearls. That arrogant attitude made Arthur and Lam Mac too lazy to argue with such immature brats. At that moment, on the stands of the Thuong Lan trial evaluation, the supervisor coughed a few times to remind all students, Ahum, maintain order. Please present the ghost pearls harvested from the ghost domain to the appraisers for inspection. During the appraisal process, all students are required to strictly follow the regulations. After completion, the ghost pearls will be returned. Any act of cheating cannot escape the eyes of the appraisers. After finishing his words, he stepped back to give space for 2 men in black to come forward and begin their work. The appraisal session officially began. First, a team of 2 male students covered in bandages stepped forward with 1 ghost pearl. But the ghost pearl that had actually been brought from outside was quickly discovered by the appraiser and immediately disqualified from the competition. This ghost pearl was only born about 5 days ago. It absolutely could not have come from the Thuong Lan ghost domain. Cheating confirmed, results voided. To be even more certain, the other appraiser carefully held the ghost pearl and observed it for a long time before concluding that it was an invalid contract ghost. Because of cheating, they were directly eliminated. Afterwards, it was the next person's turn. This time it was the bald man with a scarred face and an extremely arrogant demeanor. He stepped forward and shoved the student in front aside while shouting loudly, "Move aside." The 2 underlings followed closely behind, their eyes glancing at the surrounding students as that man aggressively shouted, "Watch carefully." He flipped his backpack upside down, pouring out a pile of ghost pearls in a considerable quantity. All the ghost pearls of his group were neatly arranged on the appraisal plate. After inspection, the 2 appraisers announced the results: 3 tier water pearls, 4 fierce spirit ghost pearls, along with 1 evil spirit ghost pearl. As soon as the announcement was heard, the crowd below immediately burst into astonished exclamations. One teacher from the Snow Phoenix Academy frowned and remarked that it seemed the champion of this year's Ghost Domain trial would once again belong to Snow Phoenix. Another female teacher looked up at the stands thoughtfully and said with regret that if Cow Thigh Thigh's group had not withdrawn midway, the first place would certainly have been theirs. With such harvest results, the bald man smiled smugly in his heart, secretly thinking that the championship this time could hardly escape his grasp. At that moment, Lam Mac raised his hand and requested to speak under the attention of the teachers. Everything seemed already decided. Lam Mac stepped up from below the stands and said that this plate seemed a bit small, leaving the two students beside him stunned, unable to understand what he intended to do. Hearing that, the supervisor above asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Could it be that this still is not enough to place your ghost pearls?" It was time to display strength. Lam Mac told Kai Min to summon the remnant ghost, then said it was still not enough. Little Fatty call out the trash can ghost. Kai Min immediately complied and began the summoning. 3 seconds later, it was completed. The trash can ghost immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Immediately afterward, the trash can ghost dumped out all the spoils it had collected. Countless ghost pearls and money poured out in torrents, leaving the appraisers and the bald man staring with wide eyes and open mouths in disbelief. Surrounding students also cried out in shock, eyes wide and mouths agape, exclaiming that it was unbelievable. The system sounded a notification congratulating the host for receiving 300 excitement points in succession. Even the other appraiser stammered in overwhelming astonishment. The excitement points continued to surge from the reactions of the crowd. Suddenly receiving a massive amount of excitement points, Lam Mac felt extremely pleased and told everyone to bring more plates for the ghost pearls. Teacher, even 10 more might still not be enough. The ghost pearls of Lam Mac's group were so numerous that they piled into a tall heap on the table. Witnessing this scene, the Snow Phoenix teacher frowned unhappily, secretly thinking that she once believed Lam Mac would decline. Yet he had grown at a frightening speed. If not suppressed by the Safety Bureau, he would truly be a rare student. The outcome was clear. The competition supervisor announced that the champion of this Ghost Domain trial belonged to Ares Academy. Lam Mac's entire team simultaneously broke records to become the strongest team in history. Lam Mac's group stepped onto the stage to receive their rewards with bright smiles, and then took a taxi back to the academy together. After winning the championship, Lam Mac's group quickly called a taxi to return to the academy. With the appearance of someone wealthy and the money coming from an unofficial operation, Lam Mac handed the driver a thick stack of cash and told him to drive as fast as possible, and he would pay accordingly. The driver took the money and reminded everyone to sit tight. After that, he sped off at full throttle, using all his driving skills to race forward. Before long, the taxi stopped in front of the gate of Ares Academy. After dropping Lam Mac's group off, thanks to the driver's extreme money-making driving performance, a Thur and Little Fatty vomited violently as soon as they got out. Only Lam Mac remained clear-headed and told the two to rest first while he went to find an Enheen. A while later, Lam Mac appeared in front of the medical room, where an Enheen had once been treated. Without knocking, he rushed straight in with a bright smile and shouted loudly, "A Enheen, he has returned." But the moment he finished speaking, he froze when he saw the room empty with no one inside. That moment, Mok Ian Than happened to pass by and saw Lam Mac standing blankly. She said that an Enheen was not here. She was bored of lying down, so she had gone to the library for several days already. She said that she also advised her to wait until she fully recovered before going, but she did not listen and insisted on going to the library. Seeing Mok Ian Than, Lam Mac stepped forward and handed her a guide sheet along with a white soul ghost pearl, asking the senior sister to help prepare the antidote medicine. She listened and happily agreed with a bright smile. During her agreement, Lam Mac joyfully ran off. At the corridor intersection, he even turned back and called out that he would rely on senior sister. Then he went to find an Enheen. Watching that departing figure, Mok Ian Than thought to herself how sincere this boy was toward that girl. She wondered when she would meet someone so genuine. Shortly afterward, inside the academy library, an Enheen sat among a pile of thick books. Lam Mac walked in and saw her reading attentively. He waved and called loudly, "An Enheen, he has returned." Hearing his voice, an Enheen raised her head and replied with a smile, "Oh my, you actually returned alive." Lam Mac ignored the teasing, worriedly asked about her health and scolded her for not resting, intending to carry her back to the medical room. But an Enheen waved her hand, saying she was fine, and pulled him over to show him something interesting. As he sat beside her, an Enheen flipped through the book while explaining that while he was away, she had read hundreds of books, and discovered a major secret related to the Feng Mo Empire. She pointed at the page and said that 25 years ago the crown princess of the Feng Mo Empire embraced the 3-year-old crown grandson along with her newborn daughter and burned herself at a certain place. If those 2 children had not died, the crown grandson would now be 17 years old and his younger sister 15. Hearing that, Lam Mak suddenly thought of his own family and asked in astonishment whether he could be that crown grandson and his younger sister a princess. The more he thought about it, the less he believed it. He quickly waved his hand in denial, saying it was merely coincidence. And Enheen knew he found it hard to accept, so she told him to calmly think again about why the Safety Bureau only targeted him, and even called him a remnant of the Feng Mo Empire. And Enheen pulled up his sleeve and pointed to the ghost sword mark, saying that he opened the ghost sword tomb without effort, and the swords competed to acknowledge him as master. How could that be mere coincidence? Lam Mak still did not believe it, citing that historical records clearly stated the crown princess, and the 2 children had died. If so, how could he still be alive? But an Enheen continued turning the pages and told him to look carefully. This was a photograph of the royal palace of the Feng Mo Empire. Within it were the charred corpses of the king and 2 children among the ruins. Lam Mak looked closely at the photograph, yet still could not understand. He said that clearly both children had died. What exactly was unusual? And Enheen put away the photograph and explained that she initially thought the same, until she found this book recording the secret history of the Feng Mo Empire. Secret history recorded that before the empire's fall, there was a palace maid who secretly had a child and gave birth to a son. He was secretly raised in the horse stable until war erupted. That child had also just turned 3 years old. It also recorded that although the king was over 70, a noble consort still gave birth exactly when the country collapsed. Most importantly, when the Zhou Continent army searched the royal palace, they did not find the whereabouts of the 2 children. After hearing the analysis, Lam Mak suddenly understood and said that perhaps he had been switched with the baby from the horse stable. After saying that, he rubbed an Enheen's head and laughed, saying the story was too unbelievable, teasing her for reading too many novels, which made an Enheen unhappy as she insisted he must believe her because her intuition was always very accurate. Hearing that, Lam Mak could only surrender and said that according to her reasoning that crown grandson should be an orphan, while he still had parents. As he spoke, he pointed at himself. Hearing this, an Enheen grabbed his hand and wrote while explaining that his father's name was Lam Lam. The word Lam, when separated in meaning, became Sun Fong. And even more coincidentally, the cousin of Crown Prince Fong Lam also took the name Sun Fong when declaring his Dharma title. Not only that, that cousin declared the Dharma title Sun Fong at only 10 years old and served as the national master of the Feng Mo nation. This detail was too obvious to deny that his father was that national master. Lam Mak looked at the 2 words written clearly on his hand, connecting them with what an Enheen had said earlier. He exclaimed in shock that all the clues matched. Perhaps the truth was exactly as she analyzed. On the day the crown princess burned herself with the 2 substitute children, she secretly brought Lam Mak and his sister to meet Lam Lam, entrusting them with the words of Fong, "These 2 children are entrusted to you. They are the final bloodline of the Feng Mo royal family." Lam Lam embraced a baby boy and a baby girl, panicked as he begged the crown princess to escape together, saying he was already an 8-star primary ghost tamer and strong enough to protect everyone. Crown princess shed tears and refused with a trembling voice, saying that only when the Safety Bureau of the Zhou nation personally witnessed her self-immolation would the 2 children truly be safe. She could not leave. Seeing his mother crying, the young Lam Mak ran over and grabbed her hand, choking as he comforted her, saying, "Please do not cry." He himself had not cried yet. That understanding only made the crown princess more heartbroken, tears streaming down as she wiped Lam Mak's face and told her good son to live well together with his sister. Afterwards, the royal palace sank into a sea of flames. Lam Lam carried Lam Mak on his back and held the younger sister in his arms as he quietly left, swearing in his heart that Sun Fong would never betray the entrusted duty and would raise the 2 children to adulthood. Lam Mak did not remember that memory, but he once saw on television mention of someone very similar to his father entering and leaving the Safety Bureau, making him speculate that the prison massacre at the Safety Bureau that year might have been done by his father. Hearing him mutter, an Enheen continued saying that it looked like coincidence, but too many coincidences stacked together meant it was the truth. The Safety Bureau being infiltrated and slaughtered had never happened before. The more he listened, the more Lam Mak's mind tangled. He thought he must ask his father clearly, but right now his head was spinning and he could not think calmly. The most important thing was not letting an Enheen be implicated. Thinking that, Lam Mak changed the subject, and asked if an Enheen must be tired after reading so many documents. But she replied energetically that as long as he desired the truth, she was not tired at all. Instead, she felt very happy. The moment she finished speaking, Lam Mac reached out and lightly tapped her head. He reminded her with dissatisfaction not to think nonsense, hurry back to the medical room for an injection, and drink the antidote that was already prepared. The painful knock made an Enheen hold her head and complain that it hurt a lot. After the pain passed, an Enheen angrily stood up and blamed him that she locked herself in the library for days to solve his background, yet he did not even say thank you. Lam Mac laughed and replied that he did want to thank her, but right now he had nothing except this body. So could he repay her with himself? Hearing that, an Enheen pretended to be confused and asked repay with himself. With cunning like his, how had he not gone extinct yet? Clearly, she would be the one at a loss. While later, the two left the library and ran into Cao Thai Thai walking in. Both acted like strangers and passed by. Only Cao Thai Thai looked after them with an expression of wanting to speak yet stopping herself. Able to hold back anymore, she turned around and called loudly Lam Mac, asking if he had seen Deputy Director Tun Duc Loy in the ghost domain. Lam Mac stopped and coldly replied that he did not know who Tun Duc Loy was. Wherever that man was had nothing to do with him. Why ask him? Hearing that tone, an Enheen covered her mouth and whispered, asking if he truly had not seen him. Then where did the antidote come from? Hearing that, Lam Mac admitted he had met him. Enheen immediately asked where the man was and why he could not be seen. Lam Mac indifferently replied that he had already killed him, and by now he was probably food for ghosts. The moment she heard that, an Enheen jumped up and clamped tightly around his waist, shouting loudly that it was well done, and that was exactly how he should deal with him. Being tightly clamped, Lam Mac pinched her cheek and whispered, telling her not to clamp his waist anymore. If it got damaged, then she would have nothing to use in the future. Hurry and get down. Enheen blushed and released him. Asking what thing would be broken and used, she knew nothing. Lam Mac only smiled awkwardly and said it was nothing. The two left while laughing and joking, leaving Cao Thai Thai both irritated and embarrassed from witnessing their affection. She clenched her fist and punched her own stomach while wondering why every time she met an Enheen, the doll ghost went mad. After bringing an Enheen back to the high-grade hospital room, Lam Mac took the bowl of medicine that he asked senior sister to prepare and carefully blew on it to cool it. When the medicine cooled completely, he handed it to an Enheen and worriedly said it might be a little bitter. She disdainfully replied that it was just drinking medicine, and he was making it sound like a big matter. After saying that, she took the bowl and drank it in one breath. Lam Mac glanced at senior sister Mock and thanked her. She smiled and replied that they were all students of the same academy, so there was no need to be polite. The principal had accepted him as a direct disciple, so now he was her junior brother. Not wanting to stay and watch their affection, Mock Ian Than left the room and before leaving reminded that tonight the master wanted to see him about something. Little junior brother should arrive on time. Lam Mac immediately agreed. The hurried voice faded as the room door closed tightly. An Enheen worriedly reminded him that she once heard Principal Ditch Fong was not an ordinary person. He was the commander of the elite army nicknamed the Eight Ghost King, and once served as the chief general attacking the Feng Mo Empire. Tonight he must be careful. Hearing that, Lam Mac was shaken. If he truly was the crown grandson of Feng Mo, then Ditch Fong accepting him as a disciple might be for protection or perhaps hiding another scheme. That evening when Lam Mac was preparing to meet Ditch Fong, he received a call from his father. The moment he answered, he was bombarded with questions asking if their good son had left the ghost domain safely, whether he was injured, and what the results were because his parents were waiting to hear. After they finished asking, Lam Mac laughed and replied, why ask so strangely? Could it be he was calling from the underworld? As for the results, he had already broken the provincial record. Hearing that, his parents and younger sister were delighted. His father laughed loudly and praised that he was excellent and truly his son. Hearing the laughter, Lam Mac joked that it was natural. Since he was the only student of the Lam family, how could his achievements not surpass others? Right, son Fong Lord. Hearing that name, his parents immediately froze in silence because Lam Mac had spoken his father's true Dharma title. But the two quickly concealed it and laughed awkwardly, saying son Fong was nothing. Their house was near a high mountain, so the wind was strong. Then his mother hurriedly changed the subject, saying his younger sister wanted to talk with him. Hearing that, Lam Mac thought to himself that their evasion was clumsy. Clearly his guess was correct, but the old fox had deceived him again. Later he must test further. On the other end of the line, after speaking, his parents handed the phone to Lam Than. She took the phone and excitedly praised that her brother was amazing for breaking the ghost domain trial record of Jiang province. Lam Mac smiled proudly and said it was not that he was strong, but that his teammates were fierce. Even ghosts had to avoid them. making Lam Than admire him even more and say he was still the strongest, and she wished she could be even a little like him. Lam Mak gently told her that she only needed to take good care of herself. In the future, he would bring her to a major academy in Jiang province. With her intelligence, she would certainly become a top scholar. With him supporting her, she could become the big sister, making Lam Than shyly laugh in reply. Inside the house, Lam Mak continued comforting his younger sister, while outside Lam walked with Insuong, discussing with heavy expressions that Lam Mak might already know his identity. But Lam replied that the time was not right, and they must continue hiding it because the Black Lotus sect was not strong enough yet. If he knew now that he was the crown grandson, and the reason his parents died, he would surely go mad and seek revenge against the Zhou nation, causing years of plans to collapse. It was better to hide it longer until he was strong enough and had power to bear the responsibility. As the two whispered, from afar the Black Crow messenger flew over again, carrying a letter and cawing loudly. Lam took the letter from the crow's leg and wondered in confusion why little Yama sent a letter at this time and what he wanted to report. Suong anxiously urged him to open it. Lam read, while saying that Yama reported that the Northern Nation and the Zhou Nation were about to sign a ceasefire agreement. That meant the elite army of the Zhou Nation would soon withdraw. The Thuonglan Ghost Domain and the Nam Sun Ghost Domain might face disaster. The matters at home would be entrusted to her, while he must go to the sect's stronghold. After saying that, Lam left coldly, leaving Insuong waving him goodbye and hoping he would return soon. After the call ended, Lam Mak saw that it was late and told his younger sister to sleep early, saying he still had something to deal with before hanging up. Putting away the phone, Lam Mak went alone to the meeting place with Dich Fang and saw the old man already standing there for a long time with his back turned. For him, the past of Dich Fang destroying Feng Mo did not matter. He was still his master, so Lam Mak greeted him with a smile, saying, "Master arrived early." Hearing that, Dich Fang turned around with an unpleasant expression and questioned that he heard Lam Mak had taken first place in the Ghost Domain trial. Did he think himself very strong now? Lam Mak did not understand the meaning and scratched his head while smiling that he was somewhat stronger than before. That attitude made Dich Fang's face even darker, his voice harsh as he asked whether Lam Mak thought defeating a few rotten fish and shrimp of the Safety Bureau meant strength, whether he had grown stronger or was just trash rotting slowly. Lam Mak ignored the change in address and secretly laughed, thinking Dich Fang must have realized his identity and was testing him. So he smiled and replied that it was probably acceptable. As soon as he finished speaking, Dich Fang immediately summoned his contract ghosts and coldly scolded that acceptable was still 100,000 miles away. Then he called out the Judge Ghost and the Maid Ghost. Behind Dich Fang, the phantom forms of the Judge Ghost and the Maid Ghost gradually appeared, their gloomy eyes locking onto Lam Mak, who faced two high-level evil ghosts. Under that terrifying pressure, Lam Mak's body stiffened and trembled like a wooden log. Sweat poured out as he gritted his teeth and wondered if it was real, whether Dich Fang had restrained himself only to toy with him before killing him to silence him. Dich Fang's two ghosts had completely formed, but he did not order them to attack and instead continued scolding, saying, "See that he could not even move yet dared say acceptable. Those trash of the Safety Bureau would sooner or later be eliminated by the army. Defeating Tun Duc Loi meant nothing." After saying that, his voice softened, telling him that if he knew he was weak, he must strive harder. If he wanted progress, he must challenge those stronger. Do not become arrogant just for killing a few pieces of trash. Someone was still waiting for him to grow stronger every day. Hearing Dich Fang say that, Lam Mak blushed in shame and finally understood that the old man did not intend to kill him, but only wanted to extinguish the arrogance after the Ghost Domain trip and remind him he was still very weak. Without giving Lam Mak time to digest the lesson, Dich Fang stepped forward and calmly said, "Enough. Attack him. Use all ability to fight," making Lam Mak, who was just moved, suddenly pale and stepped back in panic, saying Master must be joking because fighting him would be suicide. As he stepped back sweating, he pleaded to stop, saying that the Master's contract ghosts were all high-level evil ghosts, and he himself was a 7th-rank ghost tamer. Under such suppression, he could barely move, let alone fight. Seeing that the words made sense, Dich Fang snapped his fingers and calmly replied that was fine. He would withdraw the suppression and lower his own strength to make it easier for Lam Mak to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, the two ghosts around him dispersed most of their ghost energy, and their bodies shrank to the size of ordinary humans. Everything stabilized. Dich Fang said that he had suppressed them to the fierce spirit level, and he himself had lowered to a 2nd-rank ghost tamer, his spiritual energy not much stronger than Lam Mak's, so now he could not say the Master bullied the disciple. Lam Mak scratched his head and awkwardly laughed, saying the Master only used 2 fierce spirits to deal with him. If the Master lost, then would it not mean he was bullying the Master? The moment he said that, Dich Fong's face darkened, and he shouted arrogantly that if he had skill, he should bring out all ability instead of only talking. Wanting to test himself, Lam Mak immediately jumped backward a distance and kept a safe gap. He raised his hand and summoned 2 fierce spirit ghosts. Thinking he once fought above his level alone, so 2 were enough. He summoned the chainsaw ghost and the big-breasted ghost. The moment the chainsaw ghost appeared, Lam Mak immediately ordered it to attack. The big-breasted ghost followed closely behind as support, playing the zither to produce waves of demonic sound spreading outward and helping the chainsaw ghost charge forward. Seeing this offensive, Dich Fong did not dare underestimate it and quickly stepped back to dodge together with his 2 ghosts after landing. Lam Mak and the chainsaw ghost immediately pursued, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. He felt proud, but suddenly discovered that no matter how hard the chainsaw ghost tried, it still could not close the distance. Could not believe it, and exclaimed that the distance was clearly enough, yet it could not lock onto the target. What kind of bizarre movement technique was that? Deciding to charge personally, Lam Mak ordered the big-breasted ghost to attack continuously, believing that as long as Dich Fong was pinned long enough for the demonic sound to land, he would lose. Both man and ghosts rushed forward. Under the protection of the demonic sound, the 2 poured out their full strength in attack, yet still could not keep up with the bizarre speed of Dich Fong and his 2 ghosts. They ran until the big-breasted ghost's skill entered cooldown, yet the distance remained constant. Even the chainsaw ghost gradually became exhausted. While running, Lam Mak muttered that it was truly interesting. This footwork meant that even running until exhaustion would not allow him to close the distance, forcing him to change tactics. Thinking that, he accelerated forward while summoning the martial opera ghost and the Hua Dan ghost, calculating that with the martial opera ghost supporting speed, they would not be worn down too much. Once the martial opera ghost appeared, it split into 2 directions, forming an arc around Dich Fong, blocking his retreat. Seeing that Dich Fong had only one path left to evade, Lam Mak shouted loudly, ordering the martial opera ghost and the chainsaw ghost to slash and saw him together. Hearing the shout, Dich Fong sneered with disdain and replied that this was the offensive he had. Without needing his command, the martial opera ghost had just rushed forward to chop when it was perfectly deflected by the maid ghost's sickle blade, causing no harm to Dich Fong. The chainsaw ghost advanced with full force toward Dich Fong's head, but was also knocked aside by the maid ghost. The moment the maid ghost swung the sickle blade was exactly the opening Lam Mak had deliberately created. Distance had been calculated precisely. Avoiding the life-ending demonic sound, he secretly rejoiced that an opening appeared and immediately shouted for the martial opera ghost to use its skill. Receiving the command, the martial opera ghost's body changed from black to blazing red. It stepped forward and slashed down 3 consecutive strikes, a ferocious offensive impossible to block. Facing that assault, Dich Fong and his 2 ghosts calmly stepped back, adjusting the distance just enough. After retreating, when the chainsaw ghost lunged to bite Dich Fong's head, the judge ghost immediately shouted, "Be careful." It swung its brush, causing the chainsaw ghost's attack to instantly veer aside. Before understanding what happened, the chainsaw ghost stared in alarm at the scene before it. Its original target had become the martial opera ghost, charging forward in a frenzy of slashes. The first obstacle in its path was itself. The 2 ghosts panicked and were forced to halt their skills. The backlash flung them down onto the ground, and they lost their combat ability. Seeing this, Dich Fong coldly asked if this was his entire strength. He had not even used any skill, yet his main forces had already fought each other unconscious. After speaking, his expression became serious, saying now it was his turn to attack. Try to endure it, or he might lose his life. The moment the words ended, the maid ghost carried the sickle blade and rushed forward with astonishing speed, aiming straight at Lam Mak. Facing that lightning-fast assault, Lam Mak panicked. His instinct told him that if he could not block this strike, he might die. In that moment between life and death, he swung the ghost sword upward in a slash, but the maid ghost immediately lowered her head and dodged. At that moment, the judge ghost received the order, and the maid ghost rapidly retreated to stand before it, switching to defense. Seeing this, Lam Mak suddenly realized the maid ghost was merely a subordinate. Without orders, she was just a killing machine. The real combatant was the judge ghost. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the judge ghost hurled the brush straight toward him. The brush tip flew faster than an arrow aimed directly at his chest. Lam Mak hurriedly raised the ghost's sword, knowing that whether he struck or not, it would be difficult to block. He desperately activated the blood domain illusion, seeking a path to survival within death. As expected, when the blood domain appeared, the judge ghost closed its eyes, and its ghost energy weakened slightly, losing control of the brush trajectory. Seeing that, Lam Mak could not believe it. The blood domain only confused it for a brief instant before it closed its eyes to counter it. Immediately afterward, the brush tip still stabbed straight into his chest, proving that even with closed eyes, the judge ghost still controlled the attack. Struck by the blow, Lamb Mac was blasted backward like a cannonball and slid across the ground. He struggled to stand while clutching his chest, trembling with pain, gritting his teeth and cursing that his master showed no mercy, and it hurt terribly. After checking himself, he calmed and exhaled, knowing Dich Fong had held back. No bones were broken, and even the brush tip had been bent. Seeing Lamb Mac sitting without resisting, Dich Fong approached dissatisfied and scolded that this state was worse than the lowest private soldier, so miserable yet still not standing up. Being scolded, Lamb Mac reluctantly stood up and muttered that he could not believe he was worse than a private soldier. Having once killed a third-rank ghost tamer, yet still being inferior to a private soldier made him grit his teeth, thinking tensely that if his crown grandson identity were exposed, his opponents would be the Zhou Nation army. He must become even stronger. If he could not even defeat a private soldier of the army, then his fate would only be becoming a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The more he thought, the more Lamb Mac's fighting spirit rose. He gripped the ghost sword tightly and rushed straight toward Dich Fong, unleashing a slash at the Judge Ghost, but it produced no effect at all. Judge Ghost easily dodged that full-power strike. In contrast to Lamb Mac's franticness, it calmly retrieved the brush and counterattacked with a slow thrust. That seemingly gentle stab caused Lamb Mac's arm to ache deep into the bone. The ghost sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. At the same time, the martial opera ghost and the chainsaw ghost recovered, and both rushed forward together. The two ghosts slashed toward the Judge Ghost, but it simply flung Lamb Mac aside, causing their attacks to collide with each other, nearly taking their master's life. Lamb Mac immediately ordered the ghosts to return and surround him for protection, buying time for his arm to recover from the pain. After stabilizing slightly, he shouted loudly for all ghosts to charge together and unleash all their abilities. Receiving the command, the four contract ghosts entered a berserk state, their eyes blazing red as they roared madly and unleashed their strongest skills. But in less than a minute, the four ghosts along with Lamb Mac were all defeated and collapsed across the ground. Only Dich Fong and his two ghosts remained intact. Lamb Mac wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head, bitterly thinking his master was too strong. Fighting like this was truly too difficult. The four ghosts were defeated before even coordinating. Even when trying to arrange ghosts behind for control and ghosts in front for attack, the rhythm still collapsed. When all four charged together, they ended up fighting each other, completely posing no threat to his master. Lamb Mac analyzed himself, then shook his head in denial. This fighting method worked against the Safety Bureau or wild ghosts, but against a veteran like Dich Fong, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Hearing him mutter without attacking, Dich Fong stepped forward and shouted loudly, asking if he now knew where his problem lay. He continued asking whether he still dared say acceptable, and whether he knew why today he had to train him, then calmly explained that his contract talent was extremely high, but leveling ghosts alone was not enough. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, grabbing Lamb Mac's collar and scolding that his mouth was clever, but in combat he knew nothing. The most important thing was coordination, not only between ghosts, but also between ghost tamer and contract ghosts. Positioning, timing of skill release, and flexibility were all extremely important, yet he possessed none of them. Hitting the shrimp and fish of the Safety Bureau was one thing, but provoking the returning army meant he would not even keep his life. Lamb Mac could only reply painfully that he understood. Good coordination could increase combat power at least 4 or 5 times. He said he never knew before, so he would work hard to learn. He would keep practicing gradually. Hearing that, Dich Fong patted his shoulder and laughed, saying children were easy to teach. Continue training, and until strategy improved, he was not allowed to stop. After that, Lamb Mac entered a bitter battle, constantly trying every form of coordination to attack Dich Fong and his two ghosts, while surrounding him with his own ghosts. At the same time, he tried to avoid that bizarre footwork. He himself stood at a distance launching attacks. Hearing Lamb Mac's footsteps, the Judge Ghost within the encirclement glanced backward. Lamb Mac lifted the ghost sword and leaped high into the air, slashing downward, telling himself he must coordinate skills. If he did not train now, he would only die later. That aerial assault in the Judge Ghost's eyes was no different from a child's trick. It and the maid ghost instantly turned around. The Judge Ghost kicked Lamb Mac in the stomach, sending him flying backward in pain. Several more minutes of training passed again. His results gradually improved. Lamb Mac was already able to somewhat restrain the maid ghost and separate her from the Judge Ghost. When he tried to charge forward, he nearly lost his life to the chainsaw ghost's blade and hurriedly retreated in shock. Another half-hour of training passed. After another hour, Lamb Mac's whole body was bruised, yet his goal was clear. Every time he fell, he stood up again and continued. Not far from the training ground, an Enheen and Mok Ian Than sat drinking tea while quietly watching. After watching for a long time, Mok Ian Than said with interest that Lam Mac's first day training with his master was truly remarkable. While watching, an Enheen replied with heartache that this did not look like training but torture. Falling over and over like this, his body must be full of injuries. Without bandaging, it would not be acceptable. Mok Ian Than laughed loudly and said the master had already held back a lot, recalling that when she was young she had been treated like a ball and knocked flying repeatedly by the master, making an Enheen cry out that it was too cruel. In the arena at this moment, Lam Mac's ghosts had begun to show some coordination, one controlling and one attacking. Though not yet flexible, they already knew how to support each other. As for Lam Mac, he still had not truly synchronized. He only stood at a distance observing and waiting for the judge ghost or the maid ghost to show an opening before rushing in to slash. Unable to coordinate with the ghosts, every time he charged forward he was kicked in the face by the judge ghost. And switching to the maid ghost, it was even worse. Every time it would draw a little of his blood before letting him go. Even though he was beaten miserably, the more he was injured, the more excited Lam Mac became. Knowing he was transforming, the corner of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Very quickly he improved, slowly but steadily. The 4 ghosts that once surrounded one enemy now needed only 2 ghosts to keep it engaged. The opera music ghost and the big-breasted ghost handled control and support, allowing the chainsaw ghost and the martial opera ghost to concentrate their power on attack, keeping the opponent suppressed. Thanks to the rhythm of the music, the martial opera ghost returned to peak condition, every slash several times stronger than usual, forcing the judge ghost to struggle to counter. This coordination did not last long. The judge ghost quickly retreated and rushed toward the opera music ghost, praising it with a remark, "Not bad, there is progress." It said it was still not enough, and swung its brush toward the opera music ghost that was singing. Being too close, it could not dodge in time. Seeing this scene, Lam Mac felt worried. The blood at the corner of his mouth had not yet dried as he muttered that letting ghosts fight on their own was still only wild instinct, lacking command. What should he do? Seeing an Enheen stand up in distress, Mok Ian Than smiled and comforted her, saying, "Do not worry. The junior brother has extremely high talent and is about to open spiritual awareness." And Enheen still replied with heartache that even knowing that it was still painful to watch. Fong, standing far away observing, suddenly noticed something unusual and softly snorted. From the desolate graveyard came waves of ghost energy, along with shouting curses, saying which old man dared appear and beat her beloved husband. Just wait, she would tear his head off. Mok Ian Than sensed the abnormality and immediately stood up, calling her ghost, saying a large wave of wild ghosts was approaching. But an Enheen calmly listened and said it seemed they were targeting the principal to rescue Lam Mac. Hearing that, Mok Ian Than sighed in relief, saying as long as they beat the master it did not matter as long as they did not touch the junior brother, making an Enheen glare at her. At the edge of the arena, the butcher ghost and the red-robed female ghost did not bother explaining and directly erupted with killing intent, attacking Dich Fong, shouting that they had come to rescue their little brother. Dich Fong hurriedly stepped back, protesting that there was no hatred between them. He had never ordered students to slaughter ghosts in the graveyard. Why attack without clarifying first? Seeing this, Lam Mac turned pale and hurriedly ran over, pulling the red-robed female ghost's sleeve, shouting that it was his master and they were only training. Stop immediately. The red-robed female ghost, unprepared, was pulled strongly, and her clothing tore open, revealing the red undergarment inside. She froze. The red-robed ghost blushed, looking at Lam Mac holding the torn cloth, and shyly called her beloved husband not to be so rough in front of so many people, leaving Lam Mac trembling, not knowing what to say. From afar, an Enheen saw this scene and immediately exploded in anger, grinding her teeth and scolding Lam Mac for flirting with a ghost woman right in front of her. An Enheen struggled and shouted that this was unforgivable. The system immediately added 60 excitement points to Lam Mac, leaving him bewildered about where the points came from. Before he could think further, the red-robed female ghost blew a kiss, saying she would deal with the old man and then take her beloved husband back to the ancient residence to enjoy the entire night. Lam Mac panicked and grabbed her hand, begging her to stop. Seeing him plead so miserably, the red-robed ghost softened and agreed, telling them to stop attacking. Only then did Lam Mac sigh in relief. But the next words of the red-robed ghost made his spine go cold when she shouted loudly, telling them to stop, because that was her husband's master. The zombie ghost and the butcher ghost, who were commanding the ghost swarm, immediately halted their attacks. Even Dich Fong stood frozen. He turned and stared at Lam Mac, shouting what exactly was happening. Explain clearly to the master, since when had he nurtured murderous intent and built a force in the graveyard to kill the master. Before Dichfang finished speaking, the red-robed ghost exploded with rage, shouting that the old man had no shame daring to scold her husband and strike him so heavily. Lam Mak, caught between the two sides, could only painfully explain that everything was a misunderstanding. They were friends he met in the graveyard who thought the master was bullying him, so they came to rescue him, and he absolutely had no intention of betraying his master. When the red-robed ghost was mentioned, she immediately turned around smiling at Lam Mak, saying it had been a long time since they met, so why not return to the ancient residence to play, touching him everywhere until he hurriedly refused, saying he still had duties and would visit another day, advising her to return first. Being gently dismissed, the red-robed ghost walked away while repeatedly turning her head, reminding her beloved husband to finish his work and call her and her subordinates anytime if needed, and to remember to visit. Lam Mak was still seeing the red-robed ghost off when Dichfang appeared behind him, his voice gloomy, asking why he was still standing there. Did he want to follow the ghost woman home? Then coldly ordered him back to training, and that the difficulty would increase to match his courage. As soon as the words ended, another ghost appeared in the air, a giant shield ghost condensing its body. Dichfang's expression cold as ice as he said two were not enough. Add a third one. The moment he finished speaking, the shield ghost charged straight forward, smashing downward. Lam Mak panicked and dodged while shouting in distress, asking why the master increased the difficulty. Had he not just said he would not bully him? Why was his fate so miserable? Dichfang's shield ghost did not allow him to complain. One hand releasing the shield immediately sent Lam Mak flying. Lam Mak spat blood as he flew far away, silently cursing that the old man was clearly venting anger on him even though the ghosts had done nothing, truly mixing public and private grievances. Training continued like this until the moon hung high in the sky and the arena still echoed with Lam Mak's painful groans and heavy panting. Only at midnight, when Lam Mak was completely exhausted, did Dichfang leave, casually saying today's performance was acceptable and tomorrow training would continue and he must arrive on time. After Dichfang left, an Enheen hurried over, wiping the blood and asking if he was in pain, while Lam Mak forced a smile and asked back whether he had been impressive today. Before an Enheen could answer, Mok Ian Than laughed loudly, praising that he was very impressive, the fastest learner and most composed after the first training session, except for that abnormal senior brother, making Lam Mak curiously ask if that senior brother must be very cool. Mok Ian Than laughed and replied of course he was cool. Now he was a wanted criminal of 6 nations, no, actually 7 nations. Hearing that, Lam Mak was speechless. Being wanted by 7 nations meant being hunted everywhere, and he was actually his senior brother, thinking that he still curiously asked about the other senior brothers and sisters. Mok Ian Than enthusiastically explained that the senior brother was wanted by 7 nations for many crimes. The second senior brother was a pirate of the Eastern Ocean. The third senior sister was the warlord leader of the Northern Nation. The fourth senior sister was the city lord of the half-ghost district. The fifth and sixth senior brothers were land smuggling bosses. The seventh senior sister was a Northern Nation warlord, and the 8th senior brother was the #1 assassin. Hearing this, Lam Mak cried out that he finally understood the master did not accept normal disciples, but only rebellious ones. Could it be that he had also been implicated? Mok Ian Than laughed and reassured him that, although they opposed the master, they never harmed family members and treated fellow disciples well. Lam Mak forced a smile, saying, did that mean he must introduce himself properly when meeting them to avoid being beat? Seeing he was still worried, Mok Ian Than patted his shoulder, saying now only the 2 of them remained as disciples. Just try to be a good person and do not follow those rebellious disciples. Lam Mak could only nod in agreement. Suddenly, an Enheen interrupted, angrily questioning Lam Mak about that ghost woman and whether he was fascinated by ghost bodies. Caught off guard, Lam Mak scratched his head, awkwardly pretending not to understand, and asked which ghost woman. He remembered nothing. An Enheen pressed him further, and Lam Mak smiled bitterly, thinking he was also a victim. So he honestly said that when he entered that place he fainted, and when he woke up the ghost woman was beside him, and then followed him afterward. Enheen still did not believe him and asked if that was all. Lam Mak hurriedly swore he truly did nothing. Just when it seemed finished, Mok Ian Than suddenly asked where he woke up, what condition he was in, and what happened earlier when he tore the ghost woman's clothing. Each question made Lam Mak's face turn pale. Inside, he cursed that today the senior sister was pushing him to death. If he said everything, an Enheen would surely skin him alive. Lam Mak remained silent, and an Enheen, seeing it made sense, immediately shouted, demanding he speak. Forced too much, Lam Mak rambled a long, confusing explanation, sometimes saying something happened, sometimes saying nothing happened, sometimes saying it was not discovered, and sometimes saying it was discovered, finally concluding vaguely that everything was basically like that. Understood. spoke a large amount with serious expression, leaving an Enheen and Mok Ian Than listening with blank minds, not understanding anything he said. Seeing the two stunned by his words, Lam Mak concluded briefly that that was all, wished them good night, and turned to run away. After he ran some distance, an Enheen suddenly realized and asked Mok Ian Than that Lam Mak said so much, yet she could not remember a single sentence. The senior sister smiled bitterly, replying they had just listened to a meaningless speech. Realizing she had been tricked, an Enheen immediately shouted loudly for Lam Mak to stop, because this matter was not finished. Lam Mak ran even faster, turning his head and reminding them they would meet tomorrow, and to remember to eat breakfast well and not stay hungry. After speaking, he disappeared. Hearing those roundabout words, an Enheen's mind spun once again. Mok Ian Than laughed, saying the junior brother was truly a talent. Escaping such a situation so easily meant a bright future. An Enheen replied that he was clever but also very foolish. A while later, at the male dormitory of Ares Academy. Late at night, the rooms were dark. Lam Mak secretly returned and had just opened the door when little Fatty happily shouted, "Brother Mac finally returned. He had something great." Lam Mak asked in confusion why he was not sleeping at midnight and waiting for him. What great thing? Little Fatty grinned, slyly pointing to the phone, saying, "Did he forget the promise? Hurry and send the study materials, and also the secret 13-volume collection." Hearing that, Lam Mak almost spat blood. It turned out he had waited all night for these things, so he immediately said he would send them now. After sending them, he took a towel to go shower and told little Fatty to enjoy slowly, while little Fatty opened the video and muttered excitedly. When he opened it, they were all videos teaching advanced mathematics, politics, grammar, and all kinds of lessons. Little Fatty froze on the spot, so furious he could not say a single word. In the bathroom, Lam Mak heard the miserable scream outside and laughed smugly, letting him truly study for once. Unwilling to accept it, little Fatty continued checking, because he believed the 7 mighty men could not possibly be educational videos. When he opened it, it turned out to be the cartoon of the 7 gored brothers subduing the snake spirit. Little Fatty went mad with anger, smashing the phone while shouting Lam Mak's name, causing the system to grant him 500 excitement points. The shout woke a Thur who was sleeping. He grabbed his blade and ran out, asking whether ghosts were attacking in the middle of the night. A Thur saw little Fatty pounding the floor, crying and cursing Lam Mak for deceiving him. Beside him, the gored brothers' video was playing. He asked in confusion whether watching this really required such excitement. Lam Mak inside the bathroom heard it and became even happier, deciding to hide longer in case he got beaten if he went outside. The next day near noon, Lam Mak jumped onto the rooftop. He summoned the chainsaw ghost to train, using the ghost pearls he obtained to raise it from early fierce spirit to early evil spirit. Each time the chainsaw ghost advanced in level, its bloodthirsty ferocity burst forth. Below the dormitory, someone angrily ran out, cursing why there was such noise under the blazing noon sun. Lam Mak happily apologized, saying the contract ghost had just advanced, and he could not control it yet. The chainsaw ghost would cut off heads when it saw people. Hearing that, the person fled in fear, saying it was fine, he had just been confused from the heat, telling others to clear the way. Lam Mak patted the chainsaw ghost's shoulder, telling it there would be meat to eat in the future. Now returned to practice unlocking the 3rd skill. With the help of the system, he directly unlocked the chainsaw ghost's 3rd skill, called Level 1 Frenzied Split. Continuous attacks, reducing the target's defense every second up to 30%, without consuming spiritual energy. After reading the information, the chainsaw ghost's loyalty soared to 99%, officially becoming a permanent contract. Lam Mak thought that in the future, when encountering heavily armored ghosts, he would no longer need Blood Curse, and could simply use this skill, perfectly filling the previous weakness. After analyzing the tactics, Lam Mak withdrew the chainsaw ghost, preparing for the next training session. He summoned another ghost of his, the ghost sword. When it appeared under the sunlight, the entire blade radiated savage ferocity, and fierce blue flames surged along its edge. Lam Mak ignored its fury and gripped the hilt with both hands, beginning to upgrade the black ghost pearl from early fierce spirit, causing the ghost sword's ghost energy to expand violently and spread through his body. Realizing something was wrong, Lam Mak hurriedly withdrew the ghost sword into himself, thinking that the more it advanced, the more violent it became, like a storm. Last time it was only fierce spirit, yet he had struggled to control it. Now that it was evil spirit, even a slight discomfort could crack his hands, so he would wait for further recovery before trying again. Lam Mak drew the ghost sword again. Seizing this brief moment to unlock the 3rd skill, One Sword Journey was activated. The ghost sword quickly restrained its fury, and the ghost energy and blue flames were forced back before being stored away. Ghost Sword's 3rd skill was called One Sword Journey, allowing the wielder to leave a shadow clone in place while the real body rushed forward at double speed. During this time, damage received was reduced by 95%, duration short. cooled on 30 seconds. Afterward, he must return to the shadow position within 50 meters, consuming 300 spiritual energy and recovering in 600 seconds. After reading the information, Lam Mak held the ghost sword again. This time it behaved obediently like an ordinary sword. He secretly rejoiced because the third skill was perfect for ambush or assassination. Though it consumed much spiritual energy and could only be used once per battle, it was clearly his strongest trump card now. The ghost pearls in his hand were nearly exhausted. Once he obtained more, he would upgrade the other ghosts. Thinking that today he had already strengthened 2 ghosts, and tonight he finally had capital to deal with the master, Lam Mak happily put his hands in his pockets and returned to the dormitory. At the appointed time, Lam Mak returned to Dich Fong and discovered the old man had already been standing there beforehand. As soon as Lam Mak arrived, he struck immediately, his cold eyes pointing at Lam Mak as he shouted, "Disciple, your death is approaching." Hearing that, suddenly Lam Mak was stunned, pointing at himself with an awkward smile, asking me, "Who wants to kill me?" "What do you mean, master?" Fong lit a cigarette and slowly said the latest news had just arrived. The North had reached a ceasefire agreement with the Zhou nation, and soon the Safety Bureau would be dissolved and replaced by the army. Not only replaced, but the senior officials of the Safety Bureau would also be eliminated directly or indirectly. With stronger forces, his identity could easily be uncovered. Hearing this, Lam Mak remained silent, his heart heavy because the intelligence had leaked and stronger forces were coming, making the danger even closer. Fong lost interest in smoking, threw the cigarette to the ground, and crushed it before turning to observe Lam Mak's expression. He continued slowly, saying the army always acted cleanly without hesitation like the previous group. So whether Lam Mak was a target or not, he must at least have enough strength to protect himself, and could not remain so weak that he could not defeat even a private soldier. Hearing that Lam Mak's fighting spirit ignited, he decisively said to Dich Fong, "No need to say more. Start the training. Use the 4 ghosts and raise them all to evil spirit level. No need to hold back." Dich Fong heard this and only sneered, saying, "4 ghosts? Such ambition. Then prepare yourself to endure pain." As soon as he finished speaking, the judge ghost was summoned, its body larger than yesterday. Then the maid ghost and the soul arrow ghost also appeared one after another with stronger aura. Finally, the shield ghost appeared. Dich Fong stood before them and seriously said, "Fine. According to your request, the 4 ghosts are deployed. Training begins." The 4 ghosts rushed forward together, attacking Lam Mak directly. Seeing his master serious, Lam Mak nervously summoned his contract ghosts. The chainsaw ghost appeared first, charging toward Dich Fong. The ghost sword followed, leading the charge, while the martial opera ghost and the big-breasted ghost accelerated from behind to support. This was the formation he had planned for an entire afternoon. As soon as the chainsaw ghost rushed forward, its attack had not even begun before the judge ghost dashed out and fiercely blocked it with a brush. The big-breasted ghost immediately used demonic sound for support, but the female rider ghost jumped out, using her body to block all the sound waves. Martial opera ghost and the opera ghost attacked, but were blocked by the shield ghost and instantly plunged into chaotic combat. On the training ground, the battle fell into a stalemate as 3 of Dich Fong's ghosts calmly blocked Lam Mak's 4 ghosts. Dich Fong stood far away, observing, and secretly praised that after only 1 day, Lam Mak's advance and retreat had become skilled. The ghosts had begun to coordinate attack and defense, yet compared with army soldiers, they were still slightly lacking. Thinking this, he turned to observe Lam Mak and saw he was waiting for an opportunity to ambush from afar, but suddenly 2 ghosts closed in from front and back. Lam Mak hurriedly turned, searching for an opening to break the encirclement. Unable to escape in time, he had no choice but to command the ghost sword to strike directly at the judge ghost. Dich Fong had been waiting for him to flee so he could intercept. Seeing Lam Mak counterattack instead, he could not help being surprised. Dich Fong's side, the soul arrow ghost had already drawn its bow, waiting for orders. Seeing Lam Mak move, he shook his head because Lam Mak had chosen the wrong position and his formation lacked coordination. He pointed forward and shouted, "Soul arrow, shoot." The soul arrow ghost immediately fired an arrow covered in lightning, rushing straight toward Lam Mak's head. Lam Mak did not dodge and rushed straight forward. When the arrow was only inches away, his figure flickered, leaving a shadow behind while the real body shifted aside. It was one sword journey. With explosive speed, Lam Mak slid to the left, leaving the shadow standing on the ground. When the arrow was about to strike the shadow, Lam Mak turned back in time, swinging the sword and splitting the arrow in midair. He pulled the shadow back, merging it with himself perfectly and sealing the remaining minor injuries. Witnessing this, Dich Fong was extremely shocked. In less than half a month, Lam Mak had activated the ghost sword's 3rd skill, his level even surpassing the senior disciple. Lam Mak paused only for a blink before calculating quickly. The skill time was limited, and sweeping the 4 ghosts was difficult. Better capture the king by capturing the leader. Thinking that he locked his gaze on Dich Fong, the blood pupil ghost appeared and the blood curse was cast. Before the blood curse could fire, Lam Mak accelerated, turning into a shadow, charging directly toward Dich Fong. Behind Dich Fong, a 4-eyed ghost manifested. It was the Blood Knight ghost, its cold gaze fixed on Lam Mak. The Blood Knight ghost tightly embraced Dich Fong, dense ghost energy spreading across its body. This 5th ghost fully condensed and locked Dich Fong within its arms. When Lam Mak slashed toward them, it immediately hugged him and jumped backward while roaring and scolding the careless old man. Lam Mak was not surprised seeing this. Since he had the ghost sword for protection, Dich Fong naturally had his own. After all, the old man was the 8 ghost king. Forcing him to summon another protective ghost already counted as major progress. While he was still pausing, the shield ghost leaped from behind carrying the giant shield and roared as it charged forward. Lam Mak intended to pursue further, but seeing this, he became irritated and immediately activated One Sword Journey. Teleported back to the Shadow's position, while the shield ghost smashed its shield into the previous spot, creating a massive explosion on the ground. Lam Mak was about to change hiding position when rapid sounds suddenly echoed behind him. The chainsaw ghost suddenly rushed out, blocking all the arrows flying toward Lam Mak. Lam Mak immediately ordered it to retreat while he observed the situation himself, reminding himself that training was not over, and one more mistake would surely result in serious injury. Dich Fong and the Blood Knight ghost stood far away observing. The Blood Knight ghost laughed mockingly, saying the old man had been careless, allowing Lam Mak an opportunity to almost kill him with One Sword Journey. Hearing that, Dich Fong also admitted with frustration that in only one night Lam Mak had upgraded 2 ghosts, activated the 3rd skill, and coordinated attack and defense far more skillfully. The Blood Knight ghost continued evaluating that in terms of contract, ghost limits the boy did not lose to the old man at all. In terms of talent for activating skills, he was no worse than the senior disciple, and in ruthless ferocity, he matched the 8th disciple. Watched Lam Mak dodging on the field, and concluded that in terms of cunning and sinister tricks, he was no worse than the 2nd disciple, and in terms of deep scheming, he might even surpass the 7th disciple. After saying that, the Blood Phantom ghost patted Dich Fong on the shoulder and laughed proudly. He had gained another good disciple. Dich Fong replied with a dark face, "Good my head, stop cursing me." Blood Knight ghost understood, and said in a low voice that he hoped the boy would not become the next traitorous disciple, otherwise he would have trouble keeping his life. Dich Fong waved his hand and ordered that if he wanted to become a traitor, he still needed more training. Go up and support him. Hearing that, the Blood Knight ghost was stunned and asked in confusion, "Are you sure? He already seems to have reached his limit." Dich Fong did not answer. The Blood Knight ghost could only rush forward and shout loudly to Lam Mak that he was joining the fun too, telling him to prepare. Lam Mak was dodging ghost soul arrows and ghost shields and turned his head in shock when he heard that. Ghost shields and ghost soul arrows did not let him escape, constantly pressing close with all kinds of movements, forcing Lam Mak to retreat step by step while avoiding the siege of the 3 ghosts. Seeing that scene, the Blood Phantom ghost teased him. "Hey kid, this difficulty is not high enough, right? Want to increase it a bit more? Let me train with you." Only then did Lam Mak notice the Blood Knight ghost beside him. He immediately shouted back, "Increase it again, come all at once. This level is still not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Knight ghost rushed forward and threw a punch that sent him flying into the air, coldly scolding him for still talking tough. It raised its head to look at Lam Mak. Its whole body erupted with surging blood aura like a raging vortex. It roared and activated the skill Blood Bone, spreading outward in all directions with itself as the center. In that surging vortex of blood aura, dark red blades rapidly condensed, forming countless sharp blade points. Those blade points locked onto Lam Mak suspended in midair and shot upward together, tearing through the wind with terrifying whistling sounds. Thrown high into the air without any point to borrow force from, Lam Mak could not dodge and could only grit his teeth and endure the blows. Each blood blade struck with precise accuracy and only cut small wounds, but the continuous pain made him cry out in misery. Too strong, still not enough. He himself was still too weak. If it had not been only scratches, then Dich Fong must have held back. Otherwise, white bone would already be exposed. A moment later, when the Blood Knight ghost's skill ended, Lam Mak lost the force supporting him and his body slowly fell. Then the big-chested ghost had already rushed forward, used her soft body as a cushion to catch Lam Mak and let him land safely. Because of that, the fall did not break his arms or legs. The big-chested ghost helped him stand up, and Lam Mak was already preparing to charge again, quickly outlining a new tactic in his mind. If the skill was not yet mastered, then he had to narrow the range and seize time to continue adapting. Thus Lam Mac rushed forward and was knocked down again, repeating this over and over until the moon hung high in the sky, signaling midnight before he finally stopped. Collapsed onto an abandoned grave, gasping for breath. Beside him, Dich Fong leisurely smoked and gave him time to rest. Dich Fong commented that today was not bad and he had improved. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Mac jumped up excitedly and asked, "Teacher, can I defeat a private soldier now?" Dich Fong smiled and slowly replied, "It is fine. Whether 3 or 5 private soldiers, you will not have a problem." After hearing that answer, Lam Mac did not know what else to ask, and only reminded his teacher that he was already old and should smoke less. Dich Fong lit another cigarette and sighed. "When I was young, I did not smoke, but in old age, this is the only thing left to remember with." Hearing that, Lam Mac fell silent, his heart filled with doubt. In this training, Dich Fong truly treated him like a disciple and taught him sincerely. Yet he had once been the commander who destroyed the Feng Mo Empire, and now he was nurturing a descendant of Feng Mo. What exactly was the reason? Lam Mac softly asked, "I heard that teacher was once the 8th Ghost King Don Kang Khan who commanded the Zhen Dian army." Caught off guard by the question, Dich Fong was stunned and did not know how to answer. He held the cigarette in his mouth and sank into silence. Old memories surged up while the burning tip nearly reached his lips. After a long time, when the fire scorched his lips, he suddenly jolted awake and hurriedly threw the cigarette away while crying out in pain. Seeing Lam Mac still waiting, he quietly replied, "Yes, in that battle I was only the deputy commander. Later I was promoted to commander." After hearing the confirmation, Lam Mac continued asking, "Wars between nations are normal, but I heard that time it involved burning and killing people and exploiting civilians. Did teacher also participate?" Dich Fong knew he wanted a clear answer and sighed before admitting, "Yes, I did participate, but everything was done according to the orders of my senior brother, who is also your grand teacher uncle. He was the commander, and no one dared disobey his orders." Hearing that, Lam Mac shouted angrily that it was him. "I understand now. Sooner or later I will find him." Dich Fong hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Do not act impulsively. Facing him is inevitable, but not now. Your strength is still weak. Meeting your grand teacher uncle now would only mean death." The more Lam Mac listened, the more hatred filled him. He gritted his teeth and endured it. But after thinking again, he realized Dich Fong was right and helplessly replied that he understood and the teacher should rest assured. After calming him down, Dich Fong sighed again and continued, "Actually, after that battle, I deeply regretted it. If only I had been decisive enough to leave the battlefield from the beginning." Feng Mo Empire advocated peace, but the state of Zhou wanted expansion, so it fabricated rumors that Feng Mo was about to open the southwestern barrier and release a disaster, causing not only Feng Mo, but the whole region to face catastrophe. The rumors spread and terrified the people. Nations that had once been friendly also turned their backs and allied with Zhou to send troops to destroy Feng Mo. At that time, I believed that if the barrier opened, humanity would be destroyed. So I volunteered to attack the southwest and seize control. But when we arrived, the truth became clear. Feng Mo defended extremely tightly, and there was no opening of the barrier at all. Only then did I realize that Zhou had deceived the entire world. Hearing that, Lam Mac shouted in fury. So Zhou used the moment when its military was strong to conveniently destroy the Feng Mo Empire, killing my clansmen and shattering my homeland. Dich Fong also stood up angrily and said that Zhou deceived everyone. When I discovered the truth, I tried to report it, but everything was too late. The war could not be reversed. They killed countless innocent people and later captured more than 100,000 Feng Mo citizens as slaves. The scenes I saw were extremely tragic. They fed them the filthiest food, all good supplies were confiscated, and they forced them onto the front lines as human shields for the Zhou army, becoming living blood barriers for others. During that, Lam Mac became even more furious and repeatedly slammed his fists into the abandoned grave beneath him. His eyes were bloodshot with veins spreading everywhere. He gritted his teeth and said that this ocean of blood hatred was truly a heavenly death. Dich Fong let him vent his anger for a while before sighing and continuing, "You already know your background. This matter would be revealed sooner or later. Today, whatever you want to ask, I will answer." Lam Mac calmed down and slowly asked, "Teacher left the army, returned to Open Bai Duong Academy and accepted me as a disciple. Was it to atone for the past?" Dich Fong was silent for a long time before answering yes. "If you want revenge, I will not resent it. But now is not the time. If you want to kill me, then do it. Or let me help you become stronger before killing me. It will not be too late." After saying that, Dich Fong closed his eyes in silence Lamb Mac saw that attitude and firmly said no. The fault is not teachers. All the sins belong to the state of Joe. I will not kill teacher. I want Joe to repay blood debt with blood. After saying that, Lamb Mac jumped down from the grave. He slowly returned to the dormitory, rotating his shoulders as he walked and saying, "Teacher, I will head back first. Tomorrow we continue training." Ditch Fong watched his departing back and thought that this child was truly good. Perhaps the people of the Feng Mo Empire finally had hope of salvation. A few days later, the entire Zhou army withdrew to defend the cities, and the security bureau was also taken over by the military. The army acted forcefully, sweeping away scattered ghost zones, forcing the ghosts to shrink their territory and hunting them down to the roots. Many large strongholds such as Kanglan City fell one after another. In the classroom, Ditch Fong slammed his hand onto the board and loudly announced that the army was clearing wild ghosts and students who joined the mission would receive great rewards. Was anyone willing to register? He was enthusiastic, but the room below was completely silent. No one dared to speak. Ditch Fong stood there stunned for a moment. Finally, someone raised a hand and called out. Ditch Fong thought someone had accepted the mission and asked with bright eyes, "What is it? You want to participate?" The student hurriedly replied no. He only asked the teacher not to teach overtime because the whole class was already hungry. Hearing that, Ditch Fong still tried hard to persuade them. Register, killing ghosts will earn recognition and appear on television. The school will also be proud, but the students remained silent. Only Athur and Lamb Mac exchanged glances and whispered that with a chance to earn money, how could they miss it? "Teacher, we will participate," Lamb Mac shouted happily. Ditch Fong smiled broadly and announced that after consideration, the ones receiving the mission were Athur and Lamb Mac. After arranging everything, he knocked on the board to signal the end of class and let everyone leave. Lamb Mac's hand was the list of missions and the schools assigned to them. But Bai Duong Academy was only given minor tasks. All the good opportunities were taken by major academies. After reading it, Lamb Mac asked in confusion why their school only hunted a few weak ghosts, while other places had major missions. Ditch Fong explained that their academy was low rank, and even these missions had taken great effort to obtain. After saying that, he leisurely walked away, while saying that having something was better than nothing. Before leaving the classroom, afraid the two would not understand, Ditch Fong turned back and reminded them softly that this time only by taking many ghosts would there be profit. The rules of life and death they surely understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Lamb Mac grinned and said, "Teacher, I understand. You mean we should deal with those other academies and seize their missions, right?" Ditch Fong winked with one eye and replied that such thinking was dangerous. "I never taught that." He left happily. Athur and Lamb Mac saw that attitude and understood immediately. They slapped hands and laughed loudly. "No need to worry about missions. Just go to those places and seize them. If there is no reward, they will take their own share." That afternoon, Lamb Mac went to the library as usual, mainly to talk with an Enheen. Not long after walking, he saw an Enheen sitting quietly beside a bookshelf reading. She was absorbed and did not notice him. Lamb Mac asked softly if she was sitting here reading all day again. Without raising her head, an Enheen replied that reading here cost nothing, while taking books away required payment. Besides, she would be leaving soon. Lamb Mac sat down helplessly and advised that going outside now was still dangerous because the wanted order had not been lifted. Enheen understood his concern and turned to smile. She said she was not a Bai Duong student and staying here forever was not appropriate. She also told him not to worry. She had evaded the security bureau for many years and knew all their corners well. They were nothing to fear. Moreover, she was preparing to make a major decision, and it was very possible she would gain an enormous profit. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, afraid others might hear. An Enheen leaned close to Lamb Mac and whispered that Ngo Khan had just sent word that in the next few days the security bureau would transport a batch of supplies to Tan Hai City. She planned to intercept the shipment and take it for him. After hearing this, Lamb Mac was immediately stunned. He turned to look at an Enheen with disbelief. He said nothing, thinking to himself that robbing the rich to help the poor was something he had heard before. But robbing the security bureau to share with family was truly the first time he had seen it. What law could even apply here? An Enheen was truly reckless. An Enheen did not know what Lamb Mac was thinking and continued irritably, telling him not to worry about her because such things were not difficult. After all, the security bureau owed them. After she robbed it, she would store it first. When he needed something, she would share it with him. Looking at that cute face, Lamb Mac could only smile and could not bear to refuse. Yet in his heart he sighed. He had originally planned to invite her to hunt ghosts on another school mission. Who would have thought she would aim directly at the security bureau? So his original plan could only be abandoned. After thinking for a long time, Lamb Mac still could not help asking whether she was really planning to rob the security bureau with only two people accompanying her. and Enheen shook her head and sighed that Ngo Khan was now a cripple, and the driver would not be of any help either. Hearing that, Lam Mak blurted out that she would be alone. Before he could finish speaking, an Enheen quickly covered his mouth and reminded him softly to calm down. An Enheen added seriously that if the security bureau discovered them on the road, they would have reason to arrest him immediately, and she would not be able to save him, so it was better that he did not follow. Besides, told him not to underestimate her because she was not weak. These past few days she had been studying beginner formation techniques. Lam Mak looked at the book she raised and asked in confusion, beginner formations. Lam Mak had read about it before and clearly remembered that formations were a branch of ghost tamers, using the arrangement of spiritual energy outside the body to form arrays of different scales. Depending on the arrangement, formations had different effects. The strongest could create shields capable of resisting attacks from hundreds of millions of ghosts, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate and rarely used against humans, so few people studied it. Thinking of that, Lam Mak could not help saying that this thing was too abstract. Was she sure she had the talent to comprehend it in such a short time? And Enheen reluctantly placed the book back on the shelf and replied shyly that trying would not hurt. Just because others could not do it did not mean she could not. After saying that, she became dejected and thought that it was a pity the book was too expensive. Spending a pile of money to buy a single book like this was truly not worth it. Seeing that expression, Lam Mak understood immediately. He reached out to stop her and slowly said that she had not finished reading it yet. He would borrow the book for her. With Lam Mak helping her borrow it, and Enheen happily hugged the book and thanked him repeatedly. Lam Mak turned his face away awkwardly and said it was nothing, then joked that when she robbed the goods she should remember to share the good stuff with him, and Enheen nodded firmly at once. A few days later, rain poured down heavily. The two carefree youths were once again walking in the rain hunting ghosts for ghost beads. Lam Mak looked at Athur and complained that with such heavy rain today, no one had prepared anything, and the mission would probably fail. Athur sighed and said it would have been nice if Map had come along. With the trash can ghost, they would at least have somewhere to shelter from the rain. Mentioning Map reminded Lam Mak of how he had invited him, but was bluntly refused, saying that the teaching video with the 7 gored brothers had not been forgiven yet. Seeing Lam Mak did not respond, Athur continued asking whether he had not invited a senior student. Where was she now? Lam Mak startled and laughed, saying the principal had assigned her another mission, and if they were lucky, they might meet her on the road. After walking a little farther, an ancient gray temple appeared before them. Seeing it, both pointed happily and said there was a place to shelter from the rain. As they approached, Athur said in surprise that it was not a temple but a mortuary. He had once visited it when traveling the martial world with his father. Lam Mak curiously asked what a mortuary was. Athur replied seriously that inside it was like a cemetery, a place where the bodies of the dead were stored. After hearing that, Lam Mak was still excited, saying a cemetery was fine as long as it sheltered them from the rain. If demons appeared, they could conveniently obtain ghost beads. Athur silently followed behind as the two nervously stepped into the mortuary. Looking around, aside from the dimmer light, everything seemed fairly normal, and the central building gradually appeared before them. Standing before the building, Athur examined it and said he saw nothing unusual. The rain was getting heavier, so they should go inside to take shelter. Lam Mak nodded. Instead of standing under the eaves, the two decided to open the main door of the morgue to see if there was anything they could sell for money. Inside the hall, several candles flickered. On both sides were corpses wrapped in mats neatly arranged along the passage. They were shivering at the sight. An old woman suddenly appeared behind them, slapped their shoulders, and shouted that they dared to disturb her guests. The two were startled and jumped aside. Lam Mak hurriedly said they were only sheltering from the rain and would leave once it stopped. The old woman slowly replied that those lying here were her guests. The old woman coldly said that the mortuary only received the dead. The living were not allowed to stay unless they were dead as well. Frightened, the two forced smiles and apologized before turning to leave. But when Athur turned around, the razor he used for shaving heads caught the old woman's attention, and she called out asking if he was the descendant of a head-shaving craftsman. Athur turned back in surprise and confirmed that it was true, but asked how she knew. The old woman immediately changed her attitude and smiled, saying that if he shaved the heads of her guests, she would allow the two of them to stay one night. Hearing that, Athur looked miserable and asked whether he had to shave the heads of the dead. Lam Mak agreed on his behalf, saying it was better than standing in the rain. Athur looked at the heavy rain outside and reluctantly nodded. In the end, Athur reluctantly said all right. He started working. Athur asked, while shaving, why the dead still needed their heads shaved. The old woman struck the ground with her staff and shouted for him to just do it and stop talking. Athur worked carefully, while inwardly cursing Lamb Mac for agreeing recklessly. If not for the heavy rain, no one would want to do such a creepy task. With just a moment of carelessness, he shaved off a patch of scalp from a corpse and turned pale. Athur turned to ask Lamb Mac for help, but saw him playing with his phone behind him. Thinking about it again, and feeling Lamb Mac was unreliable, Athur could only continue doing it himself to be safe. Lamb Mac was sending messages to mock Ian Than, showing photos from the morgue, which made her angrily scold him for scaring people while she was eating a late-night snack. Suddenly receiving 100 excitement points, Lamb Mac happily turned off the phone and muttered that it was truly an unexpected gain. After shaving one corpse, Athur pointed to the corpse beside it and asked whether this one was already bald, so it probably did not need shaving again. The old woman angrily shouted that it still had to be shaved. Every corpse must have all its hair completely removed. Athur sighed and continued the task obediently. After giving the reminder, the old woman carried her oil lamp outside and told the two to do it carefully and not miss any corpses. The old woman went to the door to arrange something before leaving. Seeing the old woman disappear, Lamb Mac told Athur that doing it roughly was fine. Athur replied that there were only a few heads left, and it counted as payment for a place to shelter from the rain. Just as they were resting, the wooden coffins suddenly began knocking louder and louder, startling the two of them. Athur turned and asked what was happening. Lamb Mac guessed in shock that the dead had come back to life. Athur replied that it was not that, but it seemed the shaved corpses were moving. Before he finished speaking, several coffin lids suddenly burst open. Inside, the corpses stood up, their eye sockets glowing green as they laughed hoarsely. Athur and Lamb Mac stared wide-eyed and exclaimed that the shaved corpses had come back to life. The corpses only glanced at them and silently walked outside. Lamb Mac watched them while the blood child jumped onto his shoulder and said tensely that those were zombies created by a corpse-raising ghost. Lamb Mac asked in confusion what the purpose of raising corpses was. Blood Child explained that a corpse-raising ghost accumulated energy within human corpses, and during decomposition, 49 strands of hair would grow on their heads. When the hair fell or was shaved, the corpse would be controlled. After hearing that, Lamb Mac suddenly had the idea that if he could contract the corpse-raising ghost, he would have an entire army of zombies taking hits for him. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he whispered that he would contract that ghost as well. Suddenly remembering something, he turned and asked the blood child whether the old woman earlier might actually be the corpse-raising ghost. The blood child immediately shook his head and denied it, saying she was a real human who might have been forced by the ghost to work or simply had strange preferences. But the corpse-raising ghost was very dangerous and required special caution. After asking that, Lamb Mac became serious and ordered the blood child to use its penetrating vision to examine the entire surrounding area. Every corner must be checked, because it might very well be his next companion. Blood Child scanned ahead, but detected nothing unusual. From the entrance to the building, there was only dense ghost aura, and no ghost appeared. When his vision shifted to the backyard, he immediately discovered two figures. One was the old woman trudging through the rain. The other was a ghost floating in the air, shaped like a child. After confirming the target location, Lamb Mac immediately rushed forward, and Athur hurriedly followed closely behind. The door leading to the backyard was locked. Lamb Mac did not hesitate and kicked it open before rushing straight outside to investigate. Hearing the door break, the old woman shouted in panic, asking who allowed them into the backyard and whether they still wanted to stay in the mortuary. Lamb Mac did not answer and instead shouted back for the ghost behind her to come out immediately. Not seeing the ghost from before, Lamb Mac angrily summoned his contracted ghosts and coldly warned that if it did not come out, he would turn hostile. The chainsaw ghost appeared and immediately hacked wildly at the corpses that followed outside. Heads fell everywhere. The opera warrior ghost also rushed forward, swinging its blade repeatedly. The corpses were slaughtered as soon as they stepped out of the mortuary. Lamb Mac watched while threatening that if the ghost did not appear, he would kill all the zombies and destroy this place. Hearing that, the old woman shouted in fear that if he destroyed those corpses, the corpse-raising ghost would surely take revenge. Stop immediately. The system instantly awarded Lamb Mac 100 excitement points. He sneered and replied that he wanted to force that ghost to reveal itself, and he was not afraid of trouble. As soon as the words ended, countless strange blood-colored sigils appeared across the backyard, emitting dazzling green light. Those sigils seeped deep into the ground. Then from beneath the soil, a withered arm emerged. After that, a mass of corpses clawed their way out of the earth. More and more appeared, all of them bald-headed with glowing green eyes. Seeing that sight, the old woman staggered back in panic and stammered that it was over. The corpse-raising ghost had gone mad. This old woman would surely die without peace. Blood Child on Lamb Mac's shoulder hurriedly said that this was the corpse-raising ghost summoning zombies. Every zombie he finished raising was stored inside the bag on his back and summoned whenever needed. While Lamb Mac was still speaking with the Blood Child, a zombie suddenly leaped forward trying to grab him. Lamb Mac swung his sword and split it in two with ease, calmly remarking that the combat strength of zombies was too low, only equal to beginner wraith ghosts. Even in large numbers they posed no threat, right? Bloodchild immediately shouted a warning to be careful. The blood of zombies had been poisoned by ghost energy, and touching it would be troublesome. Hearing that, Lamb Mac quickly turned and guarded himself. Looking down at the ground, zombie blood began releasing white smoke the moment it touched the floor. The Bloodchild explained that zombies were not strong attackers, but their entire bodies were poisonous. From their nails to their teeth to their blood, none of it could be touched. While Lamb Mac was discussing this, the zombies had already seized the chance to surround them, forcing him and a Thur into a difficult position. Killing them risked splashing poison, while not killing them meant they could not escape. Lamb Mac decisively changed tactics, kicking zombies away while shouting to a Thur not to slash them, but to find the true body of the corpse-raising ghost and kill it. Hearing that, a Thur immediately withdrew his attack and jumped onto the roof to observe, saying that this ghost was extremely cunning and was likely hiding nearby directing everything. He would go higher to search. As soon as a Thur reached the roof, a portion of the zombies separated and growled, their green glowing eyes locking onto him. After observing for a moment, a Thur turned pale and shouted down that Lamb Mac was doomed. Outside was filled with dense waves of zombies, and the place was completely sealed. Hearing that, Lamb Mac, under the protection of his ghosts, also became alarmed and urgently asked whether he had found it. If not, then provide cover, because he had a way to force the ghost to reveal itself. After saying that, Lamb Mac rushed forward and grabbed the old woman by the collar, demanding where the corpse-raising ghost was hiding, telling her not to pretend to be ignorant. The old woman turned pale and stammered that she truly did not know. The old woman tremblingly confessed that the corpse-raising ghost had captured her grandson to threaten her and forced her to raise corpses here. Every time a corpse was finished, it would walk out by itself, and she had no idea where the ghost was. Unable to get anything from her, Lamb Mac irritably threw her aside and cursed at her for being useless. Surrounded again, Lamb Mac began to form a suspicion in his mind. He remembered that when he killed newly released zombies, he would gain excitement points, while the old woman, despite being angry, gave none, proving the points came from the corpse-raising ghost. When zombies were stored away, killing them no longer counted, which meant the corpse-raising ghost needed fresh corpses and would become furious if its work was destroyed early. The old woman was the perfect key. As long as he provoked the corpse-raising ghost first, then forced out its location, he could establish a contract. Thinking that, Lamb Mac pressed his sword against the old woman's neck and demanded to know where the remaining corpses were hidden, asking if any bodies were still being raised. The old woman raised her hands in terror and begged, saying if she spoke, her grandson would be killed. Lamb Mac remained cold and unmoved, pressing the blade closer and threatening that if she did not speak, he would bury both her and her grandson. But if she told the truth, he might consider saving the child. Driven to desperation, the old woman trembled and cried, begging him to calm down before finally speaking. She revealed that in the basement over there, hundreds of corpses were still being raised. In a few days they would become zombies. Those were all the bodies she had prepared for the ghost. As soon as she finished speaking, the zombies surged into the backyard like a raging flood. Lamb Mac struggled to hold them off. Fortunately, a Thur's shadow ghost opened a path in time. From the rooftop, a Thur directed the shadow ghost while urging Lamb Mac to run quickly. He would hold the place here. The shadow ghost was not afraid of poison and hacked the zombies apart in waves, buying time for Lamb Mac to rush toward the corpse cellar. He shouted thanks while running and promised to resolve it quickly. A Thur knew the shadow ghost could not last long against a sea of zombies, so he also prepared to jump down to help stall for time. Lamb Mac rushed down into the cellar, and the moment he opened the door, he saw countless corpses stacked along both sides, none of them properly buried. Thick stench of death made him cover his nose and ask the Bloodchild whether these had poison. The Bloodchild examined them and said they had not become zombies, yet so there was no poison, and he could cut freely. After confirming it was safe, Lamb Mac focused and shouted into the space that if the ghost did not come out, he would destroy all its hard work. Sword light slashed repeatedly, corpses were torn apart, excitement points kept rising. After destroying more than a dozen bodies, a notification appeared granting 200 points. The agitation level of the corpse-raising ghost reached 20% and still lacked 79% to force a contract. Lamb Mac slashed even more fiercely while shouting for the ghost to reveal itself. After clearing one basement level, Lamb Mac stopped and looked toward the passage leading downward, shouting that there were still 2 levels left and asking whether it would come out. Still, there was no answer. He continued down to the next level and cut apart every corpse. The system reported the agitation level increasing and granted 400 points. The corpse-raising ghost reached 69% and still lacked 30% to force a contract. But Lamb Mac did not stop. and continued rushing down to the third level while swinging his sword without pause. But this time there was no promotion to deputy director. He only received a series of notifications related to the corpse rearing ghost, along with 200 agitation points added directly to his account. He continued swinging his sword and chasing everywhere, slashing while shouting loudly whether it would come out or not. If it refused, then he would burn this whole place down. Stop hiding already. Right then, the system displayed a notice that the agitation level of the corpse rearing ghost had reached 80%. Only 19% more was needed to force a direct contract. At the same time, in a pitch-dark corner without a trace of light, a ghost wearing a Taoist robe faced the wall. Beside it, a large bag kept shaking non-stop. It cried and groaned while lamenting to the heavens and earth, wondering why its life energy was dissipating so quickly. The more it thought about it, the more panicked it became, crying while furiously shouting which immoral bastard was responsible. It only hid here and harmed no one. Why torment it so miserably? After shouting, it turned around to leave, then suddenly noticed a little boy standing beside it, trembling, his face purple and pale, not daring to make a sound. Seeing the child, the ghost immediately turned back and grabbed his throat while shouting whether it was because of him or that damned old woman who no longer wanted him, daring to betray it. The boy struggled while being strangled and cried, begging, "Please do not kill me." The ghost had already lost its mind in anger. It looked at the boy with a cruel gaze and laughed strangely, saying, "Do not blame it. It was a kind ghost that never harmed people. The one who harmed people was that old woman. When he reached the underworld, he should remember to find her and demand repayment." After saying that, it tightened its grip on the boy's neck until his whole body convulsed. At that moment, a strange voice sounded from the darkness. "Congratulations, Mr. Corpse Rearing Ghost, for luckily winning Lamb Max quiz game ticket. As long as you answer one question correctly, you will gain the opportunity to become a contract ghost. Please confirm agreement to hear the question." Already enraged, and someone dared to provoke it, the corpse rearing ghost exploded in anger, staring into the void and shouting, "What kind of luck? Who the hell is talking? Agree to what? Listen to your mother." The system voice immediately sounded. "Congratulations, Mr. Corpse Rearing Ghost, you answered correctly. Although you answered multiple times, the final result still counts as the answer. The question was, if mother is not home, then what will we eat tonight? The answer is, listen to your mother. Contract signing begins 10%, 20%. As soon as the system finished speaking, the corpse rearing ghost's body began turning illusory. It angrily threw the boy to the ground and cursed loudly, asking which bastard was pretending to be mysterious. If he had guts, then come out here. But right after shouting, it realized something was wrong. Its body gradually lost control. Its power was restrained. Its spirit connected with something which made it stand frozen when the sound of 100% rang out. Corpse rearing ghost felt forcibly bound. Its body turned into a streak of golden light and shot out from its hiding place, flying while crying and cursing wildly about who cheated like this. What kind of stupid quiz? In this life, it swore never to play games without reading the question again. Moments later, at Lamb Max's location, the golden streak of light drilled straight into his hand and turned into a corpse character mark flashing red as it struggled. Lamb Max sighed and murmured, "What a struggle." He finally subdued this corpse-rearing ghost. Meanwhile, on a third side, the horde of stiff corpses kept rushing forward like a collapsing waterfall, surrounding a Thur and Lamb Max ghosts while constantly draining their stamina. But shortly after, the stiff corpses that were charging desperately suddenly halted, standing motionless in the yard. A Thur looked at the scene, then wiped sweat mixed with rain from his forehead, letting out a breath of relief and muttering, "Luckily, Lamb Mac finished it." On Lamb Mac's side, he waited until the corpse mark stopped flickering before pulling up his sleeve and smiling, saying, "Another mark added. But if both arms fill up, it will look a bit inelegant. Next time it should enter the right arm for a cooler look." After saying that, he pressed the corpse mark and summoned the corpse-rearing ghost, happily welcoming it to join his team. Before he could finish speaking, the corpse-rearing ghost exploded in rage and cursed directly at Lamb Mac, asking why he destroyed so many of its corpses. It painstakingly collected each one. He treated it too excessively. Lamb Mac waited until it finished venting before calmly telling it to calm down and not get agitated. After speaking, Lamb Mac summoned the system to check the information of the newly subdued ghost. System interface appeared along with the face of the corpse-rearing ghost. Beginner level, ferocious spirit. Ghost energy 570, needing 430 more to level up. Loyalty 1%. Skills not unlocked. Inventory 1,102 stiff corpses. Seeing this, Lamb Mac's eyes shone brightly, excited that there were 1102 stiff corpses. The corpse-rearing ghost standing beside him heard that and irritably warned, "Do not stare at my bag. If you had not destroyed them, I would have had even more. You are truly a destroyer." Lamb Mac led it down to the basement and pointed at the remaining pile of corpses on the third floor, telling it to calm down. He already cleared the 2 floors above, but this floor still had many. He was returning a whole pile to it. The corpse-rearing ghost grew even angrier, shouting what use was keeping this floor. They were all fresh corpses. Was it supposed to wait 10 years until all their hair fell out? Lamb Mac ignored its shouting and still smiled, saying, did it forget? Last time they already helped it. As long as the head was chopped, the hair would grow out, greatly shortening the time. There was no need to wait 20 years. The corpse-rearing ghost suddenly remembered and brightened with anticipation. Lamb Mac stepped toward the basement exit and raised his head, shouting loudly, "Athur, throw me the blade for a moment." Athur replied, but reminded him not to damage the blade. After a while, the martial actor ghost brought the blade to Lamb Mac. He praised its blade technique, saying it was not bad, asking it to help shave the tops of these corpses clean. The martial actor ghost stared blankly, saying it only knew how to chop heads and did not know how to shave. Lamb Mac was not Athur. After hearing that, he rolled his eyes and ordered no need to shave. Just miss the cut slightly so the scalp and hair fall off clean. The command was too easy, so the martial actor ghost immediately accepted. In the blink of an eye, the martial actor ghost swung the blade like a guillotine. Among the corpses, heads flew upward one after another. Corpse-rearing ghost watched the scene and did not know what to say. It only muttered that it seemed acceptable. Right then, the system announced loyalty increased by 9%, total 10%. After thinking for a moment, it still turned to Lamb Mac with grievance, saying he helped it quite a bit, but corpses were still too scarce. It would not easily forget that he destroyed so many. Lamb Mac indifferently replied that as long as it followed him, there would be no shortage of corpses. Bok Duong Academy had an enormous wild graveyard, enough for it to use for a lifetime. Hearing the mention of the Bok Duong Academy wild graveyard, the corpse-rearing ghost swallowed, nervously remembering the time it tried to steal corpses and was chased nearly to death by the red-robed female ghost and her subordinates. Cried bitterly, saying, "Do not trick me, not to mention whether stealing is possible or not. Just the ghosts there alone are extremely vicious. Last time I only stole a few and they chased me for half a mile." Lamb Mac smiled even wider and reassured it to relax. As long as it followed him, that graveyard had already been unified by the red-robed female ghost, and she had a very good relationship with him. It could harvest freely. The corpse-rearing ghost was half doubtful but still delighted when the system reported loyalty increased by 5%, total 15%. Right then, the martial actor ghost returned, reporting it had finished chopping. Lamb Mac told the corpse-rearing ghost to collect the corpses and prepare to go up. Corpse-rearing ghost responded, then opened the bag on its shoulder and raised it high. A terrifying suction immediately formed and swept all the corpses below inside. After finishing the suction, the bag on its shoulder became noticeably heavier. Awaiting, Lamb Mac opened the system and upgraded the corpse-rearing ghost skills. Skill 1, Corpse Control Level 1, allowing summoning and controlling stiff corpses within 500 meters, consuming 1 spirit energy per stiff corpse. Skill 2, Stiff Corpse Self-Destruction Level 1, able to command stiff corpses to explode, causing damage and spraying poison that leaves the target severely poisoned, consuming 10 spirit energy, cooldown 0.5. After upgrading the 2 skills, Lamb Mac calculated that each stiff corpse required 1 spirit energy. With his current amount, he could control 1,000 stiff corpses simultaneously, which was acceptable for now. After a while, Lamb Mac and the corpse-rearing ghost walked back up. The old woman saw a man and a ghost walking side by side and hurried over, begging anxiously. She worriedly asked how her grandson was doing. He must still be alive, right? The two walking together meant nothing bad happened. Seeing her panic, Lamb Mac pointed behind him and smiled, saying her grandson was still safe. He was currently at the temple behind the mountain. She could go there and bring him home. The old woman teared up with gratitude and thanked him repeatedly. While later the old woman left, Lamb Mac and Athur returned to the coffin shop, resting while discussing matters. Everything was finally settled, and they could sleep early with peace of mind to finish the Safety Bureau mission tomorrow. The next day, the two woke early and boarded a boat, heading out to eliminate the evil spirit at the man-eating swimming pool. Athur leaned against the side of the boat. Lamb Mac heard several people around discussing that another person had died at Thai Phong swimming pool. It was already the 12th case this month. He silently thought this was exactly their mission. Behind them, several people gathered, saying they heard the victims died terribly, with skin black like they were poisoned. Even several Safety Bureau investigators died during the investigation. It must be an evil ghost. While the crowd was still frightened, Lamb Mac stepped forward and patted one person's shoulder, asking why speak so ominously. He was planning to go there for a swim. The man turned sharply with a pale face, advising him not to go. Even bathing in the river would be better. His aunt was a lifeguard and personally saw 3 strong men drown. Lamb Mac heard that and asked again. It was only drowning. It was probably a drowned ghost causing trouble. nothing serious. The man shook his head and recounted that according to witnesses, those people were tightly wrapped by a ghost's hair rather than sinking in water. As he spoke, he hugged his neck trembling and insisted it was an existence that extremely hated humans. Mac continued asking hair wrapping the entire body. Could it be a hair ghost? The young man laughed and shook his head, saying there was no such thing as a hair ghost in the world. He was a level 2 ghost tamer, and according to him, it was a ghost born from the swimming pool with extremely heavy resentment. Ghosts that use hair to attack are mostly female ghosts. You should listen to me. He advised this for Lamb Mac's own good. Lamb Mac replied coldly that concluding it was a female ghost just because of long hair was ignorance. Men in the past also had long hair. According to him, it was more likely a male ghost, leaving the other man speechless. Having no other way, the man pulled a notebook from his coat saying Lamb Mac had to believe him. He carefully examined all 12 cases at that swimming pool, pointed to the notes, confidently saying the common point was that all victims were men, including safety bureau personnel. If it was a male ghost, it would not enjoy killing only men. It must be a female ghost driven by beauty or betrayal. Lamb Mac slowly rolled up his sleeves, saying what was strange about killing only men. His words were more reliable. If he did not believe it, then he could test it. The man was still confident until he saw the marks on Lamb Mac's arm and immediately began sweating. Than stammered out, WTF7 contract ghosts. Big brother, you must be right. Lamb Mac calmly said they were only a few marks, and his contract slots were not even full yet. The system immediately added 50 agitation points for him. The young man stood with his mouth open, thinking to himself that this was truly a great master. Ghost tamers usually only surpass 2 points. This person had so many, and arguing with him was absolutely unwise. He was truly full of admiration. After a long while, he recovered and forced a smile, introducing himself as La Than, a student of Trich Tin Academy, asking Big Brother to let him follow as a subordinate in the future. Lamb Mac also extended his hand for a handshake in return, smiling as he introduced himself as a student of Bok Duong Academy. As for calling him Big Brother, they could talk about that later. It was not convenient right now. The young man heard the name and immediately exclaimed in shock, "What? You are Lamb Mac, who broke the chi refinement record in the ghost domain." Being praised made Lamb Mac smile with narrowed eyes. With a chance to show off, he pretended to be modest, saying it was just an ordinary matter. Two chatted for a while longer until the boat docked. Athur's voice sounded, reminding them that it was enough and time to go. Lamb Mac and Athur left slowly, not forgetting to wave goodbye to La Than, saying they were currently on a mission and would meet another day. La Than also waved and loudly replied he was also on a mission at the crematorium. If Big Brother had time, he should come by and give guidance. Hearing that, Athur stopped and asked Lamb Mac that the crematorium mission seemed related to a high-level evil spirit, asking whether he wanted to try it. Lamb Mac hesitated slightly and replied a high-level evil spirit was fine. But for now, they had to resolve the swimming pool first. Athur was about to continue walking when Lamb Mac called him back, saying he just looked at the list La Than gave. That ghost only targeted men. Going directly to the swimming pool was quite risky. What if it was a lustful ghost that saw his peerless, handsome appearance and became greedy? After all, last time, defeating the smoke ghost at evil spirit level was partly due to luck. Now facing an opponent with unknown origin and rushing in recklessly would be too careless. They needed another plan. Athur had just turned his head to listen when Lamb Mac suddenly lowered his voice, then suddenly shouted he had an idea, making Athur break into cold sweat with a bad premonition. A little while later, the two had already arrived very close to that strange swimming pool area. Two stood in front of the gate for quite a long time. Athur asked quietly whether this trick would work. Lamb Mac firmly replied that Athur had to trust him. This technique was extremely practiced. Just then, an uncle passing by overheard them. The uncle was the owner of the swimming pool. Seeing the two sneaking around, he immediately ran over and shouted that this pool had something unclean and was already closed. They should hurry back. No guests were accepted for now. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them suddenly tossed her hair, letting it flutter in the air and adding several more points of charm. It turned out Lamb Mac was disguised as a woman with blonde hair, a red Lolita dress, and a bow on his head, looking extremely cute. Beside him was a thigh dressed as a woman with long, smooth black hair, equally beautiful. If they did not speak, it would be hard for anyone to realize they were men in disguise. But the ladylike appearance lasted less than a second before Lamb Mac's loud voice rang out, saying they were from Lang Fong Academy and came to eliminate ghosts under the order of the Safety Bureau. Hearing the words ghost tamer, the uncle immediately clasped his hands and smiled brightly, saying he was the pool owner and had waited for the two of them for a long time. Because of the many murder cases, he did not dare open the place. He begged them to quickly deal with the ghost for him. Lamb Mac listened silently before rubbing two fingers together and saying words of thanks were useless. This matter would take nearly a year at least. Something more practical would be better. The uncle understood immediately and raised one finger with a smile, saying it was a small matter. As long as they solved it quickly, he would offer each of them 100,000 as an acceleration fee. Hearing about money, even Athur, who had been silent, smiled and clapped hands with Lam Mac as confirmation. With money, their strength doubled. After the handshake, Lam Mac even wanted to tease the owner, stepping forward to grab his hand and pull him inside, saying he only needed to catch the ghost and bring it out for them to kill. It was very easy. The uncle, who was smiling, instantly turned pale and cried out in resistance, saying the thing inside killed men. How could he catch it? Broke free and ran as if chased by a demon, while crying and shouting that he would absolutely not go inside. If he could catch it, why would he hire them? They should just go in while he prepared the money. Lam Mac watched his panicked figure. He said unhappily that this owner was uncooperative and clearly suspicious. Athur replied that Lam Mac was the one with problems, speaking like that would scare anyone to death. With no other choice, the two walked inside, complaining while walking that they originally planned to stall and wait for senior sister Ma. But it seemed they could not wait any longer. If they delayed further, the Lang Fong people might arrive and steal the opportunity. Lam Tin's swimming pool looked desolate. The smell of blood had not even been cleaned yet. Yet someone bold was live streaming right here, saying brothers he had already arrived at Lam Tin. The beautiful female streamer boldly broadcast at the place where more than 12 murders occurred. The viewer count surged rapidly. Truly a live stream shark. She excitedly guided the audience to explore the scene. From afar came the clacking sound of footsteps in the night. Female streamer's voice echoed in the darkness, making Lam Mac and Athur both startled. Lam Mac was surprised that there were still people inside. The streamer and her audience also quickly noticed the two of them. The comments exploded with mockery that the two girls had hips bigger than men and must be men disguised as women to trick the ghost that only killed men. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew and exposed Lam Mac's shorts. The entire screen filled with indecent images. Taking advantage of the moment, Lam Mac screamed sharply, making Athur beside him break out in goosebumps. The audience immediately reacted fiercely, some furious, others demanding eye bleach, some feeling nauseated and unable to bear it. The system suddenly added 20 agitation points to Lam Mac consecutively. Even he was confused about where the points came from. Lam Mac stopped joking and began questioning the female streamer about who she was and why she came here. She honestly replied her name was Deem Tam, and she was live streaming horror content. Those words struck the two cross-dressed men like thunder, meaning their entire farce was being watched by tens of thousands of viewers. Truly humiliating. Embarrassed to the extreme, Lam Mac and Athur now only wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves. As expected, the live stream attracted enormous views. Xiao Pang at home also watched the comedy performance of the two. They were supposed to eliminate ghosts, yet somehow turned into cross-dressing live streamers. Xiao Pang, who was kind-hearted, could not bear watching alone, and immediately shared it with the principal to enjoy together. The principal looked at the scene before him and could only sigh. Hearing could not compare with seeing. He was completely speechless. Truly disgraceful. He slammed the table and shouted that even catching ghosts required cross-dressing. They had lost all the dignity of the Ghost King. Afterwards, the principal turned to Mok Ian Than and said she no longer needed to handle paperwork. Tomorrow she should go help those two embarrassing fellows. After hearing this, she immediately leapt straight out the window. Before leaving, she even told Xiao Pang to remember to send the livestream link. Such entertainment could not be kept alone. Xiao Pang happily nodded. Mok Ian Than lightly rode Dracula and rushed straight toward the swimming pool, her gentle face carrying not the slightest killing intent. The smell of blood rushed into the nose, signaling the ghost was about to appear. An eerie atmosphere enveloped everything. Lam Mac and Athur immediately heightened their vigilance. That thing was about to emerge. Ghostly smoke spread around them. The trick of fooling the ghost with cross-dressing clearly could not deceive this one. Athur sensed that this ghost's aura was far stronger than ordinary ghosts, a foreboding of disaster approaching. From above, a vague, ghostly figure dived downward, a terrifying face hidden within crimson smoke. The ghost opened its mouth, revealing fangs, and rushed straight down. Its target chosen from the very beginning. Not just one as the rumors said. In reality, 3 female ghosts appeared crawling through the air. Standing nearby, Deem Tam did not miss the climax. The camera captured the scene of 3 female ghosts attacking. She even commented that the rumors were correct, and they only targeted men. Streamer Deem Tam transformed into a battle commentator, excitedly asking viewers whether the 2 cross-dressed men could win, telling them to vote quickly. The audience commented enthusiastically. Most believed the 2 were only second-tier ghost tamers and would certainly lose miserably. Others said this place should only be visited during the day. Some advised them to run if they wanted to keep their lives. Voting result was nearly unanimous. Almost 100% of viewers believed Lam Mak and a third could not defeat the three female ghosts. No more speculation, the battle had just begun. Wait and see the strength of the cross-dressing men. The three female ghosts rushed straight toward the two with terrifying speed, clearly unwilling to wait longer for their meal. Their chilling screams combined with their horrifying appearance made the scene resemble a true horror action film. The evil aura grew clearer. Lam Mak and Athur felt their own momentum being suppressed. The holy sword was drawn. The ghost extermination officially began. Two split to opposite sides to dodge the attack. The female ghost crashed violently into the wall, causing a powerful shock. Lam Mak's expression became serious. Before even clashing directly, he already felt the terrifying strength. The one-eyed ghost explained that these were obsession ghosts formed from resentment. Within the obsession area, their strength would surge dramatically. Hearing the explanation, Lam Mak understood that the swimming pool was the obsession area. Men were the key factor involved, but he still did not know the origin of that obsession. Thur stood in front during the critical moment, reminding Lam Mak not to think too much. They first had to deal with these ghosts. Lam Mak continuously summoned 5 ghosts and launched violent attacks toward the enemy. But among them, there were 3 who possessed male identities. The obsession ghosts became increasingly ferocious, their resentment rising sharply as the number of men appearing continued to increase. Howling yin wind before him nearly overwhelmed Lam Mak. At this moment, the only option was to end the fight quickly to escape. Lam Mak immediately activated the blood curse, but the scene before him caused him to pause involuntarily. 5 ghosts he had just summoned did not disappear. Instead, they slowly stood up with strange, unpredictable movements. Not only were they unafraid, they even bared sharp teeth with savage laughter. Their strength seemed to have undergone an obvious change. Lam Mak was shocked to discover the blood curse was almost ineffective. The one-eyed ghost explained they possessed the ability to greatly reduce damage from people and ghosts related to the obsession. This type of ghost was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Strength increased and damage was reduced. This situation was truly hard to fight. If only Mok Ian Than had arrived, it would have been much better. In a brief moment of carelessness, one of the ghosts suddenly disappeared without a trace. The sense of unease spread more and more. Lam Mak vaguely realized something bad was coming. Another female ghost silently appeared above his head. Lam Mak had no time to defend and could only endure the attack. The female ghost's hair wrapped tightly around his body, leaving Lam Mak unable to move. Completely bound in a miserable position, he secretly regretted being too careless. Not only him, Athur and the other male ghosts were also bound. This was the imprisonment technique created by obsession ghosts. All men and male ghosts could not escape. In the approaching crisis, Lam Mak hurriedly asked the one-eyed ghost how to break the restriction, but only received a helpless answer that the chest bite technique had to be used at the moment of restraint. Now it was already too late. Seeing the situation completely suppressed, Lam Mak suddenly realized that besides the male ghosts, he still had 2 female ghosts not yet restrained. He immediately shouted for the big-chested ghost and the opera actress ghost to deal with the hair. The 2 ghosts immediately rushed forward to obey the order. The female ghost on the other side roared furiously, women helping men. Her anger exploded to the extreme. Female ghost shot straight into the air with violent momentum. Her jumping power was even stronger than a professional athlete, her hand reaching straight toward Lam Mak, intending to take his life. Lam Mak fell into a life hanging by a thread situation, completely unable to resist the sharp hair blades rushing toward him. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply and stared straight at the female ghost. Blood subjugation illusion activated, pulling the female ghost into an illusion for an instant. Seizing that brief opportunity, Lam Mak acted immediately. He ordered the big-chested ghost and the opera actress ghost to cut all the hair binding him. But their cutting speed was still slower than the fading illusion. Time was not on their side. Watching the 2 summoned ghosts struggle to free him, Lam Mak thought the illusion was about to end. He could not waste any more time. The only way left was to risk everything to survive. He looked at the remaining ghosts closing in and ordered the opera actress ghost and the big-chested ghost to ignore him and prioritize attacking the true bodies of the 3 obsession ghosts. The opera actress ghost began to sing while the big-chested ghost unleashed Brahma sound of death. The echoes spread through the space. Direct strike left the female ghost no time to evade. Her body staggered and lost direction. Outside, Deem Tam was extremely excited, telling the viewers that everyone had underestimated Lam Mak. His 5 summoned ghosts were all extremely rare. His talent was truly terrifying. A viewer named Kai Thao commented regretfully that if they faced ordinary evil spirits, it would have been a spectacular battle. But encountering obsession ghosts that specialized in killing men was truly bad luck. Comments from both sides continued to appear. Some said there were still 2 female ghosts, Others argued that obsession ghosts not attacking women did not mean they were safe. When the female ghost broke free from the illusion, her confused gaze swept the surroundings. Sweat poured down Lamb Mac's body. The illusion was over, and the counterattack began with a chilling smile. Her hair transformed into countless sharp spikes and shot toward Lamb Mac. The female ghost rushed forward without hesitation like a sworn enemy. The big-chested ghost and the opera actress ghost were blasted away with a single strike. They had no chance to resist. Lamb Mac lost all defenses, just as the obsession ghost roared that men must die and lunged forward. He could not understand how deep her hatred for men was. After thinking carefully, there was only one path left. The skill pouch beside him began glowing red. A dim light spread outward. From the skill pouch, countless corpse-nurturing ghosts surged out. They looked simple, yet their combat power was far from ordinary. Tens of thousands of corpse-nurturing ghosts charged toward the obsession ghosts, overwhelming them completely with numbers. Facing the dense sea of men, the obsession ghost roared madly, wanting to wipe them all out in a single strike, screaming to kill every stiff corpse. One against hundreds would inevitably expose a flaw. A corpse-nurturing ghost silently appeared behind her. Not just one, soon tens of thousands surrounded her tightly. The situation instantly became extremely tense. Although the obsession ghost possessed a confinement technique, it could not control them all. Lamb Mac secretly felt that contracting the corpse-rearing ghost was the right decision. The stiff corpses truly acted as a life-saving shield. Surrounded by tens of thousands of male ghosts, the obsession ghost began to tremble. No one knew how twisted her face had become at that moment. Rage erupted as the obsession ghost could not accept the situation before her. She roared violently as terrifying power burst from her body. Lamb Mac gave her no chance and urged the yin-yang sorcerer to continue summoning. The obsession ghost had already consumed much ghost energy, and her hair was loosening. Once he escaped, victory would be theirs. The yin-yang sorcerer was already exhausted. His heart felt torn apart, yet he still gritted his teeth and summoned more corpse-nurturing ghosts. Lamb Mac encouraged him and promised another 1,000 corpses after they escaped. The yin-yang sorcerer immediately reminded him to keep his word. Seeing the massive number of stiff corpses, even Deem Tam felt frightened and turned to ask the audience whether the cross-dressed man could really win. The viewers laughed coldly, saying stiff corpses were only beginner ghosts, and the obsession ghost destroying them was merely a matter of time. Lamb Mac was only delaying his death. That moment, a powerful voice entered the camera saying, "Who dared bully my junior brother?" Deem Tam immediately became curious about the identity of the speaker. Mok Ian Than appeared in the frame with dazzling beauty, causing the entire livestream to erupt. Countless hearts trembled, and when she called Lamb Mac and a third junior brothers, the viewers rushed to ask which academy they belonged to. Lamb Mac and a third were so relieved they nearly cried, their eyes wide and mouths open as they shouted, "Senior sister, hurry and save us." Mok Ian Nin walked forward calmly. After all, she came here precisely to save them. She smiled faintly with killing intent and murmured that even 3-star actors could not pass this trial, her slender hand rising into the air. In an instant, Mok Ian Than summoned 3 contract ghosts simultaneously. The explosive aura shocked the entire scene. Without any prelude or probing, the 3 ghosts charged straight at the obsession ghosts. The ground echoed with hammer-like impacts and trembled like an earthquake. Lamb Mac hurriedly reminded Mok Ian Than that the stiff corpses were on their side. She should be careful not to injure them accidentally. Mok Ian Than could only feel helpless toward this junior brother. He had even contracted a corpse-rearing ghost. With such talent, he might soon catch up to their master, truly enviable. Why did she not have so many contract slots? Mok Ian Than's summoned ghosts were bound by the obsession ghost's hair. Lamb Mac immediately warned that this type of ghost had extremely tyrannical control abilities. Mok Ian Than only responded with a charming smile toward the audience. Was that all? Then she snapped her fingers neatly. The obsession ghost suddenly felt her entire body being torn apart as intense pain surged through her. Hair that had been fierce moments ago exploded into countless fragments with a single snap. The strength of Mok Ian Than's summoned ghosts was indeed extraordinary. Witnessing this, Lamb Mac could not help feeling puzzled why he could not break the restraint, while Mok Ian Than did it so easily. The reason was that the headless ghost truly had no head. Its body surface possessed a special protection layer, immune to all illusions, and when unleashing its ultimate move, it became immune to control while gaining 20% life steal. Lamb Mac was shocked to realize Mok Ian Than's power far exceeded expectations. Immune to illusion and immune to control, completely the nemesis of obsession ghosts. At this moment, the obsession ghosts also realized the true threat. Their true bodies immediately linked together, and used a restriction to bind the headless ghost. The situation became more unpredictable than expected. Lam Mak asked Mok Ian Than to help release the restraint, so he could counterattack together with her. But Mok Ian Than had no skill to remove control. The headless ghost did, but it only applied to itself and allies. Even so, it did not matter. As long as they destroyed them, the restraint would disappear automatically. Mok Ian Than excitedly pointed forward and ordered the vampire ghost to charge. The vampire ghost revealed a sinister smile and waved his black cloak, streams of black smoke pouring out and shrouding the space. Black smoke from the cloak quickly formed a tearing vortex and rushed straight toward the obsession ghosts. The headless ghost did not remain idle either, swinging a mountain-splitting hammer to coordinate with the vortex, forcing the obsession ghosts to endure the assault helplessly. Sensing the approaching power, the obsession ghosts retreated together, attempting to avoid the vampire ghost's attack. Mok Ian Than smiled coldly. This battle was far from over. Without giving the enemy time to breathe, she immediately activated the jailer ghost skill Nether Cage. The retreating obsession ghosts fell directly into the trap. The jailer ghost laughed maliciously. The end of the obsession ghosts had officially begun. One obsession ghost swiftly attempted to escape the cage, but the net of heaven was vast, and its trick could not pass unnoticed. Jailer ghost glanced coldly and said it wanted to run, instantly activating the soul hook chain to capture it. The soul hook chain wrapped tightly around the obsession ghost, leaving it completely unable to resist. Dragged back into the nether cage, the obsession ghost wailed in hatred toward heaven and earth, cursing its miserable fate. Knowing there was no escape, the obsession ghosts turned to curse Mok Ian Than, shouted that she was a woman yet helped men, truly foolish and unforgivable. At this moment, Lam Mak regained movement. The cooperation between the headless ghost and the vampire ghost forced the obsession ghosts into the skill range, a perfect capture demonstrating Mok Ian Than's flawless combat technique. The obsession ghosts were sealed inside the nether cage. Lam Mak seized the moment and rushed forward, swinging his sword. It was time to send them on their way. The obsession ghosts were unwilling to accept their fate, crying and screaming that they were killed by men. Why should they be punished? Lam Mak remained silent, his cold gaze pointing the sword straight at them. The obsession ghost shouted in panic, asking him to stop. Before dying, they begged him to help with one matter, their desperate eyes showing there was still a hidden story behind it. Lam Mak did not want to negotiate. Humans and ghosts walked different paths. Why should he help them? The obsession ghost immediately said they had a secret to exchange. The two remaining obsession ghosts immediately tried to stop it, unwilling to accept help from a man. But the obsession ghost no longer listened. As long as it could obtain revenge, it would accept anything. Lam Mak was surprised by such determination. Just how deep was the hatred that it would disregard life and death like this? In the end, Lam Mak agreed to listen, wanting to know what it wanted him to help with. Obsession ghost choked with emotion, tears flowing endlessly. It said the one who killed them was the owner of this swimming pool. The image of a woman being strangled by a burly man appeared, her eyes filled with despair as death slowly approached. Pool owner used his position to harass single women. The more they struggled, the tighter his grip became, until their lives faded. In the end, the girl was abused to death. Then the scene was disguised as a drowning accident. She was one of the 3 obsession ghosts. The second victim was also a female ghost, and the last ghost had originally been a reporter. The reporter worked hard to uncover the truth and handed the evidence to the Safety Bureau, but the one sent to investigate was the owner's younger brother. The tragic ending was inevitable. Just for wanting justice for innocent young girls, she also died unjustly. Because of this, they became obsession ghosts, killing every man who had humiliated them, from cleaners to investigators. Only the mastermind, the swimming pool owner, had not yet received punishment. Luckily, he was absent that day. Because of his evil deeds, he became fearful and never dared approach the pool again. So the obsession ghosts never had the chance to take revenge on him. Only now did Lam Mak understand why their hatred toward men was so deep. Their goal was to lure the owner here for revenge. The ghosts firmly admitted it. Everything was for revenge against the man who ruined them. Why should they die miserably while he lived freely? Mok Ian Than and a Thur were also furious at what those men had done. The Safety Bureau was not innocent either, and that owner was no different from a beast. The livestream audience was also outraged after hearing this, continuously condemning the Safety Bureau. 3 young women died tragically, and many wanted to expose it, yet feared it would be covered up. Lam Mak said helping was not difficult, but first he needed to hear the secret the obsession ghost wanted to trade, to see whether it was valuable. The obsession ghost revealed in a low voice that 3 days later at 10 in the evening, the Nan Sun Ghost domain would break the Western blockade and crush the military defense line of Zhou State. The shocking secret left the 3 of them stunned, completely beyond expectation. The obsession ghost continued that the 3rd ghost of Nan Sun would lead 10,000 ghosts along the northern slope of Linglang City. There were at least 20,000 local residents and 5,000 survivors from Fang Ma who could not evacuate in time. They would certainly die. The lives of Fang Ma people were worthless, but the locals were different. Lam Mak suddenly remembered what his master once said. Zhou State used the people of Fang Ma as living shields outside the city. When 10,000 ghosts swept through, the first to die would be them. The obsession ghost believed that revealing this secret to the Safety Bureau would bring enormous merit. Such explosive information was enough for Lam Mak to help fulfill her revenge. Lam Mak accepted the exchange condition and promised he would bring the pool owner to the designated place. Lam Mak tightened his grip on the sword hilt, silently swearing that this ghost extermination would end by his own hand. Eliminating this disaster was not only for Zhou State, but also for the innocent people of Fang Ma. Once everything was settled and resolved properly, the disguise was no longer necessary, though it had never hidden much anyway. Lam Mak changed back into his usual clothes. A light shirt and soft pants made his body feel far more comfortable. It seemed like a good choice after all. Lam Mak did not intend to delay the promise to the obsession ghost. He and Athur quickly went to bring the pool owner over. Mok Ian Than nodded in agreement. Mok Ian Than's cold eyes reminded Lam Mak that if he did not act, she would personally kill that man. Thur was stunned, not expecting Lam Mak to truly intend to personally end the pool owner. Lam Mak calmly stated that every grievance had its owner. This hatred did not belong to him. The expectant gaze of the obsession ghosts grew clearer. Lam Mak said the owner would be left for them to deal with. Doing so meant Lam Mak and Athur would not break the law, and the Safety Bureau could not blame them. Athur nodded approvingly, saying it was indeed a good plan. Lam Mak turned to Mok Ian Than and said the two of them alone would have difficulty luring the owner. They needed her help. Mok Ian Than raised her thumb, saying it was extremely simple. Outside, the pool owner exhaled smoke. Hearing laughter echo from afar, he muttered that the three ghosts were truly troublesome. Lam Mak and Athur walked out with proud expressions. Lam Mak laughed, saying they had still chopped them into wandering spirits. Hearing this, the owner immediately threw the cigarette butt to the ground and jumped up excitedly. His face relaxed into a delighted smile, his flattering tone asking whether the ghosts were finished. Lam Mak nodded and even showed the 3 evil spirit beads he had just obtained. Hearing this, the owner was overjoyed. Lam Mak extended his hand, hinting at the agreed payment. The owner immediately fell silent, and his attitude turned strange. Clearly, he had broken his promise, yet he still tried to argue stubbornly. He loudly said that if the ghosts were not dead, then that was their problem. What did it have to do with him? Sure enough, the fish had taken the bait. A meaningful smile slowly appeared on Lam Mak's face. The owner stepped into the pool area, but after half a step he showed fear, clearly a guilty man with a trembling heart. He turned back and begged the two of them to go in first and check the situation. Seeing such cowardice, Lam Mak and Athur could not help mocking him, a man whose courage was even worse than a girl's. The mockery grew harsher. They laughed at him, saying he was not even as brave as a mouse. Do not compare him to women, or it would insult them. The owner turned pale with anger, thinking viciously that they would pay for this. Lam Mak and Athur walked ahead while the owner followed timidly behind, looking around nervously like a coward. The swimming pool was strangely quiet. No ghosts remained. It looked like an ordinary place. Seeing this, the owner laughed, loudly, believing the evil spirits had finally been destroyed. Lam Mak mentioned the payment of 100,000 each. The owner immediately changed his face and said they still wanted money. Young people were truly greedy. Did they believe he would report them to the Safety Bureau? Lam Mak frowned. If he would not pay, then there was no need to kill the ghosts either. Just as expected, this man was pure trash. The owner angrily shouted that they would not kill the ghosts anymore. Were they joking with him? He pointed at them and shouted that they tricked him. The ghosts were not dead. Only then did he sense the eerie atmosphere. Thur laughed coldly, asking whether he had not deceived them first. The owner was left speechless. Lam Mak waited no longer and gave a cold command: kill. The obsession ghost immediately obeyed, diving down from the air with overwhelming resentment. Only then did the owner realize he had fallen into a trap. As he turned his head, the vengeful spirits already pounced forward, screaming that today his life would repay theirs. The owner had absolutely no ability to resist the brutal scene unfolding. Long hair wrapped tightly around his face. He struggled to breathe and cried for help, but everything was useless. Strands of hair tightened until he could no longer scream. He cried like a child as the obsession ghosts dragged him straight into the swimming pool, water splashing violently. The owner knew he was about to die. His body bound underwater while the air slowly ran out. The ghosts showed satisfied smiles. Lam Mak even mocked that without receiving payment he could not rescue him. At that moment, the owner revealed his cowardly nature and hurriedly said he had money and offered a golden watch. He desperately threw the watch to Lam Mac. The moment Lam Mac caught it, he gained another 100 agitation points. Lam Mac secretly thought that with villains, there was no need to behave like a gentleman. Once the man died, the watch would still belong to him anyway. Only then did the owner realize he had been completely deceived, cursing wildly while shouting that colluding with ghosts was a grave crime. Lam Mac gained another 300 agitation points. Lam Mac calmly asked Athur whether he had colluded with ghosts. Athur nodded and said the owner jumped into the pool himself and was attacked by ghosts. Submerged in the water, the owner still tried to shout useless accusations, claiming Lam Mac intentionally released ghosts to kill people. Lam Mac turned and asked Mok Ian Than whether she intentionally released the ghosts. She sighed and said her spiritual power had run dry, causing the ghosts to escape. It was not intentional, then warned the owner not to slander them. The owner's insane accusations only made him angrier, giving Lam Mac another 500 agitation points. Lam Mac calmly said who said they harmed him, then shouted for Athur and senior sister to hurry and rescue the man. The three immediately played along, weapons ready as they rushed forward to eliminate ghosts while shouting heroic slogans. Their clumsy acting left both the ghosts and the owner stunned. Before striking, they suddenly retreated far away, pretending they were completely overwhelmed by the ghosts. Lam Mac lamented dramatically, praising the obsession ghosts for being too powerful, acting so well that even award-winning actors would surrender. Livestream audience laughed uncontrollably. Athur pretended to die, causing another wave of laughter. Mok Ian Than also pretended to cry. The viewers felt both amused and helpless. The owner's neck was tightly strangled by ghostly hair, tears streaming down his face while his eyes bulged without hope. His neck was squeezed almost to the breaking point. Before dying, he could only cry that he did not want to die. Countless blows struck his powerless body until he was smashed beyond recognition. This was the end of evil. The mastermind was killed, the blood-scented space fell silent. Only the sound of flesh and bone dropping echoed faintly. The three girls from years ago were finally able to rest, wiping away their tears as their original beauty gradually appeared. They shed tears while thanking those who helped them. All obsessions disappeared, and their ghostly forms faded. In the space, their spiritual forms transformed into ox souls. Lam Mac raised his hand to receive the 3 ox beads. They were the pure crystallization of souls that had passed on, beautiful and completely unique. Deem Tam was still hiding in a corner live-streaming, watching the screen while secretly wondering what battery her phone used to last this long. The corner of her lips curled with excitement. It was truly satisfying to punish those despicable people. They were the shining stars of justice. Lang Fong's student rushed forward and pointed directly at Lam Mac's group, asking who they were to dare steal their mission. Lam Mac turned around with a puzzled expression, asking what stealing a mission meant. Missions done by Academy students should not be called stealing. Everyone was a ghost tamer. Whether he eliminated ghosts or someone else did, it was all for serving the people. Lang Fong's student grew angry at such arrogant words, saying they stole the mission and still dared to argue. The ghost beads from those 3 evil spirits were worth a great deal. From anger, one of them shifted to threats, saying if Lam Mac knew what was good for him, he should hand over the ox beads. Otherwise, he would not leave the pool alive. Lam Mac did not bother enduring it and directly entered a combat stance. If they wanted to fight, he was ready. He summoned 5 ghosts at once. The Lang Fong students admitted Lam Mac had decent talent, but unfortunately they had 10 people, 8 level 2 ghost tamers and 2 level 3. The 3 of them would certainly not escape. Mok Ian Than slowly stepped forward. Those harsh words had angered a level 5 ghost tamer like her, asking if they truly wanted to fight them. The Lang Fong students hesitated slightly. A level 5 ghost tamer could handle 5 or 6 of them alone, yet they could not show fear. He shouted, asking who they were. Lam Mac blinked and spoke humbly yet meaningfully, saying this humble one was Tun Mu of Tiat Phuong, while signaling Mok Ian Than to stay silent. Mok Ian Than understood and coughed lightly before saying Tun Lalai of Tiat Phuong. So they were from the Tun family of Tiat Phuong. No wonder they were arrogant. Tun Mu had a reputation among the top 20 of Tiat Phuong. They believed he had the Tun family backing him, yet they also had support. Today the 3 dared steal their mission and must pay the price. Lam Mac answered calmly that he was ready anytime. The arrogant one was Feng from the family of Qing Feng Tower, leaving Lam Mac confused. Was Qing Feng Tower a brothel? Feng's group retreated angrily. Mok Ian Than explained that Qing Feng Tower was the 2nd-ranked assassin organization in Jiang Province. second only to Leng Feng of their senior brothers. Lam Mak calmly said that made things simple. If Ching Feng Tower dared trouble him, he would just mention his senior brother's name and see who dared touch him. Mok Ian Than smiled faintly, saying things might not be over yet. Lam Mak, however, did not believe their senior brother would ignore him if trouble came. With everything finished, the three rode the vampire ghost back to the academy, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Deem Tam ran over from afar shouting, "Wait!" But before she could ask their identities, the three had already flown away, leaving only tiny figures in the distance. The livestream audience immediately dropped by half when Mok Ian Than's group left, leaving Deem Tam deeply regretful. Such a golden opportunity absolutely could not be wasted. Deem Tam immediately sped up, thinking about her bicycle. She was determined to find those three because future livestream content would explode. Mak and the others rampaged across Ling Lang City taking missions. Only the game points and singing missions remained untouched, while everything else had been completed. In the underground basement of Century City, rustling sounds echoed as the figures of evil spirits gradually appeared. They were busily harvesting spoils when they suddenly heard movement behind them and turned around. Mak and a third did not hesitate and instantly chopped off their heads. Another group had their mission stolen by Lam Mak and became furious. Lam Mak impersonated Kfeng to steal their missions and openly challenged them, fighting while retreating yet still provoking them. Corpse-eating ghosts to drowned ghosts, Lam Mak used the name Kfeng when dealing with those whose missions he stole. The bad reputation spread so far that the real owner had no idea what he had done. Everything was done by Kfeng. If they were dissatisfied, they should go to Lang Fong Academy and find him. Lam Mak dumped all the blame onto that unlucky Lang Fong student. After Lam Mak's repeated chaos, Feng was suddenly pushed onto the forum as a public enemy. Every top post filled with criticism made him sneeze constantly from being mentioned so much. Truly a victim for no reason. The crematorium, the night had grown late, and cold mist covered everything. A group of 5 people slowly walked into the crematorium, looking extremely calm. After observing for a moment, Lam Mak felt something wrong and asked whether the mission had already ended, why the place was so quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud scream came from behind the door ahead, startling everyone. Everyone quickly became alert. Lam Mak said loudly that they should go. The crematorium mission might not be finished yet. Inside the coffin room, 2 female students were also there for the mission. But facing the scene before them, their bodies instinctively stepped back with eyes filled with fear. Before them, a man's body was being engulfed in fierce flames. He stretched out his hand in agony, begging, "Save me, save me." The desperate cries echoed, but it was already too late. As soon as the plea ended, his head dropped and he became motionless, yet the flames continued burning. The fire even grew more intense, the scene frightening the 2 girls so much they dared not move. Suddenly, the long-haired girl with light lipstick screamed and rushed forward, intending to fight the ghost desperately, but her friend quickly pulled her back. The other girl trembled and advised her to calm down. Judging from Zhao Jian's strength, there could not be only one burned ghost. Rushing forward like that would only mean death. At that moment, Lam Mak's group entered from outside and quickly asked what exactly happened here. Seeing strangers appear, the 2 girls looked over and asked who they were. Lam Mak scanned the room and stopped his gaze on the charred smoking corpse before answering that they came to assist and told them to explain quickly. The girl with twin braids steadied herself and said according to the information there should only be one burned ghost in the crematorium. But when Zhao Jian opened it, he was suddenly pulled inside, and then, before she could finish speaking, a hand suddenly emerged from the charred corpse and grabbed it tightly. It violently dragged it back inside. Seeing this, Lam Mak immediately realized it was the burned ghost. Yet he wondered how a crematorium that burned the dead could produce such a ghost. The friend with a long scar across the bridge of his nose stood beside him and explained anxiously that if a crematorium burned a living person, it would create a burned death ghost. Hearing that, Lam Mak was so shocked he could hardly believe it. Burning a living person alive. How cruel must someone be to do such a thing? Suddenly, Lam Mak remembered that La Than had once said he would come to the crematorium for a mission. Before leaving, he even told him to drop by and give some guidance if he had time. The thought flashed through his mind and made him uneasy, so he asked, "By the way, is there anyone in your team named La Than?" Hearing that, the female student realized it was her teammate and quickly pointed to the last furnace in the row, saying he is inside that furnace. Mak looked toward the end of the row. His heart suddenly tightened as he asked in confusion, did he die too? At that moment, the door of the furnace containing La Than suddenly burst open. A flaming arm stretched out and shocked everyone. La Than crawled out of the crematorium furnace, his body covered in burn marks, his mouth constantly shouting that it was too hot, while desperately running from the burned death ghost behind him. La Than quickly escaped the crematorium furnace with the burned death ghost safely. Outside, he kept muttering that if he had not prepared beforehand, he would have been burned to ashes. The The female student saw her friend survive and happily shouted that it was great he was fine. Lam Mac watched for a moment before speaking. The moment he opened his mouth, he praised Lathan for having real ability, escaping that ghost without being burned to death. Lathan heard the familiar voice and looked up. It really was the brother Mac he knew. Meeting someone familiar, Lathan adjusted his clothes and walked forward with a cheerful expression to greet his senior, laughing as he said they met again. But before he could approach, Lam Mac waved his hand to drive him away. Stand farther away. Your body smells completely burned, and it is unpleasant to look at. After saying that, Lam Mac immediately activated blood pupil. Then everyone looked toward the crematorium furnaces appearing before them. In just a moment, they discovered two ghosts hiding inside. Lam Mac immediately warned them that inside there were not only burned death ghosts, but also greedy ghosts. Hearing that, Lathan quickly confirmed it, saying the greedy ghost would create gold, silver, and jewels. If someone stared at it for more than 2 seconds, he would be pulled inside. Earlier, he himself had been dragged in exactly that way. Two female students suddenly spoke about the death of Triukin, causing Lathan's face to turn pale. The girl with lightly curled hair slowly said that if these ghosts were not killed, then he would not rest in peace even in death. Realizing the situation was serious, and seeing Lam Mac here, Lathan immediately pleaded for help. Brother Mac, please help us. As long as you avenge him, all the rewards, including my ox ghost, will be yours. Lam Mac thought for a moment, then turned to ask Mok Ian Than, Senior sister, the ghosts here are. Before he could finish, she interrupted him. They are not at the level of evil spirits. The two of you are enough. I am sleepy, so I will go back to rest first. After saying that, Mok Ian Than left immediately. The girl with two braids panicked and tried to stop her, saying it would not work because the ghosts here were very dangerous. She was a level 5 ghost tamer, so how could level 2 handle it? Lathan pulled her back and said not to worry, just trust Brother Mac. Hearing that, Lam Mac could no longer refuse. He turned around and said confidently, watch carefully. Lam Mac and Athur approached the crematorium furnace containing the two ghosts and kept knocking heavily on the door to force them to appear. The furnace door burst open. Inside was filled with gold, silver, and jewels shining with dazzling light that tempted the heart. With just a glance, Lam Mac already felt slightly dizzy, thinking that this pile of gold was truly tempting. If it were real, it would be wonderful. Immediately afterward, a long-haired ghost with blazing red eyes slowly crawled out, every second passing sluggishly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The greedy ghost immediately clung tightly to his body. He intended to use his red eyes to mesmerize Lam Mac. However, when he met Lam Mac's gaze, panic immediately appeared on the ghost's face. Lam Mac directly reversed the hypnosis, causing the greedy ghost to be utterly terrified. A massive suppressive force pinned him in place. The ghost trembled in fear and asked what was happening. Before he could react, Athur's precise sword strike pierced straight through his head. The three people watching the battle were stunned. The two female students were shocked by the true strength. Lathan was the most excited as he happily shouted that the ghost was killed, and it felt satisfying. At that moment, the burned death ghost sensed his companion being killed and roared as he rushed out of the furnace, furiously shouting that he would fight them to the death. A surge of furious flames erupted violently. Seeing that, Lam Mac quickly drew his sword and said coldly that the ghost had hidden their harming people long enough. The soul-slaying sword technique from chapter 162 was unleashed. The slash was so powerful that the surrounding ground trembled. Burned Death Ghost had no time to react to Lam Mac's attack and froze in place. That single strike shattered the crematorium furnace, leaving the burned Death Ghost with nowhere to hide. With no other choice, that ghost had to reveal himself and face Lam Mac directly. The burned Death Ghost manipulated corpse flames, forming a ring of fire floating in the air. Immediately afterward, he spewed out a massive stream of fire, shot directly toward Lam Mac, but he dodged in time. Lam Mac immediately shouted a signal, Athur, attack. Only then did the burned Death Ghost realize he had fallen into a trap, but his body was already restrained. Athur, standing in front, quickly summoned a ghost shadow in the air and locked onto the opponent's head. In an instant, the ghost's head was severed, and thick black fluid splattered everywhere. Burned Death Ghost was destroyed instantly. His head rolled down in front of the crematorium furnace. Suddenly, another burned Death Ghost of evil spirit level crawled out from the furnace. Seeing the head of her husband on the ground, she cried out in agitation, calling the old man. "You dare do this?" Rage surged as the flames erupted and covered the entire area. Seeing the one she loved killed, the female burned Death Ghost roared with hatred, saying she would make them pay with their lives, and they would all die. Lam Mac realized her skill was about to finish, so he pulled Lathan and the others to run outside before they were swallowed by the sea of fire. The group had just rushed out of the building when the flames behind them erupted all at once. Everyone was fortunate to be safe. Lathan cursed angrily, saying that Ghost was completely insane. The female student beside him added that if they had been even slightly slower, they would have turned to ashes like Triukeen. It was also thanks to Lam Mac warning them in time. Lam Mac looked at the girl with lightly curled hair and teased with a smile, free curling service. She replied helplessly that even at a time like this, he could still joke. The girl with 2 braids suddenly remembered what their teacher once said and worriedly spoke, saying that the burned death ghost was a long-range caster and very difficult to deal with. Either use a contracted ghost with longer attack range or break the skill range and close in. Try attacking from a distance. As soon as she finished speaking, Lathan immediately summoned Arrow Ghost. An arrow shot out at incredible speed, flying straight toward the burned death ghost. But the ghost reacted quickly and immediately dodged the attack. Right after that, the girl with 2 braids acted, summoning Swamp Ghost to trap the opponent. The burned death ghost had just dodged the arrow, and before he could react, the green swamp locked him firmly. His body stuck tightly to the ground. Seeing the opportunity, Lam Mac immediately shouted that it was a good chance and told them to shoot again. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 sharp arrows shot toward the burned death ghost at the same time. However, the opponent was not weak. The moment the arrows arrived, he activated a fire shield that burned them all away. To the terrifying temperature, the arrows melted. The burned death ghost sneered mockingly that the fire shield reduced 90% of physical damage, and earlier they had only succeeded through a sneak attack to kill the old man. Facing him directly, they had no chance. Hearing that, Lam Mac only smiled faintly, activated Blood Pupil, and said that if physical damage was reduced, then he would use true damage. Blood Curse immediately appeared on the burned death ghost's body, causing him to panic, saying it was a blood curse, and that Lam Mac was only a level 2 ghost tamer, yet could already use the 3rd skill of the Red Eye Ghost. Seeing that reaction, Lam Mac became even more pleased and replied that it was nothing unusual. Then he snapped his fingers. The activation time ended, and the blood curse on the burned death ghost's body exploded instantly. During the full damage, the burned death ghost collapsed to the ground without strength to resist. The group defeated the ghost faster than expected, and everyone was happy. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from behind. Another greedy ghost with blood-red eyes rushed over and shouted angrily, asking where this brat came from to dare cause trouble in his territory. Sudden appearance of another ghost left the entire group stunned and panicked. Clearly, there were still evil spirits that had not yet revealed themselves. Thur quickly stepped forward from behind, gripping his longsword tightly and saying with a firm voice, "Lam Mac, leave this one to me." At that moment, the burned death ghost behind them in human form suddenly sprang up and roared before spewing a fierce stream of fire straight ahead. Seeing that, Lam Mac immediately warned Thur to be careful, while he himself dodged to the side to avoid being burned by the flames. That stream of fire did not hit them, but shot straight toward the greedy ghost standing in front. The violent flames engulfed the entire body of the greedy ghost, causing him to scream in agony again and again. In just a moment, his body was burned into a lump of black charcoal lying motionless on the ground, leaving Lam Mac's group utterly shocked. The 2 female students still could not understand why the ghosts, who clearly colluded together to do evil, would have the burned death ghost kill his own companion before dying. The matter was truly difficult to comprehend. Lam Mac was also filled with doubt about the burned death ghost's action just now, so he turned and asked, "That fireball earlier, you aimed it at the greedy ghost." The burned death ghost in human form panted and replied, "That is right. I am about to die anyway. I do not want that wretched son to keep living." Hearing that, Lam Mac became even more confused. They were clearly family, yet wanted to kill each other, so he asked her to tell the whole story clearly. Burned death ghost spoke slowly with resentment. "Those 2 greedy ghosts are my son and daughter-in-law. When they were alive, they stole every bit of savings my husband and I had. To seize the last house we had left, they pushed us into the crematorium furnace and burned us alive. Resentment of my husband and I was too heavy, and we encountered dense ghost energy inside the crematorium, so we became burned death ghosts. That very night, we killed that unfilial son and his wife. Unexpectedly, their greed still did not end. They absorbed ghost energy and became greedy ghosts. Fortunately, they could not defeat us, so we beat them severely and forced them to lure people here." After hearing everything, Lam Mac only sighed and said one sentence, "Truly a family rotten from top to bottom. I can understand what you 2 once endured, but you, killing innocent people at will, is clearly wrong." Female student standing beside Lam Mac softened after hearing the story and added, "No matter how kind someone was when alive, once they become a ghost, they will develop the urge to kill. That is the nature of ghosts. Either suppress them through contracts, or they must be eliminated." After hearing that, Lam Mac's expression changed, and he frankly said his thinking was not that complicated. He killed ghosts simply for ghost beads. Than suddenly remembered his earlier promise and hurriedly gathered all the ghost beads of the entire team and handed them to Lam Mak, saying, "Yes, exactly, well said. You avenged my brothers, so these ghost beads all belong to you." Chapter 164. Seeing such a large number of ghost beads, Lam Mak happily accepted them, saying, "Then I will not be polite." Just at that moment, Mok Ian Than walked over from behind while yawning and said, "Junior brother, you only dealt with one evil spirit, yet made such a big commotion." Hearing her voice, Lam Mak quickly turned around and asked, "Senior sister, you still have not gone to sleep?" After saying that, he quickly put the pile of ghost beads into his bag. Mok Ian Than walked closer and replied that their noise woke her up, then told them to hurry and find a hotel because she wanted to sleep. But Lam Mak immediately became serious and said, "Senior sister, can we go to the northern outskirts of Ling Ling City first? If the information about the obsession ghost at the swimming pit is true, then, when the ghost tide arrives, more than 5,000 citizens of Fong Ma there will surely die. He wants to go evacuate them." Mok Ian Than looked at the determined junior before her and could not help feeling a trace of pride in her heart. In the end, she decided to set aside her sleepiness and follow Lam Mak's wish. At the northern outskirts of Ling Ling City, Lam Mak's group arrived at the designated location. Looking at the crooked, ruined rows of houses, he could not help wondering if the Fong Ma people truly lived in such a place. While walking along the road searching for clues, suddenly a child ran past them. Her clothes were ragged and her body covered in mud, yet her face was full of joy. Because she ran too fast without watching the road, the little girl crashed into Lam Mak and cried out in pain when her knee hit his body. Raising her head and seeing two unfamiliar men, she hurriedly asked who they were. Lam Mak quickly replied that they were travelers. But as soon as she heard that, the little girl reacted fiercely, saying he was lying. Because aside from locals and brutal soldiers, no one would come here. Lam Mak realized he had been exposed and laughed, saying the kid was quite smart. His eyes suddenly lowered to her bare feet, and he asked why she was not wearing shoes. The little girl immediately became irritated and said in a heavy voice that it was because people of Zhou like them destroyed their homeland. The Fong Ma people were captured as slaves here, so how could they possibly have shoes? After hearing that, Lam Mak's expression darkened, and his gaze toward the girl carried a trace of pity. After a moment of silence, he adjusted his expression, gently smiled, and touched the mud-covered face of the little girl, saying that might not be certain. One day everyone will be able to dress properly like him. Hearing those words, the girl's eyes were no longer angry, but strangely bright, as if filled with hope. Then suddenly, a loud voice came from behind, saying, "Little sister, do not believe him." Another boy ran over and stood in front of the girl, speaking with full caution, saying the Zhou people were very cunning. Tell us what purpose they had for coming here. Lam Mak did not answer the question, but noticed the boy protecting his sister. He raised his thumb and praised that protecting his sister like that was very commendable. "Are your parents? Why do I not see them?" Lam Mak asked gently, but the older brother still replied harshly that he clearly knew, yet still asked. They had been gathered to the wall area. They were forced into unpaid labor building structures for the Zhou people at the Fong Ma wall labor camp, under the scorching sun, suffering daily torment like a living hell. Under strict supervision, anyone who moved slowly would immediately be whipped. Scenes of men being beaten just for walking slowly were common occurrences. In another corner, an elderly man struggled to drag a huge stone with his aged body. Under the scorching sun, he became dizzy and trembled. Suddenly, the rope snapped, causing him to fall to the ground, as the surrounding people cried out in alarm. Stone above immediately fell toward the place where he had fallen, and everyone shouted in panic to be careful because the stone was falling. Chapter 165. At that exact moment, Lam Mak and his ghosts rushed in from somewhere. He directly caught the enormous stone that was falling toward the man. He gently placed the stone safely onto the ground. Lam Mak stood on the stone like a savior and gently asked if the old man was all right. The man looked up at Lam Mak and suddenly froze when he saw his face, trembled and pointed while asking if he was Yiduk Crown Prince. The other laborers who heard the name Yiduk Crown Prince immediately showed joy. They believed the Crown Prince had not died, and that his appearance was hope to save the Fong Ma people from suffering. A guard, seeing the situation turning bad, aimed his gun at the laborers and shouted what they were yelling about. The Yiduk Crown Prince was already dead. These lowly people wanted rebellion, so shoot them all. But just then another voice sounded telling him to wait. He heard that in Tan Hai City there is a student who looks very similar to the Fong Ma Yiduk Crown Prince. It must be this one. Do not act yet. There is a large force behind him. If a riot truly happens, it would be even better. After speaking, the manager curled his lips into a sinister smile his eyes full of calculation. Below, the people suddenly knelt down when they mistakenly believed Lam Mak was the Yi-Duck Crown Prince who came to save them. All of them bowed their heads together and shouted that they paid respect to the Yi-Duck Crown Prince. Lam Mak fell into an awkward situation. Even he could not believe he was mistaken for that Crown Prince. Unexpectedly, the two looked so alike. From not far away, Lam Mak had now entered directly into the gun sights of those people. Realizing something was wrong, he understood that if the Fang Ma people continued gathering like this, the Security Bureau would very likely take notice. Thinking that Lam Mak jumped down from the large stone and landed before those suffering people, he quickly explained that he was not any crown prince and that they had mistaken him. Their crown prince died when he was over 30 years old, while he himself was only 18. People still knelt on the ground, and when they heard those words, the hope in their hearts shattered. Many could not hold back their tears, remembering the Yi-Duck Crown Prince who had died more than 10 years ago. Time had passed, yet they still could not accept the truth. Hearing that, Lam Mak felt bitterness in his heart, so he stepped toward the old man before him and lowered his voice, saying that at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow a ghost tide would pass here. There was still time now, so everyone must evacuate quickly. The old man stopped crying and looked at Lam Mak with blurred eyes, replying, where could they evacuate to? If there truly was a ghost tide, then those people would never allow them to leave. They're nothing but meat shields for the Zhou people. Those words left Lam Mak shocked and speechless. Seemingly moved by Lam Mak's sincerity, the old man held his hand gratefully and said, "Young man, thank you for your kindness. You resemble our last crown prince very much. Even your heart is just as kind. Should go, do not risk danger because of us." But before he finished speaking, Lam Mak interrupted and firmly said he would not let the Fang Ma people here wait for death. At that moment, a guard behind Lam Mak raised his whip, intending to lash down at him, while shouting fiercely what nonsense he was talking about and telling him to get back to work. At the very moment the whip was about to strike his body, Lam Mak quickly grabbed it, stood in front of the old man, and forced the guard to stop, his strength completely overpowering him, making that man roar angrily. "What are you trying to do, obstructing construction? Do you want to rebel?" Lam Mak snatched the whip from that man's hand and threw it aside, calmly saying that he had something important to announce. Then he turned and walked away. He stepped into the middle of the wall construction site where everyone was working and loudly declared that the ghost tide would pass here the night after tomorrow. If they did not evacuate to the northern outskirts, then everyone would die. The urgent warning immediately drew attention, and countless suspicious gazes focused on him. Seeing that people still did not believe him, Lam Mak continued saying whether they believed it or not was their choice. If there was no ghost tide, they could simply return. But at that moment, the manager standing above shouted loudly that it was ridiculous. The army had received no such information and asked where he got that news. That man glared angrily at Lam Mak for interrupting construction, slamming his hand against the wall and roaring that if progress was delayed, who would take responsibility. All ghost domains were under control, so there could be no ghost tide. If he kept spreading fear, that man would execute him for sabotaging construction. As soon as he finished speaking, the manager signaled his subordinates to surround Lam Mak. They all raised their guns toward him. However, Lam Mak showed no fear. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing the people inside the wall to lose their balance. From a high vantage point, Asura immediately noticed that the ghost tide had arrived earlier than expected and quickly issued an urgent warning. At that moment, the ghost tide, carrying a massive number of ghosts, had already approached the wall area. The manager looked down at the scene below, and his face turned pale when he saw the ghost tide truly appear. He panicked and said that with so many, the construction could not hold. He hurriedly shouted for everyone to retreat and withdraw to Ling Ling City immediately. Realizing the danger, he frantically searched for an escape route for himself and his subordinates, while Lam Mak below kept urging the civilians. "Everyone stop working. The ghost tide is coming. Run quickly." But at that moment, the manager whipped the Fang Ma people aside while pushing forward to escape, shouting that the lowly people should get out of his way, saying they were only worthy of being meat shields. Seeing the people still hesitating, Lam Mak urgently said, "Do not stand there anymore. Quickly go back to the tents and bring the children here." Only then did the people realize the seriousness and obey immediately. After arranging the Fang Ma people below, Lam Mak went up and asked Asura about the situation. Asura turned back worriedly and replied that the construction could hold for at most 3 minutes. Hearing that, Lam Mak immediately summoned his ghosts, trying to hold the line to buy time for everyone to escape. At that moment, the ghosts had already crawled before Lam Mak, their crimson eyes glaring fiercely at humans. Lam Mak immediately ordered them to eliminate quickly and reminded them not to let a single one escape. On the wall, the situation was extremely chaotic. Ghosts climbed up one after another, but the moment they touched the wall, they were struck down. Suddenly, a giant ghost within the horde roared, causing the air to tremble. It immediately used its enormous body to slam into the wall, creating violent tremors as layers of bricks collapsed. Thur realized the situation was bad and that the structure was about to collapse completely. Lam Mak reminded him to find a way to retreat. Beneath the stacked bricks, loud crashing sounds rang out continuously. Fang Ma people heard the noise and looked toward the wall in horror. After breaking through the defense, the ghost surged completely inside. Ghost energy rushed in and caused panic. Chapter 167. While moving, Lam Mak looked behind and stopped to wait for two elderly men, saying hurry up because the ghost tide was close. But their age and weakness prevented them from running further, so they chose to stay behind to cover the younger ones. That courage moved Lam Mak deeply and filled him with determination not to let the Fang Ma people die here. Thinking that, he turned and walked against the fleeing crowd toward the ghosts. While walking, he told Thur to protect the elderly and leave first while he would hold the rear. Thur was shocked and objected, saying if they left then they would leave together. But Lam Mak firmly said to trust him and run first. Thur hesitated and did not want to leave him alone to face the ghost tide, yet he still chose to trust him. Seeing Thur still hesitate, Lam Mak urged him not to hesitate anymore and to go quickly, then continued walking forward. In the end, Thur made up his mind and ran according to Lam Mak's instruction, while shouting that he would send them ahead and return. On this side, Lam Mak had already acted, summoning the Corpse Keeper Ghost to charge first. The giant sack of the Corpse Keeper Ghost opened, releasing hundreds of ghosts imprisoned inside. Ghosts immediately formed a massive army rushing toward the ghost tide. Their numbers were no less. In just a short moment, they formed a solid defensive line, blocking the ghost tide from advancing deeper. A massive stone axe suddenly swung through the air. It smashed the entire defensive line aside, as the giant ghost used brute strength to destroy the barrier that had just been formed. While it was overpowering the other ghosts, a loud shout suddenly drew its attention. Kill. Lam Mak descended from the air straight toward the giant ghost, the sword in his hand flashing. The soul-slaying sword was unleashed, severing the ghost's head cleanly in a single strike. The northern outskirts, after most of the civilians had entered Ling Ling City, the gates were about to close. Someone urged them to hurry and shut the gates and activate the defensive formation. Hearing that, someone quickly stopped them, saying the gates could not close because a group of people was still approaching in the distance. The guards hesitated. Before they could decide, Cao Long Tram stepped forward from behind and coldly said they were only Fang Ma commoners, and if they died, then they died. They were not worth the risk. Hearing those heartless words, everyone was shocked. The girl quickly protested, saying they were also human. Before she could finish, Cao Long Tram pulled her inside, while coldly saying to hurry inside, because saving them would only delay their deaths. At that moment, Thur and the remaining Fang Ma people had reached the gate of Ling Ling City, but the gates were already tightly shut. Thur shouted anxiously toward the wall to open the gate, but just as he finished, Cao Long Tram, standing above, responded coldly. Opening the gate for them was impossible, because if the ghost tide entered the city, it would be a disaster. Cao Long Tram's words stirred heated discussion within the city, as many condemned his heartlessness. Yet Thur below still refused to give up and continued shouting. He said they only needed to open one gate, because the city had defensive formations and hundreds of soldiers who could surely hold off the ghost tide. But the answer from Cao Long Tram was still a cold refusal. Completely unmoved by the suffering civilians, Cao Long Tram revealed his cold-blooded nature. He sneered while looking down and said perhaps they dreamed that Lam Mak could eliminate the ghost tide. When the powerful figure behind him acted, they could conveniently deploy troops to surround and capture them, so not a single one could escape. Thur below clearly understood. He could not persuade that sinister old man and could only swallow his anger until his face turned pale. In the end, Thur did not want to waste any more words. Turned and shouted loudly to Lam Mak, who was fighting the ghost tide alone. Lam Mak, you must hold on. Suddenly, patches of sticky mud spread across the ground rapidly. It was spat out by a mud ghost within the ghost tide. Its slimy body clung tightly to the steel ghost, making escape difficult. The battle continued. On this side, the zither ghost quickly plucked multiple notes, forming powerful sound waves that locked onto the enemy. The mud ghost, struck by the reverberating sound, froze in place, its entire body stiff and unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, the saw ghost swung its chainsaw and split the opponent in half with a single strike. The cooperation between the saw ghost and the zither ghost created terrifying destructive power. In another direction, the red ghost lost focus and was suddenly rushed by another ghost that sealed its demonic power. Seeing his junior sister in danger, the gold ghost panicked and tried to rush over to rescue her. At that moment, another group of ghosts seized the opportunity and rushed from behind, targeting the exposed gold ghost. They pinned the gold ghost down and leaped one after another, biting and tearing at him while he roared in agony. Trapped and unable to escape, the gold ghost could only helplessly watch his junior sister in danger. And at that moment, the long-haired ghost realized the rare opportunity. It lifted its leg and kicked straight toward the restrained red ghost while shouting for her to die. Before the attack could land, that ghost was sliced in half before the stunned eyes of the red ghost. At the most critical moment, Lam Mac had unleashed soul-slaying sword and split the ghost's body in half to save the red ghost. Saved in time, the red ghost breathed in relief and looked toward Lam Mac in gratitude. Seeing their side at a disadvantage, Lam Mac reassured everyone to withdraw immediately once the Fang Ma people had all entered the city. Hearing that the Saw ghost, the corpse ghost, the Zither ghost, and the two ghost brothers were all invigorated with determination to block the ghost tide. The situation below was extremely tense, yet high above, Deem Tam was excitedly continuing her live stream. Everyone looked. The boy disguised as a girl at the swimming pool. For the sake of saving the Fang Ma people, he is risking his life alone to block the ghost tide without the slightest intention of retreating. This live stream again captured Lam Mac on screen, so the number of fans quickly surpassed 1 million. Deem Tam knew perfectly well she was about to make a fortune and was overjoyed. She continued pointing the camera toward Lam Mac. He alone faced an entire horde of ghosts which shocked the viewers with such terrifying strength. Some even claimed he looked more like a ghost than the ghosts themselves. At the same time, many opinions appeared criticizing the security bureau for closing the city gate, abandoning the Fang Ma people, and leaving Lam Mac alone to face the ghost tide. The online community quickly split into factions. Some supported him, while others believed he could not last 10 minutes. In a corner of the city wall, a beautiful woman stood quietly looking down with doubt, softly calling Lam Mac's name. In her memory, Lam Mac had always been a despicable rogue, yet now he was risking his life to save the Fang Ma people, which filled her heart with countless questions. Battle remained extremely fierce. Suddenly a Thur leapt down from the wall to Lam Mac's side, and alone swiftly dealt with the ghosts behind him. While running, a Thur panted and said, "Lam Mac, Kowloon Tram refuses to open the gate. What should we do now?" Hearing that news, Lam Mac froze and immediately turned his head to look upward. He angrily stabbed his sword hard into the ground. Then he said in a deep voice that there was no longer any path of retreat, and they could only make their stand here. With no other choice, Lam Mac poured all his strength into protecting the Fang Ma people outside. He ordered the corpses to form a protective circle, while he and a Thur stood outside, facing the roaring ghost tide. Fury surged within him. Lam Mac cast a sharp glance behind and gritted his teeth, saying, "That debt of yours, tomorrow I will make you repay it 100-fold." Lam Mac's furious gaze stopped at the corner of the wall, where that cold-blooded man was still watching. Without the slightest regret, Kowloon Tram only curled his lips into a satisfied smile. After speaking, Lam Mac did not hesitate and charged straight into the ghost tide, ready to risk his life against them. Alone, he swung his sword and could cut down 4 ghosts at once. The Fang Ma people protected behind him were deeply moved by the sight and unconsciously remembered the crown prince who once risked his life for them. The more they watched, the more moved they became. The old man who had been saved by Lam Mac choked with emotion, saying that at first he thought the crown prince had truly returned to life. Yet a stranger could do so much for them that it truly brought tears. Just as the old man finished speaking, a child tugged his sleeve and whispered, "Grandfather, let us sing the Fang Ma national anthem and sing it for him." That suggestion was immediately agreed upon. They held hands and raised their voices in song to encourage Lam Mac. "Awaken, people of Fang Ma. From the sleep like death, from the cruel oppression. Rise now and build a new life." That song indeed strengthened Lam Mac's spirit and lifted his morale. Amid the echoing song, no matter how brutal the enemy was, they would eventually be subdued. At this moment, let the world see that within our blood still flows the blood of the Fang Ma people. Singing strengthened Lam Mac's spirit, but Kowloon Tram on the wall was filled with rage. He thought that if the contract ghosts of those lowly people had not been crippled, they would sooner or later become a threat to Joe. The ghosts destroyed by Lam Mac and Aether had been reduced by nearly half. Just as it seemed they were about to block the ghost tide, another wave, even larger, suddenly surged forward. Realizing the danger, Aether said in alarm that the main force of the ghost tide had arrived. This new wave contained more than 1,000 evil spirits. Hearing that, Lam Mac also became worried and immediately took out his phone to call for help. While anxious, he quickly typed a message to Mok Ian Than saying, "Senior sister, hurry and save me. I am about to die." When the message arrived, she was busy eating supper, so she simply replied that she was eating and would come after finishing. Seeing that reply, Lamb Mac's face twisted with anger, and he hurriedly sent another message telling her to swallow faster, or she would only arrive to collect his corpse. Just as he finished sending it, the evil spirits had already approached. Facing 3 giant ghosts at once placed heavy pressure on Lamb Mac. Meanwhile, somewhere else someone leisurely watched him through a phone screen. Ianthan even laughed happily, saying that such a good real combat environment was hard to find, and she treated Lamb Mac's life and death battle like training. The mud ghost immediately spat a massive lump of mud toward Lamb Mac, but he dodged in time before being struck. At that moment, Lamb Mac loudly called the name of the electric saw ghost in another direction. The saw ghost immediately rushed over to reinforce him, moving as fast as the wind. It leapt high into the air with the sharp saw blade in hand, and slammed it fiercely down onto the head of the evil spirit-level mud ghost. The violent strike of the saw ghost eliminated the mud ghost instantly. Its head was split apart by the saw as it screamed miserably. Immediately afterward, the mud ghost's body melted into sticky liquid without form. Seeing that, Lamb Mac quickly retreated. At that moment, another ghost appeared behind him, intending a sneak attack. It hurled 4 long bombs toward Lamb Mac, which shocked him. The instant the bombs shot toward Lamb Mac, he reacted extremely quickly and narrowly dodged them, while Den chased the mud ghost behind and took the full blast in his place. Before he could recover his senses, Den's body was torn apart by the explosion and vanished into a faint mist. In another direction, Athur was overwhelmed by the ghost tide and knocked backward. The intense pain nearly made him faint, and Lamb Mac panicked when he saw it. He rushed over to support his severely injured friend. Athur weakly said that Lamb Mac could no longer hold the line. Before them, the ghost tide still surged endlessly. The more numerous the ghosts, the higher their levels became, which left Lamb Mac and Athur nearly exhausted. Lamb Mac clearly understood his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and with only 2 people, they could never resist the entire ghost horde. The fear of their ending weighed heavily. How Long Tram's daughter, standing above, also realized the people below could not hold much longer, and she did not want to watch Lamb Mac die, so she hurriedly prepared to summon a ghost to assist. But at that moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed her wrist from behind. The girl turned in shock and saw that the one holding her was none other than her own father. How Long Tram looked at his daughter coldly and demanded to know what she was doing, saying that Lamb Mac risking his life to save the Fang Ma people proved he was a remnant of Fang Ma. Hearing those ruthless words, the girl angrily retorted that no matter what, Lamb Mac was saving people. However, her weak resistance was quickly crushed by Cao Long Tram's cruelty. He coldly said they were Fang Ma people, not Zhou citizens, and saving them today might allow them to revolt tomorrow and kill Zhou people. In that case, she would become the sinner. Hearing that, the girl's entire body trembled and her face turned pale, completely losing the will to oppose Cao Long Tram. At that moment, beside them, a man's dissatisfied voice sounded, mocking with a frown that hesitating even to save people was truly ridiculous. After saying that, the man immediately jumped from the wall with sword in hand. He could not stand by and watch the security bureau's cold-bloodedness toward the lives of the Fang Ma people. The people on the wall stared in shock. Some cried that he was crazy and jumping like that meant certain death. Others asked in surprise whether he was not only a barber and how he could be so brave. The man only replied briefly that safety was enough. Immediately afterward, he swung his sword in a long, decisive slash. That single strike blasted away dozens of ghosts before him. The barber's movement technique was unbelievably swift, even more skilled than Lamb Mac. He immediately stood in front of the 2 injured men behind him. With one hand, he thrust the blade of his sword violently into the ground, creating a fierce tremor. On the tip of the sword, a swarm of strange creatures rushed out, sweeping away the ghosts before them in an instant. Witnessing such terrifying power, Athur and Lamb Mac could only stare with open mouths in shock and admiration. After clearing a wave of ghosts, the man laughed loudly and turned back, winking at Athur and saying that the boy had fallen behind. Lamb Mac asked in confusion about that man's identity, while Athur calmly introduced him as his third uncle alive, the famous razor blade fighter who could shave hair in 10 seconds. It turned out that courageous man was far from ordinary. Alai was a level 5 ghost tamer, and at that moment he seemed to return to his peak as he charged forward with a deadly slash that defeated a giant ghost. Alai's appearance ignited hope for Lamb Mac and lifted his spirit. He hurriedly thanked Uncle Alai while Alai laughed heartily, saying it was nothing, and he simply acted when seeing injustice. Alai looked toward the ever-increasing ghost tide and urged that the evil spirits had arrived. He would handle the lesser ghosts while the rest was for the youngsters. Seeing the tide turn, Lamb Mac happily praised Athur's third uncle for being extremely powerful. The boy proudly replied that his uncle's razor blade technique had reached a divine level. Lamb Mac was still stunned and kept praising inwardly that Athur had such a skilled and righteous uncle. While he was still admiring him, a strange creature suddenly flew in to attack him when he was off guard. Fortunately, Lam Mak swung his sword in time and shattered that strange creature. Unexpectedly, it wrapped tightly around his sword. In just an instant, the creature restrained Lam Mak's entire body. His spiritual energy had run dry, so the ghost sword could not unleash its power, and he was bound tightly without the ability to resist. The attacker was a hanging ghost. Its long tongue had the ability to bind its prey. Lam Mak fell into extreme danger as the ghost's tongue tightened more and more, causing him to panic for a moment. At the critical moment, 2 arrows shot from afar and pierced straight into the heads of the 2 hanging ghosts, instantly robbing them of combat ability. Because of that, Lam Mak was saved. He struggled to remove the disgusting thing from his neck, then raised his head and looked up, filled with doubt about the person who had helped him. On the city wall, Lathan and his teammates had arrived in time to support. He loudly called out that big brother they had come to help. Lathan apologetically said his ability was limited, and he could only provide long-range support instead of joining the battle directly. Lam Mak still replied cheerfully that as long as they were willing to help, he was already extremely grateful. Hearing that, Lathan became excited and loudly shouted to everyone that ghost tamers should listen. If they were real men, then shoot from afar with him and consider this favor owed to Lathan. That call made the other ghost tamers join together to assist Lam Mak. They stood on the wall, constantly summoning ghosts and raining powerful attacks downward. Numerous ghosts were destroyed in an instant as explosions, both large and small, rang continuously across the chaotic battlefield. On this side, Lam Mak continued fighting despite his exhaustion, when suddenly the sword in his hand was blocked. Lam Mak fell into danger as ghosts surrounded him. He understood that even with Alai and Lathan supporting, the ghost tide was still far too numerous. At that moment, Mok Ian Than appeared strikingly, riding Dracula as she approached, and laughed while apologizing to her junior brother for arriving late. As if grasping new hope, Lam Mak happily looked up and said that senior sister had finally arrived. His heart blossomed seeing 2 level 5 ghost tamers appear as the battle against the ghost tide no longer seemed worrying. Immediately, the 2 ghosts summoned by Mok Ian Than charged forward and knocked away a whole mass of ghosts. Just those 2 ghosts were enough to push back half the ghost tide. Mok Ian Than confidently told Lam Mak and Athur to rest while she handled the rest. Hearing that, Lam Mak retreated inside with Athur in relief. Before leaving, he turned back to thank senior sister and said they would rest briefly before returning. Last, Lam Mak and Athur could breathe in relief. The 2 exchanged faint smiles after the life and death struggle. Lam Mak said awkwardly that it was fortunate to have him and his 3rd uncle, while Athur immediately replied that he simply acted when seeing injustice. After taking only a few steps, a little girl suddenly rushed in front of them, her bright face bursting with excitement as she called out for everyone to look. The 2 big brothers had returned. He handed water to the 2 of them. The girl could not hide her joy and ran straight toward Lam Mak and Athur, ignoring her older brother frantically calling after her from behind. Though she had experienced many terrors, the girl was incredibly composed. She calmly handed over bottles of spring water while saying thank you. If not for you brothers, then none of the people of Fang Ma would have survived. Please have some water. Lam Mak lowered his head to look at the small enthusiasm before him and felt a strange warmth in his heart. He unconsciously rubbed her head and smiled while asking thank you. What is your name? During the question, the girl still smiled brightly and replied that her name was Len Ko Liang Gaya, and this was her older brother, Len Ko Lai Fang. Athur was drinking water when he suddenly froze upon hearing the surname, immediately recognizing it as the Len Ko clan from Nam Lone town of Fang Ma, famous for controlling water ghosts. He never expected that clan to have fallen to such a state. The boy Len Ko Lai Fang heard that and determination surged in his heart. He spoke firmly that it was all right. He would definitely rebuild their glory. Suddenly, Lai Fang hesitated for a moment, his gaze filled with both worry and resolve as he asked Lam Mak whether he could become as strong as him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Mak raised his thumb and smiled. Of course, you may even become stronger than him. Hearing that encouragement, Lai Fang immediately became spirited again, then suddenly remembered the events of the morning and apologized for mistaking Lam Mak as a Chinese spy and behaving improperly. Lam Mak only waved his hand, saying it was nothing. At that moment, violent noises erupted from the battlefield, causing both of them to quickly turn their heads. Before them appeared a shocking sight. A massive swarm of dimensional ghosts was surging forward, their ferocity sending chills down the spine. Thur and Lam Mak immediately drew their weapons, standing in front to protect everyone behind them. The siblings Len Ko Lai Fang were arranged to protect the 2 younger children. Lam Mak hurriedly warned them to stay inside the demon suppression formation, leave the water there, and he would come back to drink later. After speaking, both of them leapt into the air and charged straight into the battle. Extreme speed, putting aside rest, Lam Mac and Athur once again rushed back to the battlefield. The two suddenly halted before a colossal tornado swirling violently ahead. Inside the vortex faint, human silhouettes drifted along with the raging wind. Lam Mac and Athur looked up at the strange creature at the center of the tornado and could not help but freeze at the scene before them. The fierce corpse demon with its tattered body and blazing red eyes was slowly advancing deeper into the storm. A single glance Athur and Mok Ian Than recognized its danger. The third rank being of the Nam Sun Ghost domain, a half-step ghost king known as the Fierce Corpse Ghost. Not only the ghost tamers fighting below, but also the people on the city wall and Cow Long Tram recognized the terrifying threat. If a half-step ghost king led the dimensional ghosts to attack Lin Lang, then even with formations and defenders, it would be difficult to resist. Everyone hurried to send for reinforcements to save hundreds of thousands of civilians. In contrast, Cow Long Tram remained calm and even smiled, astonishing the two people behind him. He leisurely said that since the half-step ghost king had appeared then, the mastermind behind the remnants of Fong Ma would soon surface. They only needed to wait for the military experts and hired ghost tamers to arrive and capture them all at once. Suddenly, rapid footsteps sounded from below, running quickly across the ground. That powerful force even knocked away a group of dimensional ghosts ahead. Seeing this, Cow Long Tram could not hide his interest. He revealed a mysterious smile and carefully observed the battle below. Suddenly, a group of people wearing black robes rushed forward, quickly surrounding the fierce corpse ghost. They appeared in great numbers, all ghost tamers crossing the battlefield. Among them were 5th level, 6th level, and 7th level ghost tamers. The speed of the black-robed group was too fast, surpassing vision itself, and causing the fierce corpse ghost to roar in anger. To vent its fury, the fierce corpse ghost attacked first, using 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms, pushing countless puppet-like faces out from its body. Those soulless faces surged toward the black-robed group ahead. However, they were not passive. The ghost tamers quickly summoned their ghosts to confront the fierce corpse ghost. White Bone Ghost, the 100-Leg Ghost, and the Unlucky Ghost coordinated to create a solid barrier, pushing back the violent assault. Without stopping there, the White Bone Ghost immediately spat out a stream of sharp white bones, shooting straight toward the enemy. Right after that, the 100-Leg Ghost unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks. Countless arms of the 100-Leg Ghost tightly wrapped around the fierce corpse ghost, leaving it completely unable to move. Next, the ghost exerted all its strength and slammed the fierce corpse ghost hard onto the ground. Finally, the unlucky ghost descended from above, delivering a fatal strike with its hands to finish the opponent. Firmly restrained, the fierce corpse ghost finally panicked as it realized death was near, fear clearly visible on its face. Everything was already too late. It could not escape the scythe of death as the unlucky ghost delivered the decisive blow. The terrifying power destroyed the entire body of the fierce corpse ghost, red blood spreading across the ground, leaving only its crimson eyes behind. Lam Mac stood nearby witnessing everything and could not help but be shocked by the power of the black-robed group. He wondered that even a half-step ghost king had been killed in just a few moves. Who exactly were they? Amid the chaotic thoughts, Lam Mac suddenly realized something strange when he discovered their true target was not the dimensional ghosts, but the people of Fong Ma inside. Thinking this, Lam Mac immediately rushed toward the black-robed group and shouted for them to stop. What were you planning to do? He accelerated forward to confront them and demand an explanation. However, the black-robed group had no intention of explaining. They coldly demanded that he hand over the people of Fong Ma to them. During that, Lam Mac became even more cautious and immediately refused their demand. The leader grew impatient and said that you cannot bear the burden of these refugees. By tomorrow, they will still only be laborers. Hand them to me, and not only will they live as humans, but they will also have freedom. Lam Mac was completely unmoved by the temptation. He angrily shouted, "Why should I trust you?" As soon as he finished speaking, one person from the black-robed group stepped forward toward him, causing Lam Mac to instinctively step back. The man quickly removed the black mask covering half his face and said, "Lam Mac, it is me." Lam Mac stared at the person before him in shock, vaguely recognizing Trang Han, a subordinate of an En. According to memory, he had once been rescued by Father Jia from the Security Bureau. Back then, he had not even reached 2nd-level Ghost Tamer. Yet now he carried the aura of a 4th-level Ghost Tamer. While Lam Mac was still deep in thought, Trang Han stepped closer and urgently said, "There is no time to explain. In short, just trust us. It will not be wrong." That proposal pushed Lam Mac into hesitation again. He weighed the choice as the other side showed no hostility. Moreover, this black-robed group was very likely connected to Father Lam Lam, if they truly wanted to save the people of Fong Ma then. After a long moment of thought, Lam Mac finally decided to let them take the people of Fong Ma away. He seriously said please make sure to take good care of them. Kowloon Tram, standing on the city wall, watched the negotiation and burst into loud laughter when he heard Lam Mac's decision. His true face was revealed, as if dark schemes were forming in his heart to achieve his goal. However, Kowloon Tram did not know this was actually a trap set by the ghost tamers to expose the truth. Triwanghan stood below and loudly warned that if you oppose, the Hak Li insect you will be hunted to the end. After hearing that, Kowloon Tram roared with contempt, saying, "What is the Hak Li insect? With so many of us, why fear a few people? Charge forward for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that those around him had disappeared. When he panicked and turned around searching, he saw they had all retreated. One even said, "What are you afraid of? If the Hak Li insect seeks revenge, it will be on us. I am not doing this anymore." Left alone on the city wall, Kowloon Tram cursed angrily and threatened them to pay the contract compensation in full. But no one returned. Losing money was better than losing life. Kowloon Tram stood there growing even angrier and ordered the spirits beside him that they could no longer rely on mercenaries. "Now only you remain. Earn merit by killing all remnants of Fang Ma. This is a military order." After hearing the command, they immediately acted. Groups of people rushed rapidly toward the battlefield, forcing the ghost tamers below to hurriedly summon their contracted ghosts to meet the attack. Mac stood in the middle of the chaotic battle, feeling as if he had found a treasure, the corner of his mouth curling upward in excitement. He turned toward the contracted ghosts behind him, raised the sword in his hand, and shouted, "Charge, soldiers of China! I have come to assist in battle." Following Lam Max, the sword shot straight toward a contracted ghost belonging to a black-robed ghost tamer behind him, causing its owner to panic when he saw his ghost attack. That person rushed forward to shield it and shouted that it was his ghost, cursing Lam Mac as a traitor. But Lam Mac only stared blankly after the system announced. He gained another 40 defense breakpoints and said, "Sorry, my eyes were blurry, so I struck the wrong one." Despite the other party's furious anger, Lam Mac calmly replied that the battlefield was too chaotic, so he could not distinguish friend from foe. Kowloon Tram above was provoked into rage and roared, accusing Lam Mac of being a traitorous remnant of Fang Ma, which only made Lam Mac more delighted. He pretended to explain that he was weak and could not control his ghosts well, which caused the misunderstanding. He even calmly said, "If you do not believe it, then let me make amends." Then he called for the chainsaw ghost and the martial ghost to hurry and reinforce the Chinese soldiers, causing the two contracted ghosts to momentarily freeze. In an instant, both understood Lam Mac's intention. They tightened their weapons and rushed forward. After running a few steps, the martial ghost suddenly swung its leg and kicked hard toward the chainsaw ghost ahead. The massive body of the chainsaw ghost immediately collapsed in an exaggerated fall, its blade flashing coldly as it sent another contracted ghost to its death. The master of the ghost that had just been killed angrily rushed forward to settle the score with Lam Mac's group, completely ignoring the danger behind him. Before he could react, he was swallowed whole by another ghost. Lam Mac, standing nearby, only forced a smile and apologized, saying it was merely a slip of the hand. On this side, the ghost swarm under Lam Mac's command shrieked with piercing sounds, knocking back an entire group of Chinese soldiers. In just a few minutes, the Chinese soldiers suffered heavy losses in both stamina and morale, constantly losing defense breakpoints to Lam Mac until everyone was furious beyond reason. 15 minutes passed quickly. All the Chinese soldiers were defeated, lying scattered beneath the feet of the 4th-level ghost tamers. Seeing this, Lam Mac pretended to be furious and rushed forward to counterattack, loudly declaring that anyone who dared touch his Chinese soldiers would have to fight him to the death. A 4th-level ghost tamer immediately cooperated in the act, raising his hand to counterattack and shouting that he did not know his own limits. With only a light push, he sent Lam Mac flying backward. The expression on Lam Mac's face was extremely convincing. Seeing their master easily knocked away, the contracted ghosts behind him could only stare at Lam Mac in confusion. After finishing the act, Lam Mac secretly winked at the confused ghosts behind him. They immediately understood. Some staggered while others groaned that they were about to collapse as well. Everything unfolded exactly as planned. Lam Mac smiled with satisfaction and whispered that the plan had succeeded. On the other side, after clearing away the Chinese soldiers, the 4th-level ghost tamers approached their main objective. One of them stepped forward and said they had come to rescue the people from the Chinese army. Now that dimensional ghosts were covering them, this was the best moment to retreat. Yet the people of Fang Ma were still hesitant to believe. Seeing that words alone were not convincing, the man hurriedly pulled out an object from inside his robe that made everyone waver. Before their eyes appeared a golden dragon-shaped treasure shining brilliantly. The people of Fang Ma were shocked and stared wide-eyed. It was the imperial seal of Fang Ma Kingdom. They never expected it to be in that man's hand. Lam Mac was still lying on the ground, Seeing that the zombies guarding the people of Fang Ma were no longer necessary, he asked the corpse-nurturing ghost to retrieve them. In just a moment, rows of zombies were absorbed back into the bag of the corpse-nurturing ghost. Sure enough, after seeing the imperial seal of Fang Ma Kingdom, all the civilians changed their minds. Life and death were their own choice, so they united and followed the fourth-level ghost tamers to lead. With the objective achieved, the leader quickly ordered an escape route to be opened, escorting all the people of Fang Ma out of the area. Seeing the plan repeatedly collapse, Cao Long Tram roared in anger as he watched the people of Fang Ma being rescued, shouting that those refugees thought they could escape. Lam Mak quickly sent a message to Mok Ian Than asking her to help guide the people of Fang Ma to safety, but she was busy looking at her phone and failed to notice the danger behind her. A vile creature suddenly launched a sneak attack, causing Mok Ian Than to startle and turn around sharply. Fortunately, a lie rushed in time and severed the ghost's arm with a slash, saving Mok Ian Than at the last second. A lie gathered his strength and lifted Mok Ian Than up, carrying her away from the danger zone. Ghost, with its arm cut off, howled in pain. A Thur on this side confirmed that Mok Ian Than was safe and checked on her condition. The substitute ghost that lost an arm also lost its will to fight, advising the other ghosts that their forces were weakened with heavy casualties, and they could not continue the attack. The ghosts quickly retreated to preserve their lives. Alai saw that the situation had stabilized, and there was temporarily no major danger. Who focused on fighting, Alai forgot that he was still tightly holding the great beauty in his arms. Mok Ian Than smiled and thanked him, causing his face to turn red. Alai hurriedly let go and forced a smile, saying it was nothing, just a small matter. A Thur standing nearby saw this scene and teased that according to his memory, Alai was still single, making Alai blush and protest that this was not the time to talk about that. Thur refused to let it go and casually said he was worried about Alai's lifelong happiness, immediately receiving a painful knock on the head. Mok Ian Than curiously asked that traveling across the north and south, had he really never met a girl he liked? Alai waved his hand, saying there was no need to rush marriage. His hands trembling with anger, Director Cao could not believe the situation had turned out like this. He gritted his teeth and ordered that since the ghost tide had withdrawn, the guard unit was permitted to act. At the same time, he commanded that Lam Mak be arrested for colluding with the Haklian sect. 4 officers of the Security Bureau immediately aimed their guns to restrain him. Lam Mak protested the accusation of colluding with the Haklian sect, saying that he had also been attacked by the black-robed group just now. Director Cao refused to listen to any explanation and ordered Lam Mak to be taken back for thorough investigation, turning him into a criminal protesting his innocence in an instant. While being escorted away, Lam Mak winked at Mok Ian Than and told his master that he had been captured by monsters. He also told a Thur to remember to pick up all the bull ghosts scattered on the ground. Thur wanted to stop them, but understood clearly that confronting the Security Bureau head-on was impossible. Lam Mak looked at a Thur and signaled that he had not betrayed China. Injuring the soldiers was merely an accident. As long as he remained silent, the Security Bureau could do nothing. On this side, Luo Cheng and the others spoke up to defend Lam Mak, saying the Security Bureau could not arrest a Linxing like that. A student who saved people was arrested, while useless soldiers were promoted. Luo Cheng's words made many other students furious as well. Security Bureau military vehicles stopped in front of the noisy crowd, causing everyone to fall silent. Rector Cao roared from inside the vehicle asking who dared obstruct the Security Bureau from correcting a case to step forward. The students advised Luo Cheng to stay calm, because confronting them now would bring no benefit. Though unwilling, he had no other choice. The Security Bureau vehicle drove away. Everyone could only watch helplessly without being able to reclaim justice for Lam Mak. Many students angrily went to the media, determined to expose the matter to save Lam Mak and create public pressure. At the Security Bureau, the place had fallen into chaos because of the appearance of a large number of ghosts. The scholar ghost escaped from Thuong Lan and fled to the southwest. The southwestern mountain defense line was broken. The ghost tide had flooded into Minjiang and thrown everything into turmoil. In the bustling atmosphere, Lam Mak walked in calmly, his demeanor relaxed without the slightest worry. Looking at the scene before him, which looked no different from a festival, he laughed with interest and said, "The Security Bureau is lively today. Are you holding a banquet?" Lam Mak's remark immediately plunged the entire office into silence, not because it was correct, but because it was too arrogant. The system added 10 defense breakpoints. Director Cao angrily shoved Lam Mak into the interrogation room and shouted for him to stop talking nonsense. Soon he would learn what discipline meant. Lam Mak still smiled cheerfully, completely unaware that he was about to receive another literal lesson. Inside the interrogation room, the staff began asking basic information such as name, gender, residence, and family, demanding that he answer truthfully. Lam Mac's hands were cuffed with talisman restraints, looking no different from a prisoner under strict interrogation. He calmly answered that his name was Lam Mac, male, slow-minded, from a remote mountain region. His family had parents and a younger sister, who were farmers for generations. Director Cao slammed the table, unable to believe the statement before him, and declaring it an obvious fabrication. He pointed directly at Lam Mac, calling him a fraud, before turning to demand the investigation file report from the Security Bureau. The staff replied that the information matched previous investigations. The father was Lam Quang, the mother in Suong, introduced by matchmaker Vuong before marrying. The following year they had a son named Lam Mac, only that they had also verified with matchmaker Vuong, who confirmed she had known Lam Mac since he was young. Director Cao's face darkened with anger after hearing this, while Lam Mac calmly faced the investigation. Even Lam Mac had not expected the evidence to be so complete, secretly wondering how the old man had arranged everything. Unable to find evidence to convict him, Director Cao switched to directly questioning Lam Mac about the suspicion of colluding with the Black Sect. Lam Mac curled his lips and said clearly that he had also been beaten by them. So why was he suspected of belonging to the Black Sect? He and the Security Bureau shared the same enemy, which was the Hack Lian sect. That explanation not only failed to convince, but made Director Cao even more suspicious. Unable to extract information, he could only resort to coercive words, hoping Lam Mac would confess what he wanted. Director Cao grabbed Lam Mac by the collar and pulled him up, looking as if he was about to strike. He roared that Lam Mac had deliberately injured many soldiers and still pretended to be foolish, insisting that he was a remnant of Fang Ma. The system recorded another 50 defense breakpoints. He frowned and retorted that innocent people should not be slandered. Where was the evidence? Director Cao said that if he had not colluded with ghosts, then how could Lam Mac cooperate with the blind Emperor Evil Ghosts and still escape from the half-step Ghost King of the Thuong Lan Ghost Domain? The most crucial evidence was that Lam Mac had once gone to West China Hospital to visit Ndim, one of the 12 shamans of Fang Kingdom. During this, Lam Mac could not help laughing, releasing a sound full of provocation. He said he did not know whether Ndim was a shaman or not. He only knew that she was Director Cao's lover. Having his weakness exposed, Director Cao froze. His face darkened as he could not believe his ears. Lam Mac continued that visiting her was only to give him a pair of horns, or was he planning to convict him for that crime? Director Cao was furious to the extreme and prepared to throw a punch at Lam Mac. The system added another 500 defense breakpoints. Lam Mac sneered and asked whether he was planning to force a confession. Director Cao released his hand and turned his face away, refusing to look at the man before him. He still refused to let it go, and coldly said that he thought talking his way through would work. Keep dreaming. He summoned the Smoke Ghost, the contract in his hand glowing as pale purple smoke spread out. Smoke Ghost appeared and enveloped Lam Mac, transforming into a charming woman wearing a pale purple cheongsam. The Smoke Ghost blew a breath toward Lam Mac, preparing to use face appraisal to judge the truth. He secretly thought that mentioning a lover should not require killing to silence him. Another staff member hurried to stop him, saying that this action violated the rules. Face appraisal to judge the truth could kill Lam Mac. That matter could be kept secret for him. Director Cao roared that it did not matter. Were they supposed to let the remnants of Fang Ma cause chaos in the Zhu nation? As the tension reached its peak, someone suddenly kicked the door open from outside and rushed in. Lam Mac's master appeared, his face stern as he shouted that even the disciple of Marshal Quan Tran Dien dared to be arrested. Release him immediately. Lam Mac was overjoyed and thought that the savior had finally arrived. He had thought he would lose his life today. Tan Min, the deputy commander of the military district beside them, spoke that barging into the Security Bureau to demand a person like this violated the rules. Tan Dien replied coldly that even their commander did not dare speak of rules to him. Hearing that, Tan Min was left speechless. Tan Min turned to ask Director Cao about the situation. His tone softened as he said he only needed a little more time. Lam Mac immediately seized the chance to cry for help, saying they were planning to use face appraisal to judge the truth on him. Tran Dien grabbed Tan Min's hand and pressed him for an answer. What was this? Were they forcing a confession again? He said he would teach them a lesson on behalf of their commander. Tan Min hurriedly insisted it was only a misunderstanding. Tran Dien lost patience and stepped forward to seize the neck of the Smoke Ghost, making it suffocate like Sun Wukong trapped beneath the palm of Buddha. Director Cao panicked and hurriedly recalled the Smoke Ghost. The Smoke Ghost vanished and the man behind the scheme was exposed. Tran Dien glanced at Director Cao with clear disgust. He coldly said that Director Cao wanted to frame his disciple without evidence and had planned to play dirty, causing Director Cao to hastily claim that he had only meant to scare him. Tran Dean's face darkened as he waved his hand and revealed numerous ghost contracts. Today he would also scare someone who liked frightening others. Tan Min hurriedly intervened, asking him to calm down, then turned and shouted for Cao Long Tram to release him immediately. Right after that, the handcuffs were removed, and Lam Mak regained his freedom. With support behind him, Lam Mak immediately complained that he had committed no crime and had risked his life fighting the ghost tied to save workers for the Zhu nation. Director Cao angrily shouted for him not to go too far. The system added another 40 defense breakpoints. Lam Mak hid behind his master. Tran Dean asked coldly whether he refused to accept it. Director Cao could only remain silent. In the end, Lam Mak left the security bureau with his master, even turning back to mock Director Cao. Director Cao was unwilling to accept it, but Tan Min understood that if the matter of using face appraisal to judge the truth were exposed, then their official careers would be finished. Tan Min angrily left the room and warned Director Cao that if he wanted to arrest Lam Mak again, he must have solid evidence. Otherwise, he should not touch a single hair of him. Director Cao ground his teeth in bitterness. This humiliation was truly hard to swallow. This grudge would certainly be repaid, and the person who clearly knew Lam Mak's identity now had only one more remaining. Lam Mak followed his master to Han Hien for arrest. The two raised their cups together, and Lam Mak toasted his master to thank him for saving his life. Lam Mak finished his drink first. Seeing this, his master also took a light sip. He sighed softly and said that although he had saved him today, the fact that he rescued the people of Fang Ma was real. The military would certainly still target him, and if they acted, one move would be enough to take his life. Lam Mak smiled brightly and replied that if those above targeted him, then he still had his master protecting him. Master Tran shook his head and said he could not protect him every time. Moreover, tomorrow he had to depart for the northern nation. As for the purpose, Lam Mak had no idea. This time, the 4 northern nations had joined forces to eliminate the evil sect. Lam Mak's senior sister might not be able to keep her head. Although she had betrayed the sect, she was still his disciple. At the very least, her life had to be preserved. Lam Mak admired his master's heart and praised him a few times before immediately receiving a knock on the head. His master cast a warning glance and told Lam Mak to accomplish 3 tasks and stop talking too much. The first task was to continue becoming stronger and absolutely not be lazy. The second task was to sign another contract with a powerful ghost. His master guessed Lam Mak still had a contract slot left, and it turned out he really did. Lam Mak curiously asked what kind of ghost his master wanted him to contract. Master Tran took a drag of his cigarette and said that ghost was none other than the leader of the Thuonglang region ghosts, the Scholar Ghost. 2 days earlier, the Thuonglang ghost domain had been broken. The Scholar Ghost was heavily injured and was currently hiding in a wild graveyard near Lam Mak's academy. Lam Mak felt something was wrong after hearing that. Contracting the Scholar Ghost was that not a half-step ghost king. Master Tran replied that it was no longer the case now. The Scholar Ghost possessed a special ability. His ultimate technique once created 4 combat clones, but those clones had died one after another in battle, so his total cultivation had declined severely. That also meant the Scholar Ghost might have fallen from the talent spirit realm, perhaps even lower. His master nodded in confirmation. The Scholar Ghost was still a very good choice. If the contract succeeded, Lam Mak's strength would soar. Then what was the third task besides those 2? Lam Mak could not hide his curiosity. Master Tran stared at him for a long moment before leaning close and whispering that while he was away, Lam Mak should keep an eye on Mok Ian Than and not let her research any forbidden techniques again. Lam Mak was startled. He had not expected that Mok Ian Than, who seemed harmless, was not simple. Could it be that she also intended to betray the sect? Master Tran took an item from his pocket and handed it to Lam Mak, telling him that if he encountered something he could not resolve, he should go to the half-ghost demon cave to find the 4th senior sister. Master Tran began to grow tipsy and muttered that although she had left, she was still more obedient than many others. If Lam Mak made the effort to go find her and cry, there was a 30% chance she would help. Lam Mak gloomily asked whether it was only 30%. His master laughed and said that was already quite good. Night gradually fell, and the dormitory of Ares Academy became unusually quiet. Lam Mak quietly opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing that everyone had already fallen asleep, he gently returned to his bed and noticed a note stuck on his bag. Curiously examining it, turned out to be a letter left by a Thur, with a note beside it marking Lam Mak's share. Lam Mak was extremely satisfied. A Thur was truly honest. Not a single ghost pearl was missing, truly a friend worth making. Collapsed onto the soft mattress. After a day of struggle, he could finally fall asleep with peace of mind. Tonight, the Ares dormitory gained another sleeping figure. Everything remained peaceful as usual. When he woke up the next morning, Lam Mak checked the ghost pearls he had collected yesterday. The basket was full of pearls of many colors. He circulated his inner energy and began absorbing the ghost pearls to upgrade his skills. The unborn ghost advanced to a low-level evil spirit and gained a new passive skill. The opera ghost also advanced to a low-level evil spirit. Its skill changed into melodic rise and fall. Lam Mac withdrew the ghost contracts. The skill upgrade process proceeded smoothly. Looking again at the contracts, he felt extremely satisfied. His combat power had increased greatly. The martial ghost at full rage was not inferior to the chainsaw ghost. Together with the healing and attack speed boost of the opera ghost, it was truly an epic level upgrade. At that moment, the corpse-nurturing ghost appeared and complained that, because he helped Lam Mac, his reserve corpses were now fewer than 100, all of them cultivated for several hundred years, making Lam Mac startled. Chainsaw Ghost replied with disdain that they were only piles of rotten corpses. What was the big deal? If he dared complain again, he would chop him to pieces. The corpse-nurturing ghost glared without fear and asked whether he wanted to fight. The chainsaw ghost also became eager for battle, declaring he would give him some face before beating him flat on the ground. Chainsaw Ghost and the corpse-nurturing ghost immediately began fighting noisily. The other ghosts watched the chaos, while the opera ghost timidly clung tightly to the martial ghost. Lam Mac felt a headache and thought that having many powerful ghosts was good, but the trouble they caused was not small. He pushed the two apart and shouted for them to stop these childish antics. None of them were 3-year-old children. Lam Mac reassured the corpse-nurturing ghost that when Athur returned, he would borrow his shovel knife and take him to the wild graves. Hearing that the corpse-nurturing ghost finally calmed down and returned, giving Lam Mac back a quiet space. Lam Mac secretly thought that female ghosts were still the most pleasant, quiet, and adorable, and even copying homework for him. After browsing his phone for a while, Lam Mac's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened in shock. Breaking news reported that military supplies transported by the Security Bureau had been completely robbed. The culprit was still under investigation, making Lam Mac immediately think of an enhe. As expected, she truly did what she said, but with only 3 people, how had they managed to accomplish it? Athur and Xiaopeng returned. Xiaopeng asked whether Lam Mac planned to skip the afternoon class. Lam Mac replied with a sly smile that he would certainly skip class, but the homework still had to be submitted, so he had to ask Xiaopeng to submit it for him. Xiaopeng complained that if his trash-can ghost had hands, he would not suffer copying homework like this. The system recorded 40 agitation points. Lam Mac laughed happily and put an arm around Xiaopeng, saying perhaps he could train the trash-can ghost to hold a pen in its mouth and write, making Xiaopeng glance at him and say only a genius could think of that. Lam Mac handed Athur 2 evil spirit-level ghost pearls to thank him and third uncle. Athur accepted them with a gentle smile and said there was no need to be polite. Lam Mac's face revealed a calculating look, and he said there was still another matter. Lam Mac wanted to borrow Athur's shovel knife, making him stare in confusion without understanding what he intended to do. The wild graveyard, Lam Mac summoned the corpse-nurturing ghost. As soon as he saw the scene before him, the soul of the corpse-nurturing ghost cried out excitedly that he had not been deceived. There were corpses everywhere here. Facing the feast laid before him, the corpse-nurturing ghost became so excited that he ignored Lam Mac and rushed off to find bodies immediately. Lam Mac glanced around and quickly discovered several ghosts in the graveyard, secretly hiding behind the tombstones. As soon as their eyes met, the ghost tried to avoid him and run away, but Lam Mac would not allow it to escape. In the blink of an eye, Lam Mac appeared behind it. A cold aura descended, causing the ghost to stiffen and become unable to move. Lam Mac seized the ghost and ordered it to summon all its companions to dig up every corpse in this graveyard for him. The ghost nodded frantically in fear and dared not disobey. The ghosts quickly gathered, each holding a shovel and digging graves without pause. In a short time, the entire place was full of busy working ghosts, making Lam Mac extremely satisfied. The corpse-nurturing ghost stared wide-eyed with shining gaze. The scene before him was truly a miracle. He praised Lam Mac without restraint as the boss of the graveyard, one man commanding an entire ghost swarm. Lam Mac merely clicked his tongue and said it was a trivial matter not worth mentioning. The corpse-nurturing ghost began using his ability. A mesmerizing ghost aura spread out as he infused ghost energy into the corpses with an eerie smile. The unborn ghost also cooperated to assist, causing the ghost energy flow to reverse and greatly accelerating the transfer speed. In a moment, the corpses infused with ghost energy began to move and crawl toward the corpse-nurturing ghost. The corpse-nurturing ghost was overjoyed. Loyalty increased by 30%, reaching 45%. Lam Mac could only sigh at this sight. This fellow was not much different from the chainsaw ghost. Suddenly, from behind, a soft arm wrapped around Lam Mac, catching him off guard. Lam Mac turned around in surprise and saw the female ghost hugging him tightly, smiling wickedly, and saying that her husband had arrived without warning. Her gaze gradually became enchanting. her lips slightly pursed as she coquettishly demanded that he stay with her tonight. The expression sent chills down Lam Mac's spine. Lam Mac quickly turned his face away from her gaze and repeatedly refused, saying he had urgent matters to handle. The female ghost pressed her hot body even closer to him and asked what could be more important than her. Lam Mac could only divert the topic, saying he heard that the scholar ghost had arrived at the graveyard. The female ghost leaned close to his ear and softly laughed, confirming that the scholar ghost had indeed come to cause trouble. He said it was nothing to worry about because she had personally defeated him and imprisoned him in the ancient mansion. Those words suddenly sparked an idea in Lam Mac's mind. Lam Mac suddenly grabbed the female ghost's hand, making her slightly startled. Seeing Lam Mac's excited gaze and eager tone, when mentioning the scholar ghost, the female ghost blushed shyly and nodded in agreement. Lam Mac was led directly by the female ghost down to the underground cell of the ancient mansion. The scholar ghost was imprisoned underground, crawling while cursing that rotten woman and swearing that when the army arrived it would burn this place to the ground. Lam Mac slowly approached and smiled provocatively, asking whether the scholar ghost was still doing well. The scholar ghost's face darkened when he recognized Lam Mac standing before him. Lam Mac asked about the Thuonglan ghost domain being destroyed by the Jiang province army and what had happened to his subordinates. The scholar ghost replied that most had died or were seriously injured, but he had also killed 4 fifth-level ghost tamers. At this point, the scholar ghost suddenly became suspicious, and his eyes grew vigilant. He stared at Lam Mac, suspecting that he was a soldier sent by the army to capture him. Lam Mac smiled and denied it, saying that last time the scholar ghost had spared his life in Thuonglan, so this time he wanted to repay the favor. The scholar ghost sneered when he saw a second-level ghost tamer claiming he would save him, his eyes full of contempt, as if looking at someone clinging to the ghost world. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp hand suddenly seized his neck from the front. The female ghost coldly warned that anyone who dared look down on her husband would die immediately, causing the scholar ghost to freeze as he realized Lam Mac's identity. Lam Mac pushed the female ghost aside, saying that killing him before finishing the conversation would waste the effort. The female ghost stepped back obediently. Scholar ghost could not understand what background Lam Mac had that the king of hell spared his life, and he even had a beautiful ghost as a wife. Such fortune was unbelievable. He began to waver and asked how Lam Mac planned to save him. Lam Mac patted the scholar ghost on the shoulder, making him flinch slightly. He smiled brightly and proposed that the scholar ghost become his contracted ghost. That way the army would have no reason to capture him. The scholar ghost slapped Lam Mac's hand away and sneered that a half-step ghost king could never become the contract of a mere brat. He would rather die than agree. Lam Mac stood up and sneered, mocking that a half-step ghost king could not even defend his own ghost domain. Those words made the scholar ghost furious. Taking advantage of the moment, Lam Mac continued ridiculing that the scholar ghost was truly a useless scholar. That humiliation caused the scholar ghost's anger to explode. He roared, asking whether Lam Mac dared call him useless. The system added 40 agitation points. His anger surged like a sea of fire. The scholar ghost trembled as he braced himself against the iron bars and stood up. Both hands tightly gripped the prison bars. He roared that the number of books he had read was 100,000 times more than Lam Mac. Lam Mac challenged the scholar ghost to an antithetical couplet. If he could answer, then he would not be considered a bookworm. The scholar ghost, provoked, said that since childhood he had never feared any couplet. Lam Mac presented the upper line. Tiger of the West carries a tin jar. The jar falls, striking the tiger. The pity lies with the tin jar. He secretly prayed to the great master, Su Shi, to borrow this perfect couplet for a moment. The line left the scholar ghost stumbling and stammering, unable to form a complete matching line. Scholar ghost roared in disbelief that after reading 10,000 books he still could not match it. He impatiently demanded the answer. Another 100 agitation points were added. The system reported agitation reaching 30%. Lam Mac smiled, knowing he was on the right path. Lam Mac calmly recited the lower line. Scholar seeks enlightenment in Zen. The scholar within Zen becomes Zen itself, leaving the scholar ghost stunned. The scholar ghost refused to accept defeat and demanded to present his own couplet. Lam Mac did not lower the difficulty and directly invited him to set the challenge. Scholar ghost proposed an arrogant couplet. Lam Mac instantly answered without hesitation. Though crude, the response was devastating, making the scholar ghost blush and curse Lam Mac for being shameless. Scholar ghost felt so ashamed that he believed literature itself had been insulted. Another 100 agitation points were added. Lam Mac smiled and asked whether he had answered it or not. Agitation reached 70%. Only 20% more was needed to sign the contract. The scholar ghost continued presenting difficult lines, but everyone was answered neatly by Lam Mac without a single extra word. The scholar ghost choked with anger, unable to understand where Lam Mac found such bizarre couplets. Scholar ghost unleashed his final trump card couplet. Big fish eats small fish. Small fish eats shrimp. Shrimp eats water. Water flows, revealing stone. Lam Mac thought it would be something profound, but it was nothing special. Without thinking, he replied immediately, Eagle seizes chick. Chick trembles. Trembling digs the earth. Earth cracks, shaking mountains. Scholar ghost deliberately mocked Lam Mac, saying his own lines revolved around eating while Lam Mac only talked about catching. They clearly did not match. He laughed arrogantly, believing Lam Mac had finally lost. His cunning grin stretched endlessly as he thought he had completely overwhelmed his opponent. Lam Mac pondered calmly. If that one was not suitable, he would change it, resting his chin in thought before answering. Master presses mistress, mistress presses beam, beam presses earth, earth trembles, moving mountains. Lam Mac's next response made the scholar ghost so furious he nearly spat blood. What kind of couplet could be so vulgar? 200 agitation points were immediately added. Lam Mac's final strike left the scholar ghost speechless, truly a beast in human skin. Agitation had reached 99%, enough to force the contract. Lam Mac and Yan Yuan placed their hands on the scholar ghost's shoulder and coldly said thanks before directly demanding the contract be signed. The scholar ghost roared angrily that he would never become Lam Mac's contracted ghost. At that moment, the system appeared stating that answering the question correctly would establish the contract. Though he shouted surrender repeatedly, it was impossible to avoid. Question given to the scholar ghost was, a cargo truck 2 meters tall must pass through a tunnel only 1 meter 90 high. What should be done? The answer matched exactly what he had just shouted, surrender. The scholar ghost was stunned, never expecting such a strange question. The contract was rapidly formed as a surge of power flowed in so fast that his vision blurred. Everything finished in an instant. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A new contract mark appeared on the back of Lam Mac's hand. That proved the scholar ghost had officially become his contracted ghost. If the blushing ghost were here, it would praise Lam Mac for subduing the scholar ghost so easily, while Lam Mac only regarded it as a trivial matter. Lam Mac looked at his contracted ghost and smiled, asking whether the scholar ghost had finally accepted defeat. Though unwilling in his heart, he had to admit Lam Mac truly had ability, yet it was still not enough for him to risk his life. Lam Mac checked the scholar ghost's information and said directly that the Thuonglan ghost domain had been attacked and almost destroyed. His subordinates were either dead or scattered. If he rescued them, what would he say? The scholar ghost froze, unable to believe a human intended to save ghosts. The scholar ghost recalled the battlefield that day. He had escaped only because his subordinates sacrificed themselves to shield him. Those loyal followers urged the scholar ghost to flee, while they stayed behind to block the enemy. At that time, he was surrounded by a massive army from all sides. Scholar ghost could only run desperately. Though helpless, he could not allow his comrades' sacrifice to be meaningless. Thinking of the present, the scholar ghost felt bitter. His subordinates had all been captured by the Security Bureau and were about to be offered to noble heirs with higher contract ranks. Only then did the scholar ghost truly make up his mind. If Lam Mac saved his comrades, he would swear loyalty to him. Loyalty immediately rose from 7% to 15%. Lam Mac patted the scholar ghost on the shoulder, satisfaction clearly visible on his face. He thumped his chest confidently and said with a smile, "Then it is settled." Lam Mac looked at the system and tapped rapidly, activating all the scholar ghost skills at once. When the 3 skills activated simultaneously, the scholar ghost immediately shone brightly, frantically absorbing ghost energy around him as his power surged like never before. First skill transformed into knowledge, allowing control of the slash fan, removing all negative effects while entering stealth and increasing movement speed. Second skill was backstab, allowing instant teleportation behind a target within 20 meters and greatly increasing damage. The third skill, named Ghost Shadow, created 2 shadow clones that attacked together with the original body. Their damage could also trigger backstab. Seeing this skill set, Lam Mac became extremely excited. Truly a genuine assassin. The scholar ghost was powerful enough to challenge ghost tamers beyond contract level. The female ghost beside him softly asked Lam Mac, "Husband, have you finished your main task?" He gently held his hand, her gaze and movements full of charm. Lam Mac's hand accidentally touched the soft body of the female ghost, her enchanting eyes and graceful smile appearing as she softly asked whether it was now her turn. Lam Mac quickly withdrew his hand, sweating as he stammered to wait a moment because something more important remained. The female ghost immediately felt disappointed. unable to understand what could be more important than herself. Lam Mak explained that he had just received news that the Zhou Nation army was about to strike the graveyard. They could not resist, and retreat was the best option before being surrounded. The female ghost still did not know where they should go. The scholar ghost waved his fan and calmly suggested going to the half-ghost demon cave where humans and ghosts lived together. It was a reasonable choice. Hearing that Lam Mak was about to leave, the female ghost felt extremely disappointed. She looked at him expectantly and asked whether he would return to visit her. Lam Mak finally escaped the awkward situation, smiling as he reassured her that he would surely have matters needing her help in the future. The female ghost happily said he could command her as he wished. That night, the red-dressed female ghost led the graveyard ghosts to quietly retreat toward the half-ghost demon cave, while Lam Mak watched silently from afar. Desolate scene before him made him sigh. He wondered when they would meet again. In the quiet midnight, a sudden miserable scream echoed from somewhere in the building, followed by chilling silence. Every corner of the corridor lay in darkness, cold lights illuminating only scattered spaces. Lam Mak slowly moved toward the source of the sound, his steps so light they seemed to merge with the shadows. He thought that at such a late hour, why a non-human, non-ghost scream would come from the office room. He asked the blood-eye ghost what was inside the room. The ghost replied that there was a restriction suppressing red-eyed ghosts, and it could not see through it. It was truly strange. It seemed Lam Mak had to investigate personally. He used one sword exploration path. The sword appeared in his hand, ready with sword technique. Lam Mak immediately approached the door, each step graceful without making the slightest sound. He pushed the door open and looked inside. The sight left him unable to believe his eyes. Lam Mak stared in shock. What kind of monstrous thing was this? His gaze gradually filled with fear. The scene before him far exceeded imagination. Half-human, half-ghost figure with veins bulging across its face, eyes wide and mouth open as if screaming, surrounded by countless dark talismans. Mok Ian Than revealed a sinister smile, the brush in her hand already stained red. She calmly looked at the bound man below who was crying and begging for death. Mok Ian Than laughed until her eyes turned red. She said coldly, "I will not let you die. I will grant you eternal life." Only a moment after speaking, Mok Ian Than suddenly turned around, sensing someone spying behind the door. Lam Mak inwardly cursed in alarm. He had been discovered. He immediately withdrew the spell. The scouting sword shadow vanished. His figure blended into the air. Projection returned to the main body. Lam Mak shivered with goosebumps. He never expected that a seemingly ordinary Mok Ian Than would reveal such a terrifying face. That moment had truly been too dangerous. Lam Mak was not sure whether he had been discovered. Chaotic thoughts constantly tormented his mind. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes stared at Lam Mak. Mok Ian Than had already found him. She laughed softly, so you saw everything. Cold sweat poured down Lam Mak as he collapsed to the ground. He had not expected to be exposed after all. He trembled as he called out, "Senior sister." Mok Ian Than laughed maliciously. "Then I will also let you live forever." Lam Mak sobbed uncontrollably. The situation before him was utterly miserable. He kept begging for his life. Mok Ian Than stuck out a horrifying long tongue and lunged straight toward Lam Mak. Long, twisting tongue tightened around Lam Mak's neck, coiling without letting go. He gritted his teeth and endured, struggling against the overwhelming disgust. Mok Ian Than dragged Lam Mak across the floor. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape. Unwilling to accept it, Lam Mak clung tightly to the wall, holding on to his final breath. He absolutely could not accept the fate of becoming someone who lived forever. The tongue tightened around Lam Mak's throat. His consciousness gradually dissolved. Darkness covered his purpling face. Kwitu Tai exhausted all his strength, calling Lam Mak to wake up, shouting that this was an illusion. That voice made him feel as if he were being dragged out of a long dream. Tu Tai struck Lam Mak's head hard with his fan, jolting him awake. His mind spun as he could not understand what strange state he had just fallen into. Just after escaping the illusion, Lam Mak's whole body was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide and unfocused. It felt as if he had already stepped halfway into the underworld. Fortunately, Kwitu Tai had acted in time. Lam Mak's body trembled violently, his breathing rapid and impossible to calm immediately. Lam Mak almost cursed aloud. He did not know when he had fallen into the illusion. He questioned the red-eyed ghost why it had not reacted. The other was just as confused as him. Kwitu Tai explained that this illusion affected even contracted ghosts. If not for the dispelling skill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lam Mak could no longer distinguish truth from illusion. Perhaps the entire scene just now was merely a disguised warning from Mok Ian Than, meant to stop him from approaching her forbidden art. Lam Mak desperately rushed down the stairs, silently apologizing to his master. When one's ability was insufficient, preserving life was the priority. As long as his legs could still run, he had to know when to retreat. In the dark room, Mok Ian Than still kept that eerie smile on her lips. She praised the body screaming below as truly adorable. Her fascinated gaze was no different from someone looking at the one they love. Unable to die yet unable to live. Beside the phone appeared a brief personal profile of someone. The person was Quet Fong, the one who had caused trouble with Mok Ian Than's group at the swimming pool. The information spread across the forum. The building master offered a reward of 5 million to find his missing son. The next morning, Tiu Ban curiously asked Lam Mak whether he had read the hot news online. It was rumored that many powerful figures had mysteriously disappeared. The Security Bureau and the military had even formed a special investigation team to handle it. Lam Mak recalled the scene from last night. Suspicion rose in his heart. It was very likely that everything had been caused by Mok Ian Than. While lost in thought, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, making him jump. All his thoughts instantly vanished. Mok Ian Than smiled gently and asked. Lam Mak trembled as if seeing a ghost, stammering as he called out twice, "Senior sister." He said she had called Lam Mak several times without receiving an answer, curious about what he was thinking. Lam Mak forced a smile and brushed it off, saying he was just reading rumors online. Lam Mak's expression changed slightly. His eyes unconsciously looked toward one direction. Phone vibrated, and Enheen was calling. Lam Mak immediately seized the chance, hurriedly saying goodbye to Mok Ian Than and Tiu Ban before leaving, saying that an Enheen was looking for him. Over the phone, an Enheen said she had discovered the whereabouts of the Thuong Lan ghosts. She asked to meet in person to explain clearly. Lam Mak agreed immediately and enthusiastically promised to treat her to a meal. The meeting place was a modest restaurant. Lam Mak arrived late and hurriedly apologized to an Enheen for making her wait so long. An Enheen pouted and complained that he had arranged to meet at 6:40, yet arrived an entire hour late. She even pointed directly at the clock as if listing his crime. Lam Mak joked as he explained, saying that on the road from Bok Duong there was a huge lingerie model exhibition, which made an Enheen clearly displeased. So the reason for being late was standing there watching lingerie models. 40 excitement points were immediately added. Lam Mak awkwardly defended himself, saying he only wanted to research the market because he intended to open a lingerie shop. Then he quickly pulled out a chair and sat down. An Enheen obviously did not believe him, annoyed as she pulled something from her bag and placed it on the table. A bag of bull ghosts was set down. An Enheen said irritably that she had brought so many for Lam Mak, yet he was not focusing on cultivation. Lam Mak stared in shock, suspecting she had just robbed the Security Bureau. An Enheen calmly admitted it, saying the Hack Sat gang had expanded to 15 members. All the intelligence Lam Mak needed had been investigated by them. Enheen's gaze darkened as she turned to the main matter. 1 week ago, the Security Bureau auctioned the Thuong Lan ghost domain. The 13th floor of Than Phong Lao purchased 11 evil spirit-level ghosts, along with a betting ghost and a tribute death ghost. It was said that simply joining that organization gave a chance to obtain an extremely rare ghost contract. Hearing the name Than Phong Lao, Lam Mak felt it sounded familiar, and Enheen explained that it was the second-ranked assassin organization in Zhou. The 13th floor specialized in assassinations. However, the organization's chief steward Quet Lian was also assassinated after his son Quet Fong went missing, and Enheen placed his photo on the table. Hearing the name Quet Fong, Lam Mak immediately recognized the identity, his eyes unable to hide his shock. So the one screaming last night had been Quet Fong. Mok Ian Than had caused a huge incident. Lam Mak swore he would rather die than reveal this secret. And Enheen smiled cunningly, saying Than Phong Lao was now like a snake without a head. Only 2 factions remained fighting for power. He placed 2 more photos down. They were the second boss Luke Tiat Luan and the third boss Than Thien Duck. And Enheen said that because the internal situation was chaotic, those ghosts had not yet been contracted. Luke Tiat Luan had even bought a smoke ghost in his personal name as a birthday gift for his son. Besides that, they had discovered another piece of news, and Enheen placed another photograph on the table. It was a photo of Than Thien Duck being intimate with Luke Tiat Luan's wife. Lam Mak never expected such melodramatic drama to happen in real life. Several children also appeared in the photo, and Enheen judged that they were most likely Than Thien Duck's children because their appearances were almost identical. Lam Mak sighed. Luke Tiat Luan had spent a huge sum buying the smoke ghost. He probably had no idea about this bitter truth. Lam Mak suddenly came up with a plan. He would anonymously send the photos to Luke Tiat Luan. Once that man learned the truth, he certainly would not give the smoke ghost as a gift anymore. At that time, they could easily buy it with a high price. And Enheen and her companions agreed, believing the plan was extremely clever. Only someone as pragmatic as Lam Mak could devise such a perfect move. Lam Mak turned on his phone and sent the anonymous message. preparing to give Luke Tayet Lewin an enormous psychological gift. That night at the Duck Home Hotel, Lam Mak and an Enheen stood on the building opposite and secretly observed. Enheen received a report. Ungo Khan said Luke Tayet Lewin had just finished reading the message and immediately rushed out to catch the affair. She also sent the exact hotel room number. Lam Mak crossed his arms waiting to watch the coming spectacle. Finally, Luke Tayet Lewin appeared among the crowd, turning his head and heading toward the hotel. He stood in front of the hotel for quite a while, seemingly hesitating and calculating something. As expected, he did not enter through the main door, but used lightness skill to fly straight up to the room that had been pointed out. Outside the hotel window, Luke Tayet Lewin stood silently looking inside, witnessing the adulterous pair entangled together. His gaze gradually froze. The scene before him was something he simply could not believe. Luke Tayet Lewin, the second boss of the 13th floor of Than Fong Lao, and a 4th-rank ghost tamer, now bore horns on his head longer than his own career. He stood there stunned for a long time. An Enheen frowned in confusion. Why did that man show no reaction after seeing his wife embracing another man? He should have rushed in and dealt with Than Thien Duck immediately. Lam Mak also found it strange. They had been watching for nearly 3 minutes. Could it be that man had some bizarre fetish? The guess made an Enheen furious with her hair standing on end. Truly insane. Right after that, Luke Tayet Lewin silently leapt down, without making the slightest sound to alert the adulterous pair. The more they watched, the more confused they became. Was he really leaving just like that? How cowardly, was he even a man? At that moment, Luke Tayet Lewin pulled a mask from his clothes. Lam Mak immediately sensed something unusual. He understood that everything was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Luke Tayet Lewin had put on the familiar disguise mask he always wore whenever he killed. An Enheen excitedly guessed that perhaps he intended to return and kill the adulterous pair. Lam Mak was secretly astonished. It seemed Luke Tayet Lewin had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Without wearing the mask, he could not strike. After putting on the mask, Luke Tayet Lewin immediately accelerated like the wind and rushed away without hesitation. Yet his direction was not toward the lovers. Why was he running away? And Enheen grew even more puzzled. If he was not killing those two, then who did he intend to kill? Enheen immediately summoned the nightmare ghost, determined to uncover what secret still hid behind this matter. Lam Mak and an Enheen mounted the nightmare ghost together and quickly chased after Luke Tayet Lewin. Luke Tayet Lewin's movement technique was swift and decisive, light yet precise, making Lam Mak secretly acknowledge that this was truly a master assassin. Even the nightmare ghost had to exert its full strength just to barely keep up with that man. Finally, Luke Tayet Lewin landed on a building with light shining out, proving that someone inside was still awake. Lam Mak guessed this might be the residence of Than Thien Duck's wife. Perhaps he intended to exchange one life for another. The hypothesis sounded strange, yet very reasonable. An Enheen immediately told Ngo Khan to investigate the owner of the villa. Lam Mak did not care who it was. First, he recorded the scene. Perhaps it could later be used to threaten Luke Tayet Lewin. The recording Luke Tayet Lewin struck with extreme speed, cleanly killing a man sitting in the room without the slightest hesitation. The camera zoomed in close. The man had already died. A clean slice across the neck ended his life in an instant. An Enheen finally discovered the identity. This villa belonged to Jiang Bin, another deputy director of the Security Bureau. This made the matter even stranger. What did Luke Tayet Lewin being cuckolded have to do with the Security Bureau that he would attack Jiang Bin? Than Fong Lao had always maintained good relations with the authorities, so this assassination was certainly not a mission, but Luke Tayet Lewin's personal action. Only the real purpose remained unclear. Luke Tayet Lewin left the villa. It seemed he did not intend to stop tonight. Lam Mak suggested continuing to follow to see what else he planned to do. 4. Senior management of the Security Bureau, from the commander of the Ghost Taming Corps to a lecturer at Zoo Fuck University. Feng, Luke Tayet Lewin quickly dealt with all these people cleanly. The disguise mask was thrown into the trash. Luke Tayet Lewin removed the identity of an assassin, returned to his villa, and calmly walked through the front door as if nothing had happened. In one night he killed 7 people, yet he did not touch his own wife and Than Thien Duck. Lam Mak could not understand at all. What benefit did he gain from killing such powerful figures? However, Luke Tayet Lewin killing people had nothing to do with them. The goal remained meeting him directly to negotiate buying the smoke ghost. At Luke Tayet Lewin's villa, Lam Mak pressed the doorbell. The one who came to open the door was Luke Tayet Lewin's wife. The beauty with a seductive figure wore a deep red cheongsam, elegant yet alluring to the extreme. Lam Mak smiled politely in greeting and said they had come to see Lord Luke. Madame Luke gave a soft sound of surprise. She smiled in response and invited them inside. Her manner alone explained why a woman like her could not endure loneliness. Lam Mak carefully observed Madame Luke. Her breathing was steady and her expression normal. Nothing like someone who had just argued. An Enheen guest Luke Tyet Lewin was pretending not to know anything. Tyet Lewin had just finished bathing. His wife sweetly called out, "Husband, there are guests looking for you." She gracefully stepped forward and kissed his cheek, gently asking if he was tired after completing a mission, and telling him to rest early once finished. Luke Tyet Lewin also embraced his wife warmly in return. His wife left in a cheerful mood. Luke Tyet Lewin's expression instantly changed without a trace of warmth. He quickly wiped away the lipstick mark on his cheek, disgust clearly visible in his eyes. Lam Mak clapped and gave a faint laugh, expressing admiration for the endurance of the man before him. Looking at Luke Tyet Lewin, Lam Mak mocked that Lord Luke was truly skilled, being cuckolded by his wife yet still able to pretend nothing happened. Hearing this, Luke Tyet Lewin immediately became furious and asked coldly who they were and what they had discovered. Lam Mak replied that his family matters had nothing to do with them. They came only to buy the smoke ghost in his possession. Lam Mak faced Luke Tyet Lewin directly. Money was not a problem, yet he refused and said the smoke ghost was an 18th birthday gift for his son. It could not be bought with money. Lam Mak stepped closer and whispered in his ear, was his son truly his biological child? Luke Tyet Lewin's face darkened as he roared, "What did you mean?" His anger exploded to the peak, and he gained another 100 rage points. Lam Mak calmly replied that if even his wife betrayed him, then how could he be certain the son was his? He was not mocking the matter of raising another man's child. He only wished to remind him not to suffer further loss. If the son was not truly his, then giving the smoke ghost was meaningless. It would be better to sell it to them. Lam Mak's provocation indeed enraged Luke Tyet Lewin. He declared that even if he would not give the smoke ghost to his son, he absolutely would not sell it to them. Luke Tyet Lewin loudly ordered them to leave and demanded they get out of his house immediately, telling them not to dream of the smoke ghost. Another 50 rage points were gained. He swung a fist toward Lam Mak. Fortunately, Lam Mak dodged in time. Lam Mak laughed coldly and grabbed his wrist, telling him not to be so angry. After killing 7 important figures in one night, was his anger still not satisfied? Luke Tyet Lewin was struck by repeated shocks, unable to understand who the man before him was who knew all his movements. Tyet Lewin growled that threats were useless. The crime scenes of the 7 people had already been staged. Even if the Security Bureau investigated, they would only find Than Thien Duc. And Enheen finally understood that he killed many people to shift the blame. Yet when asked why he did not kill Than Thien Duc as well, he refused to answer and demanded the 2 leave. Lam Mak looked directly at him with arrogant eyes and said that empty words naturally had no effect. He displayed the recorded video before Luke Tyet Lewin and asked whether this was still not enough to threaten him. Tyet Lewin's firm gaze gradually turned to fear when he saw all the crimes of tonight clearly shown in the video. This video truly was Lam Mak's trump card. Luke Tyet Lewin slowly walked toward him. He placed his hand on Lam Mak's shoulder, and his expression visibly softened. Luke Tyet Lewin forced a smile and said since there was a video, then money was unnecessary. He would give them the smoke ghost. Lam Mak also smiled proudly, saying it would have been better if Brother Luke had cooperated this early. But that alone was still not worthy of such a great crime. Lam Mak continued that besides the smoke ghost, he also wanted the red-black ghost, the frozen death ghost, and all 11 ghosts purchased by Than Phong Lao. The demand became increasingly excessive. It was clearly coercion. Luke Tyet Lewin believed that even if Lam Mak handed the video to the Security Bureau, it would not be enough to prove he was the murderer. At most, it would help Than Thien Duc escape blame and ruin his plan. It was not worth risking handing over all the auctioned ghosts. Lam Mak nodded in agreement. At present, the video could only help Than Thien Duc escape blame and disrupt Luke Tyet Lewin's arrangement. It truly was not enough weight. Lam Mak made the final decision. They would delete the video, and Luke Tyet Lewin must hand over the smoke ghost. Luke Tyet Lewin immediately nodded in agreement, but he added that if Lam Mak truly wanted all the ghosts Than Phong Lao had bought, then he must help him with one task. Lam Mak was slightly surprised by this sudden request. He wondered what exactly Luke Tyet Lewin wanted help with. Luke Tyet Lewin's condition was that he help recover the management token of the 13th floor that once belonged to Quat Lien. The corpse-nurturing ghost hall, the atmosphere was cold and desolate. Flocks of crows circled across the sky. The smoke ghost had been rescued safely and temporarily stayed in the hall to recover. If they lacked bull ghosts, they could find Lam Mak. The scholar ghost was extremely grateful because he truly was a man who kept his word. The scholar ghost felt deep gratitude. Its loyalty toward Lam Mak instantly rose to 50%. Lam Mak waved his hand, saying there was no need for politeness. After a few days, once the token was found, the other ghosts could also return. This trip brought him great profit, because once he subdued the scholar ghost, all the ghosts obeyed his command. And Enheen did not expect Lam Mak to agree to help Luke Tiat Luen find the token. But the problem was that the whereabouts of that token were still completely unknown. Lam Mak said that Quet Lian's son Quet Fong was in Bok Duong. The clue might lie on that man, and Enheen was pleasantly surprised because the search would become much easier. The urgent matter now was to quickly find the token. Lam Mak recalled the scholar ghost and immediately set out for Bok Duong Academy. Lam Mak remembered Mok Ian Than's coffin hall and felt a chill run down his spine. The illusion that day was truly an experience impossible to forget. Room before them was exactly where Quet Fong was being kept, and Enheen gripped Lam Mak's hand tightly and trembled, saying this place was even more horrifying than the coffin hall before. Lam Mak and the Blood Eye carefully entered. Fortunately, Mok Ian Than was attending class and not present. They had to act quickly. Sword strike shattered the lock and it fell apart. The door was officially open. Dim blue light spilled out from the room, making the atmosphere cold and terrifying. Inside were countless coffins stacked together, each one containing a person, and Enheen cried out in horror because she had never seen such a frightening sight. Lam Mak approached one coffin. The person inside was Quet Fong. Quet Fong no longer breathed, yet his pulse remained clear. The half-alive, half-dead state was extremely bizarre. Lam Mak intended to open the coffin lid to check, but an Enheen hurriedly stopped him. He worried that once opened, Quet Fong might explode. It would be safer to prepare first. An Enheen immediately summoned the bandage ghost. If the half-dead man exploded, it could restrain him instantly. This caution made Lam Mak secretly praise her. After preparing everything, Lam Mak pushed the glass coffin lid aside, revealing the body beneath that looked dead yet not truly dead. The lid had just opened when the person inside suddenly sat up, his white eyes wide open. Quet Fong let out a miserable howl like a zombie just released from a seal. The scene chilled the spine. He struggled in pain and vomited continuously, as if something was stuck in his throat and could not come out. The bandage ghost immediately wrapped tightly around him, and Enheen ordered it to tighten and prevent Quet Fong from vomiting out the strange object lodged inside. Bandages bound his entire body, temporarily preventing Quet Fong from moving. And Enheen urged Lam Mak to quickly check the coffin. If nothing was there, then close it immediately. At that moment, Lam Mak had already found the token. However, the token was only half. The other half was missing somewhere unknown. Once the token was found, an Enheen immediately ordered the bandage ghost to close the coffin and not let that abnormal man foul the outside air. The talisman activated as soon as the coffin closed. The body returned to a vegetative state. No breathing, yet the pulse remained. It was astonishing and incomprehensible. What kind of strange forbidden art were the talismans and inscriptions of the coffin? Lam Mak guessed this must be Mok Ian Than's handiwork. Suddenly a loud sound came from another coffin in the distance, making Lam Mak turn sharply. The lid of another coffin began to tremble. The woman slowly sat up, as if awakened from an unfinished sleep by the two intruders. Lam Mak widened his eyes in disbelief. The person who stepped out was Mok Ian Than. She smiled and greeted him. "Good morning, junior brother." Mok Ian Than leisurely stepped out of the coffin, her expression calm as if nothing unusual had happened. Black veins on her neck gradually faded. She softly reminded Lam Mak that next time he took something he should inform her first and not break her law. The beginning, Mok Ian Than had known every action and purpose of Lam Mak and an Enheen. She simply had no interest in exposing them immediately. Lam Mak felt a chill along his spine, realizing everything just now had been within Mok Ian Than's sight. Fortunately, she had not intended to act. With no other option, Lam Mak pretended ignorance and asked why senior sister slept in a coffin. Mok Ian Than smiled and said she had just adjusted the talismans and wanted to experience it personally. Thinking of a living person climbing into a coffin to experience death was enough to make anyone shiver. Truly strange beyond measure. Lam Mak decided to take his leave. Now that the token was in hand, leaving was the safest choice for both of them. Mok Ian Than stepped closer and affectionately linked arms with an Enheen, smiling and saying it was rare for them to visit, so why not stay for a meal? An Enheen felt something was wrong and politely refused because she still needed to exchange the token. She promised that next time she would not decline. Mok Ian Than did not insist and only smiled, saying next time she would treat them to a proper meal. Lam Mak did not hesitate and pulled an Enheen away quickly. The two rushed away at great speed, while Mok Ian Than stood behind smiling as she watched the intruders flee in haste. Once outside, both panted heavily. An Enheen could not understand what forbidden art Lam Mak's senior sister practiced to be so terrifying. Lam Mak only feared she might become angry and use them as experimental subjects. An Enheen worriedly asked if they would return to meet Luke Tiat Luen with only half the token. Lam Mak suddenly reached out and touched an Enheen's forehead. The gesture was extremely gentle. He said she must be tired tonight and suggested they go eat something, his voice gentle and indulgent. Lam Mac's sudden action brought in 30 rage points. Murderous gazes immediately gathered around. Those with girlfriends should go to hell. Lam Mac laughed slyly. He did not expect this action to earn quite a few rage points. Truly unexpected luck. Not stopping there, Lam Mac stepped closer and pulled an Enheen by the waist against him, appearing extremely intimate. He leaned close with a calm gaze, perfectly acting the role of a prince holding his lover's waist and calling her name affectionately. Enheen blushed uncontrollably and stammered, asking why he suddenly acted like this. Lam Mac pointed toward the people behind them. Those twisted, jealous gazes were from single men who had never held a beauty's waist. Lam Mac narrowed his eyes provocatively at them and spoke with challenge. He had a girlfriend while they did not. If they were dissatisfied, they could come fight. 40 points, then 50 points, then 55 rage points were continuously added. Lam Mac finally achieved the goal he wanted. And Enheen finally understood why Lam Mac behaved so strangely. Her expression immediately darkened and her gaze became sharp as blades. And Enheen gathered all her strength and punched Lam Mac in the chest, nearly making him spit out everything he had accumulated in his life. Her internal force was no joke. She was both angry and hurt because her feelings had been treated so lightly. Lam Mac was truly hateful. After that, the two decided to find a place for dinner. The atmosphere in the restaurant was quiet and somewhat subdued. Lam Mac sent a message to Luke Tiat Luen and sent a photo of half the token to negotiate exchanging for the Thuong Lang ghosts. But the other side insisted that both pieces were required to be useful. Lam Mac asked if he knew where the other half was. The answer was naturally no. If he knew, he would not need to ask for help. Irritated by that answer, Lam Mac threw the phone aside. Even the people of Than Phong Lao did not know its location, so how could he possibly find the other half? At present, there was truly no clue at all. And Enheen asked Lam Mac what he believed Luke Tiat Luen's real plan was. Lam Mac concluded bluntly that besides fighting for power, what other purpose could Luke Tiat Luen have? Huat Lien was dead, so the highest position could only be Luke Tiat Luen or Than Thien Duc. Killing directly would invite suspicion, but framing and shifting blame would remove a rival and allow promotion smoothly. Enheen finally understood this deep scheme when the phone rang again. Lam Mac carefully answered the call and asked who the caller was. On the other end was a woman with a seductive voice, stretching the tone as she called Lam Mac softly, "My friend." That woman did not wait for Lam Mac to reply and directly said she wanted the token piece in his hand. The video ended here. Wishing everyone a pleasant day, and do not forget to like and subscribe to receive the earliest notifications.